Welcome one and all back here again to the North American DPC, where we continue this Division 1 action, the road to the Lima Major and potentially the road to YTI qualification. My name is Sine, and yet again I'll be helping to bring you the action over the course of this next day. But, you know, this region as it stands right now has seen a lot of imports, especially from the European side of the world. You know, they've been stealing strats from all the way across the continent, and we thought, let's try doing the same on the panel. So instead of Fear and T-Panda, we've brought in some of these NA and Western Europeans. What's up, y'all? Thanks for joining us, Lizard, Sheepstick.
Yo.
Welcome to the better panel. What's up? Nice for the upgrade.
Thank you very much. We're so glad to be here. Something, free region, something. Yeah, I'm excited.
Always nice to come and cover NA a little bit. You know, the region that's obviously the strongest region right now in Dota by far. But yeah, it might not be the strongest at the moment, but always is a lot of fun to cover some of these teams.
I mean, yesterday we saw one of the interesting things, right, is that Bait, Dendy's team, who came in, they bought themselves a slot thinking that, yeah, NA is going to be a nice free region. We're just going to come in and rinse everybody. Didn't necessarily go according to plan because this region is actually quite chaotic as it stands right now. And of course, after they got themselves a loss delivered by the hands of Wildcard Gaming, they're now a little bit on the back foot. They'll be playing later on today and hoping to try and redeem themselves. But after the first week of action, we're pretty much concluded now. We actually have a leaderboard. We can see where everybody is standing. We can sort of see things starting to shake up in a realistic direction. Of course, at the very top is TSM. They have played the most games, 2 wins in their favor right now. So talk to me about this, Lizard. This doesn't look like what we expect it to look like at the very end. Like, so what changes do you anticipate happening over the course of the next 2 weeks?
Why doesn't it look like what you expect?
Shopify is too low?
Okay, Shopify being too low, sure. But just swap out Nouns and Shopify for 5-rat 4 staff, I guess. And I'm already happy. I can see that being the top 4.
Okay. And do we have belief in the fact that Baze is going to survive the region sheep, or are we anticipating that yet again? Let's think about this. Dendy has yet at any point in time to survive a region. He's been relegated every single time. Hasn't even made it to Div 1, normally relegated in Div 2, matter of fact. So is this going to change? Are we at least going to have him in 6th place at the very end here?
All right, bro, you're speaking fact, but it still feels bad. Like, Dendy's one of the coolest guys in Dota. Like, he's constantly making content for everyone. Yeah. He's hosting events with his org. Like, these guys put so much into Dota that it feels bad to, like, say, yeah, no, they're gone.
Wait. You played the Dendy tournament as well, right?
I did, one of them, yeah.
The Nut tournament.
Yeah, the Nutcracker tournament. That was fun. It was.
How did it go? Did you win it?
Well, what happened was the enemy randomed better heroes than my team, and we lost.
Whenever you're like, what happened was.
I know. I was on the enemy team, I think.
Oh no, it was RNG. A little bit.
Yeah, RNG. Yeah, same for us. RNG didn't help.
RNG, no, it helped.
Later on, it didn't. Next game.
Good. That's called karma.
I'm
glad you
what
lost.
can you do?
It comes back to bite you eventually, right? You can't necessarily have everything always going your way.
Yeah, and Dendy definitely isn't having everything going his way for quite some time now. But at the same time, like, I respect the grind. I respect the fact that he's still willing to put in the effort, because this guy, you know, he just has a undying love for the game. So.
And you forget that, like, a bunch of players that have always been on Bait over time always end up going to better teams.
Exactly.
Yep.
They're like basically a feeder squad, right? T-Panda was talking about it yesterday, how all amazing players in the world right now find themselves starting on Bait, and then afterwards, like, oh, so he's basically the best talent scout in the world, right, at this point in time. Of course, having seen Dendy in action yesterday, some of you who might not have seen him or seen yesterday's series to begin with, let's have a quick recap to remind you about how the action broke down yesterday. Unfortunately, though, y'all, this first series between 5-rat 4 staff and Alpha, there was a trend that's been happening in North America so far. It's just been stomps the entire way. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. We only had one even slightly competitive series. Why do you all think that this region is so lopsided versus, let's say, a China or a Western Europe?
I think it's because there is not very much stability in the teams. I actually genuinely love NA, and I like follow the Div 2 scene a lot, just because I like trying to play in the open qualifiers and stuff, so I always kind of mingle with the players and teams and scrims and stuff. And usually what happens is they'll play out a tour, and then the teams sort of fall apart because of, like, player disagreements and other things, and then they rebuild from scratch. Like, I feel like every year that passes, you'll see, like, Tour 1, and you'll see that all the teams are just completely different from, like, what they were before. Teams will just drop everyone and pick up new players. And so as a result, you get a lot of players in these teams that, like, don't really deserve to be in, like, Div 2 or, like, haven't proven themselves, and then a lot of games are lopsided as a result, and then, you know, 2 of those have to go up to Div 1. They're not quite as good as the veteran Team 1 teams that have been together for ages. And it's basically just no one's really played together for long enough to be as good.
to build that like consistency and that chemistry. I mean, a good example of this, Lizard, on this team of 5 Red 4 Staff who we see on the screen right now, one of their players, their carry player, DNM, he qualified for Div 1 on 2 separate occasions on 2 different Div 2 teams, both times going 7-0, but still somehow finding himself having to go back into a Div 2 team. And that sort of speaks to like the chaos of this region, right?
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. You're focusing on DNM. I'm focusing on some of these players that I recognize from my EU pubs. I see a lot of my comrades infiltrating. Like, it's interesting, right? Like to see all of these Europeans playing in NA. Like back in the day when I was playing, when I was in the team, if you go to NA or even if you think about it, it's kind of a disgrace, you know, for you, because you're basically saying I'm not good enough for my own region, I'm going there. But right now, I think there's partly that, but there's also like if I don't have a chance to play here, I'll just go wherever I can, right, and play. And things have improved, obviously. It's a little bit easier to play in different regions. The ping is not as bad if you have if you can afford a bootcamp. That's just an extra plus, right?
Absolutely. I mean, in this team in particular, this game had 7 Eastern European players in it, only 2 North Americans. It was like, oh.
Back home. I'm back home.
Welcome home, Lizard.
Yeah.
So one thing I'm very interested to see, all of these squads that we've seen today, with the exception of Alpha, will be in action here today. But Bait have a long way to come back to try and claw back a victory, try and figure out some kind of team identity, some type of team cohesion. Wildcard are still trying to develop an identity. Sheep, you were mentioning earlier that these teams, a lot of these squads always are churning out their talent, right? They don't necessarily have time to build up together. But every single time we've spoken to somebody after an interview, they're saying that they're trying to change that. They're like, well, we've seen that this is a bad thing up until this point in time. From what you've seen, from how long you've been following the scene, right? Do you think they're actually capable of making that mental switch this deep into the run of the DPC?
What, mental switch of sticking together?
Yep.
Well, I hope so. I mean, time will tell. It's just rough. I think a lot of the teams just have like interpersonal disagreements, and like that can just come up whenever. You know, it's hard, especially when you stick together for a long time. You like learn more about the people you're playing with, and then that's when you can find more of those issues. And it's like whether you can get over it, which is why a lot of these top teams hire psychologists and stuff like that, because they need to be able to work through how they're feeling and their disagreements in a healthy way. So I think, you know, having NA be like a less supported region that's very top heavy, you end up with the lower teams not getting that support, and that's why there can be more issues.
No, that definitely.
It's just really easy to fall apart as a team when you have like a succession of bad performances, and then if you do that for the longer period of time, trust me, I've been there. It's very easy to fall apart. Like it's very easy to start like doubting each other, to start doubting your teammates, even to get into some small irrelevant fights about what's supposed to be played, how the game is supposed to be played. So it's always easier to just start fresh.
Yeah.
It's not the best thing, perhaps. There's a lot of examples in the game right now that prove that it's not the best thing to always just ditch it and go refreshed, but it is the easiest.
I mean, to be fair as well, one of the things that always has been an issue in this region is that it's pretty much been a 2-horse race or 3-horse race for a very, very long time. And after a while, it gets very demoralizing when you just see these teams winning day in, day out, and you don't have a chance, not even to get to the top of the leaderboard, you don't get any major slots, and you don't have your opportunity to really prove yourself. And speaking of some of these top teams, TSM has already played their 2 games. You saw them earlier sitting at the top of the leaderboard. So now today, we're going to have Shopify Rebellion in action, but they're not the only ones. Today, we finally have 3 series instead of just the usual 2 that we've had up until this point. We're ending off the day with 5 Reds 4 Staff versus Bait, both of them having made their debut yesterday, hoping to see them just challenge for the middle. I don't want to see anybody in a relegation scrap just yet. And then the second series, this Wildcard Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. So y'all, in my opinion, right? In my opinion, Nightfall was a great player. It was awesome, right?
Yep.
But in terms of an offlane player, Saberlight, in my opinion, feels like a completely different level. And I think for the longest time, this Shopify Rebellion, the former EG squad, they would do very well within North America, go overseas, do well in the group stage, playoffs, get immediately dumpstered, right? I think the kind of caliber of player Saberlight is, do you all think that this might finally start changing? Are we going back to the days where if you saw EG playing against your favorite team, you actually have a little bit of fear because you know that they actually might get a dub here?
I mean, EG did pretty well at TI in the group stage. I was hopeful then. And then hurt again. But I like Saberlight. I think EG had some identity issues last year with Nightfall because it felt like Arteezy wasn't really like relenting the carry to him, because he was trying to play carry from offlane and like develop his own thing. And it felt like they clashed a little bit on what they wanted to do in the games with their like drafts and playstyle, and then as a result struggled. I think at TI group stage was like the most I've ever seen that be resolved and them starting to like actually work together really well. So it felt bad to see them lose in the bracket. I think Saberlight could fit in very nicely because he's so different from Nightfall.
Yeah, Saberlight is just a completely different beast. Like he's your classic offlaner that can carry the game as well, but he will be always doing his job as that position 3. And if you sack him, he'll find some farm. He doesn't have to be the superstar of the game.
Absolutely. Now, we're going to be seeing them a little bit later on. We still have to start the day with the first series of Nouns versus Theath Gaming. Now, we've been talking about some teams that are looking hot. You know, Shopify Rebellion, we're hoping that they can start to pick things up. You know, we have these 5 red 4 stars. We have these baits that are in the mix. Theath Gaming, though, it's been a struggle. They are 0-4 at the moment, and it's not just that they're 0-4, it's that they've been getting dominated game in, game out. So let me tell you how bad it is, right, in terms of how things have been going. They did play some of the best teams in the region, but check this out. Of the 6 fastest games so far, 4 of them are their defeats. Of the 6 stompiest games, 4 of them are the ones that Theath Gaming have suffered. And of the games that have had the most single deaths in a game, 3 of them come from Theath Gaming.
Are you really setting the stage for us to believe in Theath Gaming here?
I know, I'm like, oh, this is
so it has to change. It has to change right now, right? That's how it goes. That's statistics or something like that. Sure.
I mean, y'all are the smarter ones, right? You have to like convince me how this can change. I mean, Lizard, when we were doing China last year, one of the things I remember you speaking about was emotional damage. And there comes a point where the losses get so extreme that it diminishes your capacity to improve, it kills your motivation, the team can just immediately start falling apart.
Do you want me to leave? Are you inflicting some emotional damage on me right now? Because that's literally what happened to a lot of my teams, and I believe a team can find itself very easily in such a situation. Because if you're losing all the time, even if you're in a DPC, it doesn't feel good. Like as every single player, if you're trying your best and it still isn't working and you can't find a solution, of course there's emotional damage. Of course you start losing motivation, and it's really damn difficult to find it back, like without making a change.
To make it even more difficult, Cheap, right? 2 of their players are relatively new to the scene. They have some 2 players who have been around the block a little bit. For example, ESK, their mid laner, who in their difficult performances, he was able to pull out a performance here or there that didn't look too terrible, right? How do you imagine he's going to match up firstly against Gunner in the mid lane, who's mechanically one of the better players within the region, but just overall, how do you focus your entire team around this one person who can potentially still carry you to victory, even when circumstances are very difficult?
It's hard to say, my friend. I want to think that Gunner will just own, but I mean, Gunner sometimes will just pull out weird heroes, and maybe they'll do that this game and do a little throw. I have no idea. It's really hard to say, because I do think this team will outmatch Theath based on everything you've just said about them, and the fact that I rate Gunner very highly. Like, you watch his stream, you see him like go for these crazy outplays, and he gets away with a lot of them. So, you know, I have high hopes for him. That being said, maybe there's something to say about just rotating those supports in early, trying to focus on like taking runes away. Maybe they just pick some 4s or something that can rotate mid a lot, make the side lanes a little bit more independent. I usually, in these sorts of situations, when you're the underdog, I like drafts that are able to just run at you super, super hard early.
Yeah, I completely agree. I love these kind of drafts as well. You see one of those heroes that can fit them very easily. You have the Lash, some DK, DP, just run at them, try to take control of the map instantly. It's also very simple if you're a team that didn't really gel well together. There are some heroes that force you to do that. There are some heroes that basically force a certain strategy. So maybe that's an option for them. Maybe that's something that they can do. If not, there's always cheese, right? Like there are always Huskars, there are always Meepos, Arc Wardens.
Whoa. You can't bring him up on NA panel as well. He makes a habit of bringing up Meepo on every single panel we do on the other region.
I will bring up Meepo on every single panel until my boy is buffed. Okay?
Please don't buff Meepo. Icefrog, if you're listening right now, keep that hero in the dumpster tier.
I need MMR. Shut up.
Yeah, shut up.
I need points.
I want it too.
No Meepos. We just saw the team comparisons there, and for me, a very troubling stat, right? Isn't necessarily just their lack of being able to win. It's not their lack of assists, not even the lack of kills, right? It's the deaths. There's so many deaths, right? And does that come down to laning prowess, or does it come down to just like the team not necessarily being able to progress in the mid-game portion of things where they're just losing team fight after team fight after team fight? How do you at least stem the bleeding? Even if you're not going to get a win, right? If you're playing up against a team like Nouns, you're probably aware that a win is unlikely. So what does improvement look like in that position?
Having a lot of deaths isn't necessarily a bad thing. That means they really try until the end, until the bitter end. It means that you're playing the game Like 15 minutes, you're losing from the minute 10, and you know that you're losing, but you're playing it, you're delaying it, you're practicing. So it doesn't have to be the worst, but it usually is. And I'm trying to huff on some copium here, but Sheep, do you have anything?
Okay, so I was gonna say, all right, a little bit of hope is that they've been playing third-party tournaments. I mean, back when we covered Southeast Asia, I was always like, this team is playing in way more tournaments than this other team. You know, they clearly are more hungry to get better. But then I look, and they lost to Mad Kings Esports, they lost to Lava Esports, they lost to No Runes, and it's just like,
they're just preparing for this moment. They were waiting for us, Sheepo. You and me to be on the panel so they can pull out the real guns, so they can show everything and everyone.
There we go.
What they're capable of.
I love to root for underdogs. I actually love it, and I feel bad to dunk on people who are having a bad game.
I hate underdogs.
I love underdogs.
Why does everyone root for underdogs? What's up with that?
It's fun to watch. Underdogs are great.
It's also fun arguing with people.
For me, it's like, okay, you have an underdog. Everyone cheers for underdogs. All my friends cheer. Why? They don't practice as much.
They literally do practice. They're losing in a third-party tournament right now.
They're getting better.
Well, if they practiced enough, they wouldn't be underdogs.
Okay.
Look at it this way. Since they formed, right, they all formed after TI, right? And since then, obviously, in the DPC, it's been a pretty rough run. But even though they lost to Lava, even though they lost to MK, they did get a map win, which was their first one as a team. And that helps to breed confidence, right? Helps you be a little bit more, all right, guys, we can actually do this. And that game, I think that was when Antoha was playing Treant Protector. Okay. So it feels like they do their best when they have these massive heal strats. For a long time, that's how Antoha's playstyle has been. These IOs, these Chens, these Warlocks. So just getting as much sustain in the game as humanly possible, just to keep things going. So maybe they're going to be angling in that way.
Just spreading nice things in pubs as well. All the time in pubs, just spreading positivity and nice things, healing, IO,
They had a Lycan.
No sarcasm
here
whatsoever.
He's bringing up Treant as if they didn't have a Lycan through.
Yeah.
What a cheese hero that is.
Lycan's just a good hero. I imagine we're probably going to end up seeing Lycan in this particular game, either picked or banned. There's several players across both teams that do play it. Just throughout the day, Lycan has felt very good within the North American DPC. When we do see it, I hope it's picked, because banning Lycan, it always feels like an awkward situation when you have to ban Lycan. You're like, this kind of sucks.
Usually you have some of those offlaners or carries that kind of suffer against him. Usually it's an offlaner. Usually it's something that hates being run at, and you ban out the Lycan instead. But we do have some drafts.
We have a draft on our hands. And the great thing about how this draft is unfolding, it's not a surprise that Nouns has gone for this task, because they can flex this hero in multiple roles throughout the team. But I do like the fact that Theath Gaming are sticking to focusing on ESK. One thing that we've seen in terms of the drafting pattern here in NA is that most of the wins come from the first phase. And here, Theath Gaming are securing, we know that ESK is going to be the win condition for them. This Ember Mirana can come middle to try and assist throughout the game, can at least make things a little bit easier if things are going south against Gunner.
I like his sweater.
That actually is nice.
It's really nice, but how can he play in that? Like,
if you're comfortable, that's all that matters.
Of course. It's just kind of thick. Like, I'm thinking about the sleeves. They would be like this thick. And
I mean, it's just, I play in pajamas all day, every day.
Yeah, but pajamas are really like...
Some of mine are very fluffy.
Are they?
Sometimes I play in an Udi, which is like this massive friggin' fluffy... over whatever, it's fine. Okay. Sometimes you just want to be comfy, sometimes you feel in it.
I mean, speaking of fur and that kind of warmth, right? We have a lone druid coming up, a bear. This is the first one that's been picked up in NA. Have you all seen it within China or Western Europe at this point?
We've seen a lone druid, yeah.
Oh. How did it go?
It was really successful. Like, it carried the game, so we have seen one before.
This is Gunners, right? I mean, I remember him... Was he buying like 6 Wraith Bands or something on his lone druid?
It could be Tusk as well.
I mean, it could be, but he's a pretty dang good lone druid, so I would hope it goes to him.
So you just want to give it to him? Yeah, sure.
I would.
Because he's laning into an Ember as well, right? So.
Yeah. They can probably just discuss it throughout the game, right? Be like, hey, Yamson, what do you want to play? Like, how are you feeling about this? You can have the lone druid, or we'll give it to Gunner. Given what I saw the other day from Gunner from mid-Tusk, I actually kind of hope he's the one that plays that Tusk, because, in my opinion, whenever I watch Nouns, they feel the best when Gunner's playing these Embers, these Tusks, these heroes that just do stuff all the time, just high octane, let the carry roll fall to somebody else, so Gunner doesn't have to concern himself with the uber late game, just do things.
I completely agree, and I wouldn't mind seeing lone druid on him as well. I agree with Sheep too, but if I'm a team that's considered much better, and if I'm feeling it, I'm picking a Tusk to a core position, because it's just gonna, no pun intended, snowball the game, and you will be destroying them.
That was hilarious.
He did say no.
I did say no pun.
That doesn't make the pun not exist.
Speaking of the Tusk, though, I want to ask you about the Sheep, right? Because when we looked at some of the stats of this hero, it seems to enjoy... Tusk has a similar profile to Tiny, and both of these heroes enjoying much more success from the mid lane than they do when they're played in support positions, despite the fact that there's more support positions being played, right? So what do you make of that disparity, the fact that the win rate is higher from middle, but that it generally gets chosen for the support role?
Wasn't the win rates of Tusk on support and mid close?
Relatively similar,
It was pretty
like
close.
40, 45, yeah.
Yeah, and I was thinking that that might be just because, like, from mid, sometimes these Tusks have been buying BKB first instead of Deso, and I haven't liked that very much. They've lost on it a lot more than with the Deso build. Because the Deso build just kind of sets this tempo and pace if you do put it on core. That allows you to take Roshan, it allows you to...
One-shot supports.
One-shot supports, that's kind of the most important thing, right? Your kill threat goes up so much more with Deso, and it allows you to start building the stacks on it earlier. You can then go from that into a Blink Dagger, and I think that gives you enough mobility on the Tusk to be able to just do whatever you want without really feeding.
That's why I like it on a core position in a game such as this one, because you're bound to get a couple of kills.
Yeah.
And if you get a couple of kills, and if you get that Deso Blink Dagger early, you're just a god on the map. You're just going from one hero to another and destroying them.
But you're forgetting the fact that there is a lone druid, and if you put a lone druid on someone who's very good at lone druid, for example, like the Matumbamas, the Koifas back in the day, anytime they got their hands on lone druid in a good game, they would just, and against a bad team, they ended the game in friggin' 20 minutes because he takes towers so easily. It's so, you just destroy your mid lane by out-CSing your opponent because they can't deal with like having two heroes controlling the creeps.
Yeah, look at it this way as well. It's much harder to have a good lone druid player than it is to have a good Tusk player.
Yeah.
And the good Tusk players can be position 4 as well. So overall, all of this that we're talking about, I believe the Tusk still will not be played by Gunner. I believe that he will be the lone druid. But specifically for a matchup, I'm just saying that...
You just think it's fun to just go around punching
Punch
people.
people.
It's just fun.
Personally, also, as much as now that you mentioned the Deso interaction with this lone druid, right? It would be too cheesy, you know. Deso with lone druid is like, my god, what kind of push potential is this? That would be
They might even buy it on the lone druid.
On lone druid, they can buy it, yeah.
just end up rushing it on this hero.
Yeah.
Right. Looking forward deeper into the draft, though. Obviously, Theath Gaming will have to know that you have to deal with some high tempo coming in from Nouns. What do they need to start picking up to try and stop this at this point?
Well, they already have a decent pairing to kind of play against it. Like you have Mirana and Ember, two heroes that are extremely likely going to be active post-laning stage. You can combo some team fight here and there, some control, and you're set. I don't think that their opener is super susceptible to the early push. I am worried a little bit about the lanes and how they will go for Ember. I want to see a fat Ember. I don't want to see an Ember that's struggling to buy anything.
Do we get Tree maybe to try and stall out and delay as much as humanly possible in this game? In that one of the off tournaments that they played recently, he did play Tree for Antoha there, and that's one of the games that they actually got a W out of it. So do they try and reprise that, maybe to double up their luck?
I definitely think that they will be... Yeah, okay, they go for it. I was thinking they will probably be thinking about it, and the heroes
Nice
doing
one,
well.
Snare.
Yeah, nice one, Snare.
It's almost like a do it for job.
But here's the thing. I was actually going to say, I don't like it. I think we talked about this in the aggression that you need to beat out a team that's better than you. The problem with playing Treant when you are a worse team is that he is very inactive. Not inactive, more immobile, right? He struggles to fight, like he has his ult, but you have to kind of be careful with the way you use it. For example, you might want to bait out BKBs and then go in with the ult to ensure the victory, right? But you're getting run over, most likely. You're probably going to lose your lanes. I think the Treant will be more of a hindrance where they will feel like they can't make plays, and then the tree will not be of any help.
Yeah, like I agree, and there is maybe one exception that can prove the rule, whatever. It's if you have a plan and you have this super hardcore carry that you're going to pick that will win the game, like ultimate win condition, and then you go all in into stalling. Like historically, that's been possible as well. Like some teams that are really the greatest underdogs have defeated tier 1 teams by having a better late game and then just stalling the game.
Yeah.
Do I think that that's possible into a lone druid? Arguable, probably not.
I mean, to be fair, Lema, the carry player here for the side of Theath Gaming, does play a lot of these uber hard late game carries, your TBs, your Morphlings. These are some of his most successful heroes as well. The other day he played Troll, which was not that great, unfortunately, but there is still some precedent for him being able to play some of these heroes.
So I'm looking at him like, damn, Lelit's got buff. Like, what's happening?
Yeah, man, he had to spend a long time carrying his last team, so got buff over a while.
That's not him, right? Like, it's the coach or someone.
Who?
Sitting
Well, on the
against-
camera right now? You're looking
mean,
at Husky. What?
No, before.
Oh, I
when
didn't
it
see
was
that.
us.
I wasn't looking at the cameras. I
Yeah.
was looking at the heroes. So I only care about Dota.
So let's talk about this Phoenix, y'all. We now have some degree of
Oh my God,
sustain. We've got
Gunnar,
some
birthday
team
boy.
fights. And it's the birthday boy.
Birthday boy!
Birthday boy.
Happy birthday, Gunnar!
Does he have like a...
Yeah, sash.
He does.
It's
What's the word for that?
A sash?
A sash,
A
yeah.
sash.
Yeah.
Okay, he has a nice sash.
And they got the happy birthday balloons right behind them.
Yay.
Yay.
You brought this up in the green room, Sheep, that usually players always win their games on their birthday.
That's true. We've had a Jabs, the Liquid coach. He won today.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't today.
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah, yeah.
Yesterday was his birthday. Sorry, the days are all mixed in my head now. We had someone else went on the birthday. Who was it?
I remember DM lost the day after his birthday, but
Oh,
that's
yeah,
his
no.
own fault.
Yeah.
He should have played on his birthday. Ask him to move the schedule.
I don't have enough room in my brain for this information. It's gone. But anyway, birthday buff. Let's believe in it.
Do you believe in it? Do you get birthday buff as well when
Yeah,
you play?
I get birthday buff.
Do you?
No,
No.
I don't
Me
play on my
neither.
birthday. Lol.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I don't have a life, so
Nice. Well,
helps.
this task most likely looking like a core now that they have a CM Phoenix out on the board.
Yeah, definitely. And Theath Gaming
Is that
will
what
have
you
to
said?
try and find... I'm not liking their team fight options so far from Theath. It kind of feels like right now they're a little bit lackluster. It's pretty much only
They're
overgrowth.
lacking, yeah. They don't have enough damage. They have a lot of control, but the Phoenix is an excellent answer to the Treant. Like, you get a lot of AoE dot damage, you destroy the trees, you destroy the Treant, the Sunray is good into him. They get the Morphling.
That's the hard carry.
Yep. He's
That's
played
the-
72 games of this, 69% win rate, so he sort of knows what he's doing. However, it's a hard game, right, to be playing this. They do have, because normally when you see this Morphling hero, it's like, well, okay, it's going to be difficult to kill him. Yeah, Lone Druid Tusk can get enough damage to kill you very, very quickly before you even really know what's going on. I suppose they did need some kind of option to be able to approach the egg and destroy it. And the previous heroes before this, unless Mirana's triple leaping in, we don't necessarily see that anymore. At least Morph can kill it and get out in this way.
I like the Morph overall for the game. I'm just, like, as a carry, he looks strong. He looks good versus what Nouns have got. My only question is, can Tilt Gaming actually get to the point in which he can defeat them? In which he actually has enough items to be able to match up the Lone Druid and Tusk. As Lone Druid and Tusk, they'll be just constantly aggressing early on.
So then, Sheep, what hero do we want to see for Theath Gaming from the off lane here? Because it feels like that's what's still missing. What can enable them enough? I was actually going to say Beastmaster, but banned out right now by Nouns. What can enable them, what can help them dominate their early laning phase to give them the necessary space so that Morphling actually comes online?
That's a friggin' hard question. I have
They'll be-
no idea. They need to. They have overall last pick, right? So I think it's more just picking like a good matchup to its lane. Because I think if they can win lanes, that's what's going to set them up for a good game. Because right now, I don't feel good about this Morph thing. I'm guessing the reason they picked it is because they assume it will be a mid Lone Druid versus the Ember, which would force Tusk into the offlane, and they think that he'll just be able to free farm there versus the Tusk. If they moved Tusk mid and put Lone Druid safe lane and then had an offlane that kind of could contest him, then maybe that would falter things, but I don't really want to see that.
Their draft, though, is well-rounded on Nouns, right? Like,
Yeah.
they have good team fight, good push, good catch. Meanwhile, on Tilt Gaming, I don't see it. Like, there is a little bit of... their draft is more suited to a team that's really flashy. So it reminds me of OG's drafts, if that makes sense. Like you can definitely execute it, but I feel that it's extremely difficult.
Oh.
And for Tiot, what do they need? They just need an offlaner that can lane well with Mirana versus...
Maybe like a Pango?
Is it not banned?
No.
And I like this. It completely... I was thinking about what Nouns can last pick here.
Yeah.
And it's 90% a carry or a mid lane, right? But you already have a Lone Druid. You already have a Tusk. Like, you don't need anything super greedy. And Pudge kind of fits that very well, plus the Aghanims.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier on our last broadcast,
We
baby.
did.
It's got the healing reduction. And you're playing into Tree and Morphling is going to be really nice.
Well, now it gets even worse, right? There's this LC that comes out, and she also has some degree of sustain, so now that gets reduced as well. It's going to be the safe lane, Pudge is going to be coming out here from Nouns.
Oh.
This feels like a hard game for Theath Gaming. Talk to me about this, Lizard. What do they need to do with this draft? Where does this Napkin Legion Commander fit in? What is it able to accomplish in a game like
Well, I
this?
said that they're flashy, and they made it even flashier now with Legion Commander. I feel that it's really hard to execute, but if they can play the mid-game really fast-paced with the Ember, Mirana, and LC, get a couple of kills, perhaps rotations on the Lone Druid. The lane itself versus Pudge, I believe, should not be that difficult for the LC plus Mirana, so that's a plus. But overall, I do value Noun's draft a little bit higher. I think that they have everything that's needed.
We were speaking about this ESK and how he's the center point for Theath Gaming earlier on. We've seen that this Ember Spirit can sometimes struggle against the CM or just roots in general. Now, at the very least, they have a Purge here, Sheep. Is there enough around this team between the heals of the Treant Protector, the Dispel of this Napkin, the mobility of the 9 Marana? Is there enough to enable the squad going forward against Nouns?
Let's see. I think their lanes are good. I think that their defensive spells for buffing up this Morphling are good. I think the biggest pitfall they're going to have is that like there's no damage for LC. I think they're going to end up getting outplayed. And I really like the supports on Nouns and like what they're going to be enabled to do. Like they have a lot of vision spells. They're going to be able to dive towers and kill tree ants and stuff like that. I just like how much more aggressive Nouns can be when they're already a better team.
And I'm sure you're pretty happy that you see that Gunnar, the birthday boy himself, is actually going to be occupying this mid lone druid. So that's a rough matchup for the Ember Spirits. It's going to be difficult for ESK to try and pull this one out. However, if the team can corral around him, maybe this can all end up working out. We'll find out if that's going to be the case or if Nouns are going to walk away with this game. And to bring you that action, we have the loquacious, lyrical, and the fearless Fogged. Take it away, please.
What a beautiful intro. Thank you so much, Snare. That was good, right? I like that one.
I'm not really that fearless, but I'll take it.
I am very loquacious.
You are loquacious. That's fair. I like it.
But we do have a pretty solid series here. I'm excited. The panel was not shy about, the disparity that exists, at least in terms of the expected results and what we've been seeing so far. Anything in the draft that really stands out to you?
Speed versus greed. I think we've got a really fast-paced lineup on the side of Nouns. I think for the side of Theath, theirs is a bit slower. They do have a way to be able to scale into those super late stage. They do have ways to kill Egg with the Legion, with the Marana and stuff like that. They can commit forward. Are they going to be able to execute? Are they going to be able to survive to the point where the Morphling's actually able to play? I don't know, because he's also got to deal with the Pudge eggs that's going to inevitably come. So looks difficult for them, but I could see if they make it like super late game, they could potentially have a chance. But I don't think we're going to see that.
No, it's going to be a tough one for sure. And by the way, we're paused right now, so you're not missing anything. Don't worry, you get to hang out with us again.
Yeah.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm good.
I think that the other thing that stood out to me, at least, was seeing like so much switch up potential, and the fact that now you've got like this Tusk, which can play super aggro. That last pick coming out at the Pudge at the end, we've seen this still be really powerful in other regions too, and I'm surprised that it sort of was let through. Was that something that you were anticipating at all, or is it kind of a little bit out of left field?
It's kind of started to disappear, right? I don't think we've seen it that much. We saw it played today, actually, by Emo, right?
That's what I was thinking about.
We were doing China DPC, of course, like 8 hours ago or something like that. But yeah, Emo played it. He looked fantastic on it. He hit every single hook, I'm pretty sure, throughout the game. And yeah, this hero, it can always thrive versus Morphling. It can do really good versus Ember because you just tank up, and these small damage instances like Flame Guard does next to nothing versus you when you have Flesh Sheep. So I still like the hero. I actually was wondering why it completely disappeared, even though it lost at TI Finals. The hero's still good. It has its place.
Absolutely.
So I like it. I think it's really nice and aggressive, and it may even just be able to scale versus a Morphling too. That's the thing. It's like if the Morphling, he can get farmed, but then Pudge can have Ags, he can have Shivas, he'll have heal prevention, which will really annoy a hero like Morphling. Yeah, exactly. No. So yeah, looking forward to see how this game is going to play out. And I actually like that they did this Lone Druid in the mid lane, because now you have this way to protect yourself, because they have the Ember Marana. So I know the panel was talking about how they want Theath to play fast in a way, even though this draft is a bit slower. They can try to set up these ganks around mid. Not on a Lone Druid. He can block this arrow constantly with his Bear.
Yeah,
if you do get the slight chains and stuff like that. So I think that's probably why they opted to put it toward mid and pick those two aggressive side laners, as the game is unpaused.
Let's get on into it right now. Game number 1, Theath facing off against Nouns, NADPC. And I do believe that already a smoke out by both teams, just trying to get to their relative positions as quickly as possible.
Yep. I think Nouns, they are on the hunt. They really want to fight level 1 with CM, with Pudge, with Tusk. Really strong if they're able to catch on top of anybody. Morphling, most of those level 1 Morphling fights is pretty disastrous for the Morph, but they do have other strong cores depending on how if they can land the arrow. But there's a snowball and stuff if possibility. So let's see how it goes.
Don't have Phoenix here. Shards go out, connects on the Napkin 9. And Hook, get on in here. There, a couple more punches with Lelis moving in. Maybe they can make something happen. Napkin, he gets caught but takes the press the attack. And it looks like everybody gets away A-okay on the side of Theath.
Husky still trying to chase, still has another bite in a moment.
Oh, nice move by Esk there.
Skinny hero Ember, very small model.
Is that real?
He does have a smaller model in some
Okay.
situations where you can like kind of filter through those, but not. I mean, that one was just shards didn't block the whole path.
Fair enough, fair enough.
How many runes is it gonna be? Eyes on the Lone Druid Bear. Can he steal one?
Trying to run in there and make it happen. Gunner, he gets it. So
But-
2 there.
But they get the bottom one actually on the Morphling versus
Interesting.
the Phoenix. So
It's going to be 3 for 1 then.
yeah, okay, they could have actually gotten 4 if they got that bottom one as well. And a lot of emphasis on vision on bottom. They ward not only the high ground, but they also ward the river as well too. So really expecting, I guess, I don't know. That usually indicates that they're expecting rotations onto the mid lane, but I don't think they were going to rotate much. Those are very interesting wards.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Tusk is a little scary, potentially.
But he's the core, right? So,
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
yeah, so you wouldn't usually expect those rotations. So yeah, those are, I guess those are just to protect the level 1 so they don't get invaded on right away. But
Right. Knowing that that was a possibility. But yeah, we'll watch how this matchup goes here in the mid lane as all 3 of them going to be a couple of things to watch out for. Some kill potential, I would guess, on the tree. Maybe if he steps a bit too far out with like Tusk getting a couple levels.
yeah, definitely. I like Phoenix a lot versus Tree. It's one of the better matchups. You constantly play around Fire Spirits. He can't trade as effectively in lane because high base damage but slow attack speed always gets prevented. And we see Lelis, he's already getting ready to potentially grab some waves, but this camp is spawned, so he actually can't drag the wave. They didn't block the camp.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate for them. Up top there, we also saw that there was, the Yamsum Husky matchup. So CM and Pudge, if 9 is a bit far away, he can, potentially get frostbitten and hooked, but there isn't that kill potential as long as he's got leap charges up.
Yeah, holding the skill point, likely to have that.
As I do believe that in the lead up to this, we were able to get a quick little video in and listening to Yamsum talk.
This was our first tournament as a team. We're basically testing the waters to see how it goes. With the new patch, it's not certain which one is better, I think, because there had too many major tournaments played yet, but the general trend has been Dire because it gives you easier safe jungle to farm and Roche control. But maybe something has changed in the patch. We can only really see when the actual DPC circuit starts.
Well, that was him talking about his sort of disparity in terms of what side they decide to choose. And getting that Dire right now, indeed, too. Already first blood drawn, though, down there in that bottom lane.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a similar mentality from most players. Like the Radiant is just, Dire just farms better. It has been for the case for a while, farming around those that dual camp. Even though the area has been changed before TI, still doesn't matter. We're still seeing most teams prioritize Dire for just farming. A lot of those alchemists on Dire.
Yeah, that's the... I mean, in the matchup here, the thing that's kind of interesting is that it feels like that's a fallback measure, because I would imagine that if Nouns do get off to a pretty hot start, it would be a quick and easy just rundown. But getting very low on the Ember there, but he's keeping up definitely with Gunner, having a really nice time of it.
Yeah, and I actually did not notice that they do have most of their absolute signature heroes. I know Esk has a lot of these that he has super high level. His Pango and his Kunkka in particular. Ember, though, Platinum. They have a Grandmaster Morphling, Grandmaster Legion as well, too. So, for those hero picks, they should be very comfortable in these matchups.
Yeah, and the panel was talking a lot about, like, what do you do in a game where you're sort of very much favored out and sort of worried about, being further behind if, there's a skill disparity that happens. And I think getting people on comfort heroes is always going to be, like, one of the best things that you can do to try and give yourself a recipe for success.
Definitely, yeah.
Shards connects now onto Love. Tree in trouble. Can't even really punch back right now. But Adaptive Strike, and they won't be able to go any further.
Yeah, Mu is actually taking tower hits from that angle, so has to play a little more careful. And it is a full defensive build on the tree. Leech Seed, Living Armor. It's all about just getting the Morphling farm, who is getting farmed. 22-6 on lane.
Yeah, across all the lanes, it's actually mainly just been sort of a bit of a struggle here down bottom for the Tusk. You know, at least for the last couple of minutes, Moo hasn't been able to have a great time of it. Napkin up top, though, he's going to live through that one.
Such an aggressive lane up there with the CM and the Pudge. He has a lot of creeps bottom now, Moo. He has 3 range creeps coming
Okay,
in, so.
that explains it.
Yeah, he'll catch right back up. But it was slowed down by a little bit just because they're constantly like pulling and trading and going for these kills, so creeps are stacking up. Mid is starting to get a bit one-sided though, seeing Gunnar just take advantage of the matchup.
Yeah, and Aim steps in there towards Moo. We'll keep our eyes on Gunnar's farm, but also more importantly, Esk's as the game goes on later and later.
Yeah, and you see Gunnar, he's doing the little tricks. He's holding the skill point for the bear. As most Blown Druid players know, you can get the root, then you skill the bear, and you can actually get the secondary root right afterwards.
And yeah, you can see the thing that we've sort of been talking about this entire time, based on the esportsbet.io odds, very heavily favored into Nouns in this one here. As Catapult comes on in, it's the first one moving at the 5-minute mark. Get a couple pot shots off there. And it does look, again, like all of these lanes are kind of coming away relatively even with the main disparity. Just being a slight win right there for Gunnar at the
Napkin.
moment, although this is a big one. If
He
they can make
leaped
it
in.
happen, leap in and leap out. And, well, it doesn't get to leap again, did, but died. That
Husky
was-
with some really nice jabate, I guess.
Yeah. Remnant. Just drop on down and then TP back out. Didn't have mana to really fight this one. Love underneath the tower.
No roots.
Gonna get dropped.
Doesn't need it. Good rotation. I was literally going to ask in a moment, is there going to be that 6-minute rotation that we've seen so much in China and Europe? And it was. Both supports actually go to check it to try to shut down Esk. Top Napkin. Trying to get aggressive, but will get pushed away. Always has the press to at least protect himself a little. It's a ton of creeps.
That is so many creeps. Holy moly.
Does-
Taking that second point and press the attack too, like you're talking about.
Does look like he's going to be able to farm these freely under the tower, though. They're not going to actually dive him with a triple range creep, so fortunate for him. I thought they would play more aggressive with all those creeps, but he's going to be able to catch up.
And so a couple of heroes rotating over while this is happening too. They find Husky here. Jumps in, arrow connects, and, well, 9 gonna get his retribution. So after the leaps in and out and then away, he gets in down their bottom for a pretty nice kill.
And they actually have a ward on top of Yamsum. Looks like Esk wants to try to continue forward here. Might be able to set up something here. He's a little too tanky.
Nah, doesn't want to go for the
Radiant
chains.
structures are fortified.
Nobody else nearby to help out. No point spend a mana. But while he leaves, the looming bear.
Now's where that pressure really starts to begin. Husky even coming in. Also TPing in the Tusk. Is that level 6? Yeah, Moo has hit 6, so wants to go for a quick kill.
Forward, find one. Walrus punch. Tree is gone. The fear now connecting. A second fear. The snowball doesn't get away. The root comes at the perfect time.
Gunnar with all the little tricks on that Lone Druid. Does it again. Gets that secondary fear, and they get the connection. Now this tower is probably just dead.
Do you want to explain the secondary fear thingy mabobber for it, or is it?
Same thing.
Okay.
Same concept. The bear. It's alive!
Oh my god, it is alive. Well, 9 is not going to be alive. 7-1, 2K gold lead, but more importantly, that tower going down. Can they keep this bear alive? It looks like it's getting burned down to the leech seed, but it's not enough damage.
That's an early tower to lose. And I've been getting both 3 kills back to back because of the failed rotations from Theo. Painful.
Up top, Samson. Gonna run down Napkin here. Turns, ready to fight. With backup coming in, he didn't want to go for any more there.
Moo is being incredibly active. He's coming toward top to perhaps set up for a kill too. He's less than half HP though.
Drops down the ward. He's scouted. I'm gonna be found. And yeah, underneath this ward, I mean, Napkin should know about this, but with Tree nearby, they go. Try and bring him down. That arrow, I think it didn't connect. And now the snowball to turn. Yamsun, he gets the ulti off. Oh, and with Lelis nearby and all the regen coming in, he's gonna survive. The CM ulti, they try and find it. Esk going to be able to get the kill. But Esk is in very, very deep, low on mana, pops the bottle, wants to get out of here, does ring around the rosy. Lelis goes back the other direction and
Spotted.
realizes he's in the area. Moo trying to hunt him down. Shard's there, brings them both in. It's a pretty long ways out, but in the end, it's one more punch to take him down.
And also, bottom, Gunnar takes out the tower. It's already starting to get pretty out of control here. 11-2, 3K lead, pushing out the Morphling, taking the tower mid and bottom, and just beautiful rotation top setting up to defend their Pudge. Even though he does die.
Yeah.
Moo comes out with the win as the win. Lots of heals. We see that Sunray coming into play. Definitely putting them up over the edge so they don't die. And now Napkin, maybe again.
Some trouble there. Lelis moves in. They're all punching him down. And Napkin, oh, he tried to turn it for the duel, but Supernova gets off.
I think he just gives a dual win if he does get the duel, I'll be honest with you. But
There's a chance.
maybe a little fortunate for him. Oof. How quick things accelerate. Now there's some extremely low-level supports on the side of Theuth. Level 4 Tree, level 4 Mirana.
It's Husky in pretty far. Tries to get out of there, but it won't happen. Good steal by Love of that haste rune. Could have gone south pretty quickly if they'd given that over to Moo.
See some Midas is queued up. See Moo's queued up the Midas. He's got the gloves. Gunner's got the Midas queued up.
Interesting.
They're like,
just in case.
yeah, smash the early game, have the Midas. For Lone Druid, I feel like it's always okay to get Midas for Tusk. I don't know. That's a little whatever. Moo can do whatever he wants in this game. That's fine. I'm alright with it, I guess.
The Vanguard completed now for the Pudge. And at least for the moment, with those 2 Tier 1 towers taken, it looks as if now Theuth are going to try and bring more numbers up top again. S keeps on rotating up here. And it's just been action-packed.
Yeah. This could be, I mean, they're going to be met with much stronger heroes, though. These three are super weak together. The Legion, the Mirana, and the Ember are not going to be able to do much of anything if they run into them, as they know he's here, too.
Spot-esque. Ooh.
He's quick.
Yeah, very well played.
Yeah, they had that ward that was placed inside the lane, spotting him out, spotting his rotation.
Yeah. Knew as soon as he saw him, it was going to be a quick one. Husky. So you get found here, trying to run away. Ooh, Frozen needs to find a way out, but there is none.
Mid lane. That's the kill they're looking for. Morphling waveform. It's back up.
Yeah, and he's going to get away from them there. Well, again, a little bit more of a slowdown now, it feels like, on the side of Nouns after that rotation up top to take the fight didn't end up bearing fruit. Do they decide to defend this tower? I mean, their ping's up there, but it's a little bit scary. They bring in Yamsun.
They've got Phoenix ult. I think they can fight here pretty easy versus Ember, as Husky.
Okay, right into it. Pops the ulti. And a good slight, but they get the snowball onto him. Esk in trouble. Shards blocks him off perfectly. And they bring it down. Hook is a little off the mark there. But still, they're bringing numbers, ready to go for another tower, it looks like.
Yeah, they still have Egg. I mean, it's a Husky and Gunner thing, these two, the Crystal Maiden, the way that they use their ult. When even with Gunner was playing mid-CM, they're very liberal with their CM ults. They don't care, they'll just throw it out. And point out, I like the build a lot from Husky. Max Frostbite versus Ember Spirit, always gonna make sense, so he has that long, extensive lockdown versus him. As tower starts to fall, that's the third one.
I also love the build by Husky of the Wraith band.
Oh yeah, of course. Nice and tanky.
Yeah, that's really good stuff. The smoke up now. This would be a nice kill for them. Ask pairing together with 9, but the Pudge, a hard one to bring down. Lelis would be very good and pretty easy to take down.
As long as they can connect, he could just egg before the arrow hits his move.
Arrow after. Well, they
Thank
connect
you.
onto the Pudge, but just to get out of there.
Trying to get aggressive, but not really too many numbers. They're giving a ton of farm to Love. He's been down here for like 3 minutes or something on this tree.
Free time for him.
I guess they really want to prioritize trying to get him a blink or something like that.
9 being chased. Chains.
They're so
Connecting
afraid.
onto it. Ooh, those are some good shards. Overgrowth, they already have the egg down. Walrus Punch. They get out on the Ember, but end up losing that Mirana.
And there's the Midas for Moo. 1430, 5k gold lead. Sure. Why not? He's gonna get really farmed because of it.
Yeah.
And they already have such a commanding lead. I mean, they know. Yeah. They know the state of the game. And they know how, you know, that skill disparity that they do have, of course, as we've seen time and time before from Nouns.
This is one of those better teams that has really dominated the region. Husky moves on in, pops the ulti. Napkin in trouble. Going to drop, and Husky gives the tip. Okay, they're all giving the tip.
I mean, he dueled a Pudge.
Yeah.
I think he deserves that tip. That's a Grandmaster Legion who's dueling a Pudge who's way tanking away from him. I think he actually hit him for 0 damage during the duel. So now Esk.
Tries to get out. Remnants away. Gunner gets the fear. Connection, bringing down that Mirana.
This game feels pretty rough already. We haven't even gotten to see the Morphling get to play, but the whole map is just starting to crumble around them.
Yeah. Oh, he's waiting for him. He knows he's over here.
Oh, no. Oh, okay, no, it's just I thought he dropped something else.
Oh, God. Trying to get out of there. And his courier. Well, he's going to get that away at least. It's just the raindrops.
This is devastation.
Absolutely. It's what, 15 and a half minutes in now and ready to start pressuring this tier 2 tower a little bit more.
Yeah, he nearly, he's getting very close to the Deso, so pace of the game is going to accelerate even more. Although we've already been seeing Nouns playing super aggressive. Now it's going to hit those bigger objectives. Roche going for tier 2s and stuff like that is... Yeah, Theuth. Feels like they've got nowhere to go anymore.
Yeah, but Nouns, they do have a place to go, and it's into the Roche pit.
Max tag team, they've got DD.
Very nice stuff from them. Better head right on into the pit with the Deso, going to town.
Ideal timing. And Gunner, I love Lone Druid for this reason. Well, I don't love Lone Druid, but I love the fact that he can do Roche Sync this. You just tank it and everybody's full HP.
Yeah. Very, very good stuff. 4-17. And, yep, with Aegis now on Gunner, it's time to run it down a lane, it looks like.
Yep, they can just probably push together as a team. Don't see many ways for the side of Theuth to fight into this lineup kind of whatsoever, and they just have to be careful of how to get caught. If they make any aggressive move, I feel like they're just going to get counteracted right away.
Don't have that Blink Dagger on the Napkin, just the Blade Mail at the moment. And you can see that, you know, they're all down here bottom. Gunner's hitting the mid-tier 2 tower, and it's below half HP. It's about to die.
Yeah, it's got tree armor, but not for long.
No. As that wears off, Gunner switches into true form, anticipating that somebody's going to come and try and deal with them, but no, they're down bottom, still getting set up to fight, it looks like. Oh, CM ulti on the Ancients again.
Yep, love it.
Very good from Husky.
Why not?
Dude, how happy do you think he was when the dog was added?
I mean, probably a lot. This team loves their Crystal Maiden, so
His
I wouldn't.
name is Husky.
That's true. That's true.
That's a loquacious.
That's loquacious.
Yeah, thank you.
Very loquacious of you.
Ag's done.
It's not a Husky, though, is it?
No. No, and also it's not very loquacious. It was barely a pun. Like, it's pretty bad.
That's fine.
So tier 2 done, and that means takeover outpost. Try and claim the bottom tier 2 tower next for Nouns.
Got Ag's Pudge already. Morphling's already completely countered.
Yeah.
No, actually getting kind of close to the BKB, but they have so many things to go through it anyway with the Tusk and the Lone Druid having such a good start. It's a rough one. We expected it to be rough, though.
True. The laning stage did look pretty good. It's just that every move that happened after that wasn't really able to transition into a solid fight. Esk, I think, was making some good rotations, particularly along that top lane. They found a couple moments, but now they're going to have to hold against this pressure.
It's base time.
Yeah, Aegis Bear at 18 minutes. Does get clipped by the arrow here. But starting to bring this down, switches into true form. The Sunray back behind it. Getting and tearing down that bear.
He's tanking it with this hero now.
Yeah.
He summons just to keep the push going. He did buy Shard, also very early, so that he can get that bonus attack speed for push.
Yeah.
And they just have to watch. They can't commit into the fight. They're going to just lose the racks.
They have a Blink Dagger finally completed now on the Legion Commander. Is this the option that they're going to go for It feels pretty rough, if I'm going to be real.
Who does he go for?
Yeah.
There's a Tusk who can save. There's a Phoenix with Sunray and Egg. Everybody's tanky. There's Rex.
Starting to drop lower and lower. The bear getting hit. Moo is there. They get the pullback. Do manage to find a duel and a victory onto Moo.
Okay.
And with the Supernova down, they actually end up getting punished pretty hard by this. Gunner, he is very low, but
Oh,
the
the
CM ulti over to the side. He's rooted. Gonna be taken apart there. Flame finds him, gets the kill, but Yamsun, I mean, this is a very big punch. But with the Morphling, it might be enough damage. They try and turn now, see if they can kill him off. It's not looking like it's enough, but Gunner, his bear, it's still alive to avenge him. And, well, the bear might be strong enough. He's going 1v3.
Pretty damn good fight, honestly. They get the catch onto Moo. He played too over-aggressive, but Rax is taken out. They do get some nice trade kills for the Morphling, but damage is done. Losing a Rax sub 20 minutes is quite painful. That looked, if they could actually play the fight and like dance a little bit better, perhaps they could actually clean up Gunner as well, Yamsun.
Yeah. It's just hard when there's so much damage coming Pudge. We can see this fight, once it got to this point, you know, it was looking, oh, this is really, really bad. Husky ends up getting a pretty decent ulti off, but then gets obliterated.
If there was no overgrowth there, that could have just been Yamsun and Husky killing absolutely everybody because they were so stacked up.
Right.
But yeah, it does catch the CM.
It's interesting because I think other routes don't break it anymore. Oh. And that is going to be another duel victory. Only 56 damage at this point. Oh, but this one's hurts. Yeah, that's a rough one. S goes down.
Yeah, Trailed is one of those good routes. An actual one, not like CM Frostbite, which is a terrible one where you run up and you bite the Enigma and you're like, oh god, the black hole's still going. What have I done?
Dude, next patch, they're going to take 5 movement speed and make that no longer break TPs. I'm telling you. Like this hero,
No.
it's going in the dumpster.
No, this hero has to be able to stop TPs. That would be devastating. Please don't nerf CM.
It's going to happen.
No, she doesn't need it. Gunner with a Basher now. More answers for Morphling. And are the Wraith Bands queued? Oh, they are. Yes, I was waiting for Gunner. We're getting close to 25 minutes, so he's always the one that does it. Picks up those 6 Wraith Bands usually.
This is his timing.
Bottom.
Love trying to get out of there. And ooh,
Okay.
Good dodge. Oh my god, they supernova for him.
They really want him dead, but he actually gets away.
Dude, tip him. Love, go back there and tip that man. Nah, he's not going to do it.
Tipping when you're losing like this is usually ill-advised.
What do you mean? If you're not willing to tip when you're down, you shouldn't tip when you're up.
That's fair. I like that. Okay.
Which should just mean probably don't tip.
Probably
but
just
whatever.
don't tip, yeah.
DD Bear.
They've stalled the game out, though.
Yeah.
At least a little bit. So Morphling is starting to get a little bit more farmed, but yeah, they're still significantly far behind. As Esk. Pretty, yeah, bottom of the core is going to get caught up by the Phoenix very soon.
Olis has had a pretty freaking good game on this Phoenix. And
the snowball
save. It's there.
Oh.
Gets caught by the arrow as he was moving into position. Pretty good turn onto this one, but, well, with the CM ulti, that's going to be enough for the kill. And now the DD on the bear. Can't even use it yet, not in range. Just waits. Finally has the right cook available.
One hit to maul through the Mirana. Good attempted aggression, but quick. Moo was perfectly in position there to get the save.
So this Morpholine, though, we're seeing him get closer and closer. Has Manta done now, along with BKB and the Mask of Morbid Mask. Does Lincoln start to make it feel better? Is it a level thing that you're looking for? Like, is there a point, hypothetically even, where it starts to get better?
It's just time. I mean, sure, Lincoln's, but I actually would have preferred if he does go for something like that Scotty. I think he needs to go super greedy, just get that next huge item for him to have any chance in this game.
Is Ag still good against Pudge?
Kinda, but I mean, I've seen so many of these Morphlings try to go Ags turn into Pudge, and then it just doesn't really look that great.
Okay.
You kind of have to stay in your own form and just play around stats and right-click.
Okay.
You're not going to kill Pudge with magic damage, usually.
Right.
He needs quite a bit more time. If they can delay, then perhaps he's got a shot. But his other 2 cores are so far behind. And Nouns, I don't think they're going to let them delay either. They're just going to keep pushing forward.
Yeah, even without the Aegis, they're making these moves.
Here comes the Wraith Bands. Look at Gunnar.
Bang, 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 bang.
With the Van Brace as well, too. So
He's so strong.
effectively 8 Wraith Bands.
Dude, you ready for this? Let's look at his armor right now. He's
So
sitting at, what, 29. All right, in 15 seconds, you're going to see some crazy stuff.
I think it actually ticks at like 25:03, if I'm not mistaken. It's a little after 25. I know.
What?
I've been griefed by it before. Let's
That's
say, actually.
crazy.
Let me prove it. Let's say.
All right, he's at plus 24.
It kicked in right away. I am a liar.
That was his ability, wasn't it?
No.
Okay.
Maybe it was.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. Either way. Now they're kicked in. 56 armor.
Jump in, find Mu though. That's usually the save. He's getting blown up. Napkin though immediately goes down. Husky in some trouble. Actually gets out of there though.
Gets the bear.
S wants to chase. Do they have the damage that they need to? Oh, as soon as he gets bitten, that is where it all falls apart. And so Morphling down, Fear, and Connection for the kill onto 9. The hook is not going to land onto Esk, but the only one that needs to be alive right now is the Lone Druid.
Pretty decent wraparound, honestly. They get some big kills. They kill the bear. They get on top of the ideal target that gets the saves, but they're too far behind for it to matter. As now the final set of racks, Gunnar, he's eyeing it.
Starts to beat it down. Tier 3 tower dropping even through that tree armor. Does not have nearly enough to be able to deal with this big bad bear. And, well, the punches coming that much more swiftly, even from the Lone Druid man himself.
Hook.
Hook out onto Love, connects there for the kill. Bear, eyes on the prize, takes down the last racks. Oh wait, there's still one more over on the other side of the map, actually.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that the range on bottom didn't go down. They killed the bear, so now they'll have to back up for at least 60 seconds.
Wow, okay, so not mega creeps.
I forgot they didn't get the bottom racks when they dove in before.
Theoth, maybe a chance here with Roche back up in 55 seconds to get some vision down and potentially take a fight around this area, but their lanes are just pushing in so hard right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to go back to both. Actually, all 3 lanes are going to push in super hard, and they did have to use 2
Oh my god, they're
bottlenecks.
going to lose the Rex?
Oh,
no!
The creeps!
Esk, the catapult, it's coming!
They're pinging it. He's
Oh
killing the
my
catapult.
god, the catapult! Can you kill it quick enough?
He should.
Dude, it's down low.
He's got it,
Holy
okay.
moly.
Yeah, but anybody can really. It's a range rack. So
Oh, he's got trees. There's treat stuff going
Yeah.
on.
They can just jump in if they want to on the side of Nouns to finish it off. But
It's true.
they'll play it safe. Bears up in 5. Roche up in 10.
Look at the birthday boy right there. Sitting down with his sash.
He gets to play Lone Druid. He's happy.
That's right.
He loves this hero.
It's his birthday. Second Roche up. Nouns not in the pit.
How old is Gunnar now?
He's 18.
Oh, yeah, that sounds bad. That doesn't sound so.
I don't know how old he
20,
is.
21, 22? Oh, God, I'm terrible. I have no
No,
idea.
he's older than that.
He's a young one.
Is he?
He's a young lad. Now I gotta check.
Okay, we gotta find
I'll
out.
find out. I'll find out.
I wonder if the panel said earlier. Might have been we're getting makeup on.
He is 23 now.
23. Smoke up.
23 years young. Born in year 2000. Oh, my.
That's not good.
That makes me feel bad.
Bear breaks smoke. Lame is going for it all.
Oh,
no. The Roche bash. Oh, it hurts. Oh, that one is frustrating, I'm sure.
Splat.
Oh my god, dude, that's so unlucky. That is unbelievably unlucky.
Well, that's the game.
And they're gonna lose the racks down bottom.
The creeps.
The creeps, they will get megas. Oh, wow. In a second here if nobody comes back to deal with it. That's the second time I've called it now and it hasn't happened, but that's okay.
It'll happen very soon. The team is coming.
Yeah. And they're running in underneath the ward. Napkin, he sees Lelis. Does he want to go for it?
Don't do it. He's doing it.
He went on to Moo here. Moo gonna drop, so gets killed again.
They're bullying
And
Moo.
Hook finding him. Do they chase Napkin? All right, well, Gunnar went in, took out the racks while the fight's going on over there. They are gonna get the Legion Commander as well.
Gunner's ending the game. He's like,
Yeah.
get me out.
He's done with this one. Gunnar ready to run on in. They can't stop him. They can't take care of the bear again. 4 seconds until a resummon, but more importantly, he can just get the fear and end this one. Moo giving him the tip. The team appreciating what they're seeing as they will end this one off now. Yepson there. GG is called. Game number 1 goes to Nouns.
Nicely done. A couple of decent kills and stuff like that from the side of Theoth, but I mean, this game was all Nouns, so they just kind of smashed this one.
Oh, yeah. I was really impressed. I think I was Theoth. A lot of times when you see these matches, I feel like, there's like an early lead that gets built up in the laning stage that feels insurmountable. In this, that wasn't necessarily as much the issue. It felt like it was more everything after the laning stage.
Yeah.
So that was something, at least to be somewhat encouraged about.
Yeah, it was like from 10 minutes onward, they kind of seemed a little bit lost of how they wanted to play around the map. Supports were kind of underleveled, and Nouns dictated and did whatever they want. Well, yeah.
Right.
So
That's how it goes.
That's how it goes.
We head on back to the panel now, let them break down that action a little more.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, indeed, Nouns end up taking the Game 1 victory there in fairly convincing fashion up against the side of Theoth Gaming. It's like they mentioned, though, at the beginning, the laning phase, it wasn't a complete dumpstering. It's not like they got rolled over initially. But part of the problem is that Nouns were playing with pretty much no pressure. They were aware that they could just take this game at a slow pace, and eventually, there's this inevitability about it. And it's sort of like what you mentioned, Lizard. This Morphling, he needs to come online, needs to become huge. And if you just never get there, it never feels like you're under any real threat.
Yeah, I said that there is maybe a point in a game in which he does become a threat. Honestly, just watching this game, I felt like he's never going to be that. Like you asked me, when is he coming online? I don't know, maybe next game? Definitely not this one. Like you're playing, the problem really was in, you're playing this LC. The only 2 heroes that you have to, or you can play with are Mirana and the Ember. The 3 of you just cannot create enough space and cannot control the map well enough for Morphling to farm and for Lone Druid to not just destroy all objectives that you have while you're doing it.
And to make matters even worse, Chief, not only do you not have the ability to get that control, but damage is such an issue against these heroes like the Lone Druid, like the Pudge. Not only do you have to worry about Tusk coming in for the snowball save, but how many times in this game did we actually see a successful duel and nothing happened? Just lack the damage to get the kills.
Yeah, a lot. There was no damage. I mean, their draft just did not support an LC pretty much at all. They only started winning duels when Morphling finally came online, like, way later. It was just kind of really well played by Nouns because they brought numbers to everything, and that made it impossible for Theoth to play. Like, you saw them bring all these heroes mid at 8 minutes to take that tower, and then, you see them continuing to fight. Moo on his Tusk. He's not sitting bot. He's not trying to pressure Morphling. They understand that Morphling's not the win condition of this game. So they just make sure that they stump every single move. Like top. You saw them go for that duel on Pudge. Moo is there. It's because it takes them so long to kill these heroes because they have little damage. They can all TP react. They all know where people are going. If they smell a move from Theoth, they're there.
And to make matters even worse, Theoth couldn't even create more space by taking down objectives. They only took down 1 tower the entire game. There's still tier 1 middle at the very end of this one. So that's kind of when you know that things are not going well for you. And Gunnar, birthday boy, 7-0-3 on the Lone Druid. He felt like he was just chilling, just hanging out.
He was. Like, if you look at you and how they were playing, they're trying to make plays. They're smoking up or moving across the map, trying to get some kills, trying to get something at least going for this Legion Commander. Meanwhile, Gunnar, he's on his Lone Druid, hitting your tier 2 tower from 100% to 0. And absolutely no one bats an eye.
Yep.
Like, no one approached him, no one touched him. He also didn't even try going back because he kind of knew where everyone is. He had enough information. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's not the way the game's supposed to be played. Like, you're supposed to be defending your tier 2s at least.
Yeah, and unfortunately, for 20 minutes into the game, not only are you not defending tier 2s, but you're just having a Rax push. Game is very hard at that point. Of course, it's not going to be very surprising who comes up with the MVP vote here from game number 1, just given how dominant the performance was at the end of the day. It has to be the birthday boy. Gunnar, you wanted to see the 6 Wraithbands there, Sheep.
Yeah.
You got it?
I had a feeling it was
She
him
wanted
that was,
5?
No,
and she got 5 in the end?
I mean, whether it was, I can't remember if I said 5 or 6. I'm fairly sure it was 6. But I remember this man was obsessed with his Wraithbands, especially when the stats double. They're like really, really good at just making the main hero unkillable. I just don't know in what world this draft from Theoth is ever meant to get through a Lone Druid.
Yeah.
So does it really come down to the draft? Is there no aspect of execution that they could have improved upon in this game to try and maybe eke out a result?
I know there was definitely a lot lacking when it comes to execution too. Like there are some ways that you can at least play around the LC and Ember a little bit faster, a little bit earlier on, rotating that Treant as well, perhaps with you, maybe even the Morphling. There are ways, but there are always some paths that left unexplored. And I feel that you left a lot of them unexplored in this game, the first one.
It's yet another difficult one for the side of Theath Gaming. We know at this point they've had a lot of emotional damage inflicted upon them. I'm hoping, though, that this might be, at the very least, something to learn from, something to take away. In the next game, at least draft something that gives them the opportunity to actually play the game of Dota 2, because the way it looked, it did really feel like Nouns was in cruise control in game number 1. Of course, Theath Gaming now have a couple of minutes to breathe, go outside, take a breath, and try to figure out what kind of strategies to employ for game number 2. We'll be seeing if they're going to be capable of doing that, or if Nouns will be celebrating Gunner's birthday with another victory here in Division 1 of the DPC. We'll find out together right after a short break, so we'll see you soon for that and some more Dota 2. Welcome back, one and all, to the North American DPC as we continue now with our first series of the day with Nouns taking on the side of Theath Gaming. Game 1, a resounding victory for the side of Nouns as they continue their campaign in Div 1, looking quite solid and maybe making a challenge for the top 2 slots and going to the major. Theath Gaming, though, certainly in trouble, and we need to see some amazing adjustments coming in from them. There's not a lot of time between Game 1 and Game 2 to try and think things through, right? But at the very least, one of the things that should be apparent to them, Sheep, is that we lacked the ability to do anything, right? Yep. So, S could try to do stuff, but he can't do it all alone. Let's hope that this game around, they're just like, let's simplify life, right? Because it also felt like that draft was, in concept, in theory, maybe there's a way it could work, but it requires you to basically play perfectly. And that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, it ain't happening. They should just give themselves ways to just get a nice, well-rounded draft. Something that can do Roche, something that can take towers, something that can start fights, something that can start fights against, so you have more than one option of starting fights.
And something that does damage as well.
And something that does damage. And there you go. That is it, the perfect draft.
All right, let's hope that they're listening right now because we do have a draft on our hands. Our panelists are in full agreement. Theath Gaming, they have the first overall pick of the game, and they show some respect. Ghana not going to be allowed to play Lone Druid, so the birthday boy now is probably going to be pulling out probably Ember Spirit, unless Theath Gaming take it first. They banned out Bat Rider from now on, but those are Esk heroes.
There's a Tusk still left in the pool. There are other heroes that are Esk-like heroes, such as Ember Spirit. So, sorry, they grabbed the Ember Spirit, but for Nouns, I believe Tusk is still a good option. Like, they can still open up with Tusk +1. They can go Tusk Mirana as well.
Tiny is the hero that was banned last game that got through this one.
Okay, yeah. Tiny is actually really good too.
These are the two heroes, although Theath, they've played both Tusk and Tiny in the support role. The possibility might come that these heroes emerge again, but for Nouns, I think Tusk should be the priority. In terms of beating out this Ember Spirit middle, because we know that Theath Gaming, they're the team that really relies on Esk doing well. Are we going to see maybe like some Shadow Fiend emerging for Gunnar just to ensure that he dominates the lane?
Oh, god damn. We watched that matchup earlier, and it was so funny. It's like SF was just diving the tower trying to kill the Ember Spirit and then dying for it like twice, and he still won the lane. He destroyed him. It was so funny. But yeah, I mean, I like that. Rubik is a hero I thought they would actually prioritize last game because they have been first picking it, or at least first phasing it quite often. The hero's really, really good. His laning is probably better than most other supports right now.
Yeah.
Just between, like, if you start with a little bit more stat items, go your Fade Bolt, your trading is just beastly. And you see heroes like that and Mirana being picked up a lot just because of the ability to trade in lane. So I like the Rubik plus Doom. It's something we saw a lot in China, right?
Yeah. We've seen this in North America as well, and every time it has emerged here, Lizard, it's been unbeatable, and it's always emerged in the first phase as well. Is that trend going to continue, do you think, in this game? Just given how dominant it is in the laning phase and just how much Ember hates playing into this Doom.
Yeah, into the Doom, and Doom isn't that big of a problem. It's more of having an instant initiation plus Doom, like instant lift, and then you can follow up with the Doom, and then Ember can't really do a lot. Like, he has to be very worried when he's jumping in and out of fights, because Doom usually doesn't catch you by himself.
Yeah,
it's much harder. But like you mentioned, the Chinese region as well. Doom didn't do that well over there. Like, it's not the most contested hero any longer. It was for the first couple of days, and then everyone just lost with him. Yeah. It had like an abysmal, I believe, 0% win rate in 6-7 games at the beginning.
What the hell am I looking at?
I was about to ask, don't we have, since Tusk is still in the pool, right? We see this Doom hero. We saw the impact last game of how saves can make a huge difference. Why not just pick Tusk here to save Ember Spirit in the event of this instant initiation? Why go for Slock this early in the draft?
That's so early.
Yeah, I hate that.
And now they're covering it, right? Like, you have to ban the Bloodseeker, you have to ban, what else? Like some illusion-based heroes, perhaps? A Void, something like that? Anti-Mage?
I don't know. I mean, even if the lane is bad, you can just move the Doom to pos 4. It's a very flexible hero, and Nouns is more than capable enough of doing that. I think going all in on a Slock here is insane. And on top of that, like, it doesn't address the Doom issue, because Slock is probably a hero that hates playing against Doom, because if you do manage to get on him with it, you are not able to use your Dark Pact. You can't use your Shard. Like, all of your save ability goes down the drain. So even if you manage to, like, skulk away into the trees, you're still not able to actually do anything.
What's the thinking? They're gonna ban Slark? Probable, because like, Fogged, Gabe, like you guys, you talked about how Theath Gaming, they're the stack of players that definitely do have their favorite heroes, and they have hero puddles, not perhaps hero pools. So if you can get all your best heroes as soon as possible and not risk getting them banned, I guess it's an idea that's worth investigating, but
Yeah.
I'm just searching for some silver lining here.
So check this out, Joel. When it comes to slog, right? It's the second
Yeah.
slog so far in the North American region. But globally, within the entire DPC, it's been picked up several times. The earlier it's picked, here's how bad the win rate is. If it's first phase picked, 0% win rate, 1 game.
Makes sense.
If
Yeah.
it's second phase,
Checks out.
6 games, 50%. And if it's final phase, which you normally see when there is a good slot game,
Yeah.
then it rises all the way up to 83%. So we still have to see how the rest of the drop goes. And to make matters worse, the one slot we did see, right, got completely dominated by the Viper. And guess who was playing the Viper? It was Nouns.
Makes
So
sense.
they know exactly what they're doing with this kind
Is
of thing.
this some possible crazy cringe
Support slug.
Slark that just buys the shard and that's his point?
You say this jokingly, right? But yesterday when we spoke to Stamanen, he was saying that he kind of likes the idea of maybe one day running Slark as a support. So
I mean,
maybe they were watching that interview.
It is doable, right? Like you can jump in and out of fights. You have some control with the leash. The shard is okay-ish. I mean, the shard is pretty good. It's just that then you have a support Slark, which isn't great. But you can devour it as well.
You can deward. That's true. I love the vision game when I have no map space because I lost all the fights because I have a support slot. Whoa! Now
It's something.
Yeah, it's something. I mean,
You don't have to win fights because you're killing all the wards. You're getting all the gold.
yeah. I think a response I would have enjoyed more would have been a Centaur in trying to at least this hero plus the Rubik were the two main counters to Doom because of the ability to disengage from any fight with the Stampede and the Rubik lift. I also think Centaur is pretty nice to put on support. Even you don't have to commit it to a core. Puppy played it a lot before TI. Now Kuroki picked it up in his match recently. They lost, but I thought it looked really good. I'm a strong believer in Centaur support. Slug does not inspire hope. Going forward, I hope they pick some stuns. That's not stun, but it's going to play with Ember at least. This is to its credit, it is a fighting hero.
Yeah.
It will go make plays with Ember. It's faster. As long as their other support is also a fighter, maybe like a melee hero that goes in. What do you
No, it's
thinking?
really good. I actually love Kotl here.
Yeah.
Slark aside, Kotl plus Ember is a great combination. It's one of the best Kotl combos at the moment. Like you don't even have to lane. You just go to Ember and feed him mana all the time. Force him to just get more heroes on that tier 1 mid lane. That force him to have that fight that he's eventually going to win because of Kotl and the resources he's bringing. So overall, I don't mind that, but yeah.
Still question marks.
No, I actually
thoughts?
don't mind their draft at all at the moment. Like it's decent. I actually like it. Just imagine anything else but Slark in that second position. Just
And it's okay.
block them out. Look at the 3 heroes. The 3 heroes are good.
I don't like the Death Prophet.
Talk to
not?
us about it. What's the issue?
Who's starting fights with them? The only option they have right now is just to like run towards Nouns. They don't have a hard stun. Like there's 0 lockdown here.
Their team fight is struggling.
Yeah, like they have. They
I
just
said
can't
block
fight.
out the Slark and imagine
I'm blocking
a
out the
task.
slug. I am, but that's the thing. If they had a tusk, I would
Yeah.
feel better about it. If DP was like something with a stun of any kind, I would feel better about it.
Well, they can last pick it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
an
I was
option.
hoping for like a clockwork or something.
Maybe the rationale here is like last game we saw that they were really struggling to deal with the push, right? And it was pretty much just Esk able to just go and de-push on the sides of the map. Now there's 3 heroes that can help you do that, right? Like, well, if we're losing all of our lanes, eventually you can hold even longer on the high ground.
Yeah, they can't hold that high ground. They do have the cutoff, and they're playing for it.
Nouns will go in for the CK, so they're going to be increasing their tempo. That's going to be the Yamsen hero. That's scary. Things are going to hurt quite a lot. Like during the break, obviously Gunna's going to end up building the Aghanim Scepter here. Like nosedive into instant damage from CK. That's a lot of hurt and pain. They have multiple directions of stun. They have multiple ways of gap close as well. It's not like instant deep initiation, but if the fight starts, Nouns will always have the advantage in terms of positioning in the middle of this game.
All right, well, let's try and find some positives.
I see some positives. Like
How's the
for
lanes?
Meteor Gaming's draft is very easily fixable by a position 4 that initiates
Yep.
and is up front. And their draft for me looks solid. Like it doesn't look that bad at all. A Slark here, like we've seen today, a Slark versus a Naga. He went for a Radiance and the illusion-based hero just did nothing.
Yeah.
CK isn't a Naga, but it's similar. So a build such as that one can actually work in a game such as this one. Plus you have Ember to spam out the CK illusions. Like all things said, I know it started off in a wonky way, but their draft is 10 times better than the one they had last game, in my opinion.
I see. My only concern is like the CK, for example, is going to buy a Mage Slayer, I assume. And it's kind of like the same sort of way that Tundra like to play it. It's not so much about the illusions and more about like the ability to burst a hero or like have a carry with a stun that can get involved and itemize in a way that fixes his shortcomings.
Yeah.
So like that, for me, I think Thief currently struggle to deal with.
For me, Thief, they struggle with executing. I like their draft. The gameplay in that last match was lacking, especially versus Nouns, who are just a faster team on a faster tempo. And no matter what these last 2 picks are, like I'm still going to go for Nouns because I still think that they're just that much stronger.
You wanted initiating 4. Which hero would at least diminish your confidence, the maximum diminishment of confidence in Nouns as it stands right now? What's left in the pool? They still have Tiny. Tusk is still somehow in the pool.
You can pick and choose whoever you want to. I won't go for Tiny that much. I don't enjoy him in a matchup such as this one. Like we're into a Rubik as well. Tusk is completely fine for me. Clockwork as well is decent. I think.
Maiden. Okay, well, it's a frostbite. It's a little bit of team fight.
Yeah.
You don't seem happy about this, Sheep.
I'm not. I wanted a melee hero who was initiating. Again, they just don't give themselves easy ways to start fights. Like, say you have some clock, you can just like flare behind a tower, give vision for your heroes to see what they want to go on.
They don't have a stun, Sheep.
They don't have a stun.
That's the problem.
Game is hard. Well, what do we need to see from
Okay.
Nouns here at the very end? Because they just need a 5 position, I imagine, to round out their draft. So what do we imagine Husky is going to be playing on the side of Nouns? The pool is fairly wide open for these 5 position heroes. Not many of them have been banned out. Do we maybe see him go back with the Phoenix that we saw game 1? Oh, Bane Elemental. All right. Haven't seen Bane in a while. I think this is the first Bane in NA so far. How's it been faring overseas?
We've seen Puppies, right? Like
Yeah.
he played some Bane, he lost with it. It was an attempt. Like it was also into a Slark, and it didn't look that great because Slark was most of the time able to dark pact everything the Bane was bringing to the table. I feel like there were better options perhaps than Bane, but it's a decent one if he feels comfortable playing it. It's a decent laner, not as strong as he used to be, but I'm still gonna go with Nouns, 100%.
I think what I like about what Thief can do is the ability to like bring heroes to go fight. Like everyone apart from this Slark is going to be down to go fight and brawl. I think Nouns struggle to defend towers. They don't have like the greatest spells. They don't have a lot of AoE teamfight control. It's probably the weakest part of their draft that I think that Thief could abuse. So therefore, fighting around towers and taking objectives with your Death Prophet could actually go very well for them.
Do you think that Slark can actually... Because my problem is they don't have any stuns, and I'm looking at it. It's going to be very difficult for them to find kills. But if Slark... In this game, I believe in Slark more than I believed in Morphling in the last one.
Yeah.
If he finds his items, like if he gets the farm, I believe that Slark could actually carry this.
Okay, I am skeptical about the first opening phase slog, right? But I've been skeptical about a lot of things that have ended up working out magnificently in the past. So let us hope that Theus Gaming will bring us a surprise and bring us to our second Game 3 in the North American DPC thus far. To find out if that's going to be the case, we have the lively Lyrical and the fabulous Fogged. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Snare. You got to do this more often. Look at that. That was beautiful. Yeah, so a little bit of a switch up there at the end, too, deciding to run for the Coddle mid on Esk. Something that hasn't been around for a little while, I'll say.
Yeah.
Talk to me about it, though, as we get ready to hop into this game.
It's not that good anymore, Gabe.
Oh, no.
I mean, we'll have to see how much he's able to do as like a specialist if he's practiced it a lot more, but it's been significantly nerfed in a lot of different ways. Everyone knows about how the blast has gotten reduced on the damage. Of course, the nulls lost the spell lamp. This is all dating back to when Coddle was popular, of course. You don't have small camp,
Yeah.
and your ultimate has actually a very long downtime.
So everything is bad.
Everything has gotten nerfed significantly, yeah.
Okay.
So it's painful, for sure.
Well, it'll be something to watch. Nouns, again, head out together, holding hands, and will not find anybody this time, it looks like.
The one thing they do have, at least, is that they're not putting that Ember in a impossible matchup versus the Viper, so that's just what Esk is trying to avoid.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean they have a support Ember, which is not always the best thing to do.
Well, we do have a chance, of course, getting to hear from the birthday boy himself earlier before the season start. So let's listen in right now to what Gunnar had to say.
think the best start of the game is just getting 3 bounty runes. There's bad vibes when you get 4 bounty runes. I feel like 3 wins me more games than 4.
There's bad vibes.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Do you not notice that? You get 4 and then everyone's like way too
Absolutely
hyped about
not.
the game. And then you just lose anyway. But 3 bounty runes is like enough that you're winning, but it's not too much.
I feel like when you get 4, your team just gives up. They're like, this is it. We won.
Yeah, we won
It's
the
over.
game, guys. It's
That's
over.
when we can stop trying. The other team's like, we really gotta try. We gotta claw our way back, and they
Yeah.
fight for it.
They're down 400 net worth instantly or whatever.
Well, and as you can see, no bad vibes here. They got the 3 bounty runes on now. It's feeling pretty good.
They got 3 last time also. Maybe they left that one on purpose last time too, because
I
it did look like
see.
they could take it. It's some mind games.
Dude, that's crazy though. Like, let me tell you, that's like the people that like wear the same jersey every time they watch like the NFL or something, and never wash it or whatever. That's the same level, but you're intentionally griefing yourself a little bit. But yeah, a little bit of a switcheroo here as 9 playing on the support Ember. Boots first. Oh, and he wanted to pull the wave, but there was a nightmare. Oh, it's the most annoying thing in the world.
I was going to say, this lane looks pretty hard. Napkin, sure, he's the Death Prophet up here, but Bane is still one of the Kings of 5 positions. Doesn't get picked too often, but doesn't allow anyone to pull. So,
Dude.
9's going to try. He's just going to get slept again.
Dude, this is so sad. Holy.
Oh, he actually pulls it for him. Husky's like, oh, well, thank you. It's actually a half pull as well.
He gives him the tip. No.
I mean, it's a half pull.
Dude.
It's actually like the best case scenario.
God. Because here's the thing. Like, when this doesn't work, Husky just walks over and punches the DP after. So it's like, DP's getting punched. The wave's now underneath Yamsun's tower. He's perfectly fine as it pulls it all the way through here. It looks like they're going to get the last hit. Wow. Rough start.
It pulls again. Only a slight one, of course, though. But we'll have to... I mean, the camp is going to spawn if they don't block it.
Yeah.
Okay, small camp's back.
Trading over aggro back and forth, and now giving punches to Napkin. They get 3 creeps.
No pressure onto the CK, though, as Bane is going to be able to trade effectively versus both of them. Looking at mid, Esk actually does live. I thought he was going to be brought down. It was one more hit. If Gunnar got it onto him, he would have died. And he's gone for boots first, so has no regen to show himself. Gunnar, he has the bottle, so is healthy to be able to continue pressuring.
I'm just getting the denies, too, right in his face. You can see here the esportsbet.io odds have been steadily into the favor of Nouns, and with good reason, because these teams, I mean, the other thing to just talk about is that Nouns have looked very good.
Yeah. Very good, very aggressive, very confident in their style, right? They're one of the first teams I've seen go for the Bane. They went for this double Midas last game, and they're one of the few teams that still goes for Lone Druid. There's not too many that still do. As Husky gets that sleep, won't be able to get a stack, though, up top.
Yeah, couldn't get that because of the block. But that does reveal that the camp is blocked because they made it out in time.
Mm-hmm. He should know that now.
This is the lane that we haven't taken that much of a look at yet. Moo playing on the Doom versus Lame on the Slark, who's gotten a pretty good start so far, as you would imagine. Slark in this lane paired together with the CM.
Yep. They should be able to do quite well unless the Doom finds one of these, like, super creeps, one of those, like, spam creeps, as they're actually getting on top of Lelis.
Has the pull back to get away, throws out the Fade Bolt, a couple body blocks coming in from Moo, and
Nice blocks.
it's going to be enough to get Lelis out of harm's way.
They got to run. Scorched Earth.
Yeah, it's doing a lot of damage there. Love in some trouble. Another hit. Has to pop the Fairy Fire. Moo showing the power that he's got.
Up top. The sleep. 9. He's in trouble.
Needs to get out of there. Has a sleight of fist in the chains, but it's going to be first blood drawn by Husky. Moo liking what he's seen from the other side. Does look like Husky
Raindrop.
sticks. Oh, the raindrop. Wasn't off cooldown yet on the stick, but we'll be able to regen up in a second.
Was probably actually still alive even without that raindrop. But either way, blocks the damage, and a very good aggressive lane up here, catching the Ember. Hey, Ember just doesn't really contribute much of anything to help this DP, who's now getting gone on again.
Only 1 second stun on that one. Couple more punches on the Napkin. Trades the Nightmare over. Husky will oblige in punching 9 now.
They can just freely hit him. We're really seeing that mid matchup, though. 26-11 to 18-2. He's just bullying Esk anyway. Esk does have that big stack. I believe he's been preparing for himself at the hard camp. Up north, sorry.
Yeah, one up
There
there.
we go, yeah. So he does have that one. We usually do see the Coddles actually stacking these two camps. You double stack the medium and the hard camp down lower, but he didn't want to walk so far away from the lane.
Yeah, needed to make sure he was still getting the XP the whole way through, since it was hard to just try and double blast the wave.
He's a full level behind Gunnar.
And the other thing, like, Gunnar is really well positioned in this game, I feel like, to cause problems for every one of these cores. Like, Coddle doesn't do much to him. If Gunnar goes the Ags build, Slark is gonna like kill himself on Gunnar.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a problem.
Yeah, and even just he can just nether toxin wherever the Slark is going, right? And then Slark
Yeah.
actually can't fight inside of that pit because it just breaks him, so it doesn't get those essence shifts.
Napkin, 2 seconds stun onto him now. Goes for the Nightmare and trades it over now to 9.
Uh-oh.
How much damage can I do to him? He's gonna have to use the chains and then backs away.
Okay, I was going to say, where's the mangoes at, or where's the stick at? Because Yamsum doesn't really have any regen. We usually see a lot of mangoes, and even a stick perhaps on the CK, because he does use a ton of mana in the lane. So can't actually pose a kill threat yet.
Yeah, across the board, with the exception of bottom, all lanes into the favor of Nouns.
Uh-oh. I'm seeing Lelis walk over into the jungle. Does he spot the stacks that was being made from the Coddle? Are they going to be able to take him away? Because they're kind of low.
Ooh, he's just out of range of it. Drops down a ward now.
He sees it. He pings it. He's telling his team, he's probably Gunnar, make your way over here. Push this Coddle away from it.
See if they decide to do it.
Who's going to make the move over for it? Or are they just going to leave it be? Looks like they're actually just going to leave it be. I thought maybe they'd call him over.
He only has the 1 point Nether Toxin. Now, they did see him place down that ward, Esk did. And I think has a Sentry coming out immediately. Yeah, so they're going to let him get the stacks, it looks like.
Okay. Maybe they just go sap some XP at least, but we'll see. Now it's still just continuing to play inside the laning phase. Moo, again, has Midas queued up, as expected. I think he's been going Midas most of his games. Likes the greed.
Obviously Doom the best hero for that, or one of them.
Here comes Gunnar now. He's walking into. But
he gets away, and it looks like they're going to... Oh, man.
Gunnar's taking it. It's beginning.
Yep.
It's level 2 Nether Toxin now.
Invis. Ooh, and that is really sneaky. So he just invises and knew that there might be some wards around. Starts to take it again.
Oh my god, he's getting,
Dude, he's getting
almost
all of
it.
That was all of them.
That was quite a lot of them indeed.
That was the big creeps.
Yep. Esk was able to get some lane creeps though, so Boots of Travel will be finished, and maybe he can look to make some moves around. So he's actually only 300 behind the Viper, all in all, after everything considered. Could be much worse.
Gonna go down to Lelis there. So getting some retribution in the lane. The Doom, who's now just about even with the Slark. But yeah, about a 400 discrepancy between most of those heroes. The main one that's really struggling has been Napkin, because those the lane pulls back behind the tower weren't capable of being done.
Yeah. Nature of having a 4 Ember, you know, the hero does absolutely nothing to Bane. As Napkin getting very aggressive. We'll have 2 Spirit Siphon charges back up though, but a rotation, here comes Gunnar.
Making that move, and 9 is there. 2-second stun with the DD. Napkin goes in. Yemsun low, but definitely not going to die to that. 9 now. He's going to go down. Gunnar gets the double kill, and they've brought in more.
Even brought Lelis.
Husky has 6 seconds until they have a Nightmare, but Gunnar with the slowdown, diving underneath that tower. They find him. They will kill him. And now Esk, he has to be careful too. The Nightmare's there. Oh, buddy. That is really scary. Gets the lift back, pulls him in. They bring 9 into the fold. Esk trying to get away. They bring down the Bane. Gunnar, has he gone too far? He has Fairy Fire. Doesn't have a TP, though, for another 35 seconds. Tries to walk through. 9 is there. And I think Gunnar has indeed finally gone a bit too far. He's going to get punished by Esk.
Good TP rotations. It was starting to look very reminiscent of all the moves from the last game, but in the meanwhile, Moo gets a solo kill. So Midas is finished, Slark dead, and it is a ton of reaction. You know, they do have to make those moves to react to this dive from the Viper. Could have gone worse. Coddle now might actually take that top net worth. So Esk, let's see what he can make do with it.
Yeah, has the urn already, and, you know, Spirit Vessel, the next one up. I think for a long time it was Dagon after that, if I'm not mistaken.
It was like E-Blade or Dagon, depending on, you know, player or how, you know, what you're up against.
Gunner moves again.
Napkin, incredibly aggressive.
Yeah, Napkin's going to get punished again. He's going to get thrown in the bin.
That was a 10-second exorcism.
Moving in for 9 now. Lift pulls him on back into the waiting clutches of a very friendly Viper.
Friendly Viper, huh? Yeah.
That's Arcane Boots for Lelis.
These two supports can continue to be active, continue to help Gunner get every single one of these catches, who immediately does queue up that Aghanims. He knows what he wants versus the Slark.
Yeah, and Slark in the meantime is just trying to get into an Echo Saber. He realizes has to be active in this game. Can't afford to just sit back and farm. Needs to be playing with his team at a certain point.
Yeah. A lot of this game, though, Esk, for having such a good start, I'm just really looking forward to see how much the Coddle is able to do, because as we said, that hero, it had its moment. It had huge moments during some patches, but of course, with all those nerfs, it's been slowed down of how aggressive you can be, of course.
Oh my God, Napkin. Run away, Napkin. He's out of there.
He's okay.
Well, yeah, it looks like he is.
Almost that vessel.
The one problem is that while he may be alive, he is just barely one level above the Bane. They were the same level when he was running at him.
Yeah.
It's been a tough game for old Napkin.
Tough series for Napkin. Last game, too, on the Legion, he struggled. This game, I can't blame him for struggling. He had the Ember support, and he's playing into a Bane CK. Yeah. It's going to be a tough and slow start for him.
Smoke up now with 3.
Okay.
Wanting to get that first earn charge on the Coddle with those Boots of Travel.
It'd be nice if he gets a kill in this area, too. He can just immediately purchase the Vessel right afterwards. And yeah, versus Doom, CK Viper, Vessel's not too shabby.
They have Remnant on 9, too, so more burst potential here.
Can they even kill? I don't think they can even kill Mu with these 3.
No, I don't believe so. I'm not sure who they can kill. It has to be like the supports.
They catch him too far down. But no,
Gunner,
not there.
I don't think they can do anything to Gunner here. Oh my God. Wait, never mind.
Solar Bind.
Yeah. Strong damage.
Yeah, if he's like up a bit further in the river, then perhaps they can actually set up for him. But
Moo's laughing. He's enjoying it.
Yeah, he's free farming. Midas online. Not the max Devour, but he's bullied the Slark completely out of the lane.
Yeah, high pressure build with 4 points up in the Scorched Earth.
Oh, didn't see that Lelis actually stole Chakra. That is the dream for Yamsum. He's like, okay, come here, CK, use some mana. Here you go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's the best. Especially with Reality Rift almost being maxed, he's actually going to be able to use it twice. All right, up top, the defense is coming in.
Move in, look for it. The Doom was there.
Yamsun
Can't get in range. Reality Rift too far away. But Exorcism used and virtually no damage done onto that tower.
Second Exo that's, not been able to really touch it. Now it's very quick to move, though. Immediately when they see Exo pop, they bring 5 heroes. Now they're going to swing things around toward bottom. But yeah, just not giving Theoth any time to really hit on any of those objectives.
Yeah, they are just sort of stuck backing up, trying to farm up the jungle, get into their next set of items. And the lead is not huge. 2,000 at 13 minutes. We've seen worse before and comebacks from that.
Yeah, Esk is also, it's the levels too, right? Esk is level 11 still. And Gunner, he still hasn't quite hit 11, so this Coddle.
Yeah.
Definitely done a good job of getting that farm online. Just what can he transition it into?
Right.
When's he going to get this Vessel charge, and when's he going to start getting some more pressure onto the actual map?
9. Gonna get chased a little bit there by the Viper. Actually, in a little bit of trouble.
He looking dead.
Yeah, that's no good. That's a rough one right there.
Can they get Gunner, though? Oh! It actually pushes him into the trees!
Oh my God. Oh, that's really annoying for Esk. Oh, he's going to be kicking himself after that one.
I think Love had him, I think, too. Oof. All right, a little unfortunate. Lucky for Gunner.
Yeah. Gets away with one there. And, well, with Slark leaving the lane, Yamsun ready to get some pressure onto this bottom tier 1 tower. Looking to claim the first one of the game. And he's also working on that Echo Saber.
Yeah, I think I like the build that, I mean, Skeeter, right? Skeeter's the one who kind of developed the CK. I think it's just like this Echo, you can go Mage Slayer, and then it's actually really effective this game versus Coddle versus Death Prophet. Mage Slayer works, of course, versus Exorcism, so if he gets a hit on him, it will reduce the damage of all those ghosts. So I just love that build because it turns into Bloodthorn and everything too, so.
Husky Nightmares 1, but is going to get brought down after.
Okay.
And really heads up play there just to pop the ult. He knew that he was going to go for that Fiend's Grip.
Again up top, Napkin.
Love, the first one that gets jumped on. And will go down.
Okay.
Napkin forced to run away.
Protects his Death Prophet at least. Good job, Crystal
Yeah.
Maiden.
Kind of feels like right now, Noun sitting back waiting for those items and then finding a couple kills here and there along the way.
Yeah, they're not forcing the issue too much here, right? They're feeling comfortable with just kind of chill farming a little bit. Chill farming and defending their towers.
Yeah. BKB done at 15 minutes for Moo.
Yeah, nice and early.
That's that's kind of crazy. I mean, I guess against Coddle, it somewhat makes sense. Super annoying hero. Arcane. Gets
Just
the
gotta
Fiend's
grip
Grip.
him.
Yep. Oh, CM ulti BKB. They weren't expecting that. And now they drop the Doom on the Emperor.
I mean, that felt a little. That was rude. In fact, I thought he was gonna commit onto like the CM. Like, okay, well, Moose says, "Get out of my game."
That's crazy.
I thought he really was just gonna run in onto Esk or something and doom him and chase him down,
Right.
but no, just wants the guaranteed kill.
I've never seen a BKB Doom at 15 minutes, if I'm going to be real with you. He was having a very good game.
Yeah, probably because Doom is like 0-9 in the region that we've been casting.
True.
I actually think it's right. It's lost like every game that we casted. Now they don't even pick it.
It's true. They're done with it.
But here, still looks good. Moo, making it work.
300, 200 gold away right now of Gunnar getting to that Aghanim Scepter. Slark beats him to it.
Okay, let's see how much they're going to do. With Slark and Coddle having such a good game, perhaps they could start to take some type of fights. Slark does not get caught into the smoke.
Yeah,
Let's see what they can get on top of.
On in, Lelis is there, who is level 10 on Lelis.
They just popped the ghosts. I mean, okay.
They're running it. I mean, the ghosts are going to be ready. Lelis, Gunnar,
They're
yeah,
deep.
son. They spot him. Ghosts are already going. It's half duration. Yule Scepter. Moo runs forward, finds him yet again. Husky in a little bit of trouble here. Moo still brazenly walking forward and just killed the Death Prophet.
They really want some kills. They're like, screw hitting the objective. He just pops it and runs in. Okay.
Lift pulls him back in. Do they have a way to break that one? Not right now. Moo getting brought down low. And with the Spirit Vessel, it's actually enough for the kill. They run in with the Ember. He came back to life only to die right into the clutches of Yamsun. Esk really low by virtue of that Ember, or rather Viper. And almost does enough damage with the Corrosive. Actually, is it enough to kill Esk? It was close.
It's very close, as CM just got two-shotted, by the way, by CK. Actually, just 2 right clicks.
Yeah.
And Gunnar gets the tower deny. So they bravely run in with Exorcism to try to get some kills and get turned on pretty quick. And they don't even get the tower. Well, they get the tower, but it gets denied in their face. That was a very aggressive Exorcism.
Yeah, and again, thinking about the way that this game has played out, now that Ags is there, it becomes really hard to fight into this Viper. The double effects of Corrosive, you're seeing him go in for the Manta style next. It is going to, I mean, and you know, that's all before the nosedive, which isn't the greatest thing in the world, but you know, it's extra damage and all the rest of it.
Yeah. The disarm and everything. It's all just going to make Slark's game a lot more difficult. There's now Napkin again.
Oh my god, gets pulled to the low ground. In a little bit of trouble on the Bane. Wanted to go in to kill off Husky. It is not going to happen.
Oof, Yamsa, new Blink Dagger shown.
And Love slowed down. Finish. Double kill for Gunnar. As they are going to take this mid-tier 1 tower if they have anything to say about it. Can 9 hold off? Can Esk hold off?
He's got to be careful. The blink, the CK's here.
Stun, 3 second, pops the ulti, turns, ready to fight, beats him down to death. And just like that, it is enough to catch and kill that Coddle.
Game quickly accelerating. Nouns making the quicker moves, the better rotations. While for Theuth, it feels like they're completely reliant on Exorcism now, perhaps to fight, but even then, they're very fragile running into Nouns' lineup.
Yeah. No, it is a mass amount of physical damage coming from Yamsun. It's magical from the Viper. They've got control galore with Doom and Bane and Rubik.
And the Doom comes
Doom
out.
just gets
Speaking
used now.
Onto the Slark, another solo for Moo.
Man. He is found. He's going to be finished. 9 goes down 2. 19-5. The game does not look easy.
No, it's looking incredibly reminiscent of last time, the way that they're dominating the map.
Well, for Nouns, they're very happy. Movements that they've been making, you can see pretty consistently, recognizing when there's moments to run in and fight, and then also just knowing when to stand their ground.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just making the smarter moves over and over again. I actually like that he, instead of going main, I actually like Yamsun's way more, Skeeter, it's like some situations, you can call for these mates here, but the blink has absolutely paid off, jumping into the Coddle, jumping into Death Prophet. He's so farmed, he's so strong now.
Yeah.
So many of these heroes just very squishy, and we're seeing something very glaring of what Cheap was talking about, right? The lack of initiation, the lack of way to start fights on the side of Theuth is glaring to me. They're having to just charge in and hope that it goes well for them. Now perhaps trying to take advantage of that Doom being on cooldown.
This was under a ward, so
it was.
Noun's very aware of what's happening right now. They show one up front. It's Lelis. They jump into him immediately.
They're so ready.
Nosedive is ready if they want to go on to him. They find the backlines. Esk in some trouble. Gunner lays it down. They did lose the Rubik. But already with one dead, Yamsun down low, and he actually falls too. Okay. Maybe somehow this is kind of working for him, but after that, it's going to be enough for Napkin to fall, and Gunner TPing in onto the creeps. Doesn't manage to complete that TP, but they will get the Nightmare Sleep now and find and kill off Love.
4 for 2. Ends up being just fine for Nouns, but Yamsun, he jumps in. His team doesn't really help him out too much, and he gets focused by like 3-4 heroes in that vessel. They were busy dealing with the Slark. So at least they get like a kill or two, but end up really losing that fight anyway.
Spirit Vessel charges.
Spirit Vessel charges. There you go.
That's going to clear some creep waves and try and slow this game down as much as possible. As we take a look at that replay, the jump in there, I thought Lelis was going to be okay, but committing both jumps for it, it was just too much.
Yeah, and Yamsun, this is the Blinding Light. It's always something that you have to favor versus something like a CK before he's got BKB. They control him perfectly.
Mm-hmm. Good usage there of just staying right on top of them with the Death Prophet too, to make sure that they got as much damage as possible onto the CK. But in the end, it's just they're fighting such an uphill battle.
Yeah, and that was the smoke, like you said, under the ward too. So now they were kind of baiting Husky a little bit and just waiting for a jump. It's now Love.
Ooh, just standing there. Wow.
That's bullying.
There is a little bit of bullying going on right now. There might be some truth to this, it seems like.
It is 24-7, and they definitely know how much of a lead they have in gold too.
Yeah. Not that many deaths on the old squad there.
No.
But Greaves are completed on the Death Prophet.
Okay. At least a way to protect him versus the Enfeeble. I've been watching Husky. I saw his skill build as well. Max Enfeeble. Always really annoying to play as a Death Prophet versus that. A little bit of extra protection versus that.
Yeah. I think also, if they ever can find like a moment there where, they can go for a pick. Oh, yeah, that range. Husky's got him. And the Fiend's Grip, 9 dies on the other side of the map. This is just Husky coming on in for the finish.
Now it's playing a lot more like a team now at this point, and you can really start to see the Theuth. They're starting to fall apart. Core's all over the place, not really able to play together. Well, now it's setting up beautiful ganks, and they still have Doom, so they can look for another target.
Yeah, and they are looking for that Slark, wanting to
Oh,
find
and
him.
look at bottom-esque.
Finds it. 2-second stun. Another hit lands in from the Viper, and, well, he is going to go down.
Yeah, really starting to crumble. 25 minutes.
I think Moo's just hunting the Slark.
Yeah, if he just gets a Doom on him, he's dead. And they still have that ward. The lift, it will get broken from the Dark Pact.
Jump in. Find
Nope.
the stomp. Punch in the CM. Rooted. Walks away as the CM dies. Moo, cool as can be.
7-1 and 6.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Having a
attack.
very free game on the Doom. There we go. I was going to say, use your Midas. There we go. He did. Now pressure on bottom tower with the Coddle being dead. Really starting to feel the demise for Theoth quite soon. As now Napkin again shows his face for a second. Gunner
Oh,
gives him the
nosedive.
nosedive.
He's getting in the initiation of nosedive. But slowed, taking the damage.
He's got
and the
Greaves.
Greaves.
Yeah, he's got the Dispel.
He's away.
But can they punish Gunner at all for it? Definitely not. Also sees, I see Yahusky took the Enfeeble Cast Range reduction talent too. Cool.
4-second stun. Love dead. Which one was that? The Husky did?
Yeah, Enfeeble Cast Range reduction.
Okay.
That can be really annoying for, I mean, anybody. All of your spells just are so much shorter.
Yeah.
But, I mean, not really too relevant as they're starting to really wipe the map. Everyone's just kind of going whenever they feel like it on the side of Nouns. And they still have Doom ready for whenever the Slark shows.
Right. Cannot feel comfortable just sitting in there hitting anything on the wave, really. Too scary to do that. And this is not a hero that likes to go jungling either on the Slark.
No.
And so BKB on his mind, but it's still very far before it's going to be up and ready to go.
And he's still just going to get doomed.
True.
Which is the saddest thing, because that's literally, I'd imagine that's the only target that Moo wants to go for now at this point is Bloodstone. Also now finished up for Gunner, who's only died the once, now very unlikely to die that second time.
Dude, this is going to be silly. He's going to heal so much from it. Yeah, just healing back up from the creep wave.
Radiant are scanning.
Arcane.
Is it going to be Roche time soon? Looks like first they want to kill off this poor Crystal Maiden again. I mean, Love is really just getting bullied.
Yeah.
This is just mean.
There's a lot of kills going her way.
And it looks like Gunner's like, all right, guys, you guys do your thing. I'm going to solo Roche.
How easy is that with the Bloodstone?
He might run out of mana.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, Arcane Rune. All right, maybe he's all right.
Just taking it down.
Yeah, he's going to be able to do it.
It's pretty cool.
Top
I
tower
like
is
that.
under attack.
Obviously, getting a Grove Bow helps a heck of a lot, too.
It definitely does. That magic resistance reduction is quite nice. Or magic damage increased, sorry. It's not magic resistance
There you
reduction.
go.
That's dead. Okay. Yeah, Arcane Rune really helping him out, so he has like full mana, barely even used any.
Top tower.
The solo Viper Roche at 28 minutes. Something you don't see every day.
He's had a very good game. Moo appreciates it.
I love it.
And it feels like now time to run down one of these lanes as well. So Moo punching away, has the Lotus Orb completed. They find a moment. Oh, he just used Dark Pact, but gets the jump away.
Live to see another day, but it's another day in his
Is
base.
under attack.
Napkin playing around the vision that he has. They drop down a ward on Moo. And chasing, finding. Yule Scepter lift up, pops the drums,
They
runs
gotta
away.
run. They gotta run.
Yeah, they're going to be fine, but they can't stick around.
Radiant's
Feels like they have to
middle
run from
tower
anybody
is
they
under
save.
attack.
Okay, Esk.
Radiant's middle
He saved his
tower
gold for a long time, has his lens, has headband, and now has a hex. Let's see if they can... I mean, they've got control, but they have no damage, it feels like, at this point.
Oh my god, dude. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. Look at how crazy that is against Slark. He's going down to half HP.
And similar to last time, Gunner sieging, not a lone druid, but he's a Viper with Shard.
Backs away. It's brought down very low with the Aegis still sitting there.
Okay. They are being annoying.
And of course, with the Lotus Orb online, it means that Spirit Vessel immediately getting removed there. Rough stuff.
Rough stuff, it feels like, for the last 29 minutes.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
That's the duration of the game. No, they did have some moments in laning phase, but really for the last, like, again, last 20 minutes or so, they have been able to do next to nothing to Nouns.
Getting in towards a Eternal Shroud next for the Viper.
Even more immortal. It's 9.
Eternally immortal. Hey, Bloodstone there. Yamsun sending in the illusions. Oh, he had an Aghanims too. Trying to dodge back and survive. They get the lift, and yeah, Coddle, he's gonna go down. No buyback for 60 seconds. Aim on top of him, trying to do what he can. He eats the Viper Strike, and well, stolen CM ulti now.
He's doomed.
Lelis ready to go with it. It's a doomed up Slark, and Gunnar helping to clean up the rest of them. As 30 minutes in, this is 3 heroes dead, 9 trying to stop it. Napkin is going to fall too. And I think that this is going to be some buildings going down in just a moment.
Surprised they're not calling it here. They just spent the gold on the Coddle. That's likely 2 sets of racks. A full Scotty for the CK.
Jeez.
Yes, yeah.
He is a
Nouns.
monster.
It's looking way better. I mean, you could see that clear separation as a team, and yeah, GG's called.
There it is. Very well played by Nouns. I mean, I think that, you know, again, you come on in, you have an idea of the way that you want to run the draft, and they just execute it perfectly.
Yep.
It's good to be able to see a little bit of, you know, change up there to the Slark. I think the Viper was a really good answer for the Ember in lane. Moo bought Midas.
Yep, Moo, I think, has been buying Midas in most of these games. I mean, they clearly know, right? They're a much better team on paper, and we've been seeing it over and over again. Better drafts, too, and they kind of put Theuth into a really kind of uncomfortable... Sure, he plays the Coddle, but it's not really played in this role anymore. They had a 4 Ember who kind of did next to nothing. And yeah, I just want to highlight what Sheep said toward the end of the panel there is... Game turned out to be a lot more difficult because they have no real ways to start fights. It's really awkward for them to do so, and now they literally just can waltz right through them, kind of go anywhere that they want on the map, and yeah, you quickly got to see. After first 10 minutes or so, game just completely fell apart.
Well, the birthday boy did it.
Birthday boy did it.
To get a victory for the win from the team, and all the rest of them. We'll see if we can hear from whoever on the Noun side. But for now, we're going to head on back to the panel, then break down the action.
It better be good.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, indeed, the birthday boy has done it as Nouns has taken a 2-0 here. Their second series win thus far in the NA DPC. Not only did the birthday boy get the win here, but he managed to do so in incredible style. A lot of records actually broken by him. The fastest Bloodstone ever on a Viper. Second most tower damage ever done in any professional game of all time. 38k on his Lone Druid. And the highest so far in the DPC across all regions. A stellar performance from him. And for Nouns in general, it just felt very, very controlled. Unfortunately, y'all, that was going to be another loss for the side of Theuth Gaming. They are now down 0-3. To be fair, though, Sheep, they have played consider the strongest teams. They started against Shopify, then you go to TSM, then you have to play Nouns. So it's not that surprising that this is their record, but nonetheless, Nouns looked extremely clean doing it, and Theuth Gaming didn't really feel like they had any option or any shot in this game.
They didn't, that's why. Unlucky. I mean, they open with the weirdest draft. Like, you start with first pick Ember, assuming because it's what your mid player really likes, and then you don't even give it to him because you're trying to dodge a mid matchup. So suddenly your side lanes become weaker. I don't think Ember 4 is like the worst thing ever because I've seen some people make it work, but basically they shuffled so much around that instead of playing an Ember core with Coddle, which is what I thought was the strength of their draft, because they could then make plays with it. Instead, you don't have that anymore because your Ember's on support.
Yeah, they were debating us. At one point, we even thought that Slark might be that support, right? That position 4 Slark, but it ended up being the Ember position 4. Sometimes you just dodge your lane. You see the Viper, you don't want to play against it, you don't feel comfortable. I think most of the time that's... Well, not only that they dodge it, they swapped the heroes completely.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the right approach to the game. I think you just suck it up. You go through that lane, it's bad, but you have your teammates to support you, you have your Kotal that will help you out in that early mid game. So overall, from me, just theoretically and the way I see the game, that should be the case. You shouldn't just be swapping out the way they did.
One of the things that Fear has been mentioning over the last few days on the panel is that sometimes these NA squads can completely overthink things, where you get in this situation, exactly like you're saying, Liz, it's like, well, the matchup is going to suck. And instead of just saying, we'll deal with it and find a way in-game, now you start having the next level thinking, like, all right, it's fine. There's 7 D chairs that we can play up against them, and somehow that'll come alive But unfortunately, when that happens, suddenly Ember doesn't have priority. Keeper of the Light is not a hero that you need to Doom anymore. And then now Slark is the only real viable Doom target. Moo was literally just holding the spell. He's like, where's Slark at? Where's Lamer? As soon as he shows up, I'm going to hit him with this. And at that point, there's nothing you can do as a Slark, right? And there's nobody can save you on the rest of the lineup either, G.
I love Moo and how he plays his offlaners. Even on Doom, which is like some people really like to sit and just farm a lot, he's very active. Seeing him come mid and take skirmishes on Doom was very refreshing, and he was even willing to throw out his Dooms early on heroes like the Ember Spirit, just supports, doesn't matter, getting those kills, using his BKB. Like, he got a BKB so fast and was able to get involved. When you're stomping like that, I mean, it's partly because they're putting in the effort to stomp, but when you're stomping like that, yeah, you only need to Doom the carry and just call it a day.
Yep. And obviously, no surprise given his performance, how well he did in the laning phase as well, who the MVP is going to end up being. Yes, Yamsam and Gunnar might have posted up some higher numbers, but in terms of impact, Moo just showed up. Great in the laning phase, farmed very well, got the BKB blink, just did everything he needed to do. And I also love this Lotus Orb pickup, something that we were talking about earlier on, right? They don't have pretty much any stuns. So anytime that even a hint of a debuff hits you, oh, here's the Lotus. Here we go. It's just gone.
If Kotal tries to slow you, use his Vessel on you, you just Lotus yourself, or you BKB yourself, Lotus, whoever else he does it on. So very selfless way of building Doom. But it was even good enough and strong enough for him to right-click a Slark to death if he gets that Doom off, right? Because Slark didn't really have a lot.
Yeah.
So
Slark pretty much had no game. Moo had a pretty perfect game here. Only the solitary death, but overall, though, from the side of Nouns, from what we saw from them, for Theath, obviously, it's going to have to be back to the drawing board, try to figure something out. On the bright side, they have easier competition coming up. They've played all the best teams in the region. Now it's about trying to see if they can just survive till the very end. And we've seen in other regions, you can go 4-3 and still stay in the region, right? And they're 0-3 right now, but there's precedent for them to survive. But from Nouns, what do we think about them, right? Because this was a new team, but actually, let me not ask y'all what you think about Nouns. We can ask them directly, because we actually have Gunnar, the birthday boy himself. Gunnar, good sir, can you hear me? And firstly, happy birthday. Congratulations on the win. And how do you feel about having broken 2 records pretty much today with your performances?
Hello. Good games. I didn't know I broke records. I don't know what records I broke in these games, but I guess it feels good that I broke records.
You had fastest Bloodstone ever on Viper and the most building damage done in the DPC so far, and second most all time on your Lone Druid.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's actually, I didn't know that.
Speaking of Lone Druid, whose shout was it to say, guys, let's just get this first 2? Did you ask for it as a birthday gift in this game?
They picked Ember, and we were like, oh, if we give me a Lone Druid, I'm just gonna win the game. Like, no one has to do anything, and the game ends. So we just picked me Lone Druid.
One thing that I've noticed about how you guys have been playing so far is that you tend to be able to pick these drafts that have an air of inevitability about them, that come a certain point in the game, the opponent can't really do anything. Is this a strategy that you've thought about well in advance, or does it just so happen in the game itself? Or is it a thing of just in the game itself you decide, hey, this actually is a viable way to approach the strategy?
I don't know if it's draft. It's more in game. It's just we try to not make plays that are too risky. We just try to like slowly win the game, and then we always, if like, you know, we have the choice between diving tier 4s or taking Roshan. We try to stay back and take Roshan. I've had bad experiences with taking tier 4s instead of Roshan before, so we're currently on the safe plays right now and just winning.
All right. Hi, Gunnar. Hope you're doing well. Happy birthday.
Hello.
I want to ask, is there when you come up against teams like Theath compared to like the top pro teams like TSM, do you prepare in a different way? Like, or do you have like certain strats kind of that you feel like you will use against these teams? Like, is there any element of taking them less seriously? I mean, kind of a BM question, but I'm just curious. Any fun strats?
So, yeah, we're good. We still talk about the games in terms of like, I guess what you call like the big 2, big 3 kind of thing, where when we're prepping, we're like, oh, what would we do versus these teams or versus this teams, like versus TSM, versus Shopify. Sorry. But we still prep for these teams. We talked about it, and we said that we want to take every game as serious as the other and try to like play our best. So I wouldn't say that we're like drafting or prepping any less for them, but we are doing it with like a lens of the upcoming matches as well.
Okay. And did you get anything nice for your birthday? Like a gift that you love and cherish?
There's a lot of hats here. There's a crown, but it did not fit on my head.
Try and put it on. Come
Let's
on.
see.
Right
Try
now.
the crown. Try the crown.
It's
Please.
no.
Come on. At least balance it on your head.
It cannot fit.
That's good. That's good.
It's good enough.
Leave it
I have
there.
to hold it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well,
But
make Yamsum hold it.
yeah, we had cake. We had some cookies last night. We've been in a good mood all day. I have a sash that I've been told I contractually have to wear by my manager. So yeah, I got 2 ribbons, but
Yeah. Happy birthday once again. I
you.
won't bother you with Dota anymore. I just want to know, where are you guys going for the birthday? Are you gonna celebrate it somewhere nice?
are we? I don't know if we have any birthday plans.
No birthday.
I've just been trying to play Dota. There's been a lot of things that haven't been Dota. I just wanted to play Dota today.
Okay, fair enough.
What, 12-hour birthday stream to end off the day or what?
Yeah, I thought about doing a stream, a little bootcamp stream, but there's a lot of noises right now, so we'll have to see how it turns out.
How have things actually been going for you all in the boot camp? Like, how's the environment been? Does it start? We were speaking earlier when you spoke to Yamsum last time around when you won. He said the environment was quite positive, but is it also productive? Can you guys have the serious conversations about the game, even when things are going as well as they have been so far?
Yeah, I think we've been taking everything pretty seriously, and it's been really helpful because there was a time where there was the 6 of us, the 5 of us and the coach, and we were having 3 separate conversations with 2 people in the same room, and no one and everyone worked, everyone got their replays or whatever they wanted to talk about. So if you're online, you have 6 people in a Discord call, and you want to talk about 3 topics, that's going to take you 10 hours. Because that never gets mad that they're being talked over. So just even being able to separate conversations physically just makes everything a lot easier.
Now that definitely makes sense. That definitely makes sense. One more question that I want to ask you, because I've been curious about this, right? Astini, I've spent some time with him, right? He has a very great Dota mind. In what ways has he helped change some of the way that your team approaches the game? Like, what's his impact been like so far? Like, can you tell us some of the ideas that he's inculcated? Obviously, you don't have to reveal too many strats, but just how has he changed how you approach the game generally?
He's done a lot of he does more of the draft prep. He's the one who drafts for us, so he clicks the buttons. And then also out of game, it helps. I know it helps Moo, and it helps me. We don't really have to worry about the draft prep too much. That we have someone dealing with it, and he's looking up, and he'll bring stuff up. He'll be like, "Hey guys, I saw this. Maybe this is really good." Or, "What about this response to this hero?" Or, "This is what I saw being picked earlier this morning when I was watching Dota for 12 hours in a row." So it's just a lot of information that he kind of gives us, and he also puts it together in a nice way that will help us.
Okay, that certainly makes sense. Sheep, I know you had one more question before we let Gunnar go.
Yes, sir. When you do go up against the big 3 or whatever of NA, the more better teams, what do you think is the most important factor between both teams, to help you come out on top? Is it drafting or gameplay, or there's certain parts of Dota that is just more important for you to win?
I think it's mostly drafting. I know last year during DPC, I think a lot of our matches were drafting issues that we would lose. And then the worst we would do is we'd see this hero and we're like, this hero's really good in this one specific situation. And then we'd hype it up and then we'd force it, even though it's not that situation at all. And so I think now that we have someone who's full-time working in the draft and someone out of the team is clicking buttons, so he's not really too biased towards heroes, that it helps our drafts be a lot more stable, I think. And I think that's probably the biggest thing. Because after the drafts, if the drafts are even, I think the game ends up, gameplay aside, I think that's where the teams are close.
Okay. I mean, clearly, it's already had a positive impact on the squad, and we can't wait to see further down the line when you do play against the TSMs and the Shopify Rebellions, whether or not this is going to have better results than last season. And I know Yamsen said to us that you guys want to challenge for the top 1 position, so excited to see what y'all have got. But for now, we're going to let you go, Gunnar, and celebrate your birthday. Go play some Dota, but we'll be looking out for your stream later on tonight. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That, of course, is Gunnar, the mid player for the side right now of Nouns. For a very long time, has always been considered one of the more mechanically gifted players within the region. And it's nice to be able to see him shine, right? Nice to see a nice environment around him. And I've missed him on the international stage, right? So we would like to see them being able to make a deep challenge. So actually, speaking of, let us assume that they actually get top 2 in the region, right?
All right.
based on what y'all have been seeing in the other regions, where do you think Nouns would actually rank up power ranking wise versus some of the other teams in the world?
For me, it's very hard to tell.
That's the hardest question I've ever been
Yeah.
asked in my life.
It's kind of impossible to say after this game. I still need to see them play out against the best NA teams, and then maybe even play out versus some other regions until I can really get the feeling of the power level. Overall, I think that NA isn't in the best spot it's ever been, so it's going to be a struggle no matter what when you're facing Western Europe, because Western Europe right now is looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, Western Europe looks like the strongest region in the world at the moment. Of course, Nouns is looking one of the strongest teams in this region. This is a second win for them, and they find themselves at the top of the leaderboard, very close to the side of TSM. TSM have already caught 2 wins. This was Nouns' second win that they've gotten for themselves. Shopify Rebellion, of course, is playing next up, so they need to play some catch-up as well. But it feels like, Sheep, this is going to be the dynamic for the rest of the season, right? That these 3 teams, TSM, Nouns, Shopify Rebellion, will pretty much just keep winning until they play each other.
That is the most likely thing. It's kind of been the way that NA has always been and will continue to be. And I guess just our main hope is that some of these teams that are in Div 1 right now will stick it out and improve throughout the year, because last year that is sort of the story of teams like Nouns, right? It became, you listen to these interviews from previous EG and stuff, and they talked about, oh yeah, we like scrim more within NA now, like it's actually quite competitive between the top 4, it's actually really nice. And ow.
Damn table.
Goddamn table. But yeah, like that's good, right? And because Wildcard as well were up there and became quite like a great NA team. So I just hope that you get more teams like that in NA, and then it starts to strengthen up a little bit.
I mean, NA pretty much went from a one-team region. It was just EG. And then after a while, TSM got into the mix. Then we had Quincy Cruz. Now we're seeing your Nouns, your Wildcard Gaming. So it is becoming a lot more competitive, and that is good to see. Hopefully it does get to the point where it's like in Western Europe, where every single team has a decent challenge to everyone else. Well, we also have to have other games, though, because now that Nouns has concluded their series, some of their challenges at the very top of the leaderboard will be in action later today. The Shopify Rebellion take on the side of Wildcard Gaming. Wildcard Gaming, as you were mentioning, Sheep, this was a team that was on the come-up last season. This is a massive test going up against Shopify Rebellion. A Shopify Rebellion that I think is better than the previous version. And Fly himself, captain of the team, says he has not felt this good about a team that he's been on in a long time. So that to me is very, very scary.
That's pretty good. I mean, Wildcard changed their lineup though massively from last year, to be fair. So I don't know if I would place that. I would not correlate the same.
And they also had a really nice easy game, a nice stomp. Best of 2, pretty much 2 games. Both went under 20 or around 20-minute mark. So there's that. When it comes to Fly, he's just hyping up his team. You know, every year he feels the best season. I'm kidding. There's definitely something to it. Like you can see in the way they're playing.
Before I release you all, I want one last thing to talk about, right?
Okay.
Bait versus Firebat Forstaff. Are we actually going to be able to see Dendy finally start getting some of these Ws? I feel like the reason that they lost against Wildcard Gaming yesterday had a lot to do with the first 2 Shadow Fiend didn't work out for them, right? There's words we could use otherwise, but in terms of the possibility of actually having Dendy succeed elsewhere outside of Europe, right? Especially now, Lizard, you were mentioning that NA is not in the strongest form and the strongest shape it's ever been. Does this present an opportunity for a team like Bait to finally start getting some wins under the belt?
I'm waiting for it and hoping for it. Like, we've been all waiting for Bait to start winning for a couple of years now, so maybe this is that opportunity. It didn't start on the right foot, though.
What do you think about this, Sheep?
Let's give them more power. Hold my hand. Hold my hand.
Bait, you see, we got this.
Dendy, take my energy! Please win. God damn. That's all we can do.
That's all we can do. If you are a Bait fan, you definitely want to be sticking around for the rest of the day so that you can give all your energy over onto Dendy and the boys. But for now, we're going to be taking a little bit of an extended break to give time for Shopify Rebellion and Wildcard Gaming to get ready. And once that series kicks off, Wildcard Gaming will be hoping to double up their victories. While Shopify Rebellion just looking to continue the dominance that they've shown year after year after year within the North American region. So go get some water, hydrate, get some fresh air, and join us very shortly to continue the NA DPC. We'll see you shortly for some more Div 1 hype. Welcome back, one and all, here to the North American DPC as we continue this Div 1 action, building up to the Lima Major and, of course, building up towards qualification for TI. My name is Snen, and we'll be hosting you again as we continue the day's action. We've already seen the first series go down in the books as Nouns were able to take a victory up against the side of Theath Gaming and get themselves to the top of the leaderboard. Now, though, we're moving on to the next series, which is going to be Shopify Rebellion taking on Wildcard Gaming. And, of course, I've brought back the originals. You know, we had our visitors earlier on. I made the joke that, just like everybody else in the region, we had to bring in some EU talent. But now y'all are back.
This is the theme now, right?
It is the theme, right?
Yeah.
I must say, gentlemen, you're looking fresh as hell. T-Panda, this drip is fire, fam.
Oh, I mean, talking about you, man, you're looking great. Excited for this one. Already one series played out. Now we look at Shopify Rebellion making their run as well. I've had a couple of days of a break in between, so let's see what kind of form they're in today. Are we going to be just as dominating as on day number 1 or something special into the mix?
I mean, yesterday we did get to see Wildcard already, right? Shopify Rebellion, only their second game and second outing for today. With Wildcard, yesterday was a topsy-turvy day to say the least. Yeah, they managed to get that victory over the side of Bait, bouncing back from a loss against TSM. And unfortunately, there's an immediate massive test right afterwards, right? So if you're a team like Wildcard, what do you think the preparation is like going from playing up against the Bait, which is a little bit lower on the card, versus a Shopify Rebellion, who's definitely the #1 contender?
I think you keep doing what you're doing, but just clean it up, right? Like, the strategies for them, they seemed pretty decent. There's the much needed win against Bait last night. And for sure, just keep doing what you're doing, but just do it a little bit better because you're going to be versus a better team. It was a scrappy game. It went 3 games, right? Against Bait. Bait not as good as Shopify Rebellion, in my opinion. So, it's going to be a harder challenge for them. So they just really need to clean up everything they can, watch those replays, and try to just come in looking as best as they can.
I guess from a learning experience, like when you have that kind of scrappy series, there's a lot to learn and kind of actually a lot of things to pinpoint. And now that it's only been 1 day in between, you still got some stuff in fresh memory. Hopefully those have been corrected by now.
I mean, one of the interesting things I think about this particular series, right, is not just the fact that Wildcard Gaming have to do that very quick adjustment going into the next day, but Shopify Rebellion, throughout the entire time, when we spoke yesterday about Bait, we were talking about how because they've had a lot more time to just see how the meta is developing, not just in NA, but throughout the entire DPC, there's a bit of an advantage that they have in terms of what to pick, especially in a copycat region like NA tends to be. However, this advantage is even greater for a team like Shopify Rebellion because Fear, Bulba, one of the finest minds within the Dota 2 landscape for a very, very long time, right? So if there's anybody that can glean something useful from the other aspects of Dota being played elsewhere, it's probably going to be him.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He can pick up trends very quickly. And more importantly, it's like they're not a team that really just goes out and takes strategies from other teams. In a way, I'm sure everyone does a little bit, right? But I think what they're really good at is finding, yes, the meta stuff, but what their players are good at too. And just really refining that style and making it a deadly weapon. Oftentimes, we've seen time and time again with our old EG, they would play the same strats over and over again. They'd get memed on every once in a while, like the Storm Spirit over and over again. But that's just what they do. They just are very confident in what they do. They practice it a lot until they're the best at it.
Yeah. That might be a little bit different now with the inclusion of Saberlight, right? Because that's one of the things that Fly was mentioning. The fact that his inclusion in the team opens up their possibilities of how they can play the game, given how diverse he is as a player. So I'm excited to see if that diversity is going to be coming out today here, Panda. Another thing that we also have to take into consideration when thinking about the squad is going to be the carry role, right? RTZ, for a very long time, has always been a very mechanically gifted player, a very solid carry player. Right now, though, the pool of available heroes in the carry position is extremely, extremely large, right? So a player like him could definitely benefit from being able to just throw pretty much perpetual curveballs at the opponents.
Potentially. When you look at his counterparts, like we see in the matchup here with Arc, Arc also has a pretty wide hero pool, but RTZ is already an established player from years back. Arc's still trying to make his way through. They have a lot of similar heroes, the Furions, for example, the TBs that can be really good, very highly contested, probably even in the series as we've already seen Arc play a pretty good TB. If RTZ gets his hands on that, do they have the experience from Arc's newer perspective of TB? Or does RTZ bring on that old knowledge that kind of adds into the team and they know exactly what to do with these?
What I find interesting about this is that before Arc ended up playing that TB game that you're referencing now, RTZ at the time was our highest GPM player in a single game on his Morphling. But then that record got shattered by Arc himself when he was playing that Terrorblade. And, in the backroom Fear, we're actually talking about the playstyle that Arc tends to occupy, right? And he has a very wide hero pool, but a lot of them fit a similar profile, right? So what do you think is going to end up happening? Will the side of Shopify Rebellion have a one-size-fits-all kind of solution, given that he plays a similar profile of hero all the time?
I would like to see them continue that route of picking like the illusion-based heroes for Arc. They did try like the carry Doom, and they tried some other things that were like less of traditional carries. I didn't really like that look so much on them. Whereas if they do play the hard carry, it looks like Arc is very comfortable on them. And they do share hero pools, but it's hard to be like, he's taking away like RTZ's hero pool, or they're both looking for those type of heroes, because RTZ's hero pool is actually quite large, and it really depends on the meta on which one he's gonna like dab into. So we'll have to see.
Well, and also, like, I think comparing these two teams is like the stacking numbers. Like for Wildcard, they're averaging with 6 right now per game, while Shopify is at 3.5, which is a lot lower. That can translate into more aggressive gameplay, maybe even contesting those camps that have been stacked, and maybe expecting them to do so. So Triangle might be heavily contested, and you want to have the heroes and the draft for that.
Well, speaking of the draft, we have one available for us, and the game number 1 is available and ready. Wildcard Gaming versus the side of Shopify Rebellion. This is also one of the places in NA. The most important is the first phase. These first couple of bans and these first couple of picks have still, to this day, reliably been the keys to victory for the teams that end up winning. Shopify Rebellion remove the Tree and Protector. Wildcard, they have first pick. Lina in the pool. Will they ban it? They will not. So this is something I wanted to bring up earlier, right? The fact that when you're playing up against a lower ranked team, quote unquote, do you sometimes just allow them to have this hero? We saw this yesterday in the Alpha series where 5 Red 4 Staff were willing to let Alpha have the Lina, beat it, because they knew that at some point you have to have a response towards this hero. I mean, Fia, you've been in these like deep tournament scenarios where you have to be able to respond quickly. Do you think Shopify Rebellion have done so with this opening of the Tusk Marana, given that the Lina was already given away?
I mean, they knew for a fact they're giving Lina away, and I don't think they're testing out. I think they've done their testing in like scrims. I think they've tried playing versus Lina. You know, that's where you do most of your testing, right? And if you're successful there, you can bring it to, you know, the officials. So I think they're very confident with this opener against Alina, as for sure they knew it was going to go through. They knew they would take it, or if they didn't take it, they were happy to grab it themselves, right? So like, I think the Tusk is a classic response here to Alina. Add the Marana. Very meta. I think Shopify has always been a very meta team for the most part, and like they're continuing that trend here, and they're just going to get on top of Lina with the arrow, snowball. It seems pretty good. We saw it in the other series before. More heroes you can get that can jump the Lina, the better, because if you don't address her right away, very squishy, but does tons of damage.
Yeah. One thing that I do like about the side of Wildcard here is that they've tried to get a little bit of protection for her. We've seen this Nagasarian be very effective at breaking up these strong initiations. Now that they do have it, I mean, it's an illusion in hero. Arc definitely will be the one to play this hero. It's not necessarily as highly played as his CK, his PL, as these other heroes. He's only played this 8 times, only 25% win rate, so historically not necessarily the best hero for him, but it does fit the profile of protecting this Lina as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, the idea is definitely there, but we have discussed this in these drafts before, that if you go for a first phase Naga, for example, there's still a lot of counters in the pool, especially from the off lane, so you might actually have to focus on off lane bans here in the second phase, which you would like to prioritize and taking rid of some of the scarier carry/core picks, like even from the mid, from the +1, for example. So now they banned the CM to start things off with. I wouldn't be too surprised if Shopify Rebellion were like, well, we might consider heroes like the Underlord, we might find something else from the off lane, or maybe like just AoE, which they currently don't actually have a lot with this Tusk and this Marana. So a lot of options. It's a good idea. It's a good, like, technically a good idea, but theoretically having a first phase Naga and a lot of counters still in the pool, it's a scary thought.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan myself. They're showing like 2 greedy heroes off the bat.
And
Lina,
2 cores,
and normally you see Lina being flexed from mid or to carry, then you throw the Nog in there.
Now she's consigned to that role.
Yeah, no, both of them. Now you both see your matchups, unless you plan on doing some type of like support Naga, which we did see. I don't remember which region we saw it in, or I saw it at least. And like, it looked, it won. Oh yeah, it was a different region. That was Western Europe. I think Nigma played it. They actually won that game as well. So I have seen the support Naga win, so there is always that. Yeah. But I do not want to see these two as like cores first phase, because you're just giving away your strats. Like, we need a Naga to farm, we need a Lina to farm. And they could shut that down pretty easily. Like you already mentioned, they could take an Underlord, they could end up taking maybe a Darkseer for a Saberlight in the offlane here. Then they'll kind of have like their lanes pretty much locked, and then if Abed does take this Tusk mid, Marana, can just roam all day on this Lina, and this Lina could,
Yeah.
even if you do win the lane, you die 2 times is all you need, and then your advantage is gone.
I mean, there's another option, right? In Eastern Europe, earlier today, there was an off-lane Naga Siren that got played. So,
Okay.
Yeah, something that Toby would also play in West Europe, but it was more used as a bait pick. You know, they wanted to draw in some picks using it, but their plan was read out really, really quickly. So that didn't quite work out. And also, like you already mentioned, Saberlight. Like he's got a huge hero pool as well. So it's a bit of an issue for Wildcard. Do they just focus his hero pool away? Because I don't think you're going to run out of bans trying to get rid of Saberlight's heroes.
What's left that he plays at an extremely high level? We still have Lycan in the pool. Beastmaster's gone. Brood is gone, thank God. But he can pretty much play anything. He could also be the Tusk player because he played that the other day, right? And he played it amazingly. So they could easily flex this hero on the side of Shopify Rebellion. So heading into this next phase, obviously Wildcard Gaming have revealed a lot of information with this Naga Lina. What do they need to be picking next in order to try and safeguard these heroes and allow them to flourish in this game?
Oh, I was just going to say, I totally forgot. Sammy Boy actually has played this Naga 5 before.
5 Naga,
I mean, he has a lot of experience playing Naga as a carry, but like he will bring that to the table here. So I don't think they're really that stubborn enough to be like, this is our carry, we're going to first phase it, this is our mid. This is... I'm going to say this is a Sammy Boy Naga, actually. I think this is their POS 5.
Okay.
Yeah. That would make sense. And I would like that much more as well.
I think Naga and Lina lane. It's pretty strong, right? And snare and the stun.
39 games, 62% win rate, so certainly would fit the bill. And like you mentioned, the laning phase is often where we see people exploiting the power of this Lina. Yesterday they played it with Ogre, right, to try and get the same influence in the laning phase. And if you're playing Shopify Rebellion, you have to try and deal with them in the laning phase. They've always been, for a long, long time, that team that can win the laning phase and then just slowly encroach upon you, dominate the whole map, prevent you from getting any farm. This Hoodwink hero emerges. Panda, this hero has not been very impactful in general. We spoke about it yesterday. Just the existence of Forstaff makes this hero much harder to play than he would be otherwise. But I don't know. How do you feel about this hero? Because to me, when I'm looking at this, it feels like this Mirana Hoodwink fit a similar profile. Like they sort of overlap in terms of their purpose in the game.
They also kind of combine both of their strengths in a way. Like if you play this, this could also be an offlane Hoodwink. You can get a bit more out of it pushed out, but you could put this just a standard support. He's really good with initiating onto this Lina. Lina, who terminally has like a lot of movement speed and is a high priority target that you can focus on pre-BKB. Bushwhack is, even though despite the popularity of Force Staff, still a great way to start off your fights. Like Mirana can follow up with the arrow, or you can do the other way around, arrow into Bushwhack. You've got yourself 8 seconds of stuns, basically, if that works out. You have Tusk that also works nicely. He amplifies the damage output that the Hoodwink does, even though it is kind of minuscule with the Acorn shot, but still helps. And they're not like super big in armor early on. Naga is, Lina isn't. So Lina does have a soft spot early on, so you've got to itemize to try to buff that up. They bring the DP and the Spirit Breaker into the mix, and Spirit Breaker I do like here. You've got the MLS you have to fight against that will give you some extra vision, kind of I wouldn't say it's a counter to the Mirana, but it helps you out. And then you have this DP with the Silence. So you have a lot of tools for team fight, but you also have some great pick-off potential for Wildcard side, if they can find those heroes.
This is going to be the first Spirit Breaker that we see emerging in the North American region thus far, only the 4th overall in the DPC. Will be interesting to see where exactly they want to play this and how they want to lane it. I imagine that this is going to be the DP Spirit Breaker lane together. Like man, y'all are not going to believe me, but I was actually thinking that Darkseer would look amazing right now.
And Fear called it as well. It's like the Darkseer looks pretty good this game.
Yeah, I mean, against the Naga, they need to have an answer. They don't know for sure where this Naga is going. I personally think Sammy will play it, but even if he is playing it, it's not very good versus Darkseer. Like, at the end of the day, you're still a Naga, if you're support or not. This hero doesn't do a lot against the Darkseer. It's a pretty good pickup here. I'm curious on what Shopify is doing with this draft right now, because like I see a lot of offlaners and support heroes right now. So something's got to go mid at this point. Between this, I don't think Arteezy will play any of these. So I wonder what Abed's going to end up playing here. Most likely the Tusk, I imagine, but Tusk is so good with Darkseer in the lane too. Or we're going to see Abed pick some Hoodwink mid up. I'd love to see something like that. That could be a little bit flashy. So their draft is still wide open if they want it to be.
And you did kind of talk about the systematic way that Shopify Rebellion likes to draft and play. Usually Abed's hero has been on the first phase, but Tusk has still got that flex value, so you could change it out. But now this Mirana and the Hoodwink, it's like you could still put this Hoodwink as a core if you want to, but Mirana is definitely going to be like, that's a crits hero, right?
Yeah, I'm just like wondering why they picked Hoodwink, right? Because like in general, the hero as a support has looked mediocre. So like, do they have some knowledge of like this mid Hoodwink? Maybe it's busted or something, right? I don't entirely know. This is a little bit new because when we do see it, it has looked a little underwhelming. I knew Craig can play.
Reminds me of Tops. You know, he'd be always spamming mid Hoodwink.
Abed has not played either of these heroes. He hasn't played Tusk. He has not played Hoodwink in any professional games. He has played Marana, so that's the only one of these heroes that he has played in the past. But the last time he played Marana was 2018. So, you know, dragging out an old classic for him. So it's very interesting, and I think this is kind of what we were talking about earlier, right? The fact that Shopify Rebellion is expanding how they play the game right now. It's not just going to be, well, we know exactly Abed, Storm, Ember, or whatever every single game. There's more options available for them down the stretch. So now we are looking at the one position for Shopify Rebellion, and for Wildcard, I'd say they need what? A mid hero? At least they need to decide who is going to be going mid. Is it DP, Lina mid, or is there going to be another option? What are you feeling here, Fia, looking at this draft as it stands?
I think they should just pick a space making mid here. Yeah, they're just a Primal Beast. They have their offlaner. I think Lina's really good versus Darkseer in lane. Should be fine at least. And just pick something to let these two cores get farm on the map because neither of these heroes want to roam around and make space. So there you go. Primal Beast, he can do that job for them. And we just need an Arteezy hero now for Shopify. Yeah, Arteezy gets to see his lane and Faceless Void.
Right. Well, I'm very interested to see who's playing what. So, Abed Tusk. Okay, so we are going to be...
Okay.
This is a day of first. That's wonderful, right? The first time Spirit Breaker emerges, the first time Abed has a professional game on Tusk. So that is quite exciting to see. Do you like what you see here, Panda, in terms of how they've conducted their draft on the side of Shopify Rebellion?
Well, they've got counters, but they still also have like their own gameplay that they want to execute with this draft. I like this Faces Void edition because it does help out with Lina's not going to have a very easy game. Like Arc is probably going to be the target #1. So you talk about the Naga support, we're going to get it from Sammy Boy, and he's going to have a very key role in trying to prevent that Chronosphere from actually killing off the Lina. So you always got to be there with the song, allows you to reinitiate, kind of counter an ulti with an ulti.
Draft-wise, Yufia, when you're looking at this wildcard gaming draft, how do you think that they conduct themselves in order to win the game execution-wise?
Man, a lot's going to come down to the mid laner of wildcard here. Alvidich has got to really make some plays happen, but he's going against Abed, who has a similar role in this game. So it's going to come down to who makes the rotations mid, who just plays better in the mid lane, I guess, in the CS department, and runes, right? So like a lot's going to come down to the mid lane, as it generally does, and that's why we see a lot of clashes in the mid lane, especially around that 6-minute mark when the runes come out. So both teams really got to keep their eyes, and you got to look at like who has the better heroes for it. I don't think Naga's going to help too much in these engagements here, so
Good point.
that is the downside of the support Naga here.
She doesn't have necessarily the same dynamism as a lot of these other supports might actually have. So if things start going wrong at the beginning, it's very difficult to have a recovery in that position. So we're hoping that the ideas coming in from Wildcard Gaming will be good enough ultimately to beat our Shopify Rebellion and make this a competitive and interesting series. However, to find out, we actually have to have the game itself be played and witness the game on the field of play. So to do that, we're going to be throwing it over to our incredible casters. It's the Magical Mike and the Joyful John. Take it away, boys.
Oh, thank you so much, Sneh. We do get into game #1. Shopify Rebellion against Wildcard. What a matchup we have on our hands. John, I know you've seen the odds of this game. The odds are heavily favoring Shopify Rebellion, naturally. Do you think those odds are fair? Do you think Wildcard actually has a chance in this series?
They have a small chance, as the odds reflect. I think a lot of people are just confident in how Shopify Rebellion as a stack works. I think Wildcard, I mean, Sammy's taken a game off of EG before.
Yeah, he has.
Historically. So it's a possibility. And in this draft, I feel like Wildcard actually has a pretty decent draft.
What team was that, by the way? Who?
Oh, yeah, the South American team now,
We don't know those
guys.
guys.
I think so.
We don't know those guys. Not in this region. Get them out of here. Only Shopify Rebellion. Nevertheless, moving on, game 1. John, if I may add to your point, not only has he taken a game, I believe Wildcard have a good chance at taking a game off the side of Shopify Rebellion. I don't think the odds reflect how close this matchup could be. Though I might be swallowing my words very soon because we might have a first blood incoming. Bottom lane, Arvid. He's going to front line. Sunlight going to be just fine to avoid that and break the smoke. And Shopify Rebellion not going to find exactly what they wanted. Perhaps they could find Flea, though. Arvid's still having a look around.
They have a ward.
30 seconds to
Flea will see him. Pings out, but the problem is Flea is on the other side of the map, and he is kind of getting pincered in. Crit around the corner, not going to bother trying to go for any form of a bushwhack, and it seems like that's going to be enough. Shopify, they're not going to try.
Yeah, a bit of wasted time. They might lose a bounty room for their trouble. So you might have a little bit of a better start for Wildcard. Going back to the point about the odds, I feel like this is the most... This game 1 kind of dictates just how close those odds should be. because this is, again, a pretty good aggressive draft from Wildcards. I think this is something they're comfy with. We're seeing the Sammy Naga 5 that he played a lot of in the Wildcard qualifiers. So I feel like this is, again, probably their best shot. If they do take this game 1, then those odds are completely wrong. If Shopify Rebellion does manage to take this out and, just play a lot better, then I think the odds would be justified. So game 1 is kind of where the truth is figured out.
Absolutely. Well, we'll start with the mid lane here, Jonathan. We've got Babbage, of course, against Arbed. Fee was talking about this on the panel, but Babbage probably going to have a very good game. And when you look at the draft of Wildcard, you tend to agree with Fear on this, right? Because with their draft, you do rely on this Primal Beast to be able to set the pace, set a tempo, to really allow, is what I'm trying to say, his team to really take off. And it's just going to be very important for him to, at the very least, have a decent laning stage.
Yeah, I think the matchup is pretty alright for Primal Beast. It's a melee hero. Trading with Primal Beast just builds up the uproar. You kind of feel good about that. Abed can kind of dodge out with the snowball, of course, and the shards, depending on the spell usage of Babbage. And he does have to watch those shards, but it's pretty hard to out-damage and really whittle down a Primal Beast. He's just super durable, and you're not as durable on Abed.
I believe we have a video with Fly here, so we'll have a chat with Fly very, very soon. We'll bring up the video right now, in fact, and see what he had to say.
Having a new organization backing us with Shopify Rebellion, it's a really refreshing thing for our team. Sometimes you need player changes, but something as changing an organization can give you a whole new perspective, a whole new set of tools to improve your team, yourself, and to build a really good relationship. And I think that's super important. So I think this is really something really helpful for us.
Well, there you go. There was Fly talking, and he appreciates New Org. I do agree with that as well, right? Sometimes you just need something to change, and well, for now, at the very least, Shopify, they do believe that might just be the spark they need.
Yeah, maybe, just changing environments does a lot, changing what your org expects from you and how they support you, as Fly has said. It does provide quite a different perspective, especially for a team as mature as Shopify Rebellion. So, well, their first series did go their way. Maybe a little bit shakier than some expected. We'll have to see just how much more of those changes come through here for Shopify Rebellion. For Wildcard right now, we did see them take their series up against Fate, but it was a lot more back and forth. I think the game 2 last night was very interesting in terms of draft experimentation. Lots of aggression down mid here.
Well, there certainly is. We'll see what this pans out to be. But he's in a bit of trouble, but for now it's going to be fine. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a bit of action was breaking out as well, but nobody dying there either. Just action across the whole map. Arteezy trying to get a bit of harassment back onto Sunlight, but going to be just fine to back himself off. You got to appreciate the aggression from Babbage, because again, he does need to at the very least even out the lane, preferably win the lane if he can on this Primal Beast, and if you could find a kill on Arbed, that would pretty much win him out the lane.
Yeah, he's been really getting aggressive. He's had the nice early spike for the Primal Beast where you just do a lot of damage with the Onslaught and the Trample. It's really easy to clear out the waves as well, shove it out, and try to dive the tower. We're not quite seeing connection from the supports yet, but it is a tad bit early, so you don't really expect too much rotations coming out, and just kind of want to stabilize the side lanes. On the side lanes, it has been looking pretty damn good for Arc, although...
Yeah, you say that, Johnny. He's in a bit of danger now. Saberlight going to chase him down. Hands up. Arc still trying to run. One more click will do it. Saberlight, he'll go for the dive in and does secure first blood. No doubt that Saberlight's going to dive on. This man is a Giga Chad. We all know it.
That was one hell of a melee attack, if I do say so myself.
He's got some long hands.
Yeah, that's a really long punch from Saberlight still. You're very happy about that first blood. And Arc was having a really good lane, right? Again, the panel pointed out Lina doesn't really care too much about the darks here, but they managed to just get aggressive, get on top, get the stuns, and just melt through Arc. He's got to be a little bit cautious about that positioning. He does want that early start, although down bot is also really aggressive.
Yeah, they're trying to get a bit of aggression here onto Fly. Bash is there, Flea. How much luckier can you get? Not too much more. Doesn't get the secondary bash in a row. Doesn't really matter, though. They're just trying to assert dominance in the lane, I would argue, and for now, they're just doing a great job of it. Arteezy still farming very well, however, 21 and 11 on that Void. See how this all pans out. It seems like it is kind of hard to slow down the Void when you're playing DPSB, right? You can't really lock him down too long.
I mean, you could if you get bashes in a row, you know, but not very likely for you to find that opportunity. Crit's pretty damn low. Sammy's doing a great job of just kind of harassing out that support here.
Yeah, he's going to be all right, though. Saberlight, he does move in, and it's kind of the thing, right? Against the Naga Siren, the Darkseid has a great old time. Sammy barely getting away for now, but the Surge is there, but won't chase. Saberlight does back off. It was only a level 1 Surge. Doesn't want to dive too deep. Will be able to back himself off just fine. So 1-0 so far. No more kills happening quite yet, though. Bottom lane, Sunlight. Oh, he's barely going to survive. Oh my God. Just barely. He'll be all right.
Yeah, just living on the edge. Can be able to TP home and reset. We did see Babitich try to rotate up top as well, but he just walks down back to mid. So he has given Abed a little bit of room and just maybe a wave or a half just to get that.
Yeah, Sammy, top lane, once again, does end up dropping. It's, again, very, very hard, because if Saberlight can get close, the Naga Siren can't do too much about it. So again, Sammy being punished here on the Naga Siren, and Saberlight will be very, very happy with that bonus gold coming in on the Darkseid. His second kill of the game already. And it seems like a very strong lane up at top lane. In fact, every lane for Shopify Rebellion so far seems very, very potent. Sammy's going to make his way back up top, but again, there's just really not much he can do.
Nah, it's frustrating, right? You have this combination where the ensnare into Light Strike Array with Arc, but you're not really able to jump onto crit. And if you try on Saberlight, you're right up by a creep wave. Iron Shells are on. You will melt at this point, even just with the level 2 shells. And Crit's been doing a fantastic job of just nailing these stuns every time. Sammy does have a Quelling Blade, but it's pretty difficult to target the specific tree it's going to try to stick to in a nice tick tree line. They haven't really cleared out that side.
Absolutely. Babitich drawing out a line there throughout the top lane, so it looks like this Primal Beast does want to rotate. You have hit that level 6 mark, so he does have Pulverize up. Question is, can he find the target he wants? Well, with Sammy there with the Ensnare, you certainly can. Light Strike Array will set up as well. Even Flea coming in just to really make sure they take this man down. And the Pulverize will fly out onto Crit. Still Abed. Very strong rotation. Does find that position 1 leaner. And considering how many heroes you've rotated up top, that's a win for Shopify Rebellion. Pos 3 for a Pos 1, and they only require 2 heroes to get it done. Not great news at all for Wildcard as Abed just keeps going for more. That's a double. Can he find another? Sammy, I don't think you can go for this fight, Sammy. He's going to try. Abed, he'll be the one to back off here with the snowball and be just fine. So they cannot punish in an immediate smoke straight out. Shopify Rebellion, they are not done. Right into the mid lane they go. See if they can find Arc another time here on this Lina. Force the Walk of Shame. A very nice scan there from Wildcard. Going to give the information over, so Arc knows to back off. And will not get caught out for now. In fact, they'll move in onto Fly and that Mirana. Fly, he does have the leap away and he'll be fine, though Snowball Abed will happily move in. A nice arrow from Fly! Oh, that's perfect! Arc's gonna drop. Flea, he'll try to move in and get something for their trouble, but they are falling like flies here, Wildcard. Oh boy, that's rough.
It's just the lining up for Shopify Rebellion. They get this double damage rune on Abed, just runs up top. Again, we've seen Babitich walk up top 2 times. Well, at least the first time, nothing happened. He just kind of didn't have a rune, didn't really do much, went back to mid. For Abed, that movement just pans out perfect. He gets the kill opportunity, goes for the instant smoke afterwards, still gets the aggression they want on mid, and they're just shutting down Arc and Babitich quite well. Like, the moment the tempo is thrown off, Shopify Rebellion will hit a really good tempo on Abed, and even on Saberlight once he's ready to keep his team alive. Like, there's a lot of fight coming out from Shopify that I feel like Wildcard had a lot of potential for pickoffs in laning phase, but they didn't really manage to get out. Like, the moment Flea started to move around, it did feel like Shopify Rebellion had enough from the lanes that the impact just wasn't felt as much.
Certainly so. Very rough position now for Wildcard as looks like they are staring down Sammy again up at that top lane. Sammy going to be all right. They won't make the jump in. Instead, maybe bot lane. Chrono is committed. They'll go right onto Sunlight. Arrow's going to be there to follow up. It's a very hard kind of gank to escape, though. Here comes Babitich. They'll try onto Arteezy. Pulverizes out Arteezy. He's dropping so darn low, but not quite low enough. Abed will rotate. Looks like Sunlight is still in danger as they do get the Walrus Punch. They got the Sharpshooter, and now they'll go for more. Flea, he just came down. It looks like he is going to be alright to walk out. But a failed gank attempt here onto Arteezy. And eventually Sunlight will die.
That's a beautiful time walk back, right on edge for Arteezy. But he knows his timings, he knows his tempo, and when exactly to push that envelope before Sun faces Void. 7-1 scoreline for Shopify Rebellions. Again, going back to those odds from our partner esportsbet.io, 1.0385 to 9.2 something.
You don't need to rub it in, John.
I mean, again, wildcard, they do have a draft that does get aggressive early, but I just expected maybe a little bit more from the laning phase. You know, a few more ensnares and LSAs coming out.
That was a bit rude on Babbage. He just got tornadoed down to the low ground for no reason. These damn neutrals are even against the side of wildcard, John. Maybe they've been betting. You never know. They took the odds. Guaranteed money, they said. Onto the Primal Beast they go. Walrus punches out. Babidich. Oh, the arrow's going to be blocked from our Spirit Breaker. Pulverize will be thrown out. A charge forward from Flea, but it probably won't matter as he does drop. Arbit will go for more. Trample is there. Into the queue. Babidich trying to onslaught his way forward, but he is going to drop as now Sammy's here.
Oh, no.
Yeah. At least you've got some music for the dead here in this mid lane, John. Sammy singing a song for his mates.
Yeah, he came in for a Requiem Mass, that's it. Maybe if it was a little bit earlier, that song would have had a lot more impact. They are buying space out for Arc, to be fair, right? Like, Arc's not the one being ganked, so that is some good news. Your Lina is getting some space to farm into that Maelstrom and try to accelerate its build-up onto early itemization. But again, this aggression out from Shopify Rebellion, the fact that the mid-tier one is down 12 minutes in, it does not bode well for wildcards. Like, you still have to stall for Arc. Playing with the Naga support can be tough. It just kind of comes down to a Song of the Siren now. You might be able to still connect with Ensnare into LSA or just play around as a follow-up stun or setup for your team, but it gets a little bit harder when it's Shopify Rebellion that's always on the offensive here.
Yeah, certainly does. Flea, top lane. Not sure about that one, Flea. He's going to go for a run, but he's caught out. Hell, even without crit, Saberlight would have just dived him.
Yeah, he's got the durability. He's got the mech. He doesn't care for the tier 1 tower. He's got the level 4 Iron Shell.
Got him. Oh, nice chrono. Catches him mid-onslaught. Sammy. Arteezy's farming. Arteezy's farming in the chrono. He's not even hitting heroes. Arteezy, that's too far. That's too far, Arteezy.
Dewarded. Dewarded in the chrono.
Babidich.
He took the obs down.
Oh.
That's it.
I mean, it makes sense. It does. Get rid of the vision. That's the first. That's 101 in team fights, Jonathan. Always get rid of the enemy vision. Arteezy. He's just following fundamentals here, John.
That is true. I feel like heroes give you a little bit more gold as a core, but in the long-term strat, vision is key.
It's an investment.
It is.
It's an investment.
A very good investment, and the gold goes to his supports, you know? So he's helping out the boys here in Shopify Rebellion. You know, he's helping out Crit and Fly. Always good news. What's not good news is we haven't seen Wildcard take a successful fight from their own initiative just yet, and I think we need to find that. Sammy?
Yeah, Sammy. He'll get caught out. Shards are there. Sammy really got nowhere to go. Crit will hand him the sharpshooter. 13-1 now. 5k advantage for Shopify Rebellion. A very dominant game number 1 so far, as the odds did reflect. Flea going for a bit more. We'll try to Saberlight. The Saberlight's just going to go for a run. Nether Strike never comes out. Wildcard, I mean, they're trying. They are getting aggressive where they can, but they don't seem to have the follow-up. And this is kind of what I was talking about during the drafting stage. It's like, if you don't get off to an amazing start with this mid-Primal Beast, you've got 0 follow-up.
Yeah, it does feel like the ideal here for Wildcard is to just kind of run around with Babitich and with Flea. And those are your 2 heroes with probably the best mobility to catch up with each other. They're just not really connecting. They need Babitich to kind of build into that BKB first. Shopify Rebellion, they're going for a big smoke here.
Yeah, that they are. In they go. Flea will be spotted. Sammy will also be spotted. There's a snowball in from our Tusk. Arbed, he'll back right out as Babitich does move in for a pulverize onto that Mirana. Fly leaps away. Oh, he's gonna survive. Not like this. And in we go. Shopify, they are not done yet. Onto Sunlight they go. That'll be a Death Prophet gone, surely. Babinich moves right back in. Save a Buddy Syndrome is well and truly alive here for the side of Wildcard, as they'll give a second death away to Shopify Rebellion. And they want more. Abed's not done. He smells Sammy. He'll find Sammy as well. A double kill for the Tusk. Arc the only one to be able to walk out of this. And another terrible scenario for Wildcard Gaming. Oh no, it's not over, is it?
No.
It's not over. This might be the final arc for the side of Wildcard. John, excuse the pun. It's not looking too good. In we go. Sunlight going to try and save something for his team. Try and get something for his team. But in comes Arteezy. He's got the chrono. Oh no. It just keeps getting worse. It just keeps getting worse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's, rough game for Wildcard Gaming, but again, you know, you look at esportsbet.io with the odds. I think most of the people kind of expected that kind of result here, Mike. Shopify Rebellion, they're a squad that's very experienced. They're a squad that's played with each other for a long time. And Wildcard, Sammy again has managed to take away a game from the ex-EG squad before.
Right.
It's just, it didn't manage to pan out. I think for Wildcard Gaming, they had to be a little bit more aggressive in lanes. They had to just gank around. We saw Shopify Rebellion do that. Right? The moment Crit could leave, the moment Fly could go around together as a unit, they come in, they have all this control. Abed leaves mid. They've got a lot of aggression with those three heroes. Any lane they go to is a kill.
Right.
And Wildcard just couldn't match that pace. Maybe going back a bit to that early Sammy Boy Naga, just not having the impact it had. Again, in theory, Ensnare into LSA is good, but didn't really come out in that lane.
It certainly did not. And with that, and that's game number one. Wildcard, they have a chance in game two to try and turn this around.
That was a quick one, right? How many minutes was that? Almost maybe 16?
Yeah, something like that. Well, let's go to our panel. They'll know what time it is. Let's go through to the panel and see what they have to say.
Woo! Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That just happened.
Yeah, that just happened. Shopify Rebellion turns out as a pretty good team. Turns out that they know exactly what to do. Gentlemen, I think the writing was somewhat on the wall, right? Fia, you were talking about how this Lina hero shouldn't really care too much about the dogs here in lane. Saberlight solo killing you, getting first blood over you, forcing you out of lane individually, right? At some point, Crit was allowed to leave. It's like, peace out, mate. I got this. It's fine. And from then on, it did start to feel like this was just going to be a cascading effect all the way down.
Here's the nice D-ward to Chrono.
Yep.
That was a good one.
Beautiful.
But to answer your question here, just different league of players here. Like, also, I want to spotlight not only top lane. Lina probably should have done a bit better in this lane, right? But bottom lane, like, come on, you've got Death Prophet, Spearbreaker lane. It was ugly down there. This Mirana plus Faceless Void had way more CS than they should have. I think if you flip the tables here, and then, Fly and Arteezy, probably one of the strongest duos as far as laning goes that this region has to offer. Like, I even played for a bit. I have yet to find like a combination of players that can beat these guys in lane, and every lane just like goes really bad for them in this game, and that's kind of how you end up with like a 16-minute game.
Yeah.
A 16-minute game, by far the fastest game so far on the DPC, beating out the previous record, which was 19 minutes, also here in North America, by 4 whole minutes here at T-Panda. And it did not look... It's one thing when it doesn't look close, right? Because obviously the game wasn't, but it's quite another when it doesn't even feel like there's any possibility. Everything that could potentially and possibly go wrong goes wrong. And even that Chrono that we saw in the replay, not only is he getting the D-ward there, right? That was supposed to be the moment where they get this kill on Void and the game is supposed to shift. Instead, they end up losing multiple heroes and don't even get anything out of it.
Yeah, just experience and confidence showing. Like from Arteezy especially, he recognizes the situation. His positioning was really good. His understanding of what they want to achieve with these heroes. Primal Beast rotating very early on. These are the things that you see as a carry. Is like, I'm going to be under threat the whole time. But Arteezy didn't feel threatened.
Nope.
He's the threat. Like, basically wants to turn it around, and this Naga hero just fell into the void. Like, no pun intended, but like draft-wise, like the idea, first picking this hero, and then what we saw in execution, like we just didn't get to see the hero at all. So, clean. I'm gonna say for the first time in my life, this was the cleanest game I've seen in a while from any team.
It was absolutely perfect. And of course, this was the answer towards the first pick, Lina. You were mentioning it, Fia, that they gave it away knowing exactly what they needed to do to counter it. They were aware that Wildcard would take it. Go for it. And now you have that advantage, right? that you don't have to worry about banning it anymore. It's like, let them have it. It's cool. They're the ones that have to think about, if we have first pick on the side of Shopify Rebellion, can we afford to give away this Lina? Just what a performance from them. As we are looking at our MVP votes here for Crit, it's interesting because this is a hero fear that we're talking about not having the greatest amount of impact in the DPC so far, but Crit showing why this hero still continues to be picked. There is real potential behind this position for Hoodwink.
Yeah, I mean, just don't let them get enough farm to buy a 4-staff. That's the answer, right? Just beat them down so hard that they can't buy the counter to your hero. And yeah, I mean, it looked really good. Just, I think, really, you just have to look at these two teams right now, and it just comes down to a difference in individual skill right now.
Yeah.
And if they want any chance in this series, they're going to have to pick stronger lanes. I mean, the Lina was a good approach. I do like the idea, but I think picking the Naga there, why? Why are you picking like such an oddball hero against a team that is so strong at laning? It's not good. And I think Spear Breaker, same story. This isn't a traditionally strong laner. I think they really need to look at their supports and be like, yeah, we got a little too wild on our support picks here. Let's mellow it down. Let's pick something that's stronger in the laning stage so we don't get GG'd out again in like 15 minutes.
But this is the sort of trap that we've seen a lot of these teams fall prey to here in North America. Overthinking it, overcomplicating it. Sometimes when you're going up against a team much better than you, the simpler draft is a better idea rather than the 7D chess strat. Regrettably, did not work out right now for the side here of Wildcard Gaming. Shopify Rebellion looking like they're living up to the billing of being the final boss here of the NA region. Of course, though, this is only game one. It was a stompy game, but there's still opportunities for Wildcard Gaming to try and recover. So we'll see what they can come up with during the break between game 1 and game 2. Stick around, stay tuned, and we'll return shortly with some more Div 1 Dota here in the NA DPC. Welcome back, one and all, to the North American DPC as we continue Division 1 action here today. We just had Shopify Rebellion taking on Wildcard Gaming in a game one that, even if you had believed Shopify Rebellion would win, the manner in which they get that W, you could not have seen coming. 15 minutes, 53 seconds, fastest game in the DPC by far, only one death at the very end of the day. I mean, it says a lot, Panda, when 16 minutes into the game, or before that, 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes in, RTZ's middle, not even using chrono, just fighting and getting kills. And it's like, yeah, this is probably not going to go well if you have the confidence to bring a faceless void into that situation that early in the game.
And that's kind of demoralizing as well, you know, like what can we do about this situation? How do you come back from this kind of 50-minute just quick stop? Like we've seen teams in the top level bounce back and come strong into game 2, but that was so like finale that I feel demoralized. I have no hopium left in my machine after that. Like,
all right, I got you. Let me inject some hopium for you, right? So, Fia, you'll remember back in the day when we had this Virtus Pro squad, right, that was extremely dominant all across the world, right? By everyone's measure, the best team in the world at that time. What they would often do if they felt they couldn't win a game, they would GG out early to try and avoid getting demoralized after a long, lumbering loss. So, Wildcard Gaming is not like they were losing racks at the point where they called GG. They just understood that the game was over. So potentially, there could still be a mental bounce back here. Is it maybe possible that they recognize that if we keep this game going, we're not going to be able to do anything in game 2? Let's rather GG go next as soon as possible.
So I think the only difference in that example is like, you know, the VP, they were always winning, so they know what winning was, right?
Winning culture.
And they're like, oh, okay, this isn't the same vibe as winning. We're losing, so we can just go next and go back to that winning vibe. I don't think Wildcard knows what that winning vibe is yet, so GGing out in this situation, I mean, yeah, maybe they knew they were going to lose, but is that going to make their chances any better for the next game? Or do you think they're going to be a little more demoralized? Maybe yesterday they beat Bait, they're on a bit of a high, and now they're just like, all right, well, maybe this is like we're in the big leagues now and take a step back and hopefully they can get their stuff together here and just like put up a better show. I really do think it comes down to the supports, though. They need to pick something stronger for the laning stage. You know, the Naga support, the Spirit Breaker support, incredibly weak laners. And I think if you're playing against the best laning team in North America, and maybe even the world, that's always like the old EG saying. Like, they were just good in the laning stage. They've always been good in worldwide. So if there is a team you have to play strong laners against, this is it.
I mean, speaking of the laning phase, between these two squads, right, a very important lane, especially for the newcomer Babitic on the side here of Wildcard Gaming, is how does he deal with Abed? This game against the Primal Beast Tusk matchup, it wasn't the best in the world, but it also wasn't the worst, right? They drew relatively okay. He did end up losing the lane in this situation. The question is, Panda, in terms of their individual matchups against each other, right, when we compare these two players, I'm going to be seeing that right now in the direct head-to-head comparison, what can Babitic do, right? In terms, what does he have to pick, basically? I think that's what it comes down to, right? Do you just try to curate the best possible matchup for him versus Abed here?
I don't know. I mean, there's
really demoralized over here.
All right. I'll get my stuff together. So, I mean, if you think about individual hero picks, like obviously you can kind of sacrifice maybe some portions of the draft where we're going to get a good matchup for Babitic, for example. That's something you can build on. You can put more emphasis with your support rotations, get him a good game. But how much is that going to actually win for you? Like, is Babitic already considered like a guy who's basically playing still his first games? Like let's be honest, like he's still playing his first official professional games. Does he still have that capacity to 1v5? Like, is that going to be enough? Like, it's a good example and an idea to kind of consider. Babitic could be the hero, the one who takes the cape and carries his team, but it's a team game. Like, you're looking at a team like Shopify Rebellion. They're not going to give an inch in any part of the map from any of their players. They're disciplined. They're ready to beat any single team that they can fight up against. Wildcard, they can do one with the motivation, the preparation, and with the willpower.
Yeah,
but that can only take you so far. The rest is just talent, you know.
It's so difficult though because when you think about just talent, right, as you're mentioning now, it's not like they lack talented players, right? They have several players on the team who are 10, 11K MMR, right? Mechanical skill is available for them, but it's just not translating into the game. Just the experience is clearly not there as well. They just need time, I suppose. But we'll see if they've had enough time to try and figure all of this out, as we do have the second draft of the day available between these two squads. Game number 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus Wildcard Gaming. Shopify in cruise control mode. Let's see. They have first overall pick, and this is where things are complicated here. They just chanced you on Lina. They don't have to ban it. If you're Wildcard, can you afford to give up that hero at this point?
I mean, Tough question. Like, can they afford to give up that? Can they afford to give up any heroes at this point? Like, I'm not sure. Like, if giving up Lina is like a strength or a weakness. Because I was thinking about it myself. Like, the strength of Lina mainly is she's just so strong in the lane, and you kind of get crushed. And that's just how it is. But like, she's not like the end-all be-all carry. So if you're really like getting into it and you're thinking about it, I think giving away Lina is actually a good move if you're wildcard. Because the way I see it, you're going to lose your lane anyway to RTZ and Fly. And he will probably just pick a better hero if he doesn't end up with the Lina and try and counter Lina with like some gameplay. Like maybe get the Legion we saw, something that can get on top of the Lina. Could be good. So yeah, I don't know. It's a very tough decision to make. And I really don't think they're thinking the same way I am. As we're going to lose the lane anyway. So maybe just give him the Lina.
Yeah, like generally thinking, if you want to deprive a player from his most biggest weapon, which is his micro and his mechanical skill, stuns. That's basically, you can't do anything while you're stunned, right? Like, then you of course might pick some heroes that have hard dispels and stuff like that, but that's the most basic fundamental of Dota, is using stuns to take away their strongest weapons, which is them on the field, being active and having, free will. What they want to do. So I like the LC idea. That could be something that they could look forward to. Maybe other taunts. I don't know if Axe is actually a hero that is considered like even mediocre currently, because it's not even a situational hero. Yules are just being built by a lot of heroes, so that's a straight up counter to him. Ursa's got the same problem as well, even though he is strong in the meta, but still a hero that also just suffers against Yules, for example. But maybe through their offlane, I think if they can establish their game from the offlane, that can help out Babatic, for example, then maybe Arc has space to farm. But Shopify Rebellion is just going to be jumping everywhere. Yep, it's contagious. It is contagious.
It is contagious. Might have to have a conversation about the sponsorship change there. Yeah. Maybe make it easier
Arm
for us.
the rebels.
So now we are going to be looking at what they want to do, right? We're going to go for the first pick Rubik. So they feel confident enough that we just demolish this Lina. We don't really care about it that much. And it puts you in a very strong position if a hero that is considered extremely broken in the meta doesn't even have to factor into your plans. You can just win with it, or you can win without it, and you can beat it. You don't necessarily have to rely on it. I mean, Fear, you kind of won TI off of the similar principle, right? Not having to be that concerned about this Leshrac hero. Be like, all right, we don't need to play it. We know the enemy team can't play it that well, so we're cool.
Disrespect there on wildcard. They can't play the hero, huh? No, I mean, it's true. It's like they beat it, right? So, like, they're not afraid of it anymore. And I think normally they... In many other ways, they would have just picked it first pick, right? But I think they realize that their laning is just so good that they don't need that tool right now. Yeah. Like, they're not playing against a team that can challenge them in the laning stage, so they don't need to get that draft advantage of picking that hero that's given a guaranteed lane win for the most part. So it's a bit of a cocky move here, I think, from Spotify Rebellion, not Shopify Rebellion.
To be fair, they do now have one of these heroes that has been dominating lane after lane, game after game, not just here in North America, but all across the world. This Rubik hero has seemed pretty nutty. The Doom is not going to be paired with the Doom, which I think is the strongest combination that we've seen between the two, but nonetheless, just having Rubik in the game just feels so strong. And it looks like Wildcard has still going to be going back for this Lina paired with the Clockwork. This is a little bit easier to play, but primarily this is a bit more defensive. Sammy Boy can actually get in front of the Lina when she's being aggressed upon and prevent her from dying in the laning phase.
And this was one of the lane duos we talked about, I think, on day 2, having Lina and Clockwork both in the same lane. That's a really strong starter only from your laning stage and following it as the exit from that, because you can take choke point fights. And Lina loves, 1, vision, and 2, someone who creates that small space for you, basically engagements, attention, and basically just allows Lina to have a bit more free reign. You're up against a Rubik, so you don't want to get this Rubik hero to just be on top of you the whole time with a +1, making your life miserable. So Clockwork is really good at actually protecting the hero, but also amplifying Lina's capability.
You mentioned also in the last game that you like this Redbreaker pick. The one thing we were okay with is his capability of finding vision on the map, and of course Clockwork gives them that. If you're going to be losing the lanes anyway, at the very least you want to be able to do something afterwards and not just feel like you're playing in the dark. Because that was kind of one of the issues with Wildcard, that every move they tried to make post-laning phase, there's no vision. There's no active place to go. They had 1 ward in the safe lane, but even that gank didn't go well, and it got dewatered at the time. So this game, I'm scared though, boys.
And Clockwork is really good as a kind of a comeback hero. Like when you're playing from defensive, he still got that same duration stun from his hook shot. It's an AoE stun, and that is really one of the best tools that Clockwork has. On top of Vision, you're still got that capability of coming back with a great ulti. If you get 3 guys with a hook shot, put them all in cogs, Lina follows up with a free man stun, or even gets a couple punches in, building up those stacks while Clockwork might sacrifice his life. But he's already done his job if he catches a couple heroes with hook shots. So I really like this opener from Wildcard. A lot more than they did in game 1.
Let's see where they go with this in the second phase.
I'm building up hope here, you know.
I mean, it's a step in the right direction. I think the Naga was the other hero before. I mentioned they need stronger laners if they want any chance to get into that mid game. Normally in Dota, you play your laning stage, which transfers into the mid game. There just was no mid game because the game was so fast, right? And that's because all 3 lanes went poorly. So this is the correct step to make. Clock, Lina, much stronger than the Naga Siren, no matter what they pick here. They do pick the Lycan. We did see this. TSM played it quite a bit, right? Looked very strong. It's good versus Clockwork. You can get on top of the Lina. It has a lot of strengths here. Saberlight, you know, I guess I shouldn't even talk about. He can play pretty much everything at this point, right? He can play the Zoo. He can play, you know, your classic initiators. Won't doubt this guy can play this hero. So that's a really good response there. And now they're just going to ban out some heroes that are good for Lycan. What I'm keeping a big eye on is that Shopify banned Hoodwink.
Yes,
you know, they picked Hoodwink. They have some respect for this hero when I personally have none, right? So I'm trying to like figure out what is it with this Hoodwink. We're not going to see it this game, but something to keep an eye on how Hoodwink is going to progress through this DPC.
Clearly
might
know
start
something
picking
we
up.
don't.
Yeah.
And probably as more and more games start happening on Shopify Rebellion, if they have the capability of getting this Hoodwink, we'll start to see more and more exactly why. I think last game it's a little bit difficult to draw a definite conclusion, right? Just because the nature of Stompy gaming means it's harder to learn from exactly how things go. In this game, Wildcard Gaming will now pick up this Crystal Maiden. All right, we have a route, we have a little bit of team fight, but more importantly, we have a way to keep you fighting. So even in the early laning phase, there's some way that you can actually contest up against the side of Shopify Rebellion.
That's usually a draft opener, you know, Tiny Mirana.
Yeah. I was going to mention the CM a little bit. It's
Go ahead.
very squishy hero, right, against the Lycan. I mean, there are some pluses, like the Crystal Nova does reduce attack speed on the units, and you get a bunch of armor if you channel your ultimate, and Lycan does not have a stun, but you know, with Mirana and Tiny in the pool now, there's a lot of stuns there. I'm really afraid for whoever's playing CM this game, because she's looking very squishy. And then into the Pudge.
All right.
Okay.
Who's playing that?
It should potentially be...
they got like 2 normal carry heroes here, right? I mean, technically all these heroes can go to any lane, but I'm guessing this is a mid Lina and a carry Pudge.
Yeah, that's what I'm also thinking. Like he's got, Ark's got 15 games of Pudge in his latest pubs. And I have seen him play Pudge before, you know, pretty mediocre performance, nothing too special when we look at like the big Pudge players in the world. Like it's maybe not necessarily up there, but maybe they're experimenting here with the draft a little bit. Like, let's see if we can make these heroes work. Like Pudge kinda needs a good timing, basically, to hit up his axe timing and then snowball from there. He could also potentially build stuff like I would say Vanguard is pretty good against the Lycan, takes a lot of damage away from him and from the Zoo. And then with this kind of Clockwork and CM, well, CM is in peril. I still think that CM is just going to be cannon fodder this game. But Pudge with the right build and Clock Lina, like Wildcard could still establish a pretty good game with these heroes. Like I like how they have some of that TI meta still coming into here. The heroes haven't changed that much from there. Maybe they put a lot of value into it. I'm just curious, what is Sunlight going to be playing this game?
All right, I got the game plan for you guys.
All right, go ahead.
Here's the game plan. This is what Wildcard needs to do to win this game. So they're going to put carry Pudge with the CM. It's going to be versus Lycan. Pudge will have a game, right? And mid lane, they're going to have the Lina going mid, right? Okay. So Lina can't really lose a lane very much on that hero, right? Now you have Clockwork in the position 4. I want him to go mid, help mid a lot. Sunlight, he's not really known for crushing his lanes, so don't put him in a position to win his lane, because I don't think he will.
Yeah.
Sack him this game. Pick him a melee hero, pick him as Mars or something like that. Get him sacked and focus on your mid lane, focus on your carry, win 2 lanes, and you can actually have a game of Dota.
That actually sounds like a recipe for success, or at the very least a recipe to avoid getting dumpstered like in game number 1. So Shopify Rebellion, let's see where they need to go here. We're potentially looking for a hero for Arteezy. No, definitely Arteezy. Well, there we go. The Arteezy Ursa. Oof. Fun game, fun times. Do you want to be the Pudge in this game? Actually, this Crystal Maiden, you're right. They're going to actually get eaten alive every single time. Once they get this Blink Dagger active on this tiny Ursa, Rubik's going to be there lifting you back. Arrows, you just die so quickly. I'm very worried about her. What's Sunlight going to play? Because this has to be his hero. What would you like to see at the very end of the draft, Panda?
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. Razor is not really that great against the Ursa, but it's an option. Still in the pool. Magnus is another opener if you want to build more team fight and find another initiator potentially in the game. There's not really any silences, but
he needs something faster. Like I don't have any hope if he ends up
Centaur?
picking. Like I want him to. Is there Mars in the pool? I can't.
Nah, banned. Not banned.
I mean, Centaur is fine too. Like, don't play to win your lane here, because like if they get trapped in like trying to win all 3 lanes, right, and play head to head against this team, they're just gonna lose. I think because they're just outskilled, as we saw in the first game. Like mechanically, lane-wise, teamwork, everything in the laning stage, don't play for it. Like sack a lane, that's a very valid strategy, and focus on winning 2 lanes. And I think they could really do that here.
What do you think about Underlord?
Versus Ursa, terrible. I don't think he should try and go the route of like, because like you want to win your lane as an Underlord. He just, I'm thinking, buy Blink Dagger first item, you're good for the game. Like, Centaur's fine. I thought about the Mars. I mean, a Pango would be fine for that type of
How do you
style.
feel about them
But isn't he
stealing away the Doxia?
isn't he still pretty good against the Lycan?
Which hero?
Underlord.
It's pretty decent. I don't
if
think
they're
Lycan
only-
cares that much about him. It's like good control, but I think versus the lane will just be way too hard.
Because I'm thinking, like, if they are planning to sack his lane, if that was the plan, like, then they could potentially go for that hero. They'd have global presence as well with the portal, and they could do a lot of damage to the Lycan. They've already got the Frostbite. They could easily just kill him.
All right, they're
But
in the lanes.
Snap, so is that a Clock Core then, maybe? Or are they going for the
Snap,
Phase
Snap
Core?
offlane, yeah. This will be the Sunlight or
All right.
Snap. There we go.
They
We've
wanna
been
win
seeing
the
more and
lanes,
more
yeah.
this hero being occupied in the safe lane, in the off lane rather than a support. I suppose, you get some magic damage from down the stretch. There's a little bit of minus armor to try and enable Babatich a little bit. But yeah, this feels like you want to win the lanes.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with confidence, right? I'm just saying, like, what I think they should do to win, right? But they don't have to take my advice. Like, it's very hard to be like, you guys aren't good enough, dude. This is how you need to win. You need to adjust. I like the confidence of going in, trying to win. I think that's like the natural response.
All right, so Panda, how about you? How do you feel about this? The Dean of Esports has spoken. He prefers the Shopify draft, I think. What about you? How do they win this game on the side of Wildcard Gaming and force us to a Game 3?
Well, I stripped myself of the bully jacket yesterday, but the draft is better. Now I just hope that they can win those lanes, because we just saw a 3-0 for Shopify in the last one. It can only go better.
It can indeed only get better from here on out for the side of Wildcard Gaming. So let us hope that this is going to be the case here in game number 2. But to find out if that's going to be the case, we do have the marvelous Mike and the jovial John. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Drip King Snare. It is indeed MLP Dota on John X Fire. John, you heard T Panda. In the wise words of T Panda, it can only get better, which leads me to my question. Are we going over 16 minutes this game, or are we going under?
I think it should go over 16. I think the bigger
so?
question is, will it go past 20 perhaps?
Right.
That's the next barrier. I think they've got the lineup to do that. If the lanes go out better, as the panel said, things could get better.
Okay.
And it after a first game like that, things can only get better, like T said.
Can they?
I think so. I mean,
I hope so.
I'm going down. I don't see it going any faster than it did, at the least. So I think Wildcard should be in for a bit of a redemption arc. But again, if you think about those odds, Mike, from esportsbet.io, 1.038 or something up against 9. I still think those odds are kind of... I mean, I said game 1 would be the moment of truth, and, well, we found out the truth, Mike, in 15:53.
We did.
So, yeah.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. I always appreciate a positive John X Fire. Usually you're the negative one, but...
Yeah, but I don't see a game going quicker than that. That's pretty insane.
Yeah, it would be insane. It might be record-setting if it goes any earlier.
Isn't
than
it
that.
funny? We've had the longest game on TI main stage, and we've had a 15-minute game in DPC.
Probably the shortest game of the DPC 201, I'd say. I'd be willing to bet on it.
It's close. I'm not sure. I feel like there must have been a 14-minute GG.
What,
Was there
in
a
week
12?
1?
No, definitely
No,
not.
I mean
In
this year, John. I
Yeah,
mean
true. In this year,
history-wise.
yes.
Yeah, all right. Anyway, moving on. First blood may be drawn, but not really. Neither side really wants to fight right now. Critia's taking a fair bit of damage here from Arc. Hook was already committed, though, so he should be just fine to walk himself out of there. Meanwhile, mid lane, Arteezy is currently having a bit of fun with Sunlight. This is not something we get to see very often. Arteezy, put the hand up, wave them bye-bye. Not very often you get to see RT. Oh, Flea. He could have tried for that. I'm a Clockwork spammer. He may have got that off if he was lucky.
Yeah, it would have been pretty annoying for Artur to kind of walk back in lane. A lot of room for Sunlight to get a lot of value in his level 1. But yeah, you miss out on an opportunity. This lane should feel a little bit better for Wildcard. It is a lot more aggressive. You can try to bully out Artur at some point, but it's a bit risky as well. Maybe by level 2, level 3, Flea feels a little bit comfier to get that done. We'll see if it pans out this time. Because if you do shut down RTZ, it does feel a lot better.
Oh, there goes a bit of a cheeky courier snipe there from Fly. Even pulling the wave away for a moment. Mid lane, of course, Abed and Babbage going at it once again. So the Lina versus Tiny matchup, you'd have to argue the Lina does have an inherent advantage, but it seems like Abed's doing just fine in terms of CS. I suppose with the tree grab, you are going to have some massive base damage and huge range to attack with. Tiny, though, very low armor kind of hero. Of course, we do have another video with Fly, and I believe this time around, I can't remember exactly what we asked him, but give me one moment. We asked him what is the best start to a game, so let's have a hear and see what Fly said.
Part of the game for us. I mean, I'll take a first blood any day, you know, for my mid laner especially. I think that's usually like the best case scenario you can get.
Well, there you go. There's Fly speaking. I was about to say hold that thought because Sammy was dying it down at the bot lane, but he does barely survive.
Oh, Saberlight. Like, microwing for the blocks and he's not even close to finding the kill just to annoy Sammy? It's a mental warfare.
Oh, no. That's a solo kill from Abed. Level 1 Avalanche, level 1 Toss is all he required for that. That's not something you see too often.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Linas lose up against Tiny. I believe we were watching a Southeast Asia game sometime last year, but it's been a while.
Long time.
And that was really a skill mismatch more than a hero matchup difference, so does not bode too well for Babbage. Not the end of the world, but we've seen Abed go off on a running start. And he does, again, he builds that momentum quick for his team. So maybe Wildcard should try to take a book out from what the panel was saying, get aggressive onto the mid, give Babbage a lane, but so far they're just kind of tied into these side lanes still.
Right, because you've got a hero like Lina who can attack from a mile away, and you've got a hero like Tiny with 0 armor. So theoretically, the matchup should be quite favored towards said Lina, but I kind of agree with you. Like, maybe a bit of a rotation would help. In fact, if you could rotate this clock over and get a cogs off, it's basically a guaranteed kill onto Abed. For now, though, it does seem like Flea is occupied top lane here with Sunlight, and, well, to be fair, Sunlight probably can't be left alone either. It's the Mirana Ursa. Sure, you've got a cookie away, but Arteezy could easily just chase him down with the Earthshock, of course, and be a little bit rough for him. Arteezy's having a very good time up at top lane, by the way. Hands completely up all the time. Always asking for a high five here, Arteezy.
Yeah, he's not being pressured too hard. There's still a pretty decent kill threat with Cookie Cog's battery assault, but
mid. Here we go again. Babbage, she'll get tossed back right into the loving arms of Crit. Babbage, well, there's really no escape. There is no way to escape that. He will drop Crit to take the kill on the Rubik. Meanwhile, top lane, there is an attempt at Arteezy's life. He's just going to be perfectly fine, though. No worries, he'll just walk away.
The big difference between these two teams is really just that movement out from the supports. Crit's the one who shows up mid instead, building off that strong start of Abed. Wildcard are just still pinned to their side lanes. Maybe the mentality is we really need to win these side lanes and just try to get a better start than game 1, but it's coming at a massive cost. Just giving Abed this strong of a start again is pretty scary, and Babbage, he's going to have to farm as the Lina. You lose that momentum from the early power spikes this hero has with just a couple of items by being stalled out like this.
Top lane, Sunlight again going to be in danger. Instead, they'll turn their attention on towards Flea, though Fly is dropping fairly low, but won't mind. He'll keep going after the clock, but the Fairy Fire will save the day. Fly out of leap charges, but is going to be able to walk away for now. Still, this top lane, a little bit disastrous here for the side of Wildcard. Just no farm really being had. Sunlight on 9-2 in terms of CS. Arteezy basically free farming once again on the Ursa. There's not really much you can do about it.
Nah. I mean, they've been trying to get that combo with Cookie off. It's just really hard to commit onto the Ursa right now, and with Fly just positioning well, threatening with the Starstorm. He doesn't even have the arrow. He's just looking to damage them down anytime they commit.
Yeah.
It just makes it so hard to look for that trade opportunity.
It makes enough sense, right? Because again, there's not much mobility up this top lane, so the Starfall does kind of have a lot of value in this laning stage, and well, as you can see, the farm's going perfectly fine. What about that bot lane, John? We haven't really talked about it too much. Saberlight seems to be farming extremely well himself here on the Lycan. 26 and 4 in terms of CS. So he's going to have a very strong timing on that Helm of the Dominator. In fact, almost has it up, just needs the recipe now. Arc not doing too bad himself on the Pudge, currently 3rd in CS at 25 and 10. Still, once that Helm of the Dominator comes up for Saberlight, things get very tough. This mid lane looks like they are going to try onto Babbage once again, though Arbed will not be able to close the gap. So no toss back for him. They do force a rotation out from Sammy Boy, but he's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, top lane and bottom lane, action all across the map. Arc's trying to man-fight Saberlight here. Saberlight is more than happy to oblige, but eventually the rot damage is starting to do some real damage, so Saberlight eventually is going to be forced to back away. It's a bit of a reset for himself. Sammy was rotating, to be fair, so you definitely don't want to take that fight, though Fly, rather Crit, is going to get hooked up. Nice lift away from Crit. Saberlight now to move in. In fact, Arc's the one in danger. How the tables have turned. Arc, so close yet so far. He will drop. Sammy, for some reason, is stuck around, and that probably means there's another killing coming. That they don't have an Avalanche available. Seems like they don't have any spells available, so Sammy is going to be fine to back off, and in fact, Babbage now going to try and move in, and does at least find Crit.
Yeah, they find her first kill. I like that Arc is getting a little bit more aggressive with the Vanguard. That's why he was willing to trade with Saberlight earlier on in that lane. And they play with her combination, but the output just isn't enough. Like they can't even melt the Rubik. Really fast hands out from Crit with a lift back. And Shopify Rebellion, I mean, they're still feeling good about this game. They just have complete control. With Crit dead, he gets a top of Abed, who didn't manage to get the haste rune last time. So you pretty much just get a full reset, and you can just look to play again. Wildcard, their best bet is Arc's early timing. Like, just having this super durable Pudge is nice. It's a good foil against the Lycan in the sense that you could probably just hook the large creep and just take it out completely, but it is a massive waste to do that because it does feel like you need it for the pickoffs. Shopify, they're grouping up around mid, trying to get a little bit aggressive here. Even Fly showing up this time.
That they are. Babbage, he's going to be the target. Avalanche, arrow, everything just so easy to land. And, well, Babbage, he does fairy fire up, but the right-click damage of Arbed is so high. Another kill is now bot lane. They'll try to at least punish Saberlight for being alone here down to this bottom lane. He is falling very low. Wolf form has been popped with the stick charges. He's barely going to survive. In fact, it wasn't even a stick. He just had enough HP. Arc is going to try to run. He'll be fine, but Sammy will not.
Yeah, Saberlight's micro. Just getting that creep up, clapping onto the CM, finding that kill. Up top, they're also still getting aggressive. RTZ dropped low, but just not low enough.
Arrow will land. Won't last very long, and I don't think Arbed has the mana to keep going. It does have the mana, but won't bother even trying, just out of range. In fact, why not just go after Flea instead? That poor Clockwork. He'll walk away. He'll be alright. But 1-5. Very reminiscent of Game 1.
It is. At the least, it's 9 minutes in. So, you know, it's already shaping up to be maybe longer already. It's not as overwhelming of a start for Shopify Rebellion. I think Wildcard has some tools to kind of drag this one out and play longer and try to find that opening for themselves. Sammy, though, he's all right.
He'll be just fine for now. One of the positives, I suppose, is you can just frostbite the dominant creep and take it out every single time. So plus 100 there for old Sammy Boy, but the Wolves are now chasing him down. It's a CM after all, you know, these Wolves do hurt.
Yeah.
He'll be alright.
Shove it all the way back. At the least right now for Wildcard, they've got some room up top. They've been consistently pressuring RTZ at the least, so it's not the comfiest in the lane. Once you have the Kisses threat, just getting cogs off, massive kill opportunity for Wildcard, so it should be their priority to get that done.
That'll be a big kill in the mid lane. Very nice setup here from Babbage and Arc. Second kill of the game for themselves here, and a massive one at that. That mid-tiny, very important to take down.
Yeah, already better than Game 1, 2-5. Wildcard, again, having opportunities to get things done on the map. Sammy's still not safe against these wolves.
No, he's not. He's been consistently chased here by the wolves of Saberlight. He's still trying to run. Another wolf there, but it won't be enough. Tips out to Saberlight. I mean, what do you do, right? Like, you're playing Crystal Maiden against the Lycan. This is just going to happen over and over again. Here we go. The wolves are back.
Yeah, nah.
Bye,
Yeah.
Sammy.
Oh, that's just sickening.
Oh, and here we
The
go.
blocks!
Yeah, blocks are out. Saberlight just showing off at this point. Bye-bye, Ark. I mean, you've got to laugh. I mean, if I was
Yeah.
Sammy, I'd probably be laughing at that. Like, what are you going to do?
There's nothing you can really do there. I mean, it is a Crystal Maiden. It's just gonna die. Maybe you could try to rush the Force Staff or, heck, Ghost Scepter, perhaps, if you're really worried about that. I don't see that being something you can really rush on the CM. Shopify Rebellion, in a good spot, 2-7, but Wildcard, and they've got play here. They've got the Kisses on Sunlight if they can find a target.
They're going. Arteezy, he's got Enrage. Cookie, well, the creep just kind of turned directions completely. Very rude of that creep, ruining the Cookie altogether, and Arteezy's fine to TP out. No issues.
Ooh.
Hook shot off the mark as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the right idea on Wildcard. Just a good read out from Shopify Rebellion as well to back off. Still, maybe Sammy can find something. They're still clumped up here.
Yeah, but Arteezy's around the corner. You've got help there for crit if you need it. They are still chasing, but they have no way to close the gap. Sunlight, he'll try with the Cookie, but a nice little juke out from Arteezy. Sammy's going to try to move in, but again, you still have the Enrage up. Maybe just trying to bait it out here from Arteezy, but Sammy's just going to die.
They tried to line up with that Frostbite into Kisses, but Sunlight was a bit too close to Arthur to fully commit, and I think you really want the Battery Assault, or at least the Cogs on top, to ensure that you get more of those Kisses off. So, doesn't quite line up that rotation. At least they find the Tier 1 tower for their trouble equalizing map control to an extent, and they are buying some space out for Arc to build up. He is going into the Yags now. Clump up mid.
Yeah, Flea's going to try and move in. Arbet's looking for Babidich in the backside. A nice arrow from Fly. He threads the needle, finding the Lena. Sunlight's going to try to fight back against Arbet, but just can't get the damage out. Now the Wolf Form to be popped. Saberlight sees Sammy, and Saberlight probably just wants to take Sammy out. Bit of a right click. He'll back off afterwards, but the Wolves are there. Arbet takes care of it. This is such an annoying draft to have to play against. There's so many things to worry about.
Yeah, it's not an easy one for Wildcard. They're playing it really well in Shopify Rebellion. They've got everything. It looked pretty good earlier on.
A nice Cookie there from Sunlight, at least. Does end up picking off at least one in the form of crit. That'll be about it, though, for Wildcard.
I mean, it looked like a good start to that mid-fight. They had the Cogs, they had the Kisses.
Oh, Babidich.
Oh?
Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
Surrounded. Nice little stunt from Saberlight. Holds down Flea on the clockwork, and the chase is still going. Mind you, Saberlight, he doesn't have any brown boots, so he can't move very fast right now. So I suppose Flea does kind of save the day for Babidich on the positive note, but still looking very tough as they do go after that Tier 1 top tower. And already, Shopify Rebellion was so comfortable they were in that Radiant Triangle that they do eventually back out, to be fair.
Yeah, they just know how strong they are. They're just pushing that advantage, staying aggressive, taking away a big chunk of the map from Wildcard Gaming. If you're Wildcard right now, you could try to just keep grouping around. Whenever you've got the Hookshot plus Laguna or Hookshot plus the Kisses, I think that's your best bet in finding these pickoffs here.
Sammy, right underneath the Observe Ward, does get taken out immediately. It's not an easy life.
No.
Crystal Maiden, you pick this hero, you might dominate the lane, but after that you are just free food for the enemy team.
Pretty much. It's a really rough CM game overall, and they're still invading. Oh no.
Yeah, Hookshot does not connect on Arbet. Still mid lane, they do at least try and go into crit, but the arrow's gonna land from Fly. Kisses to fly in, but they are out of range. Nobody gonna drop here from Shopify Rebellion, and knowing the Kisses are down now, they might just force another fight. Moonlight Shadow's there. Arbet, you'll just go for a creep wave instead. Doesn't really seem to care.
No pressure to kind of make a big play there. And for Wildcard, I mean, that's Kisses down once more, which means you're not going to be too keen on jumping in. Your team fight's just diminished without that spell. And Shopify Rebellion, smoke on top of that. They know without the Kisses, it's going to be a lot harder to try to melt any of them down. They've got an opening.
Here we go. Frostbite already out onto a Wolf. That's going to be completely wasted as Arbit does go in for an Avalanche and a very nice toss out. Flea, he's going to try and cogs up and run, but the lift back is there from Crit. They'll just continue chasing him down here on the Clockwork. And Saberlight in the meantime, he's of course going to target Sammy Boy on that Crystal Maiden. 3 for the price of nothing for Shopify Rebellion. And Roshan is completely open.
Yeah, it's not going to take too long to clean that up with Artur around. And with how durable they are, with the Ancient Granite Golem already up, with that full Helm of the Overlord on Saberlight. It has gone longer. You see, Mike? It's past that 15:53.
Very good.
So we're at 16 minutes in. The question is, do we reach 20 minutes? You know, that's the thing I have in mind. Again, Wildcard, they have decent enough wave clear. They can hold high ground. We're inching towards the Ags of Arc. We're close to that BKB for Babatich. So there are some good core items coming out. It will just boil down to execution. They've got to play to their strengths. They've got to buy space out here. Good hook.
Ah, man. He had the Illusion Room bottled up, though. Doesn't allow the Dismember to come through. Wildcard still grouped up in the mid lane. Trying to get some vision around their own areas. It's very defensive ward placement here from Wildcard. Make sure they do not get picked off one by one. They are going to smoke. A 3-man smoke, in fact, from Wildcard. Up towards the north they go. Mind you, their bottom lane is being forced in right now, so it's going to be maybe a bit of an obvious smoke here from Wildcard, but let's see what they can try to find. Lines have been drawn up towards top lane where Fly is hanging out on that Mirana. Instead, they do go bottom side. Flea get caught out on the Clockwork, but for now is fine. Tree toss is there. He will still survive. Top lane, Fly still hanging around, but jukes out the hook. Bit off the mark anyway. Arteezy will move into that bottom lane. They'll find Flea on the Clockwork eventually and take him out. Sunlight just trying to hide the best he possibly can. Does go for a cookie towards that left side. Maybe try for Arteezy. He does still have that Aegis up, however. Sammy, he goes for the freezing field, but it means nothing. They are still surviving.
Oh, man.
Toss Arteezy away. Why not?
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, the hook's not even going to land either.
Look at Saberlight in the back.
He's going right after that Snapfire. Sammy gets caught out by Arteezy. Onto Babatich they go. They find the Lina. Nobody going to drop here from the side of Shopify Rebellion. Arc still trying, but only really dismembering creeps at the moment.
It's just a bit disjointed coming out from Wildcard Gaming. They group up. They're trying to split their forces up and get these ganks. Any kill matters, so even just killing off someone like Fly is pretty damn good at this point, but they just can't find them. And again, maybe it's just a matter of patience now. Just try to get that BKB, try to get that AG 600 gold away for Arc. You could be really strong at that point. I'm not sure if you can really survive long enough, especially in the Pudge, with the output of Shopify Rebellion right now, but you could give it a shot. High ground defense, again, is not too bad. Wave clear is there. So they can keep playing. I don't think there's any reason to clear out, especially since, well, if you clear out, the series is done, so you have to play this one to its end. Shopify Rebellion for their part, I mean, it's such a clean game for them. Hook on Arteezy.
There is a hook on Arteezy. He's got 2 lives available, and he's a very tanky bear at the moment. Does pop the enrage to be able to get away from that one. Maybe about it. The retreat, they get reset. Shopify Rebellion still respecting Wildcard, not willing to give anything away. While this is happening, bottom lane Saberlight does take down the tier 2 tower. And Wildcard, they give it a decent shot, but not interested in trying to pursue any further. Shopify Rebellion, on the other hand, they're going to move right in. Sammy immediately caught out.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's gone.
It's so rough to watch that in Sammy. It's just not a fun game when you're 0-8-1, Mike.
Oh, and Ark's been caught. Arbed right on the edge with the Avalanche. Cancels off the TP. Arc, I mean, he's going to try to juke out of the tree line, but Arteezy's there. Never fight a bear in the woods. Does get taken out. 2 down for the side of Wildcard.
At the least, Arc has his Ags up. You know, and it's a good bit of news. They can play. Arc is still going.
Yeah, he is. He'll spot out Sunlight. He is completely on his own here, RTZ. Let's see what he can get done. His team is trying to move in time to help him out. And in goes the Wolf Form from Saberlight, so he's going to rush forward because he did see Sammy Boy on that Crystal Maiden. Meanwhile, Flea and Sunlight just get completely torn apart by Abed. Sammy is still being chased by Saberlight. One tip and this is what happens. Davidich also getting dived past the tier 4 towers. Onto the tier 3s they go.
Oh man, all the small plays Shopify Rebellion is pulling out. Like the micro of Saberlight to block the hook shot to ensure RTZ wasn't under any major threat of losing the Aegis. I mean, it just piles up. We're at 3-26 now, 16k lead. Wildcard, they've got the BKB up and running on Babatic. It just doesn't feel like that's going to be enough. We need to see a good team fight. We need to see that execution, the kisses, everything to come true together.
Flea gonna survive. Freezing Field committed by Sammy. Trying to clear out the creep wave and stop this push from happening. Oh, Freezing Field being given back the way of Crypt.
Yeah, it's a bit of a toughie. Even more team fight now. Probably, you know what? Out of all the spells Ruby could steal, you probably don't need a Freezing Field this game. You'd want more control, maybe a little bit more burst, but...
I mean, it's level 1 anyway, you know, it's not...
It's nice, I guess. You get to dance in the middle. Everyone likes to sing, Mike, you know? I suppose.
Abed. Nice little ward there to get vision. He won't jump into 3, not yet. Smoke broken immediately. Abed being a real nuisance here in this tree line as Sunlight's going to have a look around, try to find him. Eventually does spot out the Tiny and tips her out. Sammy, he respects that.
Yeah, just sneaky. Just cutting off any angle for Wildcard, ensuring that, again, this pickoff they have, it's just not getting anywhere. Like, we haven't seen the big Laguna Burst, we haven't seen the Cogs Kisses combination at all this game. Even the impact of this Ags out from Arc, it's not really being felt.
Hook attempt won't be thrown out. Wildcard smoked up once again. Run right into the side of Shopify. Arc, hook is... Oh, no. No. That is not how you want to start a fight. In comes Saberlight. Arteezy's already found Sammy Boy. And the chase is on. Flea's in trouble. Arc's so darn low in terms of HP. Arrow will land. Take down the Pudge. It seems like that call is coming very, very soon here for Wildcard Gaming, as they do also lose Sunlight. Arteezy's godlike. That's a roughie.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? It reminds me of yesterday's game in Game 2 for Wildcard versus Bait, where something snaps and nothing lines up. And I think that's what we're seeing again. But unlike yesterday's series, they're already down 1 game. There's no recovery mode in the Game 3 if it all goes south here. And 3-29 scoreline, 19k lead for Shopify Rebellion. It's getting harder and harder to see literally any small % chance of bouncing back here. I mean, Dota Plus has it at 100% for Shopify now.
Well, you see the smiling face of Sammy. I guess that's all you can do right now. You can just smile. As I believe we saw in a certain film a couple years ago, John. Into the Mirana fly. He's going to drop, so they do find something. Abed does get hit by a few kisses. Is still okay to walk away. They have got themselves a Mirana. Still hooking for more. Seeing if they can fish for something. Shopify Rebellion not going to get too aggressive. Be a little bit patient here and eventually back off, but there's going to be another smoke out from Wildcard. Arteezy, just around the corner, is going to see Sammy. Will blink away.
Yeah, I think this is the right call from Wildcard. Just keep trying to force something out. Keep trying to play with this burst that you have, with this mild team fight you do have if you isolate one, and just try to catch Shopify off guard.
Oh, Flea. Such a tough game. It's like it's 5 hits from Arteezy and you're just dead. There's no 2 ways about it.
No. You need that Ghost Scepter up, or maybe even at least a Force Staff, and neither of those are really coming through anytime soon for either for supports. High ground begins, and the push, it really doesn't take too long with Saberlight around. It's going to be 1 set, probably 2 sets of racks. You could just swing down, bond. They could force a tier 4s if they want to. And you're at the point where you're strong enough to do that.
And there you go, Arbit. Not going to allow the Avalanche this time around. Bodrax is going to drop as well. 2 racks is up now for Shopify Rebellion. Hook is there from Flea, but an immediate lift out from Crit. And that Clockwork is not looking too healthy. Saberlight, he'll move right in onto Babbage. That's Yelena gone. Arbit tossing Sammy around. They are just getting melted. 3 down.
Crit.
There's your song, John. Crit, he's having a great old time.
Yeah. Unfortunately, doesn't it sing? Oh,
yep.
Arbit?
Why not? Go for a bit more in the fountain, but Arbit. Whoopsie daisies. Hand out the tips, boys.
He buys back, though. He's buying back.
That's confidence right there, John. That's confidence. Arteezy, speaking of confidence, onto Arc by the fountain. Still just going. Hook is taken. Crit just brings him back.
Mad.
Sammy. Oh, Sammy.
Oh, goodness gracious
You
me.
know, I respect Sammy. He's that guy that gets beaten up in a street fight and still talks, right? Like afterwards, it's like, yeah, you beat me up, but I'm not asleep. I'm still awake.
Yeah, pretty much. And, you know, I think they understood coming in it would be a tough one, especially considering the performance yesterday up against Bait was also that clean. So it gives him a good foundation to build into week 2, but Shopify Rebellion look a lot sharper here, Mike.
Oh, well, let's head off to our panel. I know a very, very sharp host, Jonathan, so let's see what he has to say about this game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, that was a game 2 that was... We expected a victory. We expected it to be clean, but my goodness, Shopify Rebellion showing that game 1 victory was not a fluke. It wasn't simply an outdraft. It was that they were able to outclass their opponents in pretty much every single way. And that means that Shopify Rebellion take home the 2-0 victory and get themselves a 2-win start to the DPC season. Gentlemen, we have to talk about something very important here, right? Wildcard Gaming, at some point, all you can do is just smile and be like, what can you do? They're just that much better than us, right? Yeah. And there's nothing you can do about it. So the question is there anybody that can do anything about this at this point, given how crispy smooth they look? Fear day 1 when you saw Shopify Rebellion, there were a couple of hiccups here and there. They didn't look like they were fully connected just yet. It looks like smooth sailing at this point, doesn't it?
I mean, it was mainly just RTC just feeding a little bit day 1, but he stopped doing that. They're looking really good. I mean, this game was really important to like kind of gauge like the region as a whole, because if we just look at yesterday, Wildcard beat Bait. They were really close games, and now you see Shopify playing against that same team, and it looks like an amateur team, right? So it's like kind of helps me understand where Bait is a little bit now too on the leaderboard here as well. So things are starting to form a little bit here in the NA region.
I mean, speaking of amateur players here, Babitic in this mid lane, they picked him up this Lina in the first phase, and they were anticipating, Panda, that he was going to be able to do multiple things. Firstly, just be that OP carry hero from the mid lane that we've seen this Lina do sometimes, but primarily win the lane. That's the number one thing that he needed to do. And Abed made Tiny look like a counter to Lina in the mid lane, didn't he?
Yeah, not even through the hero, but like just sheer experience. Yeah, that's right. They tried to win their lanes, and in what's it called, plural lanes. Like they were skipping out on the most important part, which was getting Lina, getting Arc, Sunlight. You can't, like, we had the idea of they could sack his lane, they could put their emphasis onto the mid, onto the safe lane. They didn't, and they ended up lacking on almost every perspective. But it was much better than game 1. Like, you could see that the strength of these heroes in this particular draft, it worked out to some extent. But then SR, Rebellion, they just basically ran them over, knew how these work. They've got the Battle Fury up on Ursa. You know that, well, you might be holding on to this game, but we're going to lose grip of it very, very soon.
Yeah, at some point it definitely feel like it's going to go slide out of control. And to make matters worse, this offlane hero, this is the 3rd time we've seen it in North America, enjoying 100% win rate on this Lycan. Saberlight, of course, enjoying 100% win rate in this new Shopify Rebellion squad. And he is definitely the MVP shot, because not only Fear did he manage to come out of the laning phase in very good stead, he did the classic Lycan thing. And doing it well is actually harder than people think it is. Making sure that that entire side of the map is actually completely unplayable, everything is taken over, and you just don't have a way to kill him. He ends with 0 deaths at the very end here.
Yeah, I mean, Saberlight's a very scary player to play against, because most of the time when you see like these Lycan, Beast, Brood players, they're specialists, and which means the rest of their hero pool if they don't get this, they lose power level. But like to me, like this Zoo meta for him is not even his strength.
Yep.
Like, and he's still so good at it, right? And so it's a very scary player to play against.
I mean, he's playing the Zoo meta. He's playing an initiator from the Zoo role in some kind of way. Where, like, it's honestly incredible to watch the Saberlight player. How do you even stop this? How do you deal with this? So you can't lane against them, right? Because it's not like him and Crit are playing badly together. Crit is a phenomenal laning phase player. Saberlight's always been a phenomenal laning phase player. Like, who on earth can stop this here at T-Panda? Like, in this region, of course, we are expecting.
This is where I lift my
TSM
arms on the wide and just say, maybe another offlaner to match up with his skill. Like, obviously, they're going to be matching up in the lane, but outside of that, like, who's going to be the top offlaner of North America? My sights, what I've seen in this first week, I'm looking at Kasane. Like, I feel like this is the guy who might have some similarities in hero pool with Saberlight, maybe some similarities in play style.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm just waiting for that matchup, honestly. Like, when I'm seeing Rebellion play this well, it's like I want to meet these two and see how they play out. That's going to be like on the third week, so we have to wait a lot longer for that. But, you know, you're starting to build a bit of tension there because who's going to be the better offlaner heading into the major and stuff if they end up winning all their games. They're still far away from that, but it's looking very promising that these two might just be the top.
I mean, that particular series will be exciting because Tomato, who is a former teammate of Saberlight, was mentioning in his interview that he really wants to play against Saberlight and demonstrate that he has what it takes to beat this guy in the laning phase and throughout the game itself. Let's talk about some of the positives that we saw from Wildcard Gaming. Game 1, obviously a complete wash. Game 2, definitely vastly improved. But not only vastly improved, you can tell that the mentality was a bit better. They didn't give up. They didn't just roll over. They were willing to try stuff. And even if those things didn't work, I think it is still a hallmark of a team that has potential. The fact that the game doesn't just end immediately as the laning phase is over. Obviously, Fear, you've been in a bevy of these NA teams, right? And you've seen what can happen when the team when they look like they've given up pretty much before the horn has even sounded. Did it feel like that to you, or did it still feel like Wildcard was still doing their most and trying to learn and improve from this game?
They were trying their best, for sure. Like, I like the adjustments they made in the draft. They picked stronger supports. They picked the Clockwork, the Crystal Maiden, much better than having Naga and Spirit Breaker supports. And they had some lanes. You know, they didn't go as well as they should have on all the lanes, but I was really impressed by, you know, Arc, Sammy Boy. Their lane went really well this time, and I think it was partially due to the hero picks, but I think just in general, that team, they have a pretty strong safe lane, I must say. Just the other lanes really need to focus on like what they need to do to like kind of like bounce back from this.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think Arc's been getting better and better throughout the two series they've played before, and coming into this one, I think Arc is just improving his gameplay. He's definitely ready for the challenge, and I just hope that we get the whole roster to just, you know, we talk about meshing together and the chemistry and all that working, but safe lane is already looking pretty solid. I totally agree with Fear.
Should they now, given how important the safe lane is for the squad, right, should they start focusing pretty much all their drafts just to enabling him, forgetting that much about winning the other lanes, being like drawing even is acceptable, sacking the offlaner for Sunlight, who generally speaking has had a bit of an iffy performance in his laning phase? Do we just start to transition away from even trying to support him early on?
I mean, go ahead.
I mean, I think he just needs to look within himself a little bit more, because there's no way, like, he's a high MR player. He's very individually a good mid laner. It's just like something's happening internally that he kind of needs to fix himself. His teammates can't really fix this for him in game with play. Maybe motivationally they can speak to him, but like he's not playing up to his potential. There's no way.
Yeah, and I think like when you talk about the drafting perspective, basically for Wildcard, if they do want to put emphasis on the safe lane, that can be a goal, yes. But your opponents are also going to be realizing that this is probably their best lane. We're going to try and shut you down in the draft. We're going to take Arc's best heroes away in the second phase. Stuff like this might happen if they start scouting them out. And that could provide maybe Sunlight a better game. That might let Babitic maybe get that hidden potential to come out, which is still a bit hidden.
It has been a little bit hidden thus far up until this point because Babitic, despite the massive potential he has, his team himself has spoken about it, we haven't seen him live up to that potential. However, a team that so far has been able to do so is Shopify Rebellion, and especially the offlaner Saberlight, who will be joining us for a quick little interview. Good sir, congratulations on the victory. Can you hear me? And if you can, I just want to ask quickly. Right now, it's very clear that you're in a honeymoon period, right? Fly himself also mentioned it, that all of you are gelling so well together. How are you all avoiding complacency? Because right now, it's looking like you're undefeatable in the region. So how you keep focused in the game and make sure that you don't, let the foot off the gas, given how easy these games have been for you so far?
Okay, how do we stay focused in the game? I mean, okay, so for different people have different strategies. So, for example, Crit is very focused on having the best possible KDA. He's trying to get as many kills and die as little as possible. So, I think that's a good strat. I think we must just start playing for the stats now.
Just trying to pad those stats. I mean, it's a thing that you can do. Another question that I have for you. The nature of this North American region has changed, right? You've been here for about 2 years yourself, from Undying, then TSM, and now on Shopify Rebellion, of course. A lot of your European compatriots have now followed you into the region. When you first got here, it wasn't that populated with European players, and now they're pretty much everywhere. What do you think of this, and why do you think everyone has made this trek to follow you over?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think everybody just kind of copied me. They saw how they saw that, you know, it's the way. Because I was struggling in the Division 2 in Europe, and then I went NA, and suddenly I played 2 TIs ever since I joined. So it's kind of OP, you know. The regions are slightly imbalanced. So I think, it kind of makes sense that a lot of people kind of go here, even though I think it's easier to get to TI from NA, but it's actually not easier to get to majors because there's only 2 slots, so it's very difficult to actually like make it through. But yeah, I think it like gives there's like a lot of space here on the NA DPC for players who are maybe like not so successful in the other DPCs.
All right, Saberlight, congrats on your victory here. You've been looking pretty good, and not just in, but also outside of the game. I actually want to ask you, since you've had time to be acquainted with the region and the land of the free so far, what's your favorite thing about NA so far?
My favorite thing about NA...
Could be game or outside of game.
Well, certainly... Okay, I was thinking about flaming the region, but Arteez is close, so he's gonna slap me if I flame the NA server. I don't know. We're bootcamping in Toronto, so it's actually really nice here. We have like super nice office. We have a cool view. Maybe I can show it later.
Let's see.
I cannot show it.
Well,
okay, I can. Look,
awesome.
There's our photographer. There's Crit, and there's the view. I mean, you can barely see it, but yeah, we have a cool office. I'm just chilling here in Canada, so it's very nice.
All right, that actually kind of leads into my follow-up question here. So, I and a lot of people consider you as an S-tier content maker. So, you got anything in mind for this DPC year? Or maybe you want to give a bit of a sneak peek on some of your plans? Maybe what you're going to eat the next time you're taking a shower, you always bring something with you? Or maybe a house tour of your bootcamp? What's on your mind?
Well, I've been pondering new content, like ways to make new content. So I might start like a TikTok channel. So maybe some short content there. I think I'll keep up the insane Instagram content. So make sure you follow me there, guys. It's gonna be crazy. But I don't have anything in mind. It's like, I don't know who said it. It might have been Leonardo da Vinci, someone like that. But when the muse comes to you, you just kind of follow it. So when I'm in the shower eating a bun and I feel like taking a video, I'll just do it. But it comes in the moment.
Awesome. Great to hear.
All right, boss. A couple questions for you here. Like, what was like the factor from why you decided to join Shopify Rebellion and leave TSM?
So basically, like, I've been with TSM for 2 years, and I love the guys and I love the work. It was such a good time. I think I've learned a lot, but I don't know. I feel like, especially after this year when we placed last, it was like we kind of got disillusioned with one another, and we felt like there needs to be some change. At least I felt that way, and the change could have either been in the team or me joining another team. So when I heard about this opportunity to like play with such established players, it's hard to pass on, because I feel like I'm still a young blood 22-year-old, so I think I can still learn a lot, especially from such good players. So yeah, I think it's like one question, or like I can see that some people can see it in a way that Saberlight just thinks that this Shopify team is better than the TSM team, which obviously is true and will prove it. But also it's just like, I think either way, whichever team is better, I think in this team I can grow much more as a person than if I stay.
Yeah, so I guess the next question was kind of about that. Like, how does it feel playing in Shopify, more specifically playing with like Bulba and Fly and having like their type of leadership?
It's slightly different than TSM. I think the atmosphere is very chill and low key. I think, I don't know, Moon is like very I mean, he's a good captain and he's like very enthusiastic and very passionate. And the passion, it can be good and it sometimes like can be bad in a way that, like, you know, it's hard for him to like lose, or like, you know, when we're not succeeding. So I mean, so far that hasn't happened with Fly and Bulba, but you know, I've been here for a short time, so I'm sure I'm getting flamed by Bulbas at some point. Yeah.
To actually build on that, I want to ask, what have you already learned? You've been there a couple of weeks, right? But I can imagine that there must have been some lessons, some change in perspective that you've gained from Fly and Bulba in the short time you've been there. Can you share with us any of that, if possible?
I've learned so much. I've learned so much about going to the gym from Fly, and surprisingly, Abed. Not many people know about this about Abed, but he's actually going gym like almost every day.
Okay.
And my laning has improved immensely since I started laning with Crit. This guy is a beast, and yeah, you know, I feel like I'm getting cliffed like slightly more, so I kind of blame Arthur for that. So that's what I'm getting learned.
One final question that I have for you. Right now, of course, Shopify Rebellion is the ascendant team in the region, and they definitely, you'll look the best at the moment, right? When we look at your replacement on the former TSM side, Kasane, there's a bit of an overlap in the hero pool that y'all share. Have you seen him play? And if so, what do you make of him? Does he have the potential to like live up to the very massive boots that you've left behind?
No way. I mean, it's just like, no way. And that guy, I'm just kidding. I actually have no idea who he is, but I've seen his Lycan and I'm impressed. He actually hit like what my build on Lycan used to be was like the big helm, then short, then AC, and I saw him that he actually just skips the short. I think that's a cool idea, so I started copying him. And, you know, I'm taking the best parts of Kasane. But if he's gonna be a better fit to TSM, I mean, we'll see, but I don't think so.
Well, time will tell, and of course, you still have a matchup against TSM deeper into the stretch, and there's still a lot of matchups in general to go, so we will allow you to go and prepare for those. Saberlight, thank you so much for giving us your time, and good luck with the next games in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Hey, bye-bye.
So that's, of course, Saberlight, off-lane extraordinaire for the side of Shopify Rebellion, and really one of the most extraordinary players in general. And he seems so confident, but that just seems to be the prevailing mood in the camp.
They're not only getting swole on the server, but also outside of the server. I like
Right.
that Abed's also hitting the gym.
Everybody's hitting the gym. I mean, if you're around Fly long enough, I suppose eventually it just has to rub off on you. Right? I can imagine it being like, you only practice if we're in the gym. So it's interesting that he said to us that like Kasane is willing to copy from him, right? And I think that's a very good thing, because if we look at this leaderboard right now, after how things look from this first week of play, we can see that at the very top, Shopify Rebellion, Nouns, TSM, the squads that we expect to be there, but we also seeing that Shopify Rebellion is not disrespecting them. They are willing to look at what the other squads around them are doing, and what works will work for us. Doesn't really matter if they're a quote-unquote lower-ranked team, and that's good to hear, isn't it?
Yeah, so nice that they're letting Nouns be on top of them on the leaderboard as well. Yeah.
I mean, you kind of have to have that. Like, that's an individual thing, not really a team thing. As a player, like, you can only play so much Dota, right? So like, you're gonna spend a lot of time watching, and a very invaluable skill to have is like find something someone's doing, take pieces of it, add it to your gameplay, and use it as your own. So yeah, I think him doing that is very normal for a lot of these players, and it's just a mutual respect amongst players.
I mean, also one of the things that we did hear from him as well is how his laning has improved since joining Shopify Rebellion. I mean, Fio was mentioning earlier about how for years and years and years, EG, before they became Shopify Rebellion, were known as the laning squad in the entire planet.
Yeah.
And it's very apparent that it's immediate that he's gotten better, which is kind of terrifying because he was already so good as a laner.
Yep, I mean, the progress is fast, and also talks about the adaptation. Like, they were ready for the season, and also starting it off with basically no weaknesses, it's going to be very hard for your opponents to start studying, like, where's the chink in the armor, basically, when you're basically just getting better and better the whole time. And are we falling behind, or are they just getting so far ahead?
I mean, to be fair, in prior seasons of here in the DPC, we have seen that the former squads, you can go 6-1 and still not go to a major, right? It only takes one loss and then maybe one weird situation in the tiebreakers. So despite the fact that they look so hot right now, it's a long season, many more weeks, well, only 2 more weeks. And this condensation in the season does favor a squad like Shopify Rebellion, who are currently ahead of the meta. But we are done with them for now. Right, we know where they sort of sit. We have an idea right now of where Wildcard are sitting. The next matchup, though, this is going to be our first time that we have not our first time, building off of the bait series yesterday, but another mid-table sort of scrap here, where the gap is not going to be tremendously large between these squads. From what you've seen here, Fear, from Firebrand Forced Off and the side of bait, give us a quick preview of what you expect this game to look like.
We've only seen one game so far of 5 Rat 4 staff. They look pretty decent. I'm actually going to give them the edge against Bait here. Bait lost to Wildcard. Wildcard kind of got crushed by Rebellion there. So just based off the pecking order here, it should be a fairly close game, potentially. But if it does go one way or another, I think it will be 5 Rat 4 staff, surprising us with potentially a sweep here.
What do you think, T-Panda? Are you expecting a sweep or potentially another best-of-3 affair? Because still, that seems to be a rarity in the region at the moment.
Yeah, Bait's been the only team that has actually stretched it to 3. So they have one individual map victory squeezed in between. Nobody else has been able to do that. Even the 5 Rat 4 staff were able to go for a straight-up 2-0 sweep earlier. I don't think we're going to be seeing that. I want to see Bait carry off basically how they started off that previous series, their first series that they played out, mesh a little bit more, and maybe Moose is going to be popping off today. I've got high hopes for this guy. I feel like the only non-Ukrainian basically on the roster, is just going to be showing like, well, you guys know your thing, I'm going to do mine, I'm going to help us to victory. So I hope with big praying arms for our Jesus, maybe we get ourselves a 3-map series.
We're hoping for a 3-map series, and I know all of you Dendy fans at home are hoping to finally get to see him win in Division 1. So stick around. We're going to be going to a break, and when we return, Bait versus 5 Rats 4 Staff here in Division 1 of the DPC. Grab some water, get some air on the outside, and we'll see you shortly to continue the Dota. Welcome one and all back again. After a bit of an extended break, we have returned here to the North American DPC to continue the Div 1 action, building the road to the Lima Major and, of course, the road towards TI. My name is Snare, and we are back again for the third series of the day. An important series, not simply because it's the last game of the evening, but it's the last game of the first week here in the DPC. It's a condensed schedule. We're down to 3 weeks instead of 6, so every single game matters. And after this week, we'll have a very clear idea of exactly what the power rankings are within North America. I'm joined yet again by T Panda and Fear. And gentlemen, this game, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun to watch. But afterwards, we're going to have a very clear idea of where everybody stands within the region. Everyone will have played 2 games. Everyone will have a lot of tape on each other. So I heard a young preview from Fear earlier on today. T Panda, how are you feeling about the upcoming series?
Last series of the week, going to close out week number 1, and as you said, we're going to get a bit of a glimpse of what these teams are potentially made out of, or what they might be heading into. We've had a bit of dramatic stories for the lower seed teams, and the upper ones have been performing phenomenally, as expected from them, but they haven't really had much of a challenge, and that kind of, I wouldn't say it sets me up with fear for what is to come, but still keeping that hopeful mentality up here, because the teams we're about to see in this series are, they're setting up the stage for themselves. How are they going to do? Are they looking at elimination threat later on, or will they be somewhere in the mid-ranges, or potentially have a chance of fighting up against the top teams?
I mean, you mentioned earlier, Fear, that just simply watching the Wildcard versus Rebellion series gave you a clearer idea of what to expect from Bait. So let's quickly talk about them a little bit, because yes, they have this full Ukrainian roster with the exception of Moose in the 4 position. Now, you've played with Moose in the past, and we saw just how skilled he can actually be in their first outing. They weren't necessarily successful, but if there's any takeaway from that series is that Moose is one of the stronger links within this Bait squad. So should they be prioritizing him a little bit in the draft, ensuring that he has his best heroes to guarantee success?
Yeah, I think they've been doing a pretty good job of that, though, for the most part. Like, they're just kind of struggling a bit in the drafting department and a little bit on, like, the team play. Like, they first phased Dendy's SF, like, kind of blind pick. I'm hoping they don't do that again. Like, it's a little bit cocky. He's out there trying to play some first pick SF, like, in his pubs. Doesn't really work that well when you're playing it's an organized team.
I suppose it was one of these things where because of how hard they stomped game number 1, it just felt like, well, I already just did, or game 2 rather, I did so well on the SF, I might as well do it again in game 3. On his other side of the team though, I'm very interested in Stomanen as a player. We had a chance to speak to him, right? And he's trying to adopt a more leadership role within the team. So it's not just the case that he has to play this amazing 4 position, he also has to be a bit of more of an elevated voice within the squad. Is that added responsibility something that you think he can handle, T-Panda? You've been watching him for a long time, you know him for a long time, and his stats, even compared to Moose, despite the fact that they're both very high-skilled players, he matches up quite well, and I think it'll be an interesting contest. So how do you feel about this one for this next game?
I mean, when you talk about the personality side of people, definitely. If you're the kind of guy who has a bit of leadership traits, sure. I mean, you're up for the challenge, you know how to handle things, and you're ready, and you don't give in to stress. You know how to handle around it, you know how to share it between your squad, and find strength and comfort for difficulties, like they say, through difficulties to victory. And Stomanen, definitely, he is somewhat of a leadership type of person. Moose, I don't know if he's that much of a leader, or does even have to be that much of a leader in his own team, Fear.
I mean, he can step up. He likes to be a leader. He's been wanting to be more in that position of, like, wanting to shot call. But does he have to? That, I don't know. I know Dendy probably has a lot of voice on that team, as he's always been, like, the center stone of the team, right? But I think, for the most part, everyone, like, does their share. But he definitely does talk, for sure, Moose.
Definitely a talker, and we see here just a comparison from what we've seen from them in their initial outings here. The one thing I'm very interested here, as we're about to see how these teams match up together, is the fact that Stomanen tends to have a very unique hero pool. There's heroes that he plays that pretty much nobody else does, and I wonder how much flexibility that affords them within the drafting phase. But right now, the thing I'm really concerned about, and what we keep seeing with the teams that are right now at the very least at the bottom of the leaderboard, is these deaths. These games have been fairly stompy, some of them. The Bait series wasn't very stompy, but nonetheless, they still suffered a heavy amount of casualties there, T-Panda. How do they clean that up? Which lane do you want to see them work on the most in order to try and reduce that number to something a bit more palatable?
On the Bait side?
Yeah.
I mean, we've already kind of touched upon Phonic's farming patterns, for example. How does he click with his pause 4? Are they doing a good time with Dendi? Because Dendi's usually had like a very solid 6-7 minutes into his laning stage. Then something happens, and I'm like, where did the guy with the dominating streak just disappear? Because it happened so many times last year. I remember casting so many bait games that it started to feel old, you know? It's always the same pattern. He picks Quap, he goes on a dominating spree, he's helping out his side lanes, and then what happens is just silence. It feels like, all right, we had a great start, but where did it disappear? Because usually teams just snowball off of that kind of a start. So Phonic is still carrying a pretty big role in the team. His picks, especially if they utilize like these pusher type of heroes that he likes to go for, figuring out the farming patterns around the map. Like, where does Dendi go? Where does Phonic go? And how do they align that with Stonebank, basically? Because Stonebank, I think, is a bit more of the question mark right now, who hasn't really shown anything flashy so far. So maybe he gets himself a picker or something like that that will show Stonebank more.
I mean, we saw yesterday he played the Weaver, which I wasn't too much of a fan of, but nonetheless, it was something that nobody else was doing. So hopefully Bates is able to discover their own identity in the draft. And speaking of, we have one available right now, game number 1. Unlike in the last series here, I think here Lena's going to be contested again. It's not going to be banned out. It's not going to be allowed through the pool. It's probably only going to be the top teams that are like, have it and let's see. But it's interesting that 5 Red 4 Staff do choose to ban this one out, because when they played against Alpha the other day, they were happy to let the Lena go through. So I think this tells us that they have an inkling that Bates is closer to them in skill level than the side of maybe an Alpha, and they're not willing to risk this Lena being allowed in the other hand.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think it is definitely one of those things where if you're playing a lesser team, you might let them have more of the meta heroes. And we've only seen Lena, I think, twice, and it lost both games that it has played. But only the teams at the bottom right now have been able to pick the hero, because it has been let through by the good teams here. But Bait, I do like this. They're going for something. We're talking about the meta. Hopefully they stay to it. Hopefully they don't just copycat their way to get some games, as we saw as well. Rubik, first pick, very solid. Love to see it.
Yep, Stoman and Rubik, one of his most successful heroes, 37 games, 57% win rate, so good stuff to steal it away from 5 Red 4 Staff, not allow him to have this uber meta pick, just get it for Moose, because it's also one of Moose's most successful heroes. Yeah. He just played it, 58, his win rate did go down a little bit. It was 58 before the tournament, now it's at like 55, but nonetheless, we know that he's capable of good stuff with this. The response though from 5 Red 4 Staff, the Tusk hero obviously is going to be in pretty much every single game, but we have seen that this tree hero, generally speaking, Panda, the earlier you pick it, right, it feels like it's easier to counter, or rather teams have figured out how to play against it when it emerges in the earlier phases rather than deeper into the draft.
Yeah, I guess Treant is like part of the problem. I don't think they're directly just answering against the Treant Protector. It's not like the old school Treant where you see him on the opponent's team that you have to commit to every single push. Slimming armor doesn't feel that powerful, but it's still a beneficial tool for sure. Though I'm trying to look at the idea of this this offlane matchup, which we're most likely going to be seeing in the second phase, as we're already banning some of the offlane heroes. The comparison between Phonic and Speed, if we look at like the heroes that they've played and what they've accumulated so far when you look at damage and gold, basically. So how much damage do they get out of the items that they've got, basically? The margins are very close to each other, like 0.99 versus 0.92, where Phonic would tend to have more farm than Speed in the first 10 minutes and onward. Speed would still generally have higher XPM and GPM than Phonic would have in the games that they've had so far. Basically, it's about the 2-0 series versus the 2-1, so, the 1-2. So there's not that much data. But that could also mean that Speed would like to play more of like hero killing heroes instead of farmers, lane pushers that Phonic might be looking for. So they get rid of his Snapfire at least, which he did play pretty decently.
So probably the Phonic Primal Beast, right? I doubt Dendi's going to be one to play this hero.
Dendi's played it quite a lot. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes mid with this.
Yeah, we were just talking about it the other day that Dendi has played a lot of like mid primal in his pubs. Right? I don't know if he's brought it out in officials at all. I don't know if he's had time to actually, since primal came out. If he's
played
been in many
61 games of Primal Beast
in pubs, right?
Yeah, with a 52% win rate. So
that's pretty decent.
Can't close it out. We did see a Primal Beast mid earlier on as well. So. Yeah.
I hope that they're not going to be using that as their template for how the hero
That was a 15-minute game we saw.
Yep.
Yeah. And still to add on top of that, Bait has actually focused Dendi's pick in the first phase a lot of the time, but they could still save it for second phase. Usually Dendi doesn't get the last pick. He just wants his hero out of the way, and then start figuring out how do we win our side lane. So he trusts the hero that he picks, that he can have a good performance on it.
Speaking of some of the side lanes, Fia, what do you make of this? The fact that they banned out this Beastmaster on the side of Bait. It felt like when they were able to play B PM yesterday. Yes, he did soak up a lot of farm on the map for Funnick, but he seemed quite comfortable on the hero. And I think at this point, especially when you haven't played with an offlaner like him at this high level in quite a while, that might make more sense to just make him as comfortable as humanly possible, right? But do you think it's one of these things where they're so much afraid of the speed Beastmaster that even though Funnick would prefer to play that hero, they'd rather not take the risk?
Yeah, I mean, they tried the first pick, like, oh, that was a different team that first picked it, but it looks like they have a clear strategy here, and, like, they don't want to play against Zoo. Like, we're going to play our own game. Even though Funnick can probably play both these heroes, they've decided as a team that it's best that we're just going to play no Zoo. We don't want to play against the Zoo. We're going to bring our own game style into this game, and we're going to try to beat you without having, like, this is what I would call cheese of, like, you know, the meta right now. The Zoo is kind of cheesy right now. Like, it's no longer, like, the Huskar, like, Dazzle combinations. Yeah. I think just, like, winning your lane, getting the Helmlet Overlord, and snowballing the game is as cheesy as Dota can get right now.
Well, we saw the Timbersaw versus Hoodwink earlier on. You're like, why are you picking Timbersaw into a Hoodwink? And Timbersaw was actually really damn scary that game versus the Hood, so he doesn't really care about it. You've got the Force Staff to break the Bushwhack, which we've kind of touched upon already. Disjointing that ability is kind of easy, but you also do break the reactive armor if you want to look at like simple things. But now you've got setup. I want to see Firerat actually have someone with a burst damage to go with the Hoodwink, so you have like a direct one-on-one combo. Tusk mid could be for that, for example. It could be something else that they want to pair it up with. Or sustained damage that where the Hoodwink doesn't have to necessarily be like the initiator, but somewhere along the side where we have like a strong frontliner like heroes like Lifestealer kind of come into mind. Probably not the best versus the Timbersaw, but it's, you know, heroes like that, what you're looking for.
Yeah, I'm a little like, if you look at Firerat Force Staff's lineup, they have these heroes like Treant, they have like the Hoodwink, these heroes that just love to live in the trees, right? Yeah. And just like hide in there. You're playing versus Timber and Primal, who love destroying trees. Cut. So I think it's like very hard for their supports now. Like, the strength of these heroes is that they're hard to kill. They're hard to find them, they're annoying, but like Bait is already drafted in a way where like they're really good at hunting these supports down in the trees.
Speaking of supports, we have another first for the day with the Jakiro emerging for the first time so far within the North American DPC. That's going to be some added magic damage that Bait needed. Beforehand, it was, you know, they have some setup, they have like some of this weird damage coming in from the Timber, but I don't know, this long duration damage is a bit team fight heavy, but it requires a lot of good execution. This Ursa pick, not really too surprising, right? We see this Timbersaw being in the game, there's a Primal Beast, it's like, well, you get Ursa, and, you know, just a hero that buys Blink Bagger, BKB, always amazing versus heroes like Jakiro.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there are options. You know, Ursa is one of the best heroes you can pick for Timbersaw. You have options like Bloodseeker, Monkey King, some people like to go for, but this game, really good. These very tanky strength heroes like Primal Beast, like this Timbersaw, start adding those stacks up. You get the talent that gives you 2 free stacks with your Shock, that's what it's called, sorry. And then, yeah, you're going to be melting these heroes, but you got to have them locked down. And that's going to be the struggle this game, because the Hoodwink's W here, the Bushwhack, it only stuns if there's a tree. And there's a lot of tree cutting abilities by Bait here. And outside of that, their lockdown is going to be Tusk and the Overgrowth, I suppose. So he might just have to rely on an Abyssal or a Basher to lock heroes down for now. I do like this Ursa pick a lot, but the first 3 heroes that they picked here, I'm still a little worried for it. A lot of weight on this Ursa's shoulders here.
I'm looking at this Jakiro. Looks like Lowdown's hero is going to be the Pulse 5 Jakiro, but he hasn't played it recently, and actually it's been almost a year. I was thinking in the East European region, if I see a Jakiro and I see Vazi on the server, offlane Jakiro, that's what he plays. He's great at it. But Lowdown, I haven't seen him actually playing Jakiro since last DPC. Maybe like I'm already at the start of Division 2, basically, where he's played this. So I'm surprised where they're kind of dragging this draft into.
I mean, it's one of these things where I guess if you know he's practiced on the hero, even if he hasn't played it recently, it's still like, well, we can still drag this out and have you play it. It's not one of the most difficult heroes mechanically to play, right? It's pretty much just about positioning to play this hero very, very well.
I'm just curious that they fall onto this one. Like, this could be a pretty decent Jakiro game, looking at the heroes they're going up against. They have pretty static fights. They're holding heroes in a specific area, where Jakiro comes into play, like just like clockwork. Great choke point fighter, basically.
What do we need here for Fire Rat 4 stuff? We need a hero to be able to bring all of this together. Darkseer would have been phenomenal. So from Bates, I think that's a very good ban here at the end. We need someone to start fights for them and to be able to survive the laning phase in pretty decent stead. Well, what's available in the off lane that fits the bill completely?
Well, they're going to see the carry matchup, so Bates picking first here. They're going to see the CK, all right, and now they get to respond to that.
Yeah.
So now they get to pick their off laner with, it's probably going to be with the Hoodwink, so they're looking for a stun, most likely. Yeah, there's some options. Like, we did talk about the Underlord. Probably thinking about it right now. You did mention Darkseer. Could be really good this game here, too.
They banned it. Bait banned it.
Oh, it got banned, yeah.
So it kind of leaves Furion open in the pool. Is Beastmaster still there? Is he banned?
No, he's banned.
First phase.
First phase banned, yeah. So
they
that
want some
leaves
AoE, they for sure.
Furion
I'm thinking the Underlord.
Furion, Underlord,
Do they have a
Tidehunter.
Brewmaster player? I'm not sure if Speed plays Brewmaster. In a game like
Tidehunter is
this.
what I'm thinking.
Let's see. Underlord.
Alright.
Well, the anti-illusion strat emerging here. A little bit of a root, which is always very, very good against the Timbersaw. And just in general, when you have this Primal Beast onslaughting in, it's very nice to be able to create a zone behind him where his team can't follow him. He's just going in by himself. You isolate him, you kill him off from there. A little bit of map mobility as well, which they were a little bit lacking beforehand. But I don't know, both drafts feel a bit strange in a way. So T-Panda, what's your read here before we get into the game? Tell me, how does Bait win game number 1 here?
Well, for one, I'm happy we're getting a bit of an untraditional draft in a sense that you've got some meta picks, of course, added into the mix, but it's not like your traditional, all right, we've got Tusk Miranas and stuff like that, like the same stuff that we've been seeing for quite some time. I like Bait's draft. I see what they're going. I want to see if Dendy's Primal Beast is really worth seeing because he's been playing it so many games lately that if he can pop up with this hero. CK goes along nicely with those lines, and you have Funnick on this Timbersaw with a bit of a, well, he's kind of playing a hero that just sits in the lane and pushes out. So I have faith in Bates, but I don't want to go up against Stomana's Hoodwink. That's also pretty mint.
I mean, we saw an incredible Hoodwink performance from Crit earlier today here. So tell me, this Hoodwink coming out from the side of 5x4 stuff, do you have faith that it's going to be able to accomplish similar things to what we saw earlier on today?
This is a much harder Hoodwink game for the reasons I mentioned with all the tree cutting abilities here. If he can do it, and if it looks good in a game like this, then the hero's certified good by me. So we'll have to see. It's a really tough game for him.
Well, the Dean of Dota has spoken. You know what a passing grade would look like, getting the W here in game number 1 for 5x4 stuff using this Hoodwink. Don't know if that is going to end up being the case, but of course their opponent is going to try and make sure that it's as difficult as possible to achieve that. However, 5x4 stuff have shown a lot of grit and determination so far in the DPC, so we'll see if that will carry over into this game here between themselves and Bait. To find out, we have our wonderful casters, the illustrious duo of MLP Dota and John X Fire. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Snare. The illustrious duo is what he called. This man's got the vocabulary of a dictionary. I can't believe it. It's incredible.
It is. Snare is just very, very proficient and like a thesaurus, right?
Yeah.
In introducing us.
A thesaurus.
Thesaurus, yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. Synonyms and all of that. Still, what is synonymous with this match is it's a pretty good match.
Right.
You've got Bait up against 5rat4 staff. We've seen Bait yesterday. It was up and down. I think we had some shaky performances here and there. They looked really good in game 2, but how much do you attribute that to Bait, and how much do you say, well, Wildcard kind of just did some weird stuff in the draft, which the panel also pointed out yesterday was a pretty weird draft. So I think this is where Bait can prove it themselves, right? Like, can they show us that the game 2 match they had against Wildcard is something that they can replicate in this series? And they have the lineup for it. This is actually a really good draft from Bait. We heard a panel. It does make it really rough for Stominen to have a good game, and even for Albino Zebra, because the tree line's just not going to be there. That's something Bait can capitalize on. These supports are not going to feel as strong, and I think that's where they have to shine. They have to shine in this laning phase. We've seen Dendy pop off before, especially yesterday. He had a really good time on his mid yesterday. We saw him dominate when he was playing that SF. Now we need to see if that practice on that Primal Beast from his pubs, if it pays off here.
Absolutely. Let's find out. Should be a hype matchup here between these two. Maybe a very close matchup as Stominen runs right into the supports of Bait. Moose and Lodine. Rather Lodine. Can get to work with a lot of harassment onto the Hoodwink, but the Bushwhack is going to allow him to get away. Banner-wise, it is a 2-for-1 so far, but it looks like it's going to be a 3-for-1, so 5rat4 staff. Already off to a fantastic start in that sense. Just a bit of bonus gold for themselves. And Stominen is still getting chased down right now by the Rubik, but he's going to be okay. Into the mid lane we go. You're going to have Kits on that mid Rubik. He'll be against the Primal Beast of Dendy. Interesting matchup here, John. Who do you think this one favors?
We've just kind of seen this matchup before, and it's honestly pretty stable for both sides. It does feel like you should be able to find farm on each side quite evenly. It's interesting though, Dandy does opt for the Uproar level 1. Last time we saw this matchup, I think we saw Onslaught and Trample being prioritized. So this should allow Dandy to trade back a little bit more and secure some CS, but wave clearing's not going to be as spammable compared to the Onslaught level 1. And then again, level 2 comes out fairly quick. It's down to Kits how well he can outplay. Like Snowball save out when you see that channel in the Onslaught can kind of give you a good opening. And again, we've seen the matchup already earlier today. It is something that we have seen the Tusk get an edge on, but that was Abed.
Oh, nice little pull away here from Lowdyne. Albino Zebra trying his best to slow this down, or at least harass out the Jakiro, but he will stick around and maybe trade a bit of farm here with Lowdyne. Looks like a 1 creep actually got through as well. Little bit annoying there for Bait, but it'll be just fine. In fact, now the tower's hitting the creeps. That's very annoying. We do also have, while we do have a chance, we have a video with Speed coming up in just a moment. We do ask him what he thinks about this 5-rat hero lineup. So let's go ahead and ask. What does Speed have to say?
Yeah, so if I had to build a lineup revolving around our name 5-rat 4-staff, I guess I'd have to go with Lycan, Beast. Those are 2 very important ones. You need the inner Beast. Lone Fruit, Furion. What would be the last one? Maybe Abaddon? A little bit of Curse of Avernus for the tower push? I don't know, something like that.
Oh, Speed, that does sound very broken, if I might add. That's your cue to laugh, Jonathan. You obviously don't watch the Speed YouTube videos.
I actually haven't, unfortunately. Maybe if he gave me a discount on his Game Leaf, you know, I'd be
50% off, Jonathan.
Yeah, I would be interested. Maybe a little bit more, Speed. You know, that's when I jump on. What I did find interesting is the heroes he wants to see for 5-rat 4-staff, none of them are here. So I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing for Speed.
Yeah.
Still, the lanes are going pretty well. One thing that I want to point out is this lane swap with Stonebank and Funnick. They have decided to lane the CK up against Ursa. So it's a little bit easier for Funnick to find what he wants. I don't think it's any easier for Stonebank in that lane though. As a melee hero, getting ran down by an Ursa is still a problem, and you still have the Nature's Grasp. You're not getting the tree line of Albino Zebra, so he has a lot more room to play that lane and kind of harass out if you're not careful.
And here's a question to piss off all the NA viewers, John. Albino Zebra or Albino Zebra?
Ah, we've gone through this before, Mike. DPC Tour Cycle 1. We've had that discussion.
I'm joking. Nobody get upset. Dendy, mid lane, he might be a little bit upset here. John Kitts is getting very aggressive on the Tusk. Snowball will be there. Dendy actually going to turn right back around for the Onslaught Trample combination. But we'll have to back off. He is quite low in terms of HP. Doesn't really want to risk his life here in the mid lane. Kitts, though, does seem to be winning out this mid lane just by a little bit. 2 CS ahead of Dendy. In terms of harassment, though, it is certainly starting to pile up.
Yeah, he's been able to do a good job of just laying it back onto that Primal Beast. And again, it comes down to just having the Snowball and the Shards. Like, sure, you can kind of Onslaught over the Shards, but it can be a little bit tricky because you kind of want to use that Onslaught as well to sort of clear out the creep wave every now and again, and Kitts can just kind of dodge that out as well with a Snowball if you're not careful.
Oh, Lowdyne. Bit of danger down at the bot lane, going to be okay. Kitts tanking through all the damage Dendy's got. And Trample, of course, you can't underestimate how much damage this hero can pump out. But Kitts, very cool, calm, collected. Well, I shouldn't say that, he's currently in EU. Nevertheless, Kitts, still very calm in the mid lane. No real pressure being applied, though. As I say that, Onslaught going to fly through. Nice little snowball, though. Stunning Dendy right back, not allowing any kind of punishment here onto the Tusk. Meanwhile, top lane, Moose. Being chased down here by our Hoodwink, Stominen. He's going to back his way out, though a lot of harassment being dealt back the way of the Hoodwink. You do have the Whirling Death available for Funnick, and that's going to be First Blood being handed the way of the Timbersaw.
That's a good start for Funnick. Tempo, really important for the Timbersaw to just get off to that running start. And he's kind of set to have that with a nice little kill. You're not getting pressured out by Speed. Not much that the Underlord can really do there. In fact, Speed's farming pace is slightly behind as well. So you're pretty happy now if you're Funnick. We have seen his offlane pop off, but in a couple of Ghost games that we saw in their debut match yesterday, again, it was a lot of farming out from Funnick. So hopefully with a strong start for the Timbersaw, we start to see him take some early activity, disrupt the map, force rotations onto him to give Stonebank the space he'd want to build up here.
Dominant. We'll see moves. With a bit of harassment, if you can call it that, John. Between these two, it just seems like they're just kind of tickling each other in that river.
Yeah, just a little poke and prod. Just backing off, getting elsewhere.
Low die. Oh, it's going to be a pretty rough situation to try and get out of. Nature's Grasp was there to slow him down, but the Ursa did not want to go too much further. DNM actually opting to back off rather than go for the kill. We'll go again. Does have the Pounce, or rather Earthshock, available, and we'll get it. Low die. Sticking around a little bit too long and does get punished. DNM says thank you very much.
Yeah, nice little freebie for DNM. And his lane's been going pretty damn well as well. Again, pretty much all the cores are finding the farm they want. The only runaway start is really Kits on mid. But this should lead to a pretty good
Stonebank.
timing.
That's going to be a lot of damage on Stonebank, but DNM wants to try and back his way out. Seems like he's a little bit afraid of the backup damage Lodine can provide. That level 2 Jewel Breath, very, very painful to have to try and play against him. We won't overextend too much. Meanwhile, mid lane though, Dendi being hunted right now by Kits and Stominant. They're going to be just fine to back their way out, and Dendi, we had a double damage room active, but obviously does not want to go against two heroes.
He does have his level 6 ready, so Dendi's kind of set to go with a Pulverize. Could look for maybe a support call onto mid to help him get that pick off. Does look like the supports are pretty tied up. And it's really just 5-Rat 4-Staff coming around with Stominant, which isn't necessarily an amazing thing if you can't find these kills. Although again, Underlord's one of those heroes you can just leave alone at the least.
Uh-oh, Dendi now in a bit of danger again. Kits will move in with the Walrus Punch, though there is going to be a TP rotation from Moose, and seems like Dendi had the onslaught going anyway. So he's going to be just fine to get the hell out of there. 1-1 so far, not too many kills happening throughout this game. Very, very even in terms of net worth as well. Just a 1k advantage the way of 5-Rat 4-Staff. I suppose both sides will be happy to just secure that early kind of farm. Though when you look at the drafts, like I do kind of favor 5-Rat 4-Staff based off their own draft. It feels like they have a very strong mid-game timing. You could make the same argument for Bait, but it's the Ursa in particular that scares me here for Bait.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to kind of just focus him down. I think your best bet has to be the Primal Beast with Pulverize, because as mentioned before, Pulverize, it's not affected by stat resist, if I recall what the panel said before, when we've seen the Primal Beast. So Ursa is actually still very vulnerable to that hold. It's probably the best bet for Bait to just catch DNM off guard. And again, Dendi's kind of set himself up with a pretty decent game here.
Certainly has. Stacks to be taken though. 5-Rat 4-Staff infiltrate that dire jungle, and just going to take any stacks that were made there for Dendi. So thank you very much for that, Kits. He'll be more than happy to take that away. It's the Tusk mid. Such a potent mid laner right now, and you give him that kind of bonus net worth early on, he's just going to snowball out of control. But you get to a point where he has Desolator, and he just one-shots everyone.
Yeah, you've got some pretty squishy supports here for him to pick off as well. Albino Zebra.
Yeah, Stonebank's going to be in a bit of danger. Albino setting up a very nice bait there on the Treant Protector. Going to be one down. Moose shot it up. He's also going to drop Kits. Perfect rotation.
Yeah, just making great use of that regen rune after farming. Gets into a lane, finds a kill. They're taking the initiative here on 5-Rat 4-Staff. Bait, I mean, they were in position with 3 heroes really, but just not able to do much. I think Dendi camping mid while waiting for Phase Boots. Phase Boots is huge for Primal Beast. At the same time, we haven't seen anything happen with Pulverize. We haven't seen the supports make a move with this power spike that Dendi does have on hand. And that does feel like the key. The issue is, it doesn't feel like they can really take care of the cores yet. You could try on DNM, but with the Enrage up, he's always got at least some tool to cancel off the damage from elsewhere outside of Primal Beast and Pulverize. And you don't really want the jump speed up top. It's an Underlord. It takes a frustratingly long time to kill, even with the Timbersaw, depending on how well you can land all your spells. Still, they're scouting around. They've dragged Moose up top, but not going to be able to stop this flash farm from speed with a couple of stacks here.
Yeah, he's kind of forced to take it because Dendi did walk over and see those stacks being made. Seems like Bait are going to try and contest it a little bit. They'll just posture around that triangle. They'll make an attempt onto Kits' life, but he's okay to walk out. No problems there. And the stacks are just taken freely. Speed, no contest. He'll get back to the top lane. And again, I feel like 5-Rat 4-Staff, they're just kind of getting away with exactly what they want. Just keep farming.
Yeah, they're building up quite fast. DNM isn't being punished for being left solo for the most part. And, I mean, Stonebank's also kind of finding some farm, but not the quickest in the world, of course. At least he has a Phantasm now to clear out a little bit faster, and the Armlet's not too far off. I do feel like as we approach the 15-minute mark, we have to see activity out from Bait. Right? Like, this is where they're strong. Primal Beast, Timbersaw are really durable at that point in the game, especially with the Hood of Defiance coming out for Funnick. Maybe once they have that one item up, it'll be time to swap around and apply pressure on the map. But if you keep playing slow like this, like, you are so happy on 5-Rat 4-Staff. They do go out with smokes on both sides, though.
That they do. Top lane is where they'll go, Funnick. In a bit of danger. The scan barely missing out as well. They did not catch that, so Funnick, he will get caught top lane, and with the sharpshooter break, it's going to be quite easy to deal with the Timbersaw. That was the highest net worth hero on the side of Bait. Still, they might at least find kits as a trade, and it's not going to be a bad trade whatsoever. Dendy, able to punish. Speed, trying to get out, will be able to do so. It seems like ultimately the trade-off does work in favor of Bait.
Yeah, they're much happier with that. They finally get some activity out with Dendy. They managed to steal that Fiend's Gate as well. That's actually massive for Moose to get that rotation off. And that should allow them to take that activity further if they want to. In fact, DNM.
Here we go. DNM, that's not yours, sir. That is not yours. Oh boy. Dandy, he'll find a second. That's actually such a great spell. Albino Zebra, he's going to get caught as well, trying to help out, but it's all too late. 3 down for the side of 5-Rat 4-Staff. You know what? I don't think I've ever seen that.
Oh, no, I don't think we have. And I think DNM still had the right play in mind, like dodge that gank by going through the portal and forcing them out again.
Right.
It's just that, well, he has nothing to stop him from stunning him. Really good move out from Bait, really heads-up play from Moose to steal that spell because I don't believe he has the Pit of Malice now. I'm not sure if Speed had it right before that fight. He certainly didn't use it. So he used it already. So nice little pickup. And again, it's still going to be active. He could have gotten one more use. Instead, he does have Overgrowth.
Damn.
Just huge spell from Moose. The moment he hits 6, he's got a lot to play with.
I remember the first time we had the pleasure of casting Moose. I think it was the Singapore Major.
Yes.
Oh my, what a show he put on then. I believe it was Thunder Predator. That's what they were called back then.
I think it was, yeah, I think it was still Thunder Awakened back then. Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they went TP at that point.
No, it was TP.
All right.
Yeah. Anyway, great performance from Moose back then.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I missed that. I missed that stack, you know? Moose, Minoz, they were great. Still Funnick.
Oh, doesn't chain down to the low ground. Actually gets caught on the tree on the high ground, so eventually does get out. There's that Dark Portal once again being committed by Speed, but not going to go through it. Side's better of it.
Middle tower is under attack.
With that, Bait, sit back, stick to the game plan. Maybe pick off Albino Zebra down to the spot lane as they do go backwards through the tree line. This is very cheeky from Funnick. That's a great little pathway to go through. Albino, he had no idea they were coming. Oh, you love to see that. That's very creative from Funnick.
Yeah, just sneaking around. They're finding everything right now. Although on top,
Speed. Pit of Malice is there, but it's all too late. Still, maybe they can punish both these heroes. They do catch the CK. Stonebank still alive. Armlet toggling. That's what you love to see for Stonebank, but can he dodge the sharpshooter? Not quite. Very hard to dodge from a close range. Dominant. He will be able to catch it.
Yeah, and you're kind of happy about that. Can you take the pause one away? You lose your offlane. It is an Underlord. It's not really the most painful loss, as he is building into the pipe. At least he's already Hood of Defiance in. It's not too far off. Still, Bait are playing really aggressive. They're working this map really well, while also still being efficient. Again, this is one thing Bait has just excelled at. Their farm distribution across their cores tends to stay pretty damn even. And Funnick is slightly ahead, but you know, he's taking activity now. He hits that spike. He knows what he has to do. And the side of 5-Rat 4-Staff, well, they're stuck in this position where they really have to buy space. DNM, he does have his battlefield coming out at least.
Dendy, he onslaughted right into the loving hands of Kits, but it seems like he's got the support coming in. Bait, gonna try and punish Kits for this. Shards, oh, very nice from Moose once again. This Rubik is on fire this game. They do catch out a very important target. Bait, they'll be more than happy with that.
I mean, this is This is just when Bait is really strong. All their spells are doing high amounts of damage. They're very durable with a Primal Beast up front. You don't quite have that instantaneous burst on 5-Rat 4-Staff. At least while Sharpshooter is down, it's hard to melt any of those big cores in the Timbersaw, in the Primal Beast. And even the CK with the Armlet. We saw Stonebank kind of play around with the Armlet toggle there as well. If they didn't have Sharpshooter, you couldn't find that. And it's only really Sharpshooter you have to burst. A Walrus Punch is nice, but considering the amount of HP, you need some follow-through, and you're not going to find that follow-through out from Speed. His damage is over time with that Firestorm.
Absolutely. Speaking of Speed, guiding Greaves to come out sooner rather than later. Very slow process for the Underlord. It's kind of a weird hero, right? Like, you got to get those initial items up before you really want to join these team fights. You can drop Pit of Malice, but it's only level 2 right now, not the most amazing ability.
I think when it comes down to it, though, the Underlord has a lot of value here. It's high scaling damage up against 3 strength heroes. So on the side of Bait, the Timbersaw is the one that scales really well in terms of at least melting Tusk and Underlord. But on the side of 5-Rat 4-Staff, I mean, Underlord's much more low committal with Firestorm, much more spammable. I think the one thing for 5-Rat 4-Staff is we're not seeing them being too active with the Fiend's Gate. They have been a little bit more reactive with that spell. And whenever you see Underlord, it just feels like this hero shines when you can really use Fiend's Gate. Like, use it effectively and just keep making these moves across the map. Bait are just playing pretty scattered, so it's pretty hard. And the vision of 5-Rat 4-Staff isn't that far deep in. So they can't really sneak around with a Dark Portal and a Smoke to look for those plays they'd want. They are buying a ton of space for DNM, though. Battle Fury up, Blink not too far off. But Stonebank, he's also working on his own Blink now as well. Although early Blink out from Albino Zebra, despite all those stats, they've got a solid way of initiating as for bigger team fights.
Top lane, DNM. Almost caught out. Dark Portal will be there just in case. So they won't go through it though. Speed just ensuring his Ursa does survive, just so important he makes it through these engagements. Speed, I mean, he does get spotted out here down at bot lane. Lowdyne is hanging around on the Jakiro, but it's a very tanky kind of hero to try and deal with. Instead, Bait, they are going to smoke up as 3. Move into that triangle. Stominant around the area. Could break the smoke and does do so, but does get caught out. At the very least, he does protect DNM. It's a decent positioning from the Hoodwink to make sure that gank does not go towards the Ursa. And Bait, they still get something for their trouble.
Yeah, it's not the biggest kill, but again, the aggression starting to come through here for Bait. They could try to pressure the mid a bit if they want to. They've got decent enough DOT coming out from Lowdyne, although at level 1 Liquid Fire, not particularly amazing. Trying to melt down in a tower, especially with Living Armor. So it can still be a pretty slow process. I think the threat for Bait and grouping up for these big objective fights now is that Blink timing of Albino Zebra. He can just counterplay really well, get the overgrowth set that they want, get them clumped up for a big Pit of Malice if you're not careful. And I think that's leading to this caution they have in pushing mid.
Could be a big team fight to come mid lane. Speed, very, very nice Pit of Malice. And now, well, they'll go right after Dendi. Lowdyne is going to drop. Sharpshooter not going to land. Dendi able to get out with his BKB. And they find the Jakiro at the very least and defend that mid-tier 1 tower. They have very nice tower defense here with this Underlord. Kind of hard to get through. And now with that, a 3-man smoke up. 5-Rat 4-Staff, understanding they have the advantage, want to try and move into that dire jungle, and they might run right into Funnick. Mind you, you don't have the Sharpshooter right now, so instead they're going to find moves on that Ruby. Take another support out. And with that, perhaps, you could try to force Roshan.
I mean, you've got Ursa, you've got the Battle Fury up. You've got Tag Team on cooldown for a little bit with Firestorm. It doesn't take too long to melt this. The side of Bait could try for a cheeky play. Dendi's pretty far. He does have the TP, but I don't think they really see it all too well. They do have that Ward Watcher from the top, but not going to force it out. DNM, secondary life now up. First Roshan, 19.5 minutes. Not the earliest time for the Ursa, still within the range that you'd want to secure that objective here. On the side of Bait, I think they've done a great job of stalling out for Stonebank here. He's going to have a shard. He has his Blink. Probably just needs the BKB next. 2 BKB timings on bait would be pretty good. You can just initiate with Dendi, have the follow-through damage with Stonebank, no problems, and try to kite around DNM as best as you can while he doesn't have his own BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid lane, big group up here from Bait. Maybe a fight to break out as well. Smoke is there from this Dire side. Jump in. They have got the Jakiro. Still DNM. Oh, immediately going in. No hesitation from this Ursa, but Kits does get caught. Dendi will pulverize and take him out. There's no follow-up to it. They could not help. The speed will also drop on 5-Rat 4-Star. Everybody else needs to back the hell out of there. Dendi's rushing forward for a bit more, but it's going to find nothing. So Bait, appreciating the gank that was incoming, they just wait very patiently, and it does pay off. And it's a good time to bring up the odds as well, Jonathan. Of course, our betting partners, esportsbets.io. 5-Rat 4-Star, they were the favorites, 1.56 to 2.35. But Bait, they're kind of proving the odds wrong right now.
I mean, they're putting up a really good fight on Bait's end. They've got the slight net worth lead. They've been really taking the initiative in this game. And for the side of 5-Rat 4-Staff, it's feeling a little bit disjointed. It's just a little bit tough for them to play this game. The panel already mentioned Tibersaw does a great job of counteracting, especially the Hoodwink at this point in the game. Laning phase-wise, the Treant kind of struggles, but we didn't have that lane matchup. I think the issue is you're relying a lot on the Bushwhacks. And if you don't manage to pin down and instantly burst Funnick with a sharpshooter, then he is a big, tanky boy. And you need a Firestorm going through multiple times in that fight to really soften him up. The fights don't last that long, just because of how squishy DNM is at the moment without a BKB.
Nice smoke break there from Moose. Does actually break the smoke of DNM. So no rotation to come here from 5-Rat 4-Star. Funnick gets caught out in the mid lane, but it's going to be just fine to chain his way out of there. This game still proving to be very close, just a 1k advantage to Bait. Kind of hard to see who pulls off this victory here between these two as Kits mid lane. Forced to BKB up, he snowballed right into them. So BKB down, Bait, they could try to force a fight, and they will. 3-man smoke up. Oh, they're going to find speed on the Underlord. Pulverize immediately out, and with the damage from Stonebank, it's going to take absolutely no time to burst down the Underlord. As now Bait surely can find that mid-tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They can just melt it quite fast, even with 11 armor. Damage output of Stonebank is high enough that doesn't quite matter. Pretty big losses. Speed just dying is... It's one of those things with Underlord, right? If you're not that big tanky frontline, you're just isolated, it gives such a big opportunity for Bait because the durability your team has is just gone. You're lacking one piece of control with Bit of Malice gone, you don't have the Firestorm to whittle away on the CK, on Primal Beast and the Timbersaw. You're just left with very few options to re-engage. BKB fully up on DNM at the least, so you can kind of commit in without worrying about that Pulverize from coming out, without worrying about being torn apart by the Tim, by the Jakiro here, and they will smoke off the back of that item.
They will try, see if they can find here with this 5-man smoke up. They're heading towards that dire triangle. Funnick is going to make his move into that same triangle, so this could be perfect timing for them to find themselves a great core Timbersaw, but Funnick still on the run, chaining away. Shards will block the way, waiting for that next chains, and oh, he barely gets out. That is so unfortunate. The Heaven's Halberd giving him that evasion, and there was a couple hits missed there by our Ursa. Onto Dendi they go, but no, the Shards is off the mark this time. In fact, Dendi, he thought about turning right back around onto him. DNM, he's going to punish him for that movement, but Moose is there with the 4-staff. DNM not going to be able to punish anyone here. There's now Lodine. Does try to move in on the Jakiro. Stonebank will be there as well. They find speed on the Underlord. They'll try to focus him down first. They do lose Lowdown, and now an Overgrowth is going to lock a couple down. Stonebank, he's gone too far. The aggression does not pay off from Bait. His moves will also get caught out. So DNM, he can't catch anyone. But if they come to him, it's no problem.
Yeah, that's super awkward for Bait. It looked like they had a good angle to kind of take that, but then all of a sudden, this big overgrowth coming out from Albino Zebra to buy that time for Speed to kind of get them stuck there. Follow through on that stun, allowing DNM to come back, and the Aegis expired. It just looked like a great moment for Bait to make use of how squishy DNM is, with a BKB being down as well. They just had no follow-through. It felt a little bit more scattered. And all of a sudden, 5-Rat 4-Staff, it feels like they've got the momentum in this game. Less than 1k lead, you know, it's not like we're talking about a huge advantage for 5-Rat 4-Staff, but it's starting to swing that way. Basher coming out for DNM next. You've got the full Deso being built up by Kits. And for Speed, I mean, he's just got the 2 tanky items up.
Funnick, bottom lane, going to try and go after Speed, and he does a lot of damage to the Underlord, but Dark Portal away, he'll be just fine. Fiend's Grip is what I meant to say.
Fiend's Gate.
Fiend's Gate. You know, this damn spell gets changed so many times, John, it's hard to know.
Yeah,
Fiend's Gate.
I know. I still call it Dark Portal. It's just, I don't know.
Dominant. Gonna find the Jakiro. And he's gone. Low die. Cannot survive the output of DNM.
You know, there's one thing that I always think about with the Underlord. This sounds really dumb, but...
A lot of the things you say sound really dumb, John, but go on.
If you think about his shard, of his Ags, it's a high investment, 4,200 gold. But at the same time, it's a global AoE route, right? In that sense, just that aspect alone, it sounds, in theory, kind of busted if you could use it. Then again, the cooldown's 100 seconds, but I want to see it. You know, I always talk about that. It's just such a great ambush thing.
See, I think the thing is, right, if the Frog made it so Underlord had a talent that reduced his cooldown on his ulti by a substantial amount, I think you would see it.
Yeah, see, when you think about that, right, like you look at Dawnbreaker, who also teleports across the map, her cooldowns are much lower. You could argue this brings the entire team along. At the same time, I know it's just really long. 100 seconds, it's like half a year in Dota. It feels like in a match, right? It's like a month of Dota in-game time.
I think Enigma just entered the chat, John. Enigma just entered the chat with his own cooldowns. Very, very tough.
Yeah, that's pain. Still, Bait, it's not all pain for them yet. They're clumping around. They've still got good timing to line up. Funnick is working onto the Shivas. And again, the change up here for Bait that I'm really enjoying is that they're taking so much activity. They're just more confident. They're going for another smoke play. They've got this fresh BKB on Stonebank as well.
See how this one pans out. Up towards the north they go. Kit, Speed in position to break the smoke. Speed's not really the target you want to run into first. Albino Zebra's around as well. They'll break the smoke onto Stonebank and force the BKB out very early on. Stonebank now kind of forced to try and fight this one out, but it's not looking good for him. DNM right onto Funnick. The Timbersaw is just getting eaten alive here by DNM. He is gone. And Lowtide, well, he's having some trouble. So is Stonebank on that CK. Oh, that BKB being forced out. It kind of ruins them.
It really did. And the one thing with Bait, this has happened in their series yesterday as well.
It did, didn't it?
It keeps happening. It wasn't Stonebank yesterday. It was more on Funnick having to TP away, but it's just unfortunate that they get themselves in these situations where the angle's just a bit off and the BKB usage is just not optimal. And 5-Rat 4-Staff can really capitalize on that. Going on to the high ground, you only have 2 heroes to defend. Dendy does have the TP back if need be, but this tower, it just melts.
Lowdyne. No, Ice Spark's not going to land. DNM going to be just fine to run his way out. And there's that beautiful Fiend's Gate. Just get a reset. Hey guys, you kind of want to go back? Yeah, why don't we go back?
Yeah. Get back in there, keep farming, keep the lanes pumped out. I would like to see, you know, we've seen it at least once, you know, the first time we saw someone go through the Fiend's Gate into the fountain.
Maposhka.
Yeah. I want to see someone do that again just for the lulz, you know?
Oh, it was a good time. That was a great moment right there. I still don't know if he did it on purpose.
He did, for sure. Well, maybe not.
I misclick Fiend's Gate so many times. All the time.
Yeah, it's just there, you know, it's such a big hitbox.
Dominant, he's alright. Dendy, not going to catch him with the onslaught. I mean, 5rat know exactly where they are. They might think about going for a fight here. Roshan is up, so both teams naturally want to try and go for that objective. This fight will determine who does get that Roshan. 4K advantage right now for 5rat Forstaff. And it does feel like they can force the fight, but neither side wants to give any kind of advantage away to the other. Kids, he's going to move up to that top lane and start pressuring the top wave and maybe force a defense to come out from somebody. And that way you can force the Roshan easily, knowing that it's going to be a 4v5 scenario. Somebody does have to move up and defend as well because the Raxes are exposed. There's no tower.
Yeah, someone's got to respond. You could probably just toss Lowdyne there, just having keep clearing out that creep wave. Otherwise, it's just free chip damage coming out for 5rat Forstaff. And Bait, I mean, their position's really sneaky. They're cutting the mid creep wave still. They're camping on that opposite side of a river, but they're not really able to capitalize on anything. And now they're leaving the area while Roche is being taken. Timing's just not lining up.
This is not good at all for Bait. Roshan, very, very easy to be taken here by 5rat, and they just had to. Like, you have to back off. You can't just let a Rax go down for free like that. So Bait, they will react to it, but they lose Roshan now. Free shots to go the way of DNM. And now things become infinitely harder if you are Bait.
Yeah, it's a toughie. Going for 2 lives on DNM. I mean, again, you're kind of relying on Pulverize to hold him down here to go through that Enrage stat resist. But Dendi jumping him first, we haven't really seen it happen. They've been running in with Stone back first for the most part. Dendi does have the Ags, maybe that gives him a little bit more confidence to build up Uproar and just get some extra damage, some break going through in the entire team fight. Could be what enables him to get in there. Still, again, look at Bait's position. Always a bit sneaky, always cutting that mid creep wave, trying to find the angle from behind, but 5rat Forstaff just don't give any openings. They keep holding the jungle, they keep holding that high ground with a ward, and Bait just doesn't want to play into that.
And they're doing it again. They force the defense. Top lane, somebody has to defend, so immediately they go for a 5-man smoke up. Dendi, currently being chased down, will TP away just in the nick of time. Nobody's going to catch him out. And 5rat Forstaff looking for more. Lines being drawn out pretty much everywhere, to be fair. They should probably address that bottom lane. Moose does a decent job of pushing that out and forcing the defense from the Radiant side.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A bit of a slower game, but it does seem like the Radiant's just getting away with way more.
They've been allowed to really build up, especially on DNM. He's just had a really free game to just get this farm going on himself. He is well ahead of the next 4.
Oh, look at that. Immediate Fiend's Gate coming out from speed. Very quick reactions, and now the Abyssal Blade out. Dendi still trying to run, gets bashed up, trying to onslaught away, might just make it the shards. It blocks them in, but it won't matter. DNM, he is a man of persistence. He will not leave Dendi alone. Still, the blink away is going to allow him just a chance. Now Kits goes in though. They'll make the jump in onto Lowdyne, take down the Jakiro. Can they fight back? Stonebank is going to try onto the Tusk, and they do find him. They dive a little bit too deep. Everybody else from 5rat, they just back out of it.
Yeah, maybe a bit keen. Pretty good blink timings out from Dendi and from Moose, just managing to dodge out, save their own skin.
Stonebank, be careful, sir. Funnick, they're waiting very patiently, 5rat. Actually, DNM does show himself. It did feel like they could have moved high ground and defended their Tusk, to be fair, in that team fight.
I mean, they do have Aegis up on DNM. They did have that option too. I think when they saw the blink out from Dendi, they figured it would be way too far behind Tier 3, and they didn't see the rest of the heroes quite cleanly. So they were worried that Bait would have had a really good position to come back in.
So they do catch out Stominan. Forstaff not to the low ground. Again, 5-rat Forstaff not around to help out. They'll let the Hoodwink die. Calls are being made to get the hell back out of there. The DNM now does have a double damage, so he wants to make the jump in, but Ghost Scepter is out on Lowdyne. Oh, DNM, he's gone a bit far. He does have the Aegis up. Maybe he can still fight, but he needs his team around him. He'll try to go for a run, but they'll bring him right back in. That's going to be the first life. In comes the cavalry. Speed. He'll get the Pit of Malice off, but DNM He's just going to try and run with his BKB timing. Dendi, he'll go for the pulverize, and now the overgrowth. It's caught at the whole side of Bait. Dendi, he'll keep trying to onslaught away. Beta on the retreat. It does seem like 5-Rat. They will be okay to save DNM. They'll lose their Aegis, and Bait somehow get out with all their lives intact.
Beta are doing a fantastic job of just catching out 5-Rat Force Staff in positions where they probably don't want to be in. I think if you're 5-Rat Force Staff right now, it's down to execution. Like, they've been doing the right things throughout the game, but that one dive in just showed Bait that there are positions where 5-Rat overextends, 5-Rat's not as clumped up as they might want to be, and they get punished for it. And considering this as well, Bait does have really good high ground defense. Again, Lodine alone can just de-push any natural shove into their high ground, and that just gives them a lot. Like, it's really hard for 5-Rat Force Staff to commit onto a push if the G Hero is still around, and he's just super durable. He can stall out quite nicely with that Ghost Scepter. Probably gonna need a Nullifier if you're really annoyed by that, or just some way of bursting him down with control before he can get that save on himself, and it makes it a lot harder of a game for Stominen to kind of look for these big targets to stun. Again, he's their big AoE control outside of that Pit of Malice.
Snowball moves. Nice little save on himself. 5-Rat trying desperately to get aggressive here, but not able to find a target. Net worth back down to only 2k the way of 5-Rat Force Staff, so the game just proving to still be very, very close. Neither side out of it yet. Dendi, fairly far forward. He's going to commit the onslaught here. We'll be able to blink back out. Not catch him in time. Bait, they do seem a lot more confident. Just hang around that mid lane. Oh, a bit of an awkward time to pause as a threat of rather a 4-man smoke up.
Yeah, really cool map. That was hilarious. Great job.
So 5-Rat, I mean, they're smoked up right now. They'll see Funnick in the mid lane. Great target to jump if they can get him.
Yeah, they need to use the sharpshooter on him. I'm sure they've got enough control, especially since speed is not too far off to kind of pin Funnick down. It does provide an opening for Bait. They're not too far apart there. Stonebank is within the area. So is Lodine. And so is Moose. So they can just kind of collapse there, and then he's right next to them. Could be a pretty risky fight if they don't instantly burst down Funnick. They're going to have some issues here. The Shivas is going to pay off dividends and kiting around DNM and just softening them up just a bit, taking away some of their natural regen coming through here.
Here we go. Albino, he could be the hero right now. If he can jump in and get an overgrowth off, it could be amazing, but they don't have the vision. DNM, however, he'll make the jump in on that Ursa. They want Funnick real bad, and they've got him stunned up and locked down. But no!
Miss!
The lift again, and the misses keep coming out! Funnick! How lucky can this man get?
Yeah, that's 2 times where his life is just saved by one missed swipe. There was also the save out from the sharpshooter, so he was a lot more durable in the middle of it. If they don't land that sharpshooter, it's just so much harder to take care of that front line. And they just had the backup. 4 stabs were there, lifts were there, just enough to get them out of danger. Stonebank, though, they're still hanging around, but...
He's a bigger target. He'll blink away, but he's blinked right into the Tusk. Still Kits. He's the one in trouble. He's the one taking damage. He'll BKB, Walrus Punch perhaps, onto the CK, turned right back around. Stonebank, he can still fight. He's got his team behind him, but he needs to get away from DNM, but no, he is down. DNM, trapped up. Held down, still looking to try and hit somebody, but there's your Fiend's Gate once again, but no, he's not going to make it. Funnick's taking him out. They've got Speed now. Can Speed get through the gate? It doesn't seem like it. He's still trying to fight this one out. Speed will leave the gate alone. Instead, they've got Dendi on the Primal Beast. The Underlord, he's a big, big tanky boy. Speed, how much more can you do, sir? Still trying. They'll chase down Funnick. They did not connect with the Bushwhack, so Funnick will be fine. But somehow 5-Rat Force Staff win that team fight.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward. You still lose your core in mid, but you also took out Bait's core in mid, and you get bonus in Lodine. It's still, it's mildly rough. It does feel like you're going to need Aegis every time you fight now. And Moose has been doing a fantastic job in that Rubik. It's like you mentioned earlier on, Mike. Moose is just a fantastic player since you and I watched him in the Singapore Major. He was amazing before that as well, when that old Thunder Predator lineup was playing in SA. And he's shining here once more.
Yeah.
Like, these steals are just massive. They're not the flashiest spells, but they're exactly what they need in every single team fight that Bait finds themselves in.
That they do. Moves always fantastic, that's for sure. Bait. Again, moving in. Get some D-wards off here. Funnick will give the vision. Stominant, though, he's going to make the jump in. They want that Rubik, but Moose is going to be fine to back off, though. No, DNM does cut him off. Onto Funnick now. They've gone a bit far. He'll chain back towards Stominant, but Stominant will just evade. In fact, never mind. He gets caught out by Stonebank. Funnick still on the run, however. DNM, he'll have a blink up in just a moment. Funnick surely has no way out, and eventually, unless he can keep evading these hits, he should die, but he's still on the run. DNM continuing to chase, but Funnick will chain towards the north. He's out of mana now, though. This is it. He's got to go down, and he will. I'll tell you what, I've never seen 20% evasion mean so much.
It's been massive. They do manage to finally punish. They had the right idea there of trying to jump moves first as well. They know how much impact that Rubik has had in the middle, and they did force the buyback out from you. So you do get a little bit more extra off the back of that fight, outside of just the pickoffs that you found. Roche, in about a minute, will be up, so a massive objective for both sides to fight for. Bait are in a position where they can contest this time with a farm they have accumulated. So it's going to be a little bit more interesting. It's not going to be a freebie unless 5-Rat 4-Staff finds a pickoff first.
Odine, get caught by the Pit of Malice. That means Funnick will buy back. Bit of a preemptive buyback. There's no Roshan for another 25, but no, never mind, kids. He found Moose. Takes down the Rubik. Now no Stonebank's around. DNM, he loves that CK. Right in. Dandy, he's going to keep trying to fight with the BKB. They got to do something with this buyback from Funnick, but it's not looking like a good team fight. It's looking like a pretty terrible team fight, in fact. DNM right onto Stonebank. That might just be a dieback, and it is. The CK's gone. Funnick, he might be joining his brother-in-arms, as he will 2 diebacks for the side of Bait. Forget Roshan, it's time for high ground.
Yeah, without those heroes, it's going to be rough. They don't even have the Phantasm on, even if he did have buyback. And, you know, he expended the buyback earlier. Optimistic of Bait. They can try to stall. The respawn of Lowdown isn't too far off. He can clear out, just tossing the Macropire to slow things down. But 5-Rat 4-Staff find themselves in an insane position. After Bait managed to even out the game, just that back and forth there, just losing 2 heroes on diebacks. It's ridiculous. It was a huge gambit for Bait to take. Massive risk, but I don't think it was high payoff there, even if it did succeed.
Doesn't feel like it. Mid Rax is gone. Top Rax under siege as well. Luckily for the side of Bait, there are still outer towers standing here down to the bot lane. Both Tier 1 and Tier 2 towers, but sadly for Bait, Roshan's back up, and that's going to be a very easy objective for 5-Rat.
Maybe the idea of those buybacks were that if they won that fight, they know the Roche timer was fairly close, they could go Roshan, compensate for the buyback, and force the objectives afterwards. So it does make sense. It's really risky, and that's what happened when the risk doesn't pay off. DNM's going to be clearing that out for free. Ag's blessing on the line now as well. So he's going to have the Enrage every single time he uses that Earth Shock, even more status resist to deal with. And it just makes it even harder to focus in on that Fuzzy Wuzzy. He's just massive. He has his Swift Blink coming out soon as well. Fully done now. There it is. He just hits so hard. Like, the moment he can gap close onto Stonebank, I mean, Stonebank doesn't have evasion of his own. You know, it's only Funnick that can kind of dodge out there.
Yeah. This is where, I mean, DNM with the Ags up now. This is where Ursa becomes super frustrating. So you stun him, he just pops in rage. You do anything, and he can just pop in rage now. It's just, it really does make it feel like the Ursa's unkillable. So here we go. Through the bot lane, 5-Rat 4-Staff. Looking for that 3rd lane of barracks, but again, they've got to get through a Tier 1 and Tier 2. Moose, oh, he might get caught out by no. He won't see him. Moose, he'll be forced to TP back to the lane. Does throw down a cheeky Firestorm before he does, But the creep wave does survive. Just barely. Not going to go down.
Yep, just gives him enough cannon fodder to perhaps force in that bot tier 1 here as well. 25k lead for 5-Rat 4-Staff. Look at how much more gold DNM has over anyone else.
Yeah.
Like 14k above his own teammate who's right next to him on speed. That full 15k ahead of Kits. Like it's just kind of nuts how much DNM has gotten out. And I don't know how you deal with this Ursa. I mean, he even has the Penta-Edge Sword, plus 100 attack range. Like, you have everything you could possibly ask for in this hero now. Maybe the last slot, you could try the Nullifier if you're really annoyed by the Ghost Scepters, I suppose. Could be one way. Bait for their part, and you've got the Ags and Funnick. With the BKBs dropping to as low as they are now, the presence of the Timbersaw is massive, as long as he does manage to survive through. And you can still kind of try to play around with that Pulverize on Dendi if you want to focus in on DNM, but with the Aegis up, you're not going to have that spell twice in a row for both lives.
Here we go. 4-man smoke up. Bait hanging around in that dire tree line, just on the eastern side of the map. Underneath their own vision, that's where they want to try and force a fight. 5-Rat not giving them the opportunity, though. Just hang around in the dire triangle instead. And eventually, I think Bait might just have to leave the area. Hoping that the push was incoming. They could have maybe picked someone off immediately as the fight started. In comes DNM. He's got an Aegis up, but he'd be a great target, but moves. He got spotted. Could be okay to blink out. 5-Rat, they know something is awry here. Beta missing. And they seem to know they're in the tree line somewhere. Albino, he'll make the jump in. They found the Primal Beast immediately. Dendi gonna try and run, but the Overgrowth is there, locking him down, and now the batch is to come out. Dendi gonna try and onslaught out. Will be okay for now. Meanwhile, Kits has gone down. Stonebank hidden like an absolute truck. Speed also in huge trouble. He'll try for a TP play out. He might just make it, and he does. DNM, he'll jump right back in. They've got the Fiend's Gate to play with anyway, but he's just shredding him by himself. He does not give a crap. In we go. DNM finds a triple. Buyback out from Lodine. Is it gonna matter? Probably not. Dendi's in trouble. DNM would love a rampage. Is he gonna dive the fountain though? Go on, DNM.
Yes, Aegis. He could. Nah, he's playing smarter. Respects Fate, and he knows they've got counterplay there. They've committed buyback, and at this point, you've lost the timer for Rampage. Still, could find kills.
Yeah, he wants the kills. He'll find moves. This bear is out of control. Dendi, well, he's not making it. Needless to say, he is not making it. GG is called. Bait. It was such a close game to get things started. The first, say, 30 minutes of the game just felt like it could be anyone's game. In fact, Beta 1 stage felt like the better team, but 5-Rat 4-Staff, once DNM was online, they were just in full control.
Yeah, it always feels like this with 5-Rat 4-Staff games. They do such a great job of just stalling out for DNM. They allow him to build up farm, and he farms fantastically. He does. It's not just the farming, his decision-making as well and itemization, the decision-making in the middle of these fights as well. I think for Bait, this is a much better look for them in comparison to yesterday, though, to be fair to Bait.
Right.
They look a lot better.
Right.
The way they played around, their strengths was much better as well. I think yesterday we were watching Funnick farm a lot in his Beastmaster, farm a lot from the offlane. Here, not so much. He'd still take a lane, but his presence in the lane was really just distracting the team, forcing attention on him.
Right.
He had a lot of bleeding edge plays as well, so I think Bait's in a better position, but 5-Rat 4-Staff are still a really tough team to improve upon there.
They certainly are. With that, we do have our panel. Let's head over to them. Let's see what they had to say about game number 1.
Game 1 certainly in the books here, as we do see Bait unfortunately dropping it and yet again finding themselves on the back foot. Better performance certainly all around from them. However, the real highlight, even though there was a win at the end of the day for the side of 5-Rat 4-Staffs, gentlemen, we have to talk about Moose. We were discussing him in the pregame because of how good he can be on this Rubik. Without his presence in this game, yes, Funnick was playing a lot better, being a lot more active on the map. Yes, we did get a bit more farm on Stonebank, on a hero that can utilize that farm a bit better. Yes, we did get some decent timings on like BKB Blink on Dendi, but none of it would have worked out without Moose. His performance, absolutely stellar. But unfortunately, Panda, even that wasn't enough to carry Bait to victory.
Yeah, even with a 67% win rate in his last games and some very flashy moves throughout, like always there to get the right spells and in the right place to help out his teammates. Not only just the telekinesis saves, but the spells that he was able to grab during. Wild performance, really good game from Moose, just not enough for the win. So unfortunate for Bait, fortunate for the other team.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. 5-rat 4-staff looked really good in the laning stage this game. I was very impressed, like especially in the mid lane. Kid's like, he just beat Dendi straight up. And in the last series, Dendi was putting on a show in the mid lane. Kid's put that to a stop here. All the lanes went pretty well for 5-rat 4-staff, but then I thought Bait had a chance. They started making some moves on the map. Dendi was getting aggressive. They started getting a gold lead, and I don't know what happened. The steam just ran out for this team, and all of a sudden it just became a situation where Dendi had a good game. He was ready to go. His BKB was online, but nothing was happening on the map anymore. Like, he needed to find these initiations for the team. It's not only just down to him as an individual, but he was the only initiator. So I want to see like some more communication coming from probably him to like tell his team, hey, I'm strong right now. Let's go do something as a team, make a smoke play happen, get something done on the map. But like most of the time, I just saw Dendi just running away, and his team like moves, on his Rubik, showing why Rubik is so popular right now, like saving him several times in a row here. I mean, there's just so much potential from this Bait team, and it really just comes down to like when I talk about a lot of these teams, it's mid-game communication and like making things happen on the map.
And I think especially problematic is not just the fact that there wasn't communication in terms of where they're initiating, but there wasn't communication with their carry player as well. Stonebank several times over was either caught out by himself or in the midst of the fight, unable to actually get a bead on any particular target. The amount of times we saw in this game, he'd activate BKB, try to get into a fight, but even before he can pop Phantasm, DNM is on top of him, shredding him in seconds. And when you're in a situation where your carry hero is literally unable to even stand in the same vicinity as the opponent carry hero, you've got some problems. And to illustrate how bad the problems can be here, check this out, gentlemen. The most amount of damage that came from the side of Bait was this Funnick Timbersaw. There were several strength heroes in the game. He was difficult to kill, so of course, that's not too surprising. But the second and third damage dealers, second is Chaos Knight, third is the Rubik. The Primal Beast on the low D, Jack Hero, not really able to accomplish that much. So that presents problems, right? When not only is he not initiating, but he's also not actually helping to kill any of these heroes. What are you supposed to do? Like this draft, I don't know if it felt like there were opportunities for them to do a lot better. What would you have liked to see them do differently here, Panda, in this game?
I mean, close out the game earlier, I guess. That's basically what we're looking at, is they kind of ran out of steam. They kind of conceded to the situation that we're unable to establish control over the map. We're losing a couple of fights here, and then you just run into a stalemate situation which you're unable to break. If things were to go for Bait to continue on to a victorious end from there, we wouldn't have to worry about all the stuff that happened later on. Moose was having a great game on this Rubik, definitely a big powerhouse that you can rely on even on those offensive situations. Most of these fights were taken on the side of Bait's map. So that kind of tells a lot that they kind of dropped the ball.
Doesn't it feel here that this particular meta that we're in right now is super initiative heavy, not necessarily initiation, in the sense that like, if you're not the player that's always starting the fights, the team that's not starting the fight finds themselves having a very difficult time. Our MVP for this one, I'm glad it's always a support player when we do get that. I would say Moose on the other side, but Albino Zebra did really well, right? The amount of overgrowth that we saw with him preventing enemies from moving around, these routes were super problematic, but isn't it interesting that 5-rat 4-staff didn't necessarily, although he did well, Albino Zebra, he didn't necessarily stand out by himself, right? He was just enabling everything else around him. Is this just the nature of the team identity, that they're always going to be playing as a unit rather than having standout individuals?
You definitely need to be playing as a unit to win Dota, so I hope they continue that trend. This is a team that I'm really excited for, to see that they can take games off of like more known players, right, from Bait, and if they can actually just get a foot on the ground and start winning some more games, very excited to see like their progress.
For
you guys, does the Hoodwink get a passing grade in this game?
Yeah, I mean
it was good, yeah.
Stamon and Hoodwink, I kind of highlighted during the draft that this is a scary player and a scary hero to go up against. So yeah, definitely a passing grade. And I think one thing we haven't really talked about too much here, what we discussed with Fear off panel, was how much DNM just upgraded himself towards the later parts of the game, how he really showed and popped off. And that could have also been one player to get the MVP at the end, because his game sense, the way he's reading these fights, combined with the comms, which we can't hear but we can imagine is going on, he's definitely one of the leaders for 5-Rat in those kind of high hectic situations. You're playing on an Ursa, you know you have so much capability, you just need the trust from your teammates that we can turn this around and we can win these, and he definitely just popped off.
I think we can very early on in the game see his kind of influence in this way, when after Dendi reveals his BKB in a defensive manner in the mid lane, immediately, right, the call is made, go into the Roshan pit, get the early Aegis, even while a tier 1 tower was still up in middle, and there's no way it's not the Ursa that's making that call. That says, guys, I'm strong enough to be able to do this. But there's a particular clip that I think highlights everything we have to see and know about this game. So T-Panda, walk us through what happened in this particular situation here in game number 1.
So I think this was the mid-game clip, if I remember correct. Oh, actually, it's the early game clip that we have. So technically what happens is in the bottom lane, the situation where they're going right after DNM, and you see the TPs rolling in from bait. They had just stolen the ult from Underlord, so you see Moose and Dendi show up out of nowhere, just showing how much this Rubik Moose was already popping off early on, getting the right spells that he needs. Already we see a pretty cool 5-man ulti from Albina Zebra, but just the movement from Moose, the abilities to stone, and then you see the overgrowth that is highlighted. He seemed to always have some of the most influential spells you can get in this game 100% of the time. I could literally say 100% because it felt like he always had the best abilities that a Rubik could get this game.
I mean, he was playing out of his mind for sure.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of their early game success was off of Moose. Dendi was making some good rotations too, even though he had a bit of a rough laning stage. But yeah, I think overall they just need to continue that snowball, right? Like, they need to be able to make that kill and not put their foot off the gas for the most part. And yeah, I mean, Funnick, he's been farming a lot, right? But he hasn't really been participating a lot. So I kind of want to see him join the game a bit more. I can say the same thing for Stonebank too. Like, these players, like, they're often like the woods, jungling, farming it up, but like they need to start getting more active if they want to take this serious.
Dota's an objective-based game.
Yeah, and I think especially when you're playing a hero like the Chaos Knight, right? This is not a Nagasaran, this is not a Terrorblade. These are not these uber late game carries. You pick this to be active on the map, and unfortunately, the activity wasn't necessarily there from the side of Bait. However, they have an opportunity to try and rectify that in the upcoming game number 2. If they're able to do so, they'll yet again be the team pushing for a game 3. You've only had one so far in the DPC in North America. We're hoping for more. With that, we're going to be throwing to a quick break. When we return, game 2 between Bait and the side here of 5-Rat 4 Staffs. We're hoping for game 3. Will we get it? We'll find out together. See you soon. welcome back one and all to the North American DPC. We are going to be continuing this Division 1 action here between 5 Red 4 Stars and the side of Bait. Game number 1 went the way of 5 Red 4 Stars in pretty, not necessarily convincing fashion, but it was a solid win coming out from them. And now, of course, they'll be trying to replicate this feat going into Game 2. Bait will be trying to stop them. And Bait have had a difficult time so far. We're going straight into the draft here, not going to be messing about. And Bait, they still have confidence in this Primal Beast, but this time around they're going to be pairing it with a Mirana. Do we prefer this as a support? Rubik was in the pool. Why didn't they go for the Rubik here, given just how well Moose played for it in Game 1?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a good answer for that. I feel like he could have picked it. I mean, the only answer I can give is this has more synergy with the Primal Beast, right? You start the Pulverize, throw the arrow on that location, nice setup for the stun. Rubik doesn't really do that so much, so... You know, Moose plays a really good Mirana, too. Like, yeah, like I've been mentioning, he's been playing position 4 for years, so he has multiple heroes at Master Tier that are at position 4. He's just a real specialist, so he can play pretty much all of them right now, and I think he's going to continue to impress.
I'm hoping that he's going to be able to do so. And what do we make of this, though, Panda? Yesterday, we saw this first opening pick, Beastmaster, get heavily exploited. Bait went for this and found themselves losing that particular game. Do you like seeing it here from 5 Red 4 Staff, especially paired with this Pango? So there's dynamism here, but we have seen the weaknesses from this Beastmaster when you haven't necessarily secured it in the draft.
That's basically Kits and Speed picking their most played heroes in the last few weeks. So 61%, 18 games on the Pango. Speed has 66.7 from 12 games on the Beast. So confident, going for comfort picks. That's always a great way to start your draft. You're very comfortable with the heroes. You're okay with what the matchups are going to be. Get rid of a couple of the bans, like you see the Bloodseeker directly targeted versus the Pango. Maybe a couple others that they want to add into the mix, and just not worry too much about it. Like, this is 5 Red kind of using Bait's own weapon against them that they had in Game 3. We picked the Shadow Fiend first phase, and show me what you got. So 5 Red is kind of, I would say this is a bit of a taunt pick, honestly.
I imagine as well that in the last game, there were points where it really felt like they had no answer for BKB, like whatsoever, unless they got lucky enough to either steal Walrus Punch or the Overgrowth. At least now you have some degree of BKB piercing disable, get some good escape going for yourself. So maybe that's the rationale here. But for Bait, what do I want to see? They ban out the Rubik themselves. Like you mentioned, Fear, they have synergy with the Miranda and the Primal Beast, but I want to really see what Funnick is going to play, right? Because I don't want to see him play another hero which is going to soak up the map and only be able to get involved from time to time. I want him to be able to drive the play all across the map, connect with this Primal Beast whenever Dendi starts to move around from the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what they end up doing. Most likely, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, yeah, probably Primal for Dendi again, but Funnick could play it. I don't see why not. Yeah, it could be an off-lane Primal, but let's just say it's mid for Dendi. Moose, I think, more than likely will also be playing this Mirani here, which means they have a lot of options to deal with this Beastmaster, as they haven't picked a single hero to address it yet. So I think that's what they're looking for here. On the other side, you know, they just picked 2 cores right away. You got the Beastmaster always going in the off lane. I think most likely Kits is just going to take this Pango mid, right? So they need supports.
Yeah. I guess Bait is looking for Snapfire in this next phase. It's one of their go-to heroes. Funnick could also play it in the offlane. They could also have Lowdown play it as the support. And it's decent here with the Beastmaster. You have a teamfight answer. They don't really have any councils for it. The Rubik being banned and the Treant being banned, that's also a couple big pieces taken away from teamfight. Do they go for the Snapfire here? Go for the Tiny, actually. Okay, all right. So
Air
flex
Tiny.
pick with the Primal Beast.
Yeah, a little bit of Air Tiny, some more stun, some more disable. I'm just glad that they're picking active heroes. Heroes that you're forced to do stuff on the map, whether you like it or not, right? These heroes are only really impactful if they are doing things, if they're doing, not necessarily just moving around the map like listlessly, but killing heroes, trying to bring them into position where they can bring them to low enough HP that they actually die. On the other side, though, which supports are available? Tusk is still in the pool if you want to play that as support. Hoodwink.
The rise of Hoodwink.
Yeah.
I mean, they needed a hero that does damage with Beast. That you see, interesting Sky ban. We don't see that hero a ton. They do. I mean, I'm sure they can play it, but that is a combination. You know, they banned out the Rubik. There's not a lot left, so they go for the Hoodwink, and I don't think they're going to be too sad about it. It looks like a pretty decent Hoodwink game. Generally speaking, the Primal is a counter, but looking at last game, I don't think Primal did anything to Hoodwink in that particular game. So they're happy to pick it up yet again here, and Jakiro.
All right, they steal Jakiro away, actually. So, this is actually interesting. There's a lot of magic damage now that's provisioned by the Jakiro. Beforehand, they were a little bit lackluster on that front of things. So that at least this helps out on that regard. Just a solid hero in the laning phase as well.
I think, I mean, Skyrath is kind of like when you look at East European Dota, one of the classics basically for the region. They're like, there's so many players who just love to play Skyrath as a 4 or 5, and Stomanen is also a very good player.
He played it already.
And he already played it already, so a reasonable kind of like a respect ban.
With Bait's hero picks here, I'm wondering, this Tiny makes me think that Dendy's going to play it, most likely. Maybe they're going to doing POS 5 Mirana. We see that a lot. They have a lot of options here on like
do they want to,
how they want to do this. I mean, what's the other option? Like, is Funnick going to play the Primal here? Is it going to be mid Tiny? And then
I mean, Dendy could play Tiny. I guess Stonebank also has played a couple of games of carry Tiny. Probably not the biggest fan in the current meta. Okay, they bring up the Ursa. Yeah, not this game. But they could put for the... Actually, now that I think about it, that's a very good question because I'm looking. Lodan hasn't played a single game of Mirana, not competitively.
I mean, Moose
and not
plays
in
it a
ranks.
lot.
And Moose plays it a lot, yeah. So 5 Primal.
5 Primal. I mean, you've seen
Such
stranger
an,
things today, right? We saw
like
4 Ember Spirit earlier on.
Please
so.
no, please. I don't want to see that, especially with Ursa on the lane. That does not sound like a good lane.
It doesn't.
I think Funnick will play the Primal, I guess.
Yeah.
Why not? Or he's going to play the Tiny. That could be a possibility. You don't see it a lot. In fact, you don't see Primal off very often either. So they're going to do something different here. And I'm not sure how I feel about this Ursa. In a way, it kind of feels like they're just stealing it. It's like, oh, you played really good on Ursa that game. I want to do that, right? But he was playing against Timbersall. He was playing against a lot of heroes that he could succeed against. This game, Ursa isn't particularly like great against anything here.
Yeah.
Like you get the boar on top of you and your Ursa, you're pretty sad about that. So I don't know. Like I hope that's not just like we just lost to this, we got to steal this hero type of situation. We did see them do that before in the previous series. They actually won that series when they copycat. But in this situation, I think it's a lot different when you do it with a carry hero.
Yeah.
And also we have the situation where if we look at 5-4 stuff, like you're mentioning, it's hard for this Ursa because he gets kited by pretty much everybody. Until he has Blink, BKB plus Basher, it feels like he can't necessarily get a correct beat on any of these targets. Hoodwink is so elusive. Pango just like rolls around in the middle of the team fight, or you just drop roll on him and run away with everybody else. So there's complications here that's going to be present for the carry hero of Bait. So they need something that's going to come either from the mid or the off lane that's going to hold heroes in position long enough for this Ursa to dish out the necessary damage. Panda, what do you think they're going to be going for to fill that niche?
I mean, they already banned out the Snapfire, which we were talking about earlier. I'm just having a
We
curious
should focus on 5 Rats pick first, because they have to pick first, right?
And
then Bait gets to respond. So, like, whatever 5 Rat picks here, like, Bait will see that, and then they'll get to adjust accordingly, right? So it's really just in a situation here where DNM has to blind pick a carry at this point. Well, maybe he knows he's against the Primal. Is there a Slark in the pool?
There is, yeah.
Slark could be good. I see a lot of players like to play versus Primal Beast. With the Slark, you are against an Ursa, so you can use like your ultimate and your shard will make it so Ursa can't really hit you. You don't really man fight him. There's some ranged heroes potentially, but I don't know if you want to go down that route of like a sniper.
How do you feel about Faceless Void actually as a carry? It's one of his most played heroes. It works very nicely with the Jakiro. It's always been a long-standing combination. Sharpshooter's very nice.
It's banned though, so I they're on the same wavelength as you there. It's like, yeah, that Faceless Void could be good for them.
Yeah.
I think the Slark is pretty reasonable here.
Reasonable, yeah.
It's a good hero. It's a good meta hero. It seems good in this game. Yeah, I sold myself there, so I hope they pick it.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what they're going to be going for. Not much reserve time left in the tank for 5-4 star.
Zen, all
Oh,
right.
you must be happy as a clam to see Zen again.
It's really not good versus Ursa, but I do like seeing the hero. I mean, we saw it once. Stonebank played it, and like I wasn't too happy with how that went down. So hopefully we see a different type of performance here.
On the bright side, Panda, it is one of these heroes. It's another stun, right? And they have a ton of disable now. A lot of it is single target. It's not made well into the AoE. They only really have Macropire for that. But it is something that's going to help them hold these heroes in position from Bait down long enough to actually beat them down.
Yeah, only makes second Roshan even bigger for Bait to get that. Shard on the Ursa. Ursa is not really too phased about the amount of stuns in this game. I had a thought about this Mirana core for a moment. I was like, would Dendy actually play that? But then I was like, Lodan actually has one single game in ranked, basically. It wasn't a competitive game, but he had a ranked game of Mirana. So I guess they're forcing him to play it. I guess they're like, yeah, Dendy's saying, I'm picking your Mirana, you're going to play this hero, and you're going to carry it for me. But yeah, you see the amount of stuns on 5-Rat and the synergy with the Beastmaster and the Sven. You got a lot of damage. not alone just physical damage, but a nice mix of Hoodwink pushing in as well. He can break the Ursa, take away the passive too, so you won't be dealing early damage, at least into the fight. Still, you can at least itemize correctly on this Ursa to fight against that. And then the Jakiro that kind of adds into the mix. A lot of dot damage, attack speed slow. Tiny's not going to feel too happy about it, but if he's going to be support, doesn't really care about the attack speed slow. So what they're looking for most likely here, I was suspecting Stonebank to actually pick up Sven this game, but Fiverr kind of took it away from him. So that leaves PA, again, the Spectre question, is it a game for it?
They have Ursa already. I think they don't need a carry, right?
They don't
Is
necessarily
Mars viable?
Actually,
Darkseer.
the Darkseer. True.
Classic lane.
Confusion, mass confusion.
Classic lane, Darkseer with the going to be compared or paired with the Tiny at the very late stage in time. Going to be decent enough. They were lacking also some control. They were lacking a hero that can go in and make things happen. Eventually, after you get your sustain items, you can buy the Blink Dagger, and you can be the one that goes forward for Funnick. And Funnick is just a traditional Darkseer spammer, right? Well, back in the day, he was one of the better players on this. More magic damage available. It still does feel like Bait put themselves in a situation here where they have to always be on the front foot playing together, right? I don't necessarily see them being able to win this game out just by going for the ultra late game here. So do we like this Darkseer lost pick? And if you do or don't, how do they win the game with this lost pick Darkseer?
Well, I will start with I do not like the Darkseer pick at all here, playing against Pango and Sven. Free lane for Sven. Normally you want to make illusion of a hero that's strong. You can't steal God's Strength, so you can't steal the Cleave either. You're not really stealing much from Sven, and if there are illusions there, he's clearing them quick with the Great Cleave. So I don't know why they picked it here, but if they do want to make it work, it's going to come down to just doing well in the laning stage, playing fast. This Ursa has a clear objective this game, at least. He can get on top of Sven. He wins the man fight every single time. So if they do manage to keep the net worth relatively close here, this Ursa can carry the game just by going on Sven.
T-Panda, will they be able to get the 2-0 here?
Nothing to
from
add.
The side
He
of
said
Fiverr?
everything you need to know.
All right. The Dean of the Dota has said it all. He has dropped down the knowledge. He has given the grades, and he is not necessarily feeling this last pick Darkseer. However, the side of Bates are definitely feeling it. We will see if they'll be able to prove the Dean wrong. And to find out, we have the wonderful duo of the Jaunty John and the mischievous Mike. Take it away, boys.
Jaunty John and Mischievous Mike. That sounds like it could be a movie, Jonathan. It is MLP Dota and John Expired. John, I don't know what jaunty means, but do you know what that means?
No, but I like it.
This guy is really coming out with words that I've never heard of.
Absolutely, it's beautiful.
It's incredible.
It's incredible, and this game should be incredible as well.
It should be.
It should be. We get the Funnick Darkseer. We heard what the panel said. It might not be the best game.
I wasn't listening. I'll be honest. Fear goes on and on and on. They call him the Dean of Dota. I say Dunce of Dota. It's two different things.
It is, and he is an old man. Old man Fear, of course. Old people love to ramble. So,
very old.
It's just a tendency when you get to that age, Mikey. You just like talking.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this should be an interesting matchup. 5-man smoke already for Bait. Let's see if this pans out to anything. By the way, shout out to Fear. Love you, Fear. He knows I'm joking around. I mean, he doesn't ever laugh, and he has a stone cold face every single time I make a joke, but he knows I love him, I think.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Perhaps.
Anyway, we do have a video coming up with Dendy, of all people. We're going to ask him, Jonathan, Radiant or Dire? Let's hear what he has to say.
I think Radiant give more advantage related to our playstyle because we are aggressive and we want to destroy. And obviously Radiant are better for this because Dire is better for farming. And that's how we do it.
I lied, Jonathan. We are going to hear what Dendy has to say, and there you go.
Yeah, they do prefer Radiant. They have Radiant. They want to be aggressive with it. They avoid that early first blood from Lowdown, at the least. So we'll see if they can get that aggression going. I think that's one thing that Bait has been a bit slower on, in the early to mid game. That aggression just doesn't really come out. So I'm keen to see if it's something they can correct. They have managed to snag 3 bounty runes once more on Bait's end. It's going to feel really good once again for them to snag that away. And I'm keen to see how much more Dendy can get out of his Primal Beast. He's not matching up against the Tusk. He is up against the Pango. I feel like this is easier for Kits in comparison to the Tusk matchup. You have a little bit more space with yourself. You have more durability with a Shield Crash. You can't quite dodge out Onslaught. I mean, you could with a good Swash, but it's a lot harder in comparison to Snowball. So I feel like Dendy actually has a little bit more play at the same time. Kits has the ability to poke and prod just a tad bit better with a Swash at the least here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of intrigued by this top lane as well. Like, we heard Fee saying he didn't really appreciate the Darkseer pickup. Obviously, it does decently well into the Sven, but as a hero, he wasn't the biggest fan. It seems like you are going to be able to apply a lot of pressure here between these two. Like, you've got this double Iron Shell combination. You have the Avalanche tossback with the Iron Shells. It can be quite a painful experience for the side of 5-Rat. But what are you thinking about the top?
I think they're doing the right thing. I mean, Moose is trying to get the creep wave intercepted by Albino Zebra, so you're pretty happy about that. In 5-Rat, you're giving free farm out to DNM. He's not really being harassed out by the Iron Shells. It takes a couple of levels for Funnick to really start to apply pressure with Iron Shell as well. Level 2 Iron Shell is pretty much that early spike at level 3 that you're looking for. And they sniped a pretty good courier. Those were 2 mangoes that Moose had. So it might be stalled out just enough where he might not have spells. And again, he's stuck at level 1 anyway with no spells. So not the biggest loss in the world. But as long as DNM finds farm here, you're happy. And Albino Zebra is just making it so hard for them to get these pulls consistently that DNM should be able to just get that build-up he wants and eventually switch that jungle.
Now, Stomin bot lane does end up going down. Very nice pick up there from Lodine. It's the arrow landing perfectly and just nothing they could do to get Stomin out of there. Speed obviously can't really help out in the Beastmaster. Not much he could have really gotten done. Top lane, a lot of aggression happening here. Again, the Iron Shells proving to be very, very painful for both Albino Zebra and DNM. Kind of in a similar scenario. You don't really have the greatest way of kind of bursting down the said creep with the Iron Shell. It can be very annoying indeed here. And I think it only gets more painful. This is only level 1 Iron Shell for now. As those levels go up on Funnick, this lane could become very, very dangerous here for DNM and Albino.
Yeah, but it's still not stopping DNM from farming. It's still in a relatively healthy position. Top of the CS board. You're not seeing the same impact yet from Funnick. Only 3 CS under his name. And you've got Tiny with you, so Moose is soaking a lot more EXP as well, as he wants to get his own level spikes. So you're not really allowed to just scale into that level 3, level 4 spike, where Darkseer starts to feel a lot better, at least as quickly as you'd want to. And I think that's still pretty damn good for 5-Rat 4-Staff. We'll see if they have the space to get stacks. I do like that. There are some good wards coming out from Bait to kind of watch the jungle entrances for any moves on early stacking by the supports for the Sven. And Sven is a hero that really enjoys the jungle build-up. So again, if they manage to intercept that in Bait's end, you're pretty happy. You've got good roamers to kind of get that done. Moves on the Tiny and Marana rotations out from Lodine can get that done really quick. So far, we are seeing a better lane here for Dendi as well on mid, top of the CS as well. He's managed to ride that lane up against Kits much better than the Tusk matchup last time. So he should be able to hit those early power beats as well. And again, the one thing that we didn't see early on from Bait and from Dendi with the Primal Beast was playing around with early Pulverize. Hopefully this time around we'll see that correction with how aggressive their supports can be.
On mid lane, a lot of damage being dealt here, but Dendi probably not going to land the onslaught, so Kits is going to be just fine to walk his way out. Top lane, a bit more aggression coming out. Albino copying so much damage from this Iron Shell. Mur's just going to chase him down, and there's really no way out. Sure, oh, wait a minute. Tree plant does actually outrun them. Moo's still chasing, but eventually no. He gets the toss up. The movement slow was kind of nice there for a moment with the dual breath, but ultimately won't mean enough here against Moose.
You know, just a little bit too much there, and they did try for a cheeky tree plant as well, I believe. Not quite enough to block that pat as well. And they have managed to put a dent in that lane. They're starting to find more. They've got the level 2 Iron Shell, much more painful. Movement speed of Jakiro, not that high at all. Easy to run down.
Early rotation. Dendi coming into that bot lane at that level 5 mark. Speed dropping very low, and it does pay off. Really wanting to make sure that Speed does not take off on the Beastmaster, and I suppose it is a very nice rotation.
And that's what we wanted to see from Bait. Remember, in the past few games they've played, early aggression isn't something the lineup has been seeing, but as we heard from Dendi in the interview, you know, they've got Radiant. They love playing aggressive from Radiant. It is showing in this match why they do love that. And now, you know, Dendi's very close to his 6. He's going to have the Pulverize. He has given space to Kids to also work into his own levels up. Not too far off from his own level 6. And with that Rolling Thunder, it's going to be an interesting back and forth as to who can get the jump on who earlier here.
Yeah. Pulverize, mid lane. So they are trying to make a move here onto Kids. Arrow's going to land as well, and they find him. Great rotation here from our Mirana as well. Lodine getting aggressive, but now Dendi dropping rather low will go down as well. Lodine doesn't have any lead charges, so he also gets caught. He'll try to walk the old-fashioned way, but it is not going to be enough. So they find the Pango trade, but they give up 2 for that.
Yeah, and that's, again, aggression coming out from Bait that we needed to see on mid, but good punishment out from 5-Rat 4 staff. Still cost them. You're not happy about losing kits before any of those kills come out, but it is some much-needed EXP for these supports. They get a lot of damage with every level early on, leading into that level 6, and they still have a roll here.
Dendi, go for the trample, Rolling Thunder. Bit of a pump fake there from Kits, won't go too far with it. Top lane, bit of a chase onto DNM. Finally trying his best to keep up with the Sven. Is out of mana though, so doesn't have another Iron Shot to throw out quite yet, but there you go. It's got one now. DNM, props to him. He has still found a hell of a lot of farm considering the lane. You wouldn't think it's going to be this even, but DNM keeping up pretty much neck and neck with the Ursa.
Yeah, he's managed to do a really good job, and I think that's mildly worrying for the Ursa. Just because Sven farms a lot faster with that great cleave, Ursa's going to need Battle Fury to kind of keep up with that pace. Still, Dandy's trying to be aggressive and storm in, but not really able to find the angle. They had a smoke up on Lodine there as well. Back to that point, I mean, this is just one of the better starts for Sven. And again, if you consider the matchup up against Ursa, the investment into Battle Fury to match what DNM will be capable of doing with just Echo Saber or Mask of Madness, it's quite a fair bit of time. That's going to lead to an earlier power spike for DNM where he might have, say, Blink BKB with a Mask of Madness. That's the point where you can just jump in, take control, and play around with your team fight. You have AoE control and Bushwhack, not the most reliable, but still pretty strong.
Caught out again, down to the spot lane, will drop. Dendi again rotating down to the bot, and they are at least trying to delay the Helm of the Overlord timing, I suppose. He's already got the Dominator though, so he's still just fine. Meanwhile, mid lane, they are going to find moves with this Rolling Thunder. So the Tiny will drop to boot. 1 for 1. Still in the favor of Bait, considering they do find a pos 3 for a pos 4. And I do think it's all about making sure the Beastmaster timings are as slow as humanly possible.
Yeah, they've done a really good job in stalling out speed. He does have the Helm of the Dominator up anyway, so I don't think he minds too much, but this will affect the Overlord timing and just how much he can control that lane. They've left speed alone for the most part in this lane as well. They have been much more busy across the map on 5-Rat 4 staffs, and one thing with Bait's movement is that they've really made sure to kind of ensure that they keep checking that triangle. They've been dipping in and out of that area. Dendi's been running up there. There haven't been any stacks made for DNM. So even with this early timing onto the Echo Saber and just having that kit advantage over the Ursa in terms of clearing out, he doesn't have quite as many camps of flash farm in. Then he got stunned though.
Yeah, he did get stunned. He got stunned by the creep.
Yeah.
Oh, the Ogre Smash. He's going to be okay. He'll onslaught out. That Ogre Smash, man, it's like mental damage. It's emotional damage. Like, you get hit by that, it just feels so bad.
It really does. And a really unfortunate timing to just walk up there. Still, he gets away, you know, not the biggest deal in the world. Just goes back to farming. A bit of smoke play out from 5-Rat, though. Ping's coming out down south.
Big pick off here if they can catch the Sven. Stormhammer will be out. Vacuum back. Toss up. DNM's gone. Great pick off here for Bait. Bottom. I mean, Lodine's around, but... Or rather, Lodine's around, but... Just setting up. He does need a TP to come in to really be able to secure some sort of a kill. He will move in for the Helm of the Dominator creep, and that might just be enough to slow down the push attempt from Speed.
Yeah, they got a smoke out there from Kits with a couple of the supports earlier. That was broken up by the gank on DNM. They don't manage to find Stonebank, so they should just be able to commit for this push now. Lodine will try to stall it, has another arrow to take care of a creep if he wants to. Doesn't find the large creep though, and that might put him at risk. He does have leap charges though, at least.
That was his last one. He's going to be alright to back off. DNM not in range for a Stormhammer. Just trading the top and bot tier 1. Of course, Bait will find their own tier 1 up at that top lane, so pretty even kind of trades across the map right now. Bait also holding a 2k net worth advantage, and I mean, you've already talked about this, but they have been much better in this early game with that aggression. See if they can keep it up, though. I mean, their Ursa is top of the net worth board right now, only followed by Dendi on that Primal Beast. Of course, Stonebank going for a very early Battle Fury timing. Very effective against heroes like that Beastmaster. Overall, just very good on the Ursa, just being able to escalate that farm. Should have a decent timing on it. He's very close now.
Yeah, it's a bit worrying for 5-Rat 4-Staff. Having this Ursa already out-farm your Sven, not having the stacks built up for DNM. He does have at least a double stack on the Ancients, but it's not as much as you'd want for this hero to really hit its stride. So Bait's done a great job of just forcing all this attention away from the supports, not allowing that build-up. 5-Rat 4-Staff trying to shove in mid. They've got the tools available to fight in, but Moonlight Shadow is up. Bait can kind of find an angle here.
They're going to try and do. Arrow going to land on the Helmet of the Dominator creep once again. Very nice little angle there from Lodine. Bait still moving forward. Moose has nothing to break the gap. Nothing like a blink up yet. So 5-Rat, they will be able to avoid the smoke attempt, or rather the Moonlight Shadow gank attempt that was incoming. Dendi fighting over that power rune, and it will be a nice little regen there for Kits. The Ice Path making sure he can't onslaught forward. But Beta, again, considering the state of the game, as long as Stonebank continues his farm, I mean, he's got the Battle Fury up at 12 minutes, so he's having a really nice time. It doesn't feel like they need to get aggressive. It feels like they can afford to just allow Stonebank to hit creeps, play a bit more passively, and chances are he'll be able to just overtake the Sven throughout this game constantly.
Yeah, and just allow that build up. You're also kind of giving space out for everyone else to get their farm as well. Moose working onto that blink. Should have decent timing on it on the pause for Tiny. Dendi's BKB a little bit more, a little bit further away from the recipe, but 2 parts down already, not much further from that. And you've also got more durability coming in on Funnick with a full mech up and running. So you're aligning all your tools together, not just your Ursa. You have a lot coming out on your mid, on your supports, on your offlane. Although, Stominant
going to set up perfectly. Lodine will drop on the Mirana. Dendi, he will onslaught out. He'll be okay. 3-man smoke here from 5-Rat 4-Staff. I mean, they do know where Dendi went, so they could opt to try and go through that Radiant jungle if they wish. Instead, they're waiting for someone to show up in that mid lane. Bait, however, they 2-man smoke as well. Moose and Dendi to move with each other. Albino Zebra baiting, it seems, on this Jakiro in that mid lane, but there's plenty of heroes around from Bait to force a pretty big team fight. Wrap around from Bait now. They'll run right into Speed very soon. Onslaught will connect from Dendi, but the TP rotations are incoming. There's your Rolling Thunder. Raw committed as well. Speed will survive. Stottman also joining in, but Dendi's just so darn tanky. Another stun landing. There's your Sharpshooter, but where's the damage output? Here comes DNM. That's what you needed. They'll take Dendi down, and it seems like Bait, in the end, weren't ready for a big team fight.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising. The entire team didn't quite respond in. Moose didn't follow through as much, although.
DNM, he chose to farm in a very dangerous position. He'll try to use the pig stick. The arrow will be avoided. Albino Zebra around the corner as well, and somehow DNM gets away with his life intact.
Managed to dodge out that arrow, and does allow him to bail out in the nick of time. Really good double hero Stormhammer there as well, catching them as they were about to Delta split apart. And they managed to solve it. It evens out the game a little bit more, 6-5, 1k lead for Bait. They are still set to meet these key item timings, but they are recovering on 5-Rat 4-Staff quite nicely. And even without the stacks for DNM, he does have the disassembly on the Echo Saber into BKB play left. Ooh, that spell immunity will do a lot, knocking away Dendi's impact, knocking away Moo's impact, even the damage from Funnick kind of falls flat at that point. So you can be really strong. They do manage to scan to find at least Kits walking around there, but not really able to punish. And speaking of Kits, he will have his Diffusal flying in now as well. So more damage output from him. Really obnoxious up against something like the Darkseer who wants to spam his spells. And just a little bit more control coming out with that Inhibit.
Top lane. Stottman. Well, there's Stottman and Albino Zebra hanging around. Moose. They get spotted here. Oh, whoa, that was an interesting TP to make. Does get caught out. will go down eventually. Meanwhile, mid, however, Stonebank's being chased out. Kids, not going to go all the way. Rangers pop, that's going to be enough for Stonebank to get out. Five-Rat cannot pursue any further.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of value out from Funix Mech. He's been stalling out these fights quite nicely. The mid does hold for a little bit, but it does fall eventually to Speed's creep. So you still find the objective you want on Five-Rat. You did have a kill opportunity, but as long as the objectives fall, it does provide openings. Ooh, kids playing on the edge there.
I told you.
Oh, some silly, silly voice lines. Very, very silly. You love to see it though. So, 1k advantage, 7-5 here for Bait. They're still in the advantage, but it does feel like the gap is closing. Like, DNM's been doing a real damn good job on this Sven of keeping up, considering how early the Battle Fury timing was. Mind you, it is a Sven who basically has a free Battle Fury inbuilt into the hero, but you get my point, John.
Yeah, yeah. Do you remember the days when you would build Battle Fury, Sven?
No. I never did that.
I've seen it a couple times before.
I bet you have,
in our
John.
early days of Dota.
Okay.
Dota 1. Truly degenerate.
See, here's the thing, right? Hold that. I'm about to show off, Jonathan, but one moment. Moose is going to maybe get caught out here because Dominant... No, he won't throw a bushwhack out. Can I just say...
No.
Alright. DNF. Lowdyne, going to get caught out on the Marauder. We'll go down.
Say what you were going to say, Mike. I want to know this wisdom of yours.
Back in the day, Jonathan, when I started playing Dota, I was an Ursa fan. And I always wondered why Ursa couldn't build Battle Fury. Because people always said you can't. In fact, speaking of the Ursa, I suppose this might be why, John. Stonebank's been caught out. Enrage is there, it won't matter. You know what, John? I might just keep my point to myself.
Something, Ursa Battle Fury, Dota 1 days, something,
I'm saying I was a genius, Jonathan.
If you say so, Mike. You know, I mean, it's working now. So there you go. There were a couple of changes to kind of enable that, but it is what it is. Smoke out from Bait, though. Trying to compensate for that BKB on Dendi here.
Yeah, here we go. Dendi, pretty good onslaught opportunity right into that Roshan pit, and the arrow going to land perfectly onto DNM. Ice Path going to buy a bit of time, but it won't matter. He is going to drop. It's a great team fight for Bait. Dendi right in with the pulverize. Five-Rat 4-Stuff getting annihilated, and Roshan is so darn low. Perfect opportunity now for Bait to take back this game. His onslaught will go right through Albino Zebra as well. Tips out for Dendi. A happy Bait side. And surely Roshan for this Radiant team.
Yeah, nice and quick coming out for Stonebank. Big Rosh to take, as you would really want in the Ursa anyway. Maybe a few mistakes for Five-Rat 4-Staff. I think the big one was that Speed was right next to Dendi when he had the opportunity to roar. He was just constantly stunned by the Pulverize. He couldn't try to get that save onto Kits. They didn't have Rolling Thunder quite up as they just finished that gank on Stonebank. So the punishment was on point from Bait. They understood the play coming out. They had good vision down there as well. And Five-Rat just a bit confident.
Yeah. Stominant going to get caught out bot lane. I'll tell you what, John, you were right. That Pulverize did keep cancelling that animation for the Roar. Almost looked like what it looks like when I'm arguing with the wife, just trying to get a point through.
Are you saying the Missus is a primal beast?
Jonathan!
What a thing to say,
You know what,
Mike.
John? I can't say yes to that. She might be watching. I can't say yes to that.
Hello, Mrs. LaPhoenix. You've heard what Mike has said.
Oh, goodness me.
Oh, I love putting words in your mouth, Mike.
Yeah. She does too. She does too.
Pulverized.
Anyway, 5k advantage. Bait well and truly in the lead. Aegis up here for the Ursa. Happy days right now. Their game to throw here is... It just seems like everything's gone according to plan. What would you like to see used? What would you like to see happen with this Aegis, John? Where should Bait go?
I don't mind if they just farm a little bit more, honestly. It's not too bad. They could try to take at least one tier 2. Any of the side lanes. Top is the one that's open. It's probably the easiest one to go for. They could actually just play really aggressive off the back of this, but it does provide openings for Five-Rat, especially as they build into this blink for Kits. It's still a ways off, but having that angle in to just constantly stun Stonebank first is huge.
You don't want to lose that Aegis. Oh, that's a great bushwhack. Stominant may still go down, but never mind. Great toss avalanche. Oh, Stonebank! He's going to turn around off the back of Moose, but it's not going to matter. He's still in dire straits. Aegis down. Dendy going to try and punish. Does find speed with the onslaught. Will go right into the pulverize, and that should be a second. In fact, make that a third. Albino Zebra going to drop to boot. Moose and the Tiny really saved the day there.
Yeah, they managed to make that work. Giga Chad Dendy dropped again. I think if you're 5-rat 4-staff, that's not the worst. Although this might get bad.
DNM. Alright, he's got the BKB. He's going to rush onto Moose. Moose has the surge away thanks to Funnick. And now the BKB will wear off, so Dendy, he might just move right back in. A nice bushwhack, but a counter vacuum being committed by Funnick. And it seems like Bait think better of it. Won't keep going. You don't want to fight too deep into that tier 2 tower. Not quite yet. Though I say that, Moonlight Shadow has been committed. Low die. Looking for an angle. Maybe they can make their way into that die triangle. Oh, Kits, he gets caught out of the Pango. Arrow's not going to connect, though. He'll go into the roll-up. He doesn't have the Rolling Thunder, but he'll swashbuckle away, and somehow, no, he won't survive. Stonebank gets in there just in the nick of time to take him out. And so Bait, game number 2, they're really feeling it.
They are. They've been playing really well. 5-rat 4-staff have been a little bit jumpy. We've had a slower lane for speed. They've not been able to get as much push out from this Beastmaster as I think they'd want to. And DNM's farm has been impacted. I think this is what a lot of the teams who did play against 5-rat 4-staff, or at least the one other team that played against them, didn't quite do, is control DNM's farm. And now,
poured out is the Beastmaster speed. Getting pulverized there by Dendy. Moose looking for a little bit more. Looking for Stominant. Probably not going to find him. Instead, mid lane, Albino Zebra. Being chased down by Dendy, but yeah, I say he's okay. Problem is, Moose is always on target with these avalanche toss combinations. And that's going to be another kill for the side of Bait.
Yeah, I mean, they're just finding the big ones. Every time they manage to jump speed first, even if you use the pulverize on him, it's massive. You take away that one big BKB piercing disable you have. Although, Stonebank?
Oh boy, Stonebank. In a game like this, you can't afford those mistakes.
No.
You can't.
Biggest target on the team to find. That's the blink of DNM coming out. Oh.
Kids, gonna move in. They know they can capitalize here, John. There's no Ursa. There's no Ursa up. Moose has been caught. He might just drop on the Tiny. It's one of those things, like you're so far ahead in net worth. This is when you want to remain grouped up and keep the pressure going. Hell, even Stominant finds a kill.
Yeah.
This is how it starts.
I mean, it's rocky. You know, this could be a downward slope, but so far not yet. They still maintain a good lead. It's an opportunity for 5-rat 4-staff, but overall, Bait still has, you know, pretty good control on the map. Might want to wait for the next Roshan now and get that over for Stonebank for him to really start to pressure the advantage once more onto an objective. Get that secondary life, that security to go into the high ground or another tier 2 for 5-rat 4-staff. I think it's down to just a couple of things. It does feel like speed has to be further back, and it feels like he needs something like the blink so he can come in and use the roar at opportune times.
And of course, that leads us back into this discussion on esportsbets.io. The betting odds here, of course, were 1.56 to 2.35 between these two teams in the favor, I believe, of 5-rat 4-staff. And yes, it was. Bait kind of proved them wrong for just a moment, but 5-rat, they might fight back as, well, Speed, he does get caught once again. Dendy seems to love going after this Beastmaster. Speed just hasn't had a game.
Really great use of that smoke and the moonlight. He did pop his BKB though. So if 5-rat just regroup and retreat at this point, they have a window to re-engage. And the respawn of Speed isn't actually that long at this point in the game, just half a minute. So you have a nice window to counterfight on 5-rat. We'll see. They don't really manage to find anything else, although Kits and Stominant are still hanging around here.
See what they can get done. Like, it just seems like they want to creep skip if they can. Keep applying the pressure down through this bot lane so they can never push into that tier 2 mid tower. They've done a decent job of it. Like, Bait have constantly had to react to this. And they might just have to do it again. So all their lanes are being pushed out. The only one lane that's going through is the mid lane, and that's because they're there. Speed. He might get caught in this triangle again if he's not too careful. DNM this time is around though. In fact, all of 5 Rat 4 staff are around to try and force the defense out of this tier 2. And that they will. Instead, Bait, they'll go back toward that dire outpost and take that instead.
Yep. Set themselves up for the Roche. We'll see that timer in about half a minute. They do have Pulverize already, and you know, the patience has paid off. BKB is back for Dendi. So you can just blink in, BKB Pulverize onto Speed once more, nothing to stop that. Let's see if Speed will kind of get too far.
Albino, he just gets shredded. In they go. Vacuum was there. Funnick being targeted by DNM. He's surviving for now, but not for long. There goes your Darkseid, 1-for-1. In fact, now they've got Stonebank.
Oh my god.
Not the Ursa.
The damage.
Not the Ursa again. Oh boy. Moose goes down as well. It's all falling apart. Lowdine, he's going to try to run, but the Diffusal Blade is there from Kits. Do they have a stun? It doesn't seem like they do, but it won't matter. 3 for 2 trade, but the only heroes to go down on 5 Rat were 2 supports.
Yeah, that's a worthwhile trade for 5 Rat. And you can see the difference that happens when you don't immediately lose speed. He can isolate the Ursa. He can punish Stonebank when he does jump in. And Dendi has been key in finding these fights for Bait. He has been finding the big target he needs in speed. And this time around, it just doesn't connect. 5 Rat, find a punishment. You are still 5k ahead on Bait, but look at the farm distribution. DNM is right on Stonebank's tail. It's Kits and Speed that are falling behind, but with a Sven this fat, it's just so hard.
You saw it in the replay as well. Like, in fact, hold that thought, because we are having a bit of a fight going out. Albino Zebra going to die. But in the replay, you just saw it. Like, Speed was very patient with the roar on that Beastmaster. Just waiting for Stonebank to show, and BKB or not, he just gets caught out, and it's just so simple for the Sven to take him down with all the damage he does have through that God Strength. Very, very tough for Bait in those scenarios. It's just one of those things. This is why Dendi keeps focusing on speed every single time, is you've got to get rid of this Beastmaster. Otherwise, the Ursa just doesn't have a game.
Yeah, it's really important. Dendi is really key to all of these fights. And, you know, going back to the damage output of DNM, that's him with just a Crystallis. Once he has that full Daedalus up, it's going to take way less wipes to kill off Stonebank. Still, Roche control is in Bait's favor, and Stonebank will go straight into it. Second Roche with a Shard. It's a nice freebie to give over here. On the side of 5 Rat 4 Staff, it does feel like they need to contest, but they don't have vision in that area.
No, they certainly don't. So Bait, they will kind of get away with murder here against Roshan. Hawk will kind of give the information over, but it's all too late. They'll pop a 4-man smoke, and they might still try to fight, but it's going to be into the Aegis for Stonebank. We'll see what they can do. They can catch Bait off guard. Could still be a decent team fight for them. Hoping someone shows in the mid lane, and Dendi is around the corner. Kits will show, just trying to bait Dendi in. Now Dendi shows this could not be a worse moment here for the Primal Beast if he does get caught out. DNM, no, that's a quick blink. That's a real quick blink. Dendi knew something was wrong. And he does get out.
Just not close enough of a blink for DNM to get an instant Stormhammer off. There was maybe a little bit of a window, but doesn't quite connect. Real quick reaction time. And now it's Bait to smoke. With pressure on the top tier 1, top tier 3, someone's got to respond. They might be able to ambush nicely here. If not, they take a tower.
Yeah, tier 3 tower. Not going to last too long here. Stonebank, he'll take care of it just fine. Daedalus picked up by DNM, but that leaves him without buyback gold. Very, very risky for this defense. It doesn't feel like he was really lacking damage. See if this one pays off for him. Bit of a bold move to the Ursa. A lot of damage being dealt to Stonebank, but not going to lead to a kill yet. Still moves. He does make the jump in with a nice tossback onto Albino Zebra. Kits is there with the Rolling Thunder. It's a great Rolling Thunder. In fact, they've got the Ursa in a very awkward position. The Enrage wears off and the Aegis is gone. But they're still not as 5. 5 Rat do that as 3.
Yeah. DNM's not there, Speed's not there. They take away the Aegis with just a support, 2 supports plus Kits. And that is massive.
They're impressing me, these guys, I'll tell you.
They are so coordinated in how they play with each other. They're being efficient across the map as well. They're ensuring DNM will only come in with buyback. They're making sure they've got their bases covered. It's risky, but it works. I thought it was a bit awkward when they were going onto Stone Bank. Ice Path missed on the high ground. Didn't matter. They found an angle back in anyway.
Here we go again. Firerat, knowing the Aegis is down, they want to try and make a move. With that Daedalus up on DNM, people are absolutely going to melt. This is not going to be very fun if you get caught by this Fett. In we go. Hawk does get taken down by the arrow. DNM moves in. He sees the Mirana. That's a nice little kill onto Lowdine. He'll tank the gank. Problem is, Moose is forcing out the top lane, so it might force a defense out from Firerat. And it does. Stominant, he'll make sure the top lane does get forced out. And that'll put an end to any kind of fighting that happens here in the mid lane.
Yeah, the tower is still really low though. 72 HP. Should just get chipped away by the creep wave, although next wave at least spawns. But only a breeze of wind left to kind of knock that down. Fiverat, this is the point where you just kind of sit back and let DNM keep building into buyback plus an item. He is going for the AC next. That can kind of help you up against the Ursa in a massive way. Just delay that burst of damage you can get out with Fury Swipes a little bit longer. The Basher being up in kits is really big as well. Just having that disable on the Swash, of course, changes the dynamics of these fights. Now, you're not solely reliant on speed to cancel off something like the pulverized BKB from Dendi. You've got a backup in kits being able to stop that as well. And another way of controlling Stoneback on top of that. So, multiple ways of just handling the BKB timings here. And Fiverat, they're still 5k behind, but we're reaching the point in the game, 32 minutes in. A 5k lead isn't that massive.
It is not. Bait. See what they can do now. Like, do you go for a smoke? You know, like, Roshan's still a while away now. You haven't got that Aegis subs. They're going to go for the Moonlight Shadow. They're going to try and make it work through the Moonlight. Well, Firerat has done a really good job of just pulling the game back their way. That tier 2 mid tower, it feels like they've been trying for so long to take that out. It's not been that easy though. They'll invade that dire triangle instead for now, Bait. And Firerat, again, just being very cautious with their own positioning at the moment. Staying well and truly behind. Not allowing any kind of smoke opportunities to happen here from Baden. Oh, again, just a failed attempt here. Just not finding any target.
That does favor Fiverat. Again, just get that build up, working to buybacks and additional items here. Full Aeon Disc up in Lowdine is going to be pretty damn annoying and disruptive. So they're going to have ways of just letting the Mirana escape, being disruptive to the front line without really being punished for it. And if you look at the graphs here, Mike, 68% win probability for Bait. So, still a really good game for them. You know, it's still a tough one for Fiverat to kind of take initiative on, just because of how much Bait can kind of work these team fights their way, especially if they get a good back wall here. And one has to wonder, though, once you scale into the 45 minute mark, is at the point where the Sven just becomes really obnoxious, right? Like, the Sven, the Pango, even the Beastmaster, say on level 25 talent, when that does come out, and the cooldown reduction on Primal Roar is going to be a big concern. The uptime is going to be huge. So Bait, they try to go again. They know they're strong. Go for another smoke play. Just try to get something happening to go onto that high ground.
Yeah, they just want to get to that high ground. That's all they want. Through the top lane, through the mid lane, whatever it is, they want to get there. Moonlight Shadow and Smoke popped. Albino, again, going to be on the front lines. Willing to sack himself if it does mean he knows exactly where they are, and now they do. Question is, do Fiverat want to fight? Oh, DNM, he got caught by an arrow! Oh, he got caught by an arrow, but it may not matter. He still gets his BKB off. Stonebank, he's popped that in rage. He needs to get the hell out of there. He gets caught out in a bit of an awkward position. It won't matter though. Everyone out. Fiverat, way too far. And so in the end, it was only Albino Zebra that went down. They did at least force a buyback from the Jakiro, so it's something.
It's something. It's not the biggest in the world, but it should be relatively easy to get that dieback on him once more. And that does kind of waste the smoke and the moonlight. It doesn't allow them to go into the tier 2 any closer as of yet. So for 5-Rat 4-Staff, they're hanging on to those objectives. Could have gone a lot worse. I mean, that arrow on DNM was on point, but the follow-through didn't quite connect. Quick BKB usage from DNM blocking off that vac into the wall as well. So didn't have to worry about that too much.
Moose. Oh, Bushwhack misses. May not matter though. They still got the Acorn shot to cancel the blink off. Moose actually not dying. They don't have the damage for him. And now, Bait, they are around. Still trying with the Swashbuckle. Ice Path out as well. Funix showed up with a vacuum, however. There's your Bushwhack into the Rolling Thunder of Kids. He'll go back after Moose, still trying after the Tiny, and eventually does find him. So 5-Rat, the poking and prodding, eventually it pays off.
Yeah, it takes a little bit longer, but you did manage to drag Funix with his own BKB use. So that's down to 8 seconds now. Not the biggest deal, it's still pretty long duration. And for 5-Rat, they've been stalling well. Orchid up on DNM, I believe full blood torn.
Dandy, he's gonna blink away. That Stormhammer, not quite landing. With that, I mean, both teams seem so interested in this next Roshan, of course. Problem for either side is it's still ages away. Excuse the pun there, John. That was actually unintended.
Now you know how it feels, Mike.
Yeah. Still 1.5 minutes away for that next Roshan. 5-Rat, Albino, gets caught, does get bursted down by Stonebank, but now the Enraged was committed, so DNM wants to move in. Pulverize is there. They've got the Sven.
No.
They've got him in a very tight pickle, a very tight scenario. DNM, he's still trying to run. Lowtine, everyone just chasing the Sven, but nobody's able to keep up. DNM is still alive somehow. So Albino Zebra, the only one to drop. And it seems to be the constant scenario, though I say that. They have got the Pangolier now, kids. Gonna try and find a way out of this, but another Pulverize means they do take him out.
Yeah, that's a lot bigger. No buyback on kits. It's gonna be really awkward to take these fights. And that was pretty optimistic for DNM to just jump in like that. Probably one of the only times we've seen DNM kind of make a decision like that of jumping in when the conditions weren't quite right for it. Bait, they've got an opportunity now. They could try to pierce through the tier 2 mid if they want to. They're working their way onto the Abyssal for Stonebank. Could be flying out. Well,
another great onslaught. He's got DNM, but where's the follow-up? No one else around. The nice avalanche. DNM finally gets
no
caught.
Buyback.
Great pickoff from Dendy. Stickers down. And now without the buyback, they've got a double damage rune. They could go high ground if they really want to. Roshan also going to be up, so plenty of options available for Betas. It sounds like they're going for speed as well. Speed forced to roar to try and get away. But a pretty dire situation now for the side of 5-Rat. So it seems like Bait should easily be able to move high ground if they wish, but they might just take the safer option. They might just go for Roshan instead first.
It's a big opportunity for them. It's pretty hard to high ground with Albino Zebra still around, so that's the one blessing for 5-Rat 4-Staff. They've got the wave clear, they've got the Macro Pyre ready for that defense. Makes it a little bit awkward for Bait. Roche, safer play, does have a refresh shard on hand as well, so that could be massive for someone like Funix. And get the double wall, double vac going there. And it doesn't take too long for Stonebank to reach into it. Still, Kits is back up. No vision still on 5-Rat in that area. Bait has been really good at denying that information away. Trying to chase Dominant though.
They are trying to chase Dominant, but in the meantime, Speed is pushing out that bot lane. They've got to address that. He's going after tier 3 towers now. Stonebank, he'll be there. Take care of that Helm of the Overlord creep. Roshan will go the way of Bait, of course. Aegis is now on Stonebank. Again, happy days for Bait. They're back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they've played this game really well. Like, they have corrected the issues they've had earlier. The early aggression just leads to this point where they've managed to really keep DNM down by a good margin once more. Again, something that we haven't seen teams really do, punish DNM. And it's just leading to much bigger success. Stonebank's had a really good game. Dendy's been on fire, showing us why he still plays mid, of course, the legend. still has it. I mean, his
Yeah.
jumps have been huge. And the uptime on Pulverize is kind of sickening. 24-second cooldown. You can always just jump in and look for more.
Moonlight Shadow again. Bait. Gets. Gonna avoid the gank for now. Instead, Albino Zebra. He always has to tank the gank, this man. But I say that they are going to force the fight anyway. Albino somehow survives, and now the Raw out. Dendi may get caught down. Abyssal Blade is there. Stonebank, he'll hold DNM for a moment. Another bash onto the Sven. The wall slowing him. The vacuum back away. But DNM is still running, somehow surviving another time. And Dendi and Lowdine are the ones to drop. How?
Force Staff, Glimmer Capes, they coordinate really well on saving DNM there. And while that happens, Kits is just ripping through the backline, jumping around with the Ags, with a Basher, getting some good damage off, and cleans up. A bit of a scattered fight, a bit of a messy fight, works in favor of 5-Rat Force Staff to stall this game out. Not quite the end of the world. Stonebank still has Aegis, respawns coming up in less than a minute. Not much that 5-Rat can really do with that space. So for them, it's just constant stall. Keep trying to find that opening, keep working onto these items. Try to finish up that full Blood Torrent for DNM. Going to be massive against the Ursa. Help them to kind of just focus in, get a good burst damage off onto him. I think the key thing is still trying to isolate Dendi. If you can isolate Dendi, remove that Pulverize, remove this massive, huge damage-dealing target from the side of Bait, then the follow-up fight doesn't feel as worrying for 5-Rat Force Staff. There's still a lot of good AoE control coming out with Funnick and with Moose, and of course the output of Stonebank is huge. But Dendi's the big factor, because when he jumps in, when he finds the right target, your team fight's ruined on 5-Rat Force Staff's end.
Yeah, he's been fantastic throughout this whole game, and like you mentioned, he gets the right target, you're in big, big trouble. But 5-Rat, I mean, they've been doing a great job of just keeping this game going.
I mean, look at their tier 3 top. 32 HP hasn't died yet. For that's been at least, what, 5-10 minutes now.
They're experts at just keeping the lanes pushed out, John. It's partially how you just win a game. Stominant, gonna get caught out. It's really that simple. If you can't address this constant split pushing from Speed, you're never really gonna be able to go high ground. No. Speed's just been doing a great job of just always forcing them back.
He really has. And for Bait's part, I don't know, it's so hard to say because it does feel like they still have that power in them. They've got a minute 30 for that Aegis to expire in Stonebank. They've got the Swift Blink almost done in terms of gold for him as well. And the tier 3 top does finally fall, at the least, so they've got a safe racks to just kind of shove into. They've got all their spells back up in Bait. They do have an opportunity here, but I don't know, it feels like if 5-Rat just finds these angles as well, it can get really back and forth. Full Linken's up on Kits for stun protection, just ensuring that he's not hit by the Abyssal or Pulverized if he does get targeted down. Allowing him to just slip away once more, gonna be huge. DNM, full Blood Torn up, and does have buyback. So he's not at risk with his item buyout. More damage, a little bit more to feed into on the Ursa if they really want to focus him down. Probably Dendi, actually, just get him controlled up.
Oh, bot lane. They'll get the tier 1 tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not going for a tier 2 yet. Bait hoping that 5-Rat come out of the base and find themselves a pick off, but nobody's showing up. And it's all about the split push. Kids this time dealing with the top lane. They've still got so many outer towers though, it's not going to be that easy to pressure them to come back through that top lane. You'd always rather go through bot if you can. Aegis has expired though. So you don't have that secondary life anymore. Bait may second guess whether they can actually go high ground now. And that just means more time for 5-Rat.
Yeah, more time to farm, more time to try building up. Bait does smoke out, but 5-Rat have just been standing on high ground low. 5-Rat will smoke themselves as well.
Smoke on smoke situation. As he got strength DNM, he knows he wants Stonebank so bad, and they've got the Ursa. Enrage was there just in the nick of time. Stonebank, he's got the BKB. He's going to go for the man fight. DNM will back his way out. Funnick trying desperately to find this Sven. They've got him with the arrow. DNM still on the run. A man on the run. He's going to have to fight back surely. Still running away, but eventually does get caught by the avalanche and he is gone. Does have buyback. Problem is he doesn't have God Strength for another minute.
I don't know if you jump that Ursa. He's just too durable. Stoneback, I mean, he's got the Ags. Enrage up, you're just not doing enough damage on him. That damage reduction is huge, especially up against a hero like the Sven. 5-Rat feels like you need to take care of the backline. Maybe remove Funnick, remove Dendi, allow the durations on Stoneback to just fade away, try to kite him around, and go from there.
Well, that tier 2 bottom tower finally going down. That'll be the final outer tower for 5-Rat. 17k advantage now for Bait. Refresh Orb to come out on Dendi. They don't really want to have to buy back on this Sven if they can avoid it, but they may have no choice in the matter. Albino Zebra in the meantime getting hit by an arrow. In goes Kids trying to delay any kind of attack, but he's got stuck in the tree line. He'll still get out. Using that Rolling Thunder. That's so much damage. Dendi! Oh boy, Dendi needs to get the hell out.
No,
and now they've got the Ursa.
What?
What? Moose also gets caught.
Huh?
This is without the Sven.
Yeah, it's a good macro power angle. They managed to drag it all the way back. They force this really awkward position out from Bait.
Show me the replay. I gotta see a replay.
Yeah, I gotta see this as well. That's just sickening. So much damage coming out there, and they just managed to isolate so well. Like, I think that was just such great positioning out from Kits to bounce around there, push the backline further away, and ensure he could focus in on Denny. He just really kept an eye on Denny. They got the stuns off to control the Ursa as well.
Let's have a look at this. What happened to Stonebank? He popped the Enrage a bit early, and that was the Earth Shock Enrage, so not a big deal. Kids with the Rolling Thunder is the main problem. You see Dendi gets stupidly low. Now another Bushwhack out, and that's a lot of damage flying in. He just got perma-stunned, basically.
Yeah, it felt like every swash gave a bash, at least one instance of a bash. So they managed to just constantly focus in on him while also isolating Dendi away. And again, that's probably what they need to do. Just keep doing that. They've done it once. Every time they've jumped the Ursa first, it doesn't pan out. But when you take away Dendi, when you ensure Funnick doesn't have a good angle to come into, you can isolate and kite the Ursa, which is what you mostly do against Ursa anyway. You want to kite the guy, you want Enrage to go away, and then you come back in when he's softer, and he can still melt. And again, without DNM, you have enough damage. With DNM, once Enrage is gone, God's Strength will rip right through him.
Scan out into the Roshan pit. Bait may assume Roshan's happening, but it's still 30 seconds away from respawning. There's your smoke up. Bait will rush towards that pit. 5-Rat 4-Staff hanging around the area. Could be a little bit awkward hanging around there. They'll back out. Roshan just so important throughout this game. Don't know what number Roshan we're up to. I think it's 4.
Should be about that. So we did get the refresh shard in the last one. So they should have a full complement now.
And it does.
So important for both sides, right? Like, you're at the deadlock on 5-Rat 4-Staff. You haven't made too much progress on the enemy objectives. Not really touching the high ground. But the same thing goes for Bait. They take out this top tier tree with just a creep wave. They try to make progress in the bot tier tree, which was maybe one of the small things in their decision making that kind of fired back. If they went for the top instead without the pressure from the tower, it might have been easier to siege. It would have definitely been easier to siege. You might not have found yourself in that awkward situation. Now a smoke out here from 5-Rat.
And a nullifier on DNM. Mind you, again, he doesn't have buyback
so
gold.
Risky.
It's very risky. No buyback gold available on the Sven. Mind you, they defended last time without him, so... Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Gaben's Blessing. Here we go. Right before Roshan, there's always a double damage. Guaranteed. Every single time. And on a Sven, this is going to be a bit of a problem for Bait.
This is gonna get crazy if they find the angle in.
5rat, they are praying someone shows up right now. Moose, don't do it. Smoke is there. They know the Tiny's on the other side. Kids just has to move in with the Rolling Thunder. You don't want to get DNM caught right now, but if he can just hit a couple times, there's going to be a team wipe. Stonebank, not the Ursa. He's going to back out. He got the enrage just in time. He's okay for now. They should have seen the double damage. They don't want anything to do with 5rat right now. They'll run. It's going to wear off anyway. So no more double damage available. In goes Stonebank once again. He wants DNM real bad. The roar is there, but the pulverize. Dendy just in the nick of time. DNM still trying to run with the BKB, but the trample.
No buyback.
It's going to go right through. No buyback available for DNM. Surely Bait have done it. Surely Bait can push this game 2 to a game 3.
They've got the opportunity to do so. They could go for Roche if they want to be safe. It's that thing again. They go back to trying to jump Stonebank first. The Ursa with the Enrage is just not a target, even with the DD. You have to find that backline. You have to find Dendy. You have to find Funnick. Even Moose is a pretty damn good target to go for. Roche number 4 goes their way. Aegis, free Ags, free refresh, and cheese. And you just have so much more to play with now. Like Ags up on Dendy. He's got the Uproar now, along with the little breaky lines that we saw in Ags. Ags Labyrinth, of course.
Yeah.
It gets a lot tougher. You do, mind you have some time on respawn. Half a minute's not the worst thing in the world. You do have the buyback here. Look at Moose though, being sneaky with that Ninja Gear smoke.
He is.
Oh,
nice toss back. He's got kids. That was the main problem last time around, and they've taken him down. He does have buyback available, but without the buyback of DNM, there's just no point. They've got to wait the 15 seconds out. So Bait, they'll go for a secondary Rax now. No way of defending this one so far for 5rat. Be 2 Raxes down. We'll see if Bait want to go for the 3rd. And they will. Stonebank, he'll rush towards it. DNM is back up now, and again, Kits can buy back for this final team fight if it is going to be the final one. Stonebank still working towards that tier 3 tower. We'll find it. Does play forward. Stonebank very aggressive, Blink. DNM going to move in with a stun. Albino Zebra is there, but does get caught out. 4-Staff Way is there. Ice Path out as well. The Ursa is dropping slightly low, and now with the Rolling Thunder, they might be able to lock him down, but he'll go for the Earth Shock out. Still being stunned up. There's your Sharpshooter. The Ursa still dropping. Eventually might go down with this Aegis, but somehow still alive. Eventually finally does die. Albino somehow alive throughout all this, and they have to back, or do they? They found DNM in the backside. DNM's bashed up. He still does not have buyback. Oh boy. And that's why you save buyback gold.
That definitely is. He took a risk buying out that nullifier earlier on. Doesn't quite pay off. And without the macro pyre yet to stall, they're going to have to deal with mega creeps. Their lineup can, but it's just such a difficult game.
They're still trying. Moose getting caught for the Ice Path, but Funnick's in. He's got a decent vacuum out. Dendy will pop the break as well. They shouldn't have the damage to take down the Ursa, but I've said that before. He's been caught again here, Stonebank. Still with the Enrage. He will be able to back off. DNM, he's just 200 gold away from buyback. Someone's got to get out and buy some bounty runes, or rather get the bounty runes. Tier 4 towers, under siege. How much time can they buy?
It doesn't feel like they can buy enough. They have the macro pyre out on Albino Zebra if they just find the chain stuns.
Moves is in, toss back onto Kids, that's the Pango down surely. No buyback available after this one. Kids trying to run, but eventually should get taken down, though he's still somehow going for Dendy. Will pop the Pulverize, take down the Pango. They are still trying to buy a bit more time for the spend, but it seems to be all too late as the Ancient is under attack. 5 more seconds for DNM. 5 more, he's going to be up. But the Ancient completely exposed and completely going down. In they go. Final team fight. But when are they going? The Ancient is still dying. Who are they going to aim? Denny's focusing on the Ancient. He does not care about the team fight whatsoever. And eventually it is just over. It is just over. It was a close one, this one, John. But Bait proving to be the better team in the end.
Yeah, they managed to correct a lot of the issues we've seen from the previous games. Earlier aggression coming out from Dendi. They suppressed DNM.
They did.
And keeping DNM down just took a lot away out from 5 Red Forsyth. Not just that, but we had a really tough lane for speed. He couldn't hit his timings there.
Yeah, he couldn't jump it. I mean, DNM, you got to save for buyback. For any carries out there, don't ever do that. Save for buyback, please. Save my MMR while you're at it. So we are going to head off to our panel, see what they thought about this game number 2.
Game number 2, so far the longest game that we've had within the NA DPC. And what's interesting is that game 1 before that was the previous longest game in the North American DPC. So certainly a close affair as it stands right now between Bait and 5 Rat Forstaff. And yet again, we get a game 3 that involves the lineup of Bait. T-Panda, Fear was mentioning it earlier, Panda, that like it seems like they're stealing strats from the opponent. This seems to be the winning formula for Bait. Lose game 1, look at what the enemy did, do exactly what they were doing, and then win game 2 suddenly.
Recipe for success. Bait again stretching out game number 3 out of a best of 3 series. Like I didn't have much faith in them, to be honest. Seeing what happened in the early game, how they exited the laning stage super passive, and then this fight happens at 18 minutes. Basically, the whole game has been up to this point where Dendi's farming, he doesn't want to initiate, he's waiting for Funnick and Moose to make the plays, and then they just kind of get handed out to them. A Roche fight which they win in the end, and this was a big slide that held them from this to basically 50 minutes into the game.
The thing that impressed me the most about that particular fight here is that right beforehand, they just lost Stonebank on the other side of the map, right? And it's like, well, it's a 4v5 situation. You don't normally expect the team to smoke headlong into you, but they understood that they actually at that point had the team fight spells. They had the vacuum wall, they had the onslaught, they had the pulverize, and they took advantage of this fact. But it was still a little bit touch and go for a while, but that does feel like after that, that was a turning point because we spent the large majority of the game post that fight playing on the 5 Red Forstaff of the map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Dendi made that call as like everyone tipped them, right? So like even with Stonebank dead, they went into the Roche, they didn't have the numbers, but what they did have was the surprise factor, right? They went in there, they didn't think they would do that, and from there, Bait was making some good moves this game. It was night and day difference watching this team play here. Like in the early game, yeah, they were a little bit passive for a while, but they just needed to warm up a little, you know? Like they kind of like eventually started correcting their mistakes here. Stonebank had an amazing game. The later the game went, like the Sven versus Ursa matchup, I wanted to see the Slark personally, and you kind of see why in the end. Like you can't man fight this Ursa as a Sven. And even though they had some really good initiations time and time, Kit's Pango looked really good in this game, but Sven versus Ursa, it's not a fun matchup if it goes into the late game.
Yeah, like you said, Kit's kind of popped off this game, and Pango like just making some really good plays when the fight was taking place elsewhere. Kit's was sniping the backline, doing a lot of damage because Speed's Beastmaster, this was probably his worst game I've seen in a while. Pretty hard for him. He was behind on farm, didn't hit his item timings, probably one of the slowest Overlord timings we've seen in this tournament so far. So I had expectations for this first phase Beastmaster, which we've seen work out so far. It didn't this game.
Yeah, but this is the second time in a row that we've seen it that the first pick Beastmaster overall fails to garner results. So it does seem to be the case that every single time a team does go for that particular option, it's a bit iffy for a reason. But nonetheless, Bait's able to put out this win at the very end of things. And with Stonebank, one thing that really intrigued me about the later this game went is because he had that Aghanim shot after one of these Roshan fights, Bait were willing to have him be the one that dangles in the front lines, knowing for a fact that 5 and 4 stuff just do not have the damage to kill him. And Dendi, on this Primal Beast, actually pulled up at the very end here. It will not surprise you to learn who the MVP of today's game is, or the game 2 is, but at some point in time, it just really felt like you just wait for him, you jump on to Ursa, and then suddenly Dendi comes in, he charges through everybody, makes life so difficult. What could they have done differently in this game here to try and get a different result here, to maybe try and actually try to get on the map at the point in the game where the Sven is slightly stronger than the Ursa? Why weren't they able to do that in the long run?
Well, I think they did have a moment where they were ahead and looking good. They just kind of like lost it. I believe like the Sven in a lot of occasions tried initiating on the Ursa, but like that's never really going to work. You're never going to be able to stun an Ursa before he presses Enrage or BKB. I think it goes back to speed a little bit. Like he was not able to find any initiations this game. And once DNM does go in, he can't get out. Like, he's just a Sven, right? Like, his team couldn't really help him out. He did escape a couple times on the sides, but, like, he wants to go in when the fight is, like, secured, do the damage, and then win the team fight. But what ended up happening, he goes in, stuns, Ursa BKBs are using Enrage. Like, oh crap, I gotta run now. And now they can't really re-engage again, and they lost multiple fights because of that. And I really think if Speed had like maybe a Blink Dagger, the Roar hit, the Sven can kind of wait to see if the Ursa does press his Enrage or not. Then he goes in, and that might be a lot different. But it seemed like on repeat, time and time again, Sven was trying to kill his Ursa, but was never able to get the initiation.
Yeah, and the follow-up from those fights is basically when they jump straight on top of the Ursa. And trying to take him down, that means that Dendi can basically open up while he pops his own BKB. That's going to drop out Jakiro, the Hoodwink. They don't do anything against BKBs, right? Yeah. So Dendi can zone them out. Sven's overextended. We can take your hero in peace while you put everything on one guy who is completely fine with what's happening. So very one-sided fights towards the end. They did have an opening at 50 minutes where you could see them basically smoke up next to the Tier 1, Tier 2 on the Radiant side of the map, but the distance was just too long to catch. And they caught a glimpse of a hero. All right, DD's running out, Smoke's running out, we have to go now. They missed their abilities, ended up losing heroes, they burnt ults, BKBs, everything, and just... That was the small hope of Glimmer, the DD on the Sven. Can that burn through the Ursa? No.
Apparently not. I think this was just the name of the game at the end of the day for Fire Red 4 Stop. Just slight margins. A little bit too slow on certain items. The Blink Dagger for Beastmaster came way too late in the game. The laning phase didn't go well enough. The amount of damage they had didn't all work out. And to make matters even worse, once their BKBs emerged on the side of Bait, the supports on the side of Fire Red 4 Stop literally don't do anything. So now we have yet again a Game 3 scenario happening here in the North American DPC. I'm hoping that we get it from a different team as well. You know, it can't just be Bait that pushes all the games to a Game 3. But nonetheless, it's good to be able to see them adapting on the fly and making adjustments between Game 1 and Game 2. We will see, though, because now it's back in Fire Red 4 Staff's corner. They're the ones that have to try and figure this out, because if they don't, Bait will be delivered their first win here in the North American DPC. Let us figure out if that's going to happen once Game 3 hits. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all, here to the North American DPC. Div 1 continues here with a Game 3 between Bait and the side of Fire Red 4 Staffs. At this point in time, Dendi and the boys vindicated by making the decision to switch over to North American shores, because all of last year they won a single map. Now they've managed to win 2. The question is, can they win a series at the very end of this? One thing that I will find very entertaining and interesting about this is going to be the matchup between their offlaners, right? Generally speaking, yesterday when we saw Fire Red 4 Staffs do well, and in the teams that he's on, if Speed is doing well, the team he's on is able to do well. When he's not doing well, things do not look as hot. And the same is true for Funnick as well on the side of Bait. So does feel like it's going to be the battle of which offlaner actually gets a hero that's viable in the game here.
Which Beastmaster are we going to choose? I mean, that's pretty funny. I mean, the hero is very strong right now. And I don't know, speed, like, we've seen this time and time again, like these heroes that we consider OP or the really meta, like the Linas being first picked, the Beastmasters, it's really just not working out. It seems like more traditional, like stable picks without showing cores might be a better strategy for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Panda, how do you want to see them open up? Because clearly the first pick, Beastmaster, is not the ticket to success, and both of these teams have tried it. Yesterday, Fnatic lost with it. Today, Speed has lost with it. However, picking one of their heroes deeper into the draft does seem to be a key for success. So what do you want to see them open with to try and make things a little bit safer?
I mean, looking at Five Rat's perspective, if they want to open their draft with the Beastmaster, I wouldn't be too surprised if they actually go for it and execute it differently. Because when you look at a lot of these games where you start to think about the hero, was it the hero that didn't work out? Was it the player playing the hero that maybe had an off moment? Or was it the matchup you were playing up against? I still think it's viable that you can go for a first phase Beastmaster, but the exit from the laning stage has to be a bit more perkier. Maybe even abuse the fact that Bates, when we kind of brought up the Dendi topic, that he just pacifies himself after the plus 10-minute marker. There's your opportunity. Farm up, catch up if you have a bad laning stage, get your item timings on point, and then unite with your team. We didn't really see that from Speed because he was so far behind in farm, and he didn't have that much control over the map either. That kind of joins away from the Pango's timings, that kind of joins away from the Sven and his capabilities in initiating and fighting. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they actually went for first phase Beastmaster here, but we'll see.
I mean, speaking of initiating and fighting fear, we saw this time around the Hoodwink didn't necessarily work out at the very end of the draft. I mean, it seemed good for a point in the game, but after a while, it really felt like it just fell off a cliff, right? Has your opinion shifted now? Obviously, we saw a very successful Hoodwink earlier. Has it shifted now that we've seen a Hoodwink that eventually just is unable to accomplish much on the map?
I think it's just a product of the Beast not really working out, because Hoodwink's always been a hero where I feel like she just follows up on the damage for your initiator, but they didn't really have much of an initiator that game, and that's just because Beast didn't work out that game, right? If Beast had a better game, I'm not exactly sure why this Beast struggled so much in lane. He was against Ursa and Mirana, and it was Hoodwink Beast. I feel like he should have came out even in that lane. They must have got outplayed. Like, I wasn't watching that lane very closely, but Ursa did come out really far ahead in that lane, way more than I feel like he should have. So, I don't know. I think they just outplayed him in that game.
And this time around, Stonebank was actually able to ride that wave of momentum all the way to victory. But now we are going to be heading into the third and final game, not just of the series, but of the first week of the DPC. Let us see how it goes. 5 Red 4-star had themselves the first pick. And Panda, you were right. They're still like, the problem was not the Beastmaster. The pick is potentially how we played it. We might see a different lane partner rather than the Hoodwink. But Bates also like, well, all right, go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do this.
Yeah, I was expecting this could be a repeat draft execution here. They do get the Rubik, though, which was, I think it was banned in...
second phase, right?
Yeah, second phase.
I mean, I like this a lot more, because like I've talked about it a lot. You can't lose a lane with a Rubik in your lane.
Yeah.
So if the Rubik goes to the Beast lane, the Beast should have a much easier game this time. Because, I mean, small things can happen with Hoodwink. You can miss your spell, you know? A tree can get chopped if you have a Quelling Blade. You can just miss. I don't know. There's a lot of error that can happen, but with Rubik, Fade Bolt is guaranteed.
Yeah. Guaranteed, the damage reduction is also really, really good. So one thing I also really like about when I see this Rubik hero is that it helps them at any stage of the game, right? There's a really good spell that could be the turning point, right? That game number one, Moose almost single-handedly was able to turn things around on this Rubik hero. And in this game, you also have a situation where in the earlier portion of the game, before he has BKB, Dendi has to be very careful about his onslaught charges, lest he just gets lifted into a bad position afterwards. But this second phase, what are we looking towards here? Bates already banning out this Tusk. I think that 5 Red 4-star would certainly want a hero like that. That's the kind of profile of heroes that Kids likes to play, right? Heroes that can get in, make things happen. We saw Tusk, we saw Pango. What other options are here? Personally, at some point, it did feel like the Pango wasn't necessarily accomplishing as much as it could have. It was doing a lot to delay the game, but not able to win out these team fights. So is there anything better that's coming up for you?
Right now, I think 5 Rat, when they're banning out the Drow and the Drow and the Troll, I think they're just going to get rid of the Ursa, right?
For 5 Rat?
Yeah.
I mean, it would make sense because... I mean, it depends on your mentality. I don't think that Ursa should have been that big of a problem. Two problems. One, I think Sven was not a good pick. I think this series for them is adapting. And if they want to do the same picks, they should realize that, you know, Ursa shouldn't have been an issue. But if they also do find no solutions to it, I'm okay with them banning it too. So like it's really a preference thing. But like I really think them picking Sven and Ursa was not great, and the lane just didn't go as well as it should have for the Beastmaster. So we'll see if they're scared of the Ursa at all here, but I don't think they have to ban it.
They don't have to ban it. Yeah, that's one route to it. I still kind of like the idea of the Slark, and maybe a change with the carry heroes for both teams in this game that they just kind of bypass because they know what they're looking for. They got rid of the Naga, which is a smart one, and they actually got rid of the Bloodseeker. So I'm thinking we've got a Pango coming up.
They might go back for this Pangolier. I mean, I suppose gets banned out.
All right, can't take it if it's banned, right? I mean, these are like the similar bans that they did in game. Actually, they're exactly the same. They did the Bloodseeker, Drow, and Troll, right, against the Beast. Every player has like preference of like what they don't want to play against. Usually, when you're first phase, you kind of get to tell whoever's drafting, like, yeah, you picked my hero early, so give me some bans, and these are the heroes I don't like.
Well, in the last phase, 5-Rat banned Snapfire. I think Bait could look to pick Snapfire maybe here or as an answer to the double pick coming out from 5-Rat. So maybe 18th could be an option. But if I were to pick Snap, I'd pick it now. That would at least eliminate a couple support ideas from 5-Rat, like the Phoenix. You can't really go for that anymore because of the Egg Destroyer. And then, of course, like when you're looking at these sustained damage dealers, when you have Sunray and stuff like that. So there's like, when you have Snapfire, he's got a lot of range. It's still the Rubik, though, which could steal it. And looking
it's pretty hard if you're that far away, right?
Yeah. And Stoman, and he might be playing with ping, but I don't think it's going to stop him.
I mean, also if you have the Snapfire, you have the option to flex it, right? You can play support, or Funny can be the one to pick that one up. It hasn't necessarily worked out in that way for them, but there it is. Snapfire, flexible hero. They'll decide a little bit later exactly where they want to position this. Now 5-Rat 4-Staff, they have the option of where do we go from here. Tiny is still in the pool that they could go for. Tree and Protector hasn't been snagged up just yet. And because the Snapfire is there, it's unlikely that they will pick up the Phoenix. Personally, I would like the Tree. I think we did get to this point in the game where it was like, wow, there's so many BKBs. Overgrowth would have been really, really nice. And maybe a much more reliable damage dealer. Maybe some Sniper at the very end of the draft or something.
Yeah, I mean, right now they have their offlaner, their position 4, so they can, whatever they really choose to go here. You mentioned some mid heroes that they could go particularly this game. Tusk was a good one. Tiny, I was going to say, there's another. And the last one would have been Ember, but they're going to go for the Tiny route. And they're also going to pick Silencer now. That's just, honestly, pretty good this game. You can shut down both the Pulverize, but also the Mortimer's Kisses. So, like, you don't have that damage coming out.
Don't need to worry about them, yeah.
So, and plus, the big issue I normally have when I see Silencer picks is like, do they have enough stuns to make the 0-stun hero work? And, they got a Rubik, Beast, Tiny. Initiation's also really good too. When I play Silencer, I'm like, I want someone to jump in so we can press global, get the initiation, and just secure the team fight win. So I do like this pick a lot here.
I mean, last game we also saw various times throughout the game, Stonebank would be super far forward, they jump in, but then the response is just so immediate from the rest of Bates. Now you can actually cover that initiation, like you mentioned, with this global silence, and get some of these kills going for yourself. I like what I'm seeing, and just given how trigger-happy Bates has been with their BKB usages, it also helps to have a hero that's going to force them to reconsider exactly when they want to use their BKBs. So Silencer can make that happen, force the play, I suppose, in favor of 5-Rat 4-Staff. And Bait, well, they go back for this Ursa. They feel really good about it. I mean, after game number 1, Stonebank, I will say that definitely is best performance that we've seen from him so far. Because the last win that they got yesterday on the side of Bait was pretty much Dendy hard carrying that game. Not that much influence from Stonebank, but Stonebank was one of the major keys to their success. So love to see this. And maybe they feel that because they did so well in the laning phase last time around with this Mirana Ursa, even though it's a Rubik instead of a Hoodwink, maybe they still feel like they can put pressure back onto speed in the lane and deny him the opportunity to come out with the early helm.
Now that I'm kind of skeptical about maybe the Faces Void pick later on here into the hands of 5-Rat 4-Staff, maybe Morphling could be a potential option. They still get to see Bates pick, right? I don't remember the order again.
5-Rat 4-Staff has to pick, and then Bait has last pick.
Yeah. So we might be seeing something like a DNM Morphling potentially, if they feel like we actually need to see these bans, like which way are they actually directing, because one of them is definitely going to indicate what the other team wants.
I would definitely like a hero that allows them to just sit a little bit further back.
They're not worried about the Sven.
Yeah, so 5-Rat is going to ban probably Phonic heroes, right? Then Bait are going to target DNM. Last time DNM chose, like they're doing a similar style of like picks. Like he seemed to be happy with the Sven in that game, kind of blind pick into Ursa.
Yeah.
Who's to say he's not happy with it again? They might go that route. I don't want to see it. But you get the 2 bans here from Bait. They're going to take out like what they think is best against their lineup here. And one of them will be TB. And I think last game, it was, who was it? It was TB.
They banned TB and then they banned, it wasn't PL.
Was it Naga?
No, Naga was banned in
They banned the Snapfire.
It was Snap TB.
Yeah,
in the
they had
last
Snap
phase?
TB. That's where I got really confused last time in the draft.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. So both about the Snap, yeah, that's a 3 or a 5. So if they want to pick Funnick a hero in here, like they did last time, they went for actually Furion. Furion was in the ban list. Never mind. Sorry about that.
Oh yes, that was the last ban.
that
No,
was the
Favorite
last
Force banned Furion, did they?
Yeah.
I mean, Funnick can always play this the Snapfire, I guess, but at this point, do you really want to last pick a support? Probably not. So, like, if it is a really good Snap game and he does want to take that to offlane with whatever DNM chooses to pick here, then they'll just pick a support. But I think for the most part, they're going to see DNM's hero, and then Funnick just gets to choose, well, the available heroes left, what he wants to play against it. I still want to see the Slark, personally. I think, you know, they didn't get it. They're playing against pretty much a very similar draft in Game 1. They banned the Morph you talked about. That could have been good as well. I don't want to see the Sven again. The matchup played out almost exactly as I thought it would in the late game, especially when Dendi comes online. Level 25, when the Pulverize pierces spell immunity, as a refresher, it's impossible to play as a Sven there.
Is there enough beef in front of them to protect the sniper if they want to outrange them at the end? No.
Thank you.
Hey.
Okay.
Yeah, we were asking for it last game. We get it now.
I mean, it took them a little bit to like figure it out and find it, but they finally did.
Yep.
So this is a great adjustment here. They're playing against a very similar lineup, and I think they've made, you know, good adjustments in the draft, but let's hope their play as well, especially the Beast lane, is also adjusted.
It's able to level up to it. I mean, it's a rare day at the office when you have Fear not happy about a Sven pick, but the Slug is going to be very good for them. Lots of mobility available for this hero, and not that much out-and-out lockdown from the side of Bates, unless they can combo all their spells together.
Could this actually be wild enough that they're picking Dendi's heroes last? Like, he's usually always in the first phase, but now when you talked about the Moose Marana, and we have the chance for Lowdown to play either the Primal Beast or put it into the offlane for Funnick. Funnick also has played Primal Beast, and then we could put the Snapfire into a support role. You get pretty decent lane with Snap and Ursa. So
yeah, pick Quap, let's go.
So they could break out from the normal routines of Bait and actually pick Dendi's hero last, but if not, then most likely it's just going to be...
It's basically just deciding where you can get the most value.
Yeah.
If they feel like Dendi, you know, playing one of his signature heroes last pick here against the tiny mid has value, then they'll do it. If not, they're just going to go with your standard offlaner.
Mars here for Funnick in the offlane.
Yeah.
So that's some degree of initiation. Arena feels pretty decent in this game. It's also a lot of beef. Like, I'm looking at this 5-red 4-star lineup, right? Yes, I do like the Slog pick in general, but they don't necessarily have that much burst damage available to them as a unit. And these heroes are not easy to kill on the side of Bait right now. We have 4 strength heroes plus Marana, or well, I count Ursa as a strength hero basically, given how high his gain is. This is not going to be an easy game, I don't think, for the side of 5-red 4-star. This DNM Slog has to play really, really well, Panda.
I mean,
so.
Rat Dota here, I think. You got the Beast, you got the Slark. You can... Don't take the team fights. Just, like, take them across the map, you know. Guerrilla Warfare here. Just, like, pick and choose your fights here. Just don't team fight into this. And I think they have a really good shot.
Yeah, and you also get to see, like, who's the better Rubik in the series? Was it Moose from Game 1? Are we going to see Stamana
This is the game-deciding moment.
And for speed, does he get a better game on Beastmaster? Like we talked, like, he's just still going to go for his Beastmaster first pick. So, I'm somehow feeling optimistic for Bait.
Okay.
I think they're going to win a series.
Okay, Fear, are you also feeling this degree of optimism? Do you have the copium in favor of Dendi?
Oh, no, I've been hyping the Slark up too much, so I got to see it through. The Slark's got to win for me.
The Dean has given a passing grade to the Slog. Panda would like to see Dendi finally get a win in the DPC. I would just like to see game number 3. So, in order to make that happen, we have the dynamic duo, the greatest casters in the world, MLP and John X Fire. Gentlemen, for the last time in week 1 of the DPC, take it away.
And you see, this is why we hire Snare as a host, because he understands. We are the greatest duo in Dota. Jonathan, Snare understands. Snare, we'll see you in 2 or 2. Congratulations, sir. You are welcome, by the way. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, it was a pretty tough game number 2 for our boy Speed at 5-rat 4-star. Speed looked a little bit distraught. I mean, I don't know if you saw the camera. He did not look happy. I know in his mind he's probably thinking, these damn idiots on my team. If only they watched the guides, they would know how to play the game. We would have won game 2. Do you think they've got the draft to make it through game 3, or has Dendi got this one?
It's a bit better. I think Fierce Point stands. The Slark is a much better matchup. The Silencer is always a bit of a tough one, but they have enough stuns to compensate,
right,
as the panel went through as well. So it's all down to execution. I think what we saw last time was Bait was just so aggressive, and 5-Rat Force Staff have to match that. Like, they have to ensure that this aggression doesn't go unpunished, that they manage to protect DNM's farm, that they allow him to get online a lot faster. And if they can get that done, I think you have a pretty solid chance on 5-Rat. I mean, even when they were behind in that last game, even when they'd lose DNM, we'd see them take these fights and still win. They know what to do.
Well, Jonathan, we do have a video from Speed that we can show right now. We're going to ask the man, what is the best start to a game? Let's hear what Speed had to say.
Yeah, so when it comes to the starting of the match, we're particularly good at feeding First Blood. We like to make sure we're at a really big disadvantage before the game starts.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much for that, that Speedy. You heard the man. He likes to feed over.
That's something. Hey. You see, with these video interviews with Speed, guys, this is a free look into his game leap. Okay?
Right. This is
free look into his lessons. This is huge. Just feed First Blood. That's it. Easy games.
But I heard nothing about Midas's, John. What about the Midas?
He actually hasn't done. But you know what? This could be a Slark Midas game. Let's go.
All right, let's get into it. Game number 3. DNM going to go on to Funnick already. Just a bit of harassment. Nothing to write home about. What lane do we start in, Jonathan? How do we make our observer's life a living hell?
Just choose something randomly right now, Mike. Out of context.
PTP. Yeah, that's right, PTP. Just go to the base. It's probably your best bet at this point.
Lots of action there, of course.
Mid lane, we have Dendi against Kits here. Though he is looking at the bot lane. I'm going to snitch on PTP right now. He was looking at the bot lane there for a moment. Mid lane, Dendi and Kits going at it, the Tiny versus Primal Beast matchup. Who does it favor, Jonathan?
You still have a lot of play here as the Primal Beast, but the base damage of Tiny is pretty damn good. The one thing is, physical damage coming out from Dendi will rip through Kits if he's not careful. Like, you have 0 armor, you trample on him with the Uproar running, it's not going to take too much to kill off Kits. He will have a way of tossing back. Avalanche and toss back, there's always a bit of a save, as long as the creep wave is there. But I feel like this should be a little bit easier for Dendi, depending on how Kits plays and how he counter uses his spells to stop Dendi from running him down.
Bot lane, of course, you have a look there. Speed and Stominant against Stonebank and Lodine. The Beastmaster against Ursa again. We've already kind of seen this one. Of course, last game around, Speed had a very rough laning stage, and that was based off the fact that Dendi kept rotating down bot. In fact, I did make the comment that it was a bit unusual to rotate so early for Dendi. I believe it was level 5 that he made the first rotation, but it ended up working out very, very well. I kind of wonder if we see a similar thing where he just continues to focus on that Beastmaster and make sure Speed just can't take off.
I think that's the right idea. Like, Speed still got some decent timing on his Helm of the Dominator, but he was just constantly camped. He kept losing his large creep, and I think that's... You just take away that early pressure of Speed of that Beastmaster. You ensure the lanes won't get shoved in. You secure yourself a pretty good time. You allow a lot of room to come out for Stonebank. You allow a lot of room for Funnick to get that build-up that he loves to work himself into as well. And again, that was one issue that Bait corrected, because before Dendi, as you mentioned, he doesn't rotate too much. But we've seen how successful they can be with that early aggression. And again, we heard them, they love Radiant, they love being aggressive in Radiant. They're lined up for it.
Top lane, Funnick gonna secure First Blood. DNM, the one to go down. A massive pick-off here for the side of Bait early on. Great start and probably the best target you could have asked for. Funnick, he'll be very happy with that.
It's a big kill. Really strong lane for Funnick to play with as well. They might be able to find Albino here as well.
Stominant trying to run. Gonna be okay. Stonebank now the one in danger. Meanwhile, top lane is where all the action's happening. Albino Zebra gonna drop as well. Moose and Funnick just getting so aggressive.
I mean, they have so much stun, so much damage coming out with this duo. It's one of the things with the Silencer. Once it's out of position, it's just so easy to bully out with the burst you have on hand from Bait. Funnick setting himself up for a really good lane, and once more slowing down DNM's early game. The Slark can farm fairly well with the Dark Pack, but it's not the comfiest position to stall out waiting for a couple of starting items on that Slark to get going.
See what they can do to try and recover this top lane. It's been a bit of a rough start, to say the least. Going back to the mid lane for a moment, Kits is having a fantastic time on this Tiny. Dendi going to go for a bit of a trample once again. Not able to get too much damage off. I'm keeping an eye on the mid lane quite a bit because I want to see if Dendi's going to make those same rotations down bot. Because Speed right now top the CS board, 20-6, having a very, very, very good time on that Beastmaster. You do want to slow him down as much as possible, and you can see Stonebank, he is not having a very good time. Balls flying out. He has not gone for the Wild Axes build. He is maxing out the balls this time around on the Beastmaster, and it is paying off.
Yeah, it's a good correction coming out from 5-Rat-4 staff. Having the stronger start for Speed, having that threat of the early Dominator, even up against something like the Mirana, it still drags a lot of tension away. And Dendi, he might be able to. He is rotating. There's no vision down here from the side of 5-Rat-4 staff. And he's going the same angle once more. Through the back of that tier 1, checking the triangle.
Oh boy.
Might be able to sneak in here.
That's a big loss. Ring of Health being lost there for Stonebank. Stoneman able to find the courier. In comes the onslaught. Speed does cop it. You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me is the old expression. But Speed, this time around, close enough to the tier 1 tower that he is going to survive through it. He'll be fine. Lodine, maybe not so much. Oh, he does get the salve off just in the nick of time. He's going to survive. Stonebank, however, playing risky on the edge, is going to be able to Earthshock out of there. But for now, Dendi's rotation does not pan out.
Good read from 5-Rat-4 staff, knowing what happened there in Game 2. Managed to counteract it. They're getting a lot more presence here from Staminen on the Rubik as well. Not being caught out as much. So, an early start still being built into. Stonebank, I mean, he's having to eat through a lot of tangos to stay in this lane. Not the healthiest position for these two on the safe lane right now. And because Dendi left without a kill, Kits gets to get a lot more EXP going his way as well. So it's starting to reach that early level 6 mark. Maybe the value point can grow, maybe a little bit more damage out. Toss here can amount to a lot. I think the one concern for 5-Rat is still this really good lane coming out from Bait for Funnick. Still off there in CS, keeping DNM down by a good amount. And there's just no early aggression Albino Zebra can connect with DNM here.
Not so much. Like you said though, Funnick's having a great old time up at top. That's one of the saving graces right now. Bottom lane, bit of a chase onto Stominant. Be around for that 6-minute bounty rune. Again, the Mars completely uncontested, but so is Speed on the Beastmaster, so both offlaners having a fantastic time. Stonebank really struggling in this bot lane. Does need some help. Lodine, or rather Lodine, caught out and he's gone. No leap leveled up, so he has no way out if he does get caught. And that's an interesting way to build the Mirana against the Beastmaster Rubik, right? Because you think the leap would have heaps of value. Dendi does rotate, only finding Stominant. It is a trade of supports. The thing is, that's not the target he's here for. So I kind of question whether these rotations are costing Dendi more than he's gaining.
Yeah, it's not the best trade-off, giving Kits this free lane with a siege creep as well. He's already starting a steady siege, although they might find him.
Kits, he's okay. He just tosses Dendi away, no problem. With that, full bottle here from Stominant. Meanwhile, top lane though, Funnick doesn't land the spear. DNM going to be just fine to back off, have the Dark Pack going anyway. They want to keep that aggression going at this top lane, but now Kits does rotate and they want to go right after Funnick's Mars, and looks like they've got him. Leash is there, Cookie will do nothing, and he does drop DNM. Able to get a bit of revenge here and a very nice rotation out from Kits.
And that's the difference now with Bait and 5-Rat-4 staff. Kit's own movement out, much more successful, bigger target to find, and DNM does get one permanent Agi stack off the back. But you're pretty damn happy here on the side of 5-Rat-4 staff. 3-2, slight kill lead for Bait, but a 1k lead for 5-Rat-4 staff early on. Smoke move from Dendi though, still has that Pulverize to play with.
That he does, into the mid lane. They'd love to find Kits here on this Tiny. Onslaught will connect. Trample is there. Toss away towards that range creep. Lodine trying to find some kind of angle here, but has nothing. And, well, he's jumped right into Speed. One more hit would do it on the Mirana. He'll try to arrow and get away from the situation. Meanwhile, DNM, he ends up dying top lane solo to Funnick. That's problematic.
Yeah, he had the arena up. Just managed to pin down that Slark. No Shadow Dance available for DNM. They do manage to find him around again, denying to the tower, but it's costly. It's not worthwhile to drag all your supports out there for that kind of move. DNM needs some room to grow. He doesn't even have his... Well, he does have the power treads now at least. And will hit level 6 on his creep wave. So that same move isn't going to be as effective, but oh, maybe it will be.
Yeah, here we go again. Cookie's going to land. Scatter Blast is out. DNM forces Shadow Dance to be able to get away from that. So much aggression here against the Slarkin, where he is so susceptible at these earlier levels. Really great plays here from Funnick in the offlane to keep ensuring DNM is not going to have himself a good early game. 4-3 now, 1k net worth lead, or just even less than 1k net worth lead the way of 5-Rat 4-Staff. Nothing to write home about, that's for sure. And now Dendi even rotates up. See if they can find this Slark. DNM trying to go for a bit of a body block on that creep wave, but he does trample the creep wave instead. So it seems like Dendi might just kind of settle for going after the tier 1 tower instead. 5-Rat 4-Staff, they have smoked up, and it seems like they are going to run up and try to set up a fight here up at this top lane. Dendi gonna break the smoke. Moose is there as well. They'll aim down the snap fight, but there is a lot of heroes around. Not the fight that 5-Rat wanted. They were intending to fight with the Slark. Stominen, he does get caught by a Cookie, and it seems like Funnick will happily claim the kill.
Yeah, it's a nice little pick off to get. It is buying space for 5-Rat 4-Staff, taking the attention away just for a moment from DNM.
Lodine. Can't stop, but he's still going to be okay. The Avalanche not going to connect in time. In fact, Dendi going to rotate. Albino Zebra getting caught by the arrow. Really has no way out. He'll try to focus down Lodine, but in the end will just die.
Yeah, it's starting to pile up for Bait. I mean, these aren't the biggest kills in the world, but they are important to kind of snowball on Dendi. He still has that Pulverize, another smoke coming out here from the side of Bait. If they manage to punish Speed, that would kind of equalize all things, because it's Speed that's benefiting the most from the space here.
Another onslaught. They really want this Beastmaster. Mortimer's kisses out. This time they'll have Speed. Mind you, in comes the cavalry. They want to try and punish Dendi for this kind of movement, and they may just. Avalanche Toss is there. The Primal Beast being cookied away. Can they get Dendi out? The tree throw will connect. Even the Dominated Creep is after him now. Dendi will drop in Speed. He will have his revenge from the grave.
Yeah, and that's actually really good for 5-Rat 4-Staff because they stole Pulverize on Stominen as well. So he has, you know, not the highest points in Arcane Supremacy for the range, but it's going to be funny seeing a Rubik lift someone up and down, at least. It's always funny.
Always a pleasure. While we do have a chance, John, of course, we do have our betting odds from our betting partner, esportsbets.io. Just a reminder, 5-Rat 4-Staff, 1.56 to the 2.35 of Bait. Fairly close, and we are at a third game, so the odds this time around, they certainly made sense.
Yeah, it's a lot closer, especially in comparison to the earlier series we had there. And we are seeing, again, the growth of Bait. They've sort of improved a lot in the span of a day. Maybe it's just the difference in opponents. I would say 5-Rat 4-Staff is not any easier of a team to play against in comparison to Wildcard as well. So they've just corrected really well, and we saw Bait make those small adjustments before. A little bit of poke on Dendi. The game has gotten a little bit more passive now, just getting that farm up. We are seeing Stonebank again going for the Battle Fury, and the timing of it is looking good. Shove down mid with the Skellies.
My favorite neutral keep, the Dark Troll Summoner. Dendi even gonna onslaught it just to make sure the damn thing dies. Kids, try for a toss, not gonna find it. Unfortunate. The T1 though, almost dropping. I'll tell you, John, do you remember the time where Dark Troll Summoner could summon skeletons way faster? Oh man, I had so much fun with that.
It's absolutely disgusting. It was fun to watch.
It was
not fun
amazing.
to experience. Always got a good chuckle, Phonic.
Big pickoff. He's had a very good... What a Pulverize. Spear stolen as well. Phonic's going to be a little bit cautious. They'll spear Dendi away on the Primal Beast, and DNM in the end, he does get through it. He'll survive.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't commit too hard. That is Shadow Dance down on DNM. But you buy more time for the Slark. Echo Saber not too far away, at the least. You're down to some key timings, but it's still nothing in comparison to how well Stonebank will be farming once that full Battle Fury is up. 400 gold away. So it's not going to take too much for Stonebank to kind of start using the space a lot better as well. But if you look at 5-rat Force Staff, speed at number 1, Overlord not too far off. So the Ancient Creep coming out. Look at this army. There you go, Mike. 6 skeletons. Very nice.
I remember the days when you could summon 50 of those things, Jonathan, in the span of 10 seconds. It was amazing.
Those tier 3s just fell. The game was just end.
So much MMR was won with this creep before they nerfed it. Why'd you nerf it, Valve? It was amazing the way it was. Just leave it alone. Radiant Jungle, albino Zebra. Going at it against Lowdyne, but it's going to be okay to back off. Lowdyne, sleep away. 5-rat Force Staff trying to get aggressive here, it seems. Dendi gonna TP out in time, won't get caught. Seems like Stottman just gonna get some deep wards down. I feel like I'm never gonna get used to saying his name, by the way, John. Stottman.
Yeah, Stottman. Really nice name. Always fun to say. You just enjoy the way it rolls off the tongue, Mike. And
you try doing play-by-play and then tell me that, John.
Fair enough, Mike. I have an easy job here. Echo Saber up on DNM. Battle Fury up on Stonebank. So Stonebank is set to just get some deposits into the bank relatively soon.
Oh.
And the Blink is up on Kits. That's the big one. They can be aggressive. They can look for the toss-back plays. They can play off the back of that, follow up with a roar. It's starting to hit that mid-game timing for 5-rat Force Staff. I think the one thing is for DNM to join in, he's going to need the Ags, and that's still quite the journey for the Slark to farm up to. And, you know, it's not like Slark is the quickest farmer in the world here. Stonebank, again, just starting to ramp up quite a fair bit. For Bait, this BKB for Dendi's not too far off. Funnick, BKB Blink also, well, the Blink's still a ways off, but at least the BKB's almost done. So you're going to have a lot of options. You're going to force a choice out from speed with that roar. It's still 5-rat off for a smoke.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Through the river they go. Not many targets showing on the map right now from Bait, but you do have Funnick up at the top lane. So they have spotted out Lowdyne. Toss him back with the Avalanche, and Lowdyne eventually just going to drop. Top lane, DNM hanging around Funnick. Making sure he can't just TP away. He'll get started with the right clicks here onto the Mars. Funnick. There's the pounce out. Team is incoming. He'll try for the TP play, and he's going to be all right. I thought he'd hold the pounce for the TP, but he does use it a bit preemptively.
Yeah, misses an opportunity, but still opens up that top tier 1 for a bit of a shove in. Doesn't take too long for speed, along with his helmet, the Overlord creep. So they're getting some space out in 5-rat Force Staff. They're working the map better. They still have their mid-tier 1. They've managed to take 2 tier 1s now, opening up a bit of a path onto that dark triangle. Mid is slowly falling. It's only a wisp away from dying here as Bait goes for a smoke.
What is a wisp, Jonathan?
A wisp of air?
No, that doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does.
Funnick, he's going to move in. Oh, that's a great arena. He's got 3 targets now, but a stolen arena now from our Rubik's Dominant. He catches 3. They've got nowhere to go. They're all trapped up.
Oh,
DNM, he'll move right in onto Dendi. Onslaught away is not going to matter. Perfect steal from Stomminen. And now even Kit's fighting Lowdyne. Now that's a team fight.
That really is. Lots of small things happening there. Blink away from Kits out of the arena. Good positioning out from Stomminen as well with that steal. And they just had to follow through. It looked like a great way to start for Bait, but they didn't connect in the ways they'd want to. These 2 heroes, the Tiny and the Rubik, finding the angle to come back in, just managed to pay it off in a big way. They forced that fight with only the BKB on Funnick. Dendi didn't quite have the gold for his own. And that's just enough. You pin down that Primal Beast. We saw it in Game 2. If you prevent him from getting the pulverized target, then he's a non-factor. You know, you take him out, team fight simplifies, and you can just clean up from there. They didn't quite have the combination with the kisses coming off as well, with how close they were together in that arena.
Certainly not. It was a perfect setup from Stomminen and just not letting anyone else get out and kind of just setting up the team. Just here, I've got him. I'm holding him hostage. Just hurry up. And that they did. So 7-8. 2k advantage for 5-Rat-4 stuff. Seems like everything just going their way. Age is sitting on DNM. He's going for that Aghanim Scepter up next, and we've all seen how powerful this Slark gets once you have the Ags up. It's the fun part of playing Slark, that's for sure. Meanwhile, top lane, Kid staring down Lodine. Not going to try for an attempt. Stominant going to take the leap away from Lodine, and that'll be about it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Moose playing with fire here as DNM is just hitting the creep wave, but won't get close enough for them to make the jump in. So with that 5-Rat-4 stuff, well, they have a Beastmaster after all. Naturally, they're going to go right after this tier 2 bottom tower. They'll make pretty sure work of it, I think.
Yep. They force out the glyph while the creep wave is away as well. So they've got a clear path onto that tier 2. And Bait slowly pouring in for the defense.
I mean, you say that, John. There's only one person there right now.
Funnick came down. You know, slowly. He can. Nah, not gonna go for it. No blink on Funnick does make it hard to initiate the set up for the Arena Kisses combination. So it's just not quite the time for Bait to take these counter fights, take the initiative in the defense just yet. 3k lead up for 5-Rat-4 staff as well. And they've still got a decent chunk of time left on this Aegis. With the Ags up on DNM, they're ready to go.
That they are. Dindy, he's going to show. Pounce out immediately, DNM. No hesitation. Wants to go right after that huge target in the Primal Beast. But he did cop an arrow, I believe. Or was that the creep? Maybe it was a creep. It won't matter, DNM. He won't find the kill, but he is able to back off just fine.
How does Stominant always get pulverized?
I mean,
he's got the range now. You know, he's got the Aether Lens and Max Arcade Sprint. I want to see this. This is fun.
The Gommel Gommel no pulverize here from Stominant. Here we go. My favorite.
The funny thing is, the animation is just, it looks like he's just headbanging. He's just rocking out to some music, and that's enough to lift someone up.
5-Rat-4 stuff. Still holding to that advantage. Bait. The one's on the back foot right now. Stonebank is farming very effectively, though. Still ahead of the Slark in terms of farm. So you've got that going for you. The Ursa is still having a great old time. Yeah. See if he just is able to make that work into a win here for game number 3.
Yeah, I don't think it's as dire for 5-Rat-4 staff for Stonebank to be as farmed as he is. As the Slark does enjoy these tanky heroes. When Enrage is on, if Slark just keeps hitting you with Shadow Dance, with Depth Shroud, he will build up a load of Agi, and it's going to be easier for him to run you down eventually as well. So it kind of goes back and forth there. It's not the biggest issue in the world. I think the side of 5-Rat-4 staff have adjusted themselves for the Ursa. Mass TP's up top.
There's your Pulverizer from Stominant. Right after the Ursa. I mean, it's not quite the range you wanted on that, John, but there, you know, it's there. The Pulverize is out.
Immediate smoke. Pulverize cooldown level 2. 28 seconds on a Rubik. Very nice.
Very nice indeed. He'll have it up for the next fight. I mean, he's got it up in 5 seconds.
I want to see it.
Oh, he's going to do it to Dendy too. That's the worst part.
Oh, here we go. Come on.
No, he does BKB. He'll be okay.
Flowdyne.
Oh,
come on. Oh, does it just drag them to him? It looks like they just get dragged next to him, I think.
I mean, he lifts them, John, and drags them back.
It would be so funny to see that onto a Primal Beast. Such a big hero, and this guy's just...
Yeah, I mean, this is the Rubik she told you not to worry about.
That is true.
He's been lifting this guy. Here we go. Funnick. All right, he's fine. He's just going to TP out of the bot lane. All right, 4 staff still having a look around their Radiant jungle. Not going to find too much here. They do control pretty much most of the map. Bait are the ones that need to try and find a way into this, back into this game, and it's kind of reminds me of game 1 where they just look a little bit lost. Like, if the early game doesn't go well, mid-game comes around and they just kind of, you know, you get to a point where it's like, well, what's the game plan now?
They could definitely still take initiative here. Even being 5k behind, they've got good item spikes on Funnick and Dandy. Blink BKB on Funnick. Blink still 1,000 gold away for Dandy, but even just Funnick's Blink is enough. You've got the Kisses combination on that. I don't think you should be as scared as you are on the side of Bait. At the same time, forcing a fight while you don't see Albino Zebra is tough. Because if you do commit, Global Silence doesn't care for those BKBs. It'll just ruin it. So maybe that's why they're kind of taking it slow. And they know that there's a lot of counter-fight tools on 5-Rat 4-Staff, and that's just taking away the initiative, which they had a lot of in Game 2, and that's where the success came from.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, they'll just hang around that Radiant Triangle. 5-Rat 4-Staff, I mean, they are hanging around. Like, they do want the fight. They know exactly where Bait are, but they're not willing to try and make the move into that triangle. It's just way too risky. There's no need for them to take that risk at the moment. Just when you control so much of the map, you just keep that farm going. It's gotten to a point where Speed's just got a full BKB up, going for the shards up next. So you're going to have the dive bomb on the Call of the Wild Hawk. Very, very painful indeed. There's your smoke up now from Bait. They've had enough of waiting. Want to try and get something for their trouble. Albino Zebra, naturally going to be the sacrificial target. He will get shredded here by Dendi and even Stominant. Also getting caught out. So the smoke does end up paying off here for Bait. And 5-Rat 4-Staff, they don't want to take this kind of fight.
No, they need the supports on hand. At least they need Albino Zebra around. Just to have that save in the Global Silence. So a big opening for Bait to at least work some of these lanes back their way. Maybe even an objective if they want to. Tier 2s are pretty tough. Respawns are short. But they are taking away some of that farm. Just being efficient. Stone Bank and building up. Didn't have to pop the BKB there. Basher is going to be a major nuisance for them in the middle of these fights, but 5-Rat are ready.
DNM looking at Dendi right now. Would love this target. Kids gonna make the jump with the Avalanche Toss combination. There's your Mars Arena being dropped. Kids, he's taking a fair bit of damage on this Tiny, but it seems like the side of Bait are the ones that need to back off because DNM's a huge problem right now. They'll get rid of Funnick. They even find moves on the Snapfire. That'll be another. 2 down for the side of Bait. And help, DNM's not done yet. He'll have a look through the Radiant Jungle, rather. Won't find anyone. And instead, they're going to head into that mid-tier 2 tower. They just push so darn quick.
Yeah. Doesn't take too long to just melt it with that Ancient Creep that speed drags along. On the side of 5-Rat 4-Staff, you can see the issues for Bait starting these fights. They pop their BKBs, they come in, they commit the control, Global Silence come on, and you just don't have a fight. You just don't have the control that you're looking for. Into the Roche, 5-Rat goes. They've got the shard here, Roche number 2. So Depth Shroud for free for DNM. Huge. Like, even more saves, even more ways of just cutting off the fights from Bait.
There you go. Shards up, Aegis up, DNM, he'll take it all. I hate Depth Shroud, by the way.
It is.
I
insane.
hate this ability so much.
You know what it is? It's almost like OD Astral on steroids.
Yeah.
It is so annoying. And OD Astral with shards is already like the most tiltable thing to watch unfold in front of you, right? Like, you almost have a guy, he has a blink, he gets Astral, you can see him walk. You can see him, the walk doesn't even matter for the most part. It's like 40% move speed, it doesn't get you anywhere. But just the fact they're walking around you, it sends such strong mental damage to you.
And I was playing LC the other day. You jewel somebody, if he Depth Shroud on top of that person getting jeweled, the jewel stops. Like, I thought Depth Shroud was meant to hide the person, but apparently it just makes them completely non-existent.
Yeah, that is interesting, because Astral doesn't interrupt the duel. I mean, it keeps the duel going when you Astral, right?
Yeah.
So,
but Depth Shroud just stops it. Like, no more fighting, that's it.
I guess the message there, Mike, is you're not going to win that duel.
I was going to win that duel, Jonathan. I still remember. It upsets me till this day. DNM, Moose. Gonna be okay, he'll cookie up. 5-Rat 4-Staff. Smoke up behind DNM. Dendi has a blink now, by the way, so he can close the gap very effectively. Albino Zebra, probably the target you really want to try and go after. Funnick is going to get jumped on. DNM getting to work. Arena down. Raw committed. There's your Global Silence. Where's this Ursa going? He's attacking everyone, but nobody's really dying, and now the turnaround could be here with the BKB to wear out. DNM will make the pounce in. Big Avalanche out as well. Dendi trying to help the best he possibly can. Speed, he will be the first one to drop, but Stonebank is gone. This is problematic now for Bait. The run back towards the base. GNM, however, he's not done. He'll keep moving in for more. So will Kits with a great toss back onto Moose. Dendy's still trying his absolute best to find something for his team, but DNM is just tearing them a new one. Pouncing for more underneath the tier 4 towers. He'll find a double, but now he needs to get out of those tier 4 towers. Whoopsie daisies. That'll be the Aegis God. It won't matter too much though, he's alright. They basically wiped them.
Yeah, they clean up so well. Really good tosses coming out there from Kits. Jumping in, tossing out. Ursa, just providing them that opening to clean up. But that did kill Speed, but you know, sacrifices must be made.
Oh, what a pulverize from Stominant. Oh, another pulverize coming out. Oh, Stominant. It's just so funny seeing the Rubik do it to the Primal Beast.
He might lose the gem though. No, he's gonna have pulverize.
He's alright.
No.
The speed did not land onto a tree. He is fine.
I thought Stominant would still wait and just come back in with a pulverize again. Why is it so low cooldown? And it's just Rubik has
so
such insane
good.
range.
This tiny green man is just lifting up this huge Primal Beast.
Oh!
Here we go. They've got Funnick. He'll BKB up though. He'll be okay. But DNM, he can just get to work. He just wants to right click at the moment. Nice spear away from Funnick.
I love that Stominant is really just here. You know, he's not going away. He knows I've got this really good spell. We can keep fighting, and I don't need to be that close because look at my cast range. Very nice.
Very nice indeed.
Can you imagine if he got the his spell amp and pulverize actually starts to hurt?
I mean, it'd be pretty fun to watch, that's for sure. 5-Rat. So they're trying to focus down that top tier 2 tower now.
That should help.
Shouldn't be too much work for him. Speed with the old Ancient Thunder Hide. Dendi will be around to defend. Moonlight Shadow was popped, but he's the only one around. The rest of Bait drawing out lines through the bot lane. Dendi pops his BKB trying to get out of this. DNM doesn't have anything like a bash on speed, was not in range for the roll.
That is still a forced BKB. That could make or break the next team fight here for Bait on the high ground. It does look like 5-Rat is looking elsewhere though. Looks like they are looking down bot. Stominant still has that pulverize here.
That he does. Here we go again. Funny. Lift it up. There's your pulverize onto the bars. It's actually a fair bit of damage coming out. BKB TP away. Funnick's going to be just fine.
That's never not entertaining.
I mean, it's just so busted on Rubik though. Like with the cooldown being so low, it's pretty ridiculous how often you can just lift someone into a pulverize.
Yeah, the funny thing is you double lift them. Telekinesis back into pulverize.
Yeah.
So they're just up in the air the entire time.
He's a gym bro, this Rubik. He's just lifting all the time.
He is. He definitely is.
The enemy, they're just Myron. Always Myron.
All they can do is really admire it.
Oh, you're too young to be
Myron?
in those days. Myron?
Yeah, I know Myron.
Oh, you know, okay.
I know
All
Myron.
right, all right.
I just speak English, Mike.
Okay.
No, I was gonna say though, this is starting to be a bit dicey. Whenever we see Bait have to use their BKBs to TP, which, you know, I don't want to raise painful memories, but yesterday was one of those days.
Oh.
It's not good. Your BKBs are dwindling down, 6-second BKBs now on a couple. So your window to take care of DNM, to take care of Kits, maybe clear out speed, it's just shrinking. And it's becoming harder and harder to work this out. They've not been able to use this Arena Kisses combo. They've managed to use Kisses Pulverize once, and that's been it. It's just really hard to do that because of the Global Silence. You need to kill Albino Zebra first. But he is just staying so far away that he's actually not dying too much. And now he has his refresh. So, in double silence, you can't find that opening. It's just difficult.
It's going to be pretty tough, that's for sure. Stominant. Blink away. Aetherland's now up as well on speed, so plenty of range for that roll. Bait, 15k behind. Scanned out as well in their own triangle, so forget about any kind of attempt at a smoke, I think.
I'll take that.
Fire Rat 4 staff may slowly making their way over. Roshan's still a while till we find out when it's going to spawn up. Just about 35 seconds till we find out. I think the next objective here for either side. Of course, Bait are the ones that need to try and find a way to fight 5 Rat 4 staff over it. The Skadi now up on DNM. Life even harder for Bait.
I'm interested in Bait's itemization. Funnick's going like full damage dealing on the Mars. He's gone Desolator. He's going for Satanic next. Nothing like utility. I feel like there's a lot of value in something like a Lotus Orb here. Just dispelling off some of that control. Taking care of silences would be big. I'm not sure how much value you'll get from the Deso. I mean, it'll allow him to farm. And we know Funnick has a propensity for farming from that offlane. But in terms of like fixing issues in these fights, I don't think it does that much.
I do kind of agree with you on that. Like, it doesn't feel like damage is the thing that's lacking right now. Then again, we aren't the experts. I mean, these guys are pros, so we'll see what... You know, Funnick, he's been around for a long time. Let's see what pans out here. 5-on-5 smoke. DNM has his smoke broken. We'll just jump in immediately onto Lodi. Both pounces miss, however. Moose and Funnick both getting caught out by Kits. That's the big problem. Even Stonebank on the Ursa was stunned up for quite a while. There's your Global Silencer. No follow-up spear in the arena. And both are down. On they go, DNM after Dendi, but they don't have the detection right now to see them through the Moonlight Shadow. Instead, though, they could probably just start going high ground, honestly.
Yeah, there's not much really stopping them. No arena, Pulverize is still up. No buyback on Funnick. You've got enough time to whittle that down. Maybe they want the Roshan security first, 40 seconds away. They can be patient. They've still got one more use of the Global Silence with a refresh. So, you know, things are still looking good here for 5 Rat 4. Bait, I mean, the smoke on smoke timing, they had a good position, but DNM just forcing
top
the
lane. Yeah, it's dominant. He's got the arena. He's got Trample now. I'm not sure how much Trample's going to do on a Rubik, but I suppose he could try. Hits with the Avalanche Toss combo, and that's going to be Dendi gone. I mean, they're doing the right thing. He is trying to split push the lanes to force them back, but he does get caught out, and it's not going to feel too good for him, and that basically guarantees Roshan now for 5 Rat 4 stuff.
Yep, only a few seconds away. Doesn't take too long for them to clear that one out. They've got sufficient damage now on DNM. And they're keeping good handle on the waves. Bot lane's the only one that is kind of shoved out. Stonebank just kind of splitting by himself. DNM's on the hunt. Low dying.
Keeps chasing. Stonebank is the real target that they want. He's going to blink towards the south though, and he's going to be just fine. DNM's not going to have a look around through that tree line. Roshan is back up, but they are kind of out of position to start forcing Roshan. It's like Speed might just start getting it done himself, honestly. And he will. Kits will be around the area as well. DNM will have to make the long run up on the Slark, but, well, I say long, but with the Shadow Dance passive, it's quite a fast process in the end.
It's not too drawn out. Wonder who they give the free Ags to. They will give it to Kits. I was wondering if they'd kind of meme here and give it to Speed. So he can get the drums of Slom.
Oh.
I love seeing it.
Yes, those.
It's funny. It's not particularly amazing, but yeah, it's funny.
Nah.
If you had a Veil, it's maybe a little bit hurtful.
No, it's not, John.
Well, the ramp up is a bit weird because of the drum beat, but towards the end it is pretty painful. It's also painful to spend 4,200 gold in that spell.
That is true.
It's like a budget, if you think about it, it's like a budget trample, isn't it?
I mean, I guess
it's
so.
AoE damage while you're running around. You can't right click. It's kind of.
Jump in, Kits, out with the Avalanche. Dendi again being caught out. Cookie to try and get him out. Forstaff is there as well. Raw committed. Oh, they've got Stonebank. the Ursa. But no, he's okay for now. He'll pop the Enrage. He'll try to fight through it. Meanwhile, Stoneman is going to tie in the Rubik. Stonebank trying to run, but DNM has stolen so much stats away from this Ursa. Still, he'll manage to blink thanks to the Cookie of Moose, but the pounce forward again. Lowdine leaping away, but they've got Stonebank down. The tree volley will be more than enough. Neither hero has buyback available at the moment.
Oh, that's their opening onto high ground. Not much to stop them now. There is still the Pulverize, no BKB for Dandy to kind of secure that though. And Arena is down, so it's going to be tough. DNM still has a lot of those stats, but fortunately does not have his 25. And the Essence Shift duration isn't as long. Still, the damage from Kits, they have more than enough.
Jump in for more. Lowdine's gone. Tier 4 towers, they're going right after it. They have had enough of this series. 5 Rat, they force out one buyback, but that's not the Ursa. There's your roar out. Dendy, he'll cop it. DNM being thrown around like a ragdoll, but it won't matter. Dendy's down. Funnick is still trying to defend, but he will also drop. More buybacks to come, I'm sure. Funnick has not committed quite yet, but Dendy's in trouble again. Mortimer's Kiss is committed. DNM, he's got another depth shroud. They've called it. GG. They've had enough.
It was a lot better for showing from 5 Rat 4 staff. I think Bait, they might have gotten back to their old habits there. They did get some early aggression out fairly well. At some point, it's like you mentioned in the cast, right? It felt a little bit unguided.
Yeah.
They didn't manage to jump around with their combination. I think that owes back to draft. The silencer pick definitely showed its value because the threat of coming in and just getting stopped by Global Silence was just too big. They couldn't commit unless it was Albino Zebra, but if you commit on him, you have nothing left for anyone else.
Bit of a tough affair for the side of Beta. Obviously, they did win out game 2, John. They did look a lot better throughout the series, I would argue. Better than the other day, that's for sure. There's definitely some improvements, but still some creases to be ironed out, that's for sure. 5 Rat 4 staff, on the other hand, these guys are impressing me, Jonathan. They're doing a pretty damn good job, I'd argue. Yeah, there is some mistakes being made as well. They're not perfect, but they've got potential is what I'm trying to say.
Definitely. I think DNM has, again, shown us that he's a really promising carry. He's been promising for a while.
Yeah.
A really young kid, one of the younger players in NA, I think. Although, maybe a bit older now. It's been like 2 years since I remember his age, so a little bit older, but still really one of those players that really wants to be exposed, and I think that's something that a lot of teams will have to watch out for. The one success we saw from Bait, Game 2, shut down DNM.
Yeah. Well, with that, we are going to throw to our very young panel as well, apart from Fear, and we'll have to hear what they have to say about this series.
Thank you so very much, gentlemen. And yes, indeed, game number 3 goes the way at the end towards 5 Rat 4 staff as they claim their second consecutive victory here in the DPC. A very successful way to end off week 1 for them. And unfortunately, Bait yet again suffered the indignity of a game 3 loss after a pretty good and interesting game number 2. Old Man Fear, the Dean of Dota, teach us,
deny it.
you know, what happened in this game, right? Because a lot of, I think the best description of this is deja vu, right? A lot of similar things towards game 2 happened, but this time around they don't go the way of the side of Bait. There's a fight around the Roshan pit that they don't end up winning. Most of the initiations this time around are coming from 5 Rat 4 staff instead of coming from Bait, and Bait just falling into the old trap of just letting things happen rather than making things happen.
I mean, this game for 5 Rat 4 staff is a bit easier. It goes back to the draft for me and adjustments. Like, one of them was definitely the Rubik, right? That Beastmaster top 1 net worth after the laning stage. Big improvement from game number 1, when he laned against the same exact lane as well, right? So they adjusted their play, their picks as well. I also think the Slark, I mean, this Slark looked unkillable this game, right? Towards the end game. Like, where Sven, he couldn't man up against this Ursa. So I think they made really good adjustments in the draft, which allowed them to have more opportunities. And I think it's a day and night difference when you have a Beastmaster with farm versus a Beastmaster that has no farm.
Absolutely. And Panda, you were vindicated. You said that you wouldn't mind seeing Speed go back for the Beastmaster. You felt like things went wrong, but the draft wasn't the actual thing in question. And you were completely correct. Speed did really, really well in this game, controlled the entire side of the map, enabled his team to be able to play with a lot more tempo, a lot more aggression. It just looked a lot more solid coming in from 5 Rat 4 staff because of him.
It did, and I think one of the big keys that actually helped him out this game was Albino Zebra with the silencer. He had a hero that was online, easy to connect with. One really crucial fight at the 17-18 minute mark in front of the Roche pit. This is where silencer is really good pre-BKBs basically. They weren't able to fight back at all. Whereas you pop the arena, Stoman and steals the arena. He pops his own. He's got 3 guys inside. They're all silenced. Where the hell are you going to go? Nowhere. I mean, you're trapped. You're inside this Bulgarian cage right now. And they just annihilated them from that fight. And I felt like that was the game-defining moment that Bait, if they don't come up with something miraculous, they're not coming back into this game. And I put my faith in them to win this game, you know. I thought the Cinderella story for Bates to win their first DPC series in Division 1 would happen. It's going to have to wait another day.
I mean, certainly they are closer than they've ever been to being able to do so, right? Because there were some moments that you could be like, if things were slightly different, if Dendi leaves the mid lane sooner than he ends up doing, immediately after getting his BKB, maybe they can make things happen. If they're able to kind of find a couple of jumps onto Albino Zebra, especially with this Mars ult, maybe life is different. But unfortunately, it was not. Now, it's going to be interesting when we see who the MVP is for this game, because you would imagine naively, just looking at these numbers, that DNM is doing everything, but this Rubik.
No, I mean, he was everywhere on the map. Honestly, he stole, pulverized many occasions. He was setting up on the side lanes. I don't hate this MVP at all. Like, even if they give Albino Zebra, like, his globals were key. Slark was playing well. Too many people playing well, you know, it gets you in a situation where you don't know who the MVP is, but I'm happy with this choice, I think.
I mean, even that key fight that you were mentioning earlier, Panda, he's the one that set that up, right? Stealing the arena immediately after Funnick initiated, breaking their tempo up, and Dendi couldn't actually get into the fight. Suddenly, Funnick is on an island by himself. He dies almost immediately. Dendi follows later, only realizing, wait, I'm in the wrong arena. Damn, this was not where I'm supposed to be. He dies as well, and then the entire fight just breaks apart for them.
Yeah, sometimes even the strongest gladiators find their end at the Colosseum. But for Bait, I think some of the positives that you could think about their gameplay was, you know, they had confident drafts. Game 2 was probably one of their best moments, even though they're still working on their errors. They're still a bit slow. I think if they just increase that pace between the exit of the laning stage and early mid game, if they can get, like, I think that's one of the things that they were also aiming for this game, kind of coming to the conclusion of those BKBs. If they had one of them, if Dendi had a BKB, if Ursa had his BKB by that time, that could have been a big game changer. I'm not sure if Ursa actually had the BKB in that fight. I would suspect he would have already been very close to it, already had it. But getting more of those are countering the silencer, preventing the Rubik from being effective. They can just walk out from a stolen arena, basically. They wouldn't have cared about that. They would have just gone for the fight. So a bit more activeness, a bit more capability with that farming rotations. I think this is kind of, it sounds pretty basic and pretty simple, but I think if they can find their rotations on their side of the map, who's prioritizing in farm and who's getting what, and really get those item timings to kick in, Bait could be a pretty strong team in the mid game. I think that's one of their weaknesses right now.
I also want to add to that I think that last game, one difference of like when they're successful or not, it's Moose. Like him on Snapfire, I think really slows him down compared to him when he's playing Tiny. He's getting those tosses, initiations all over the place. I think if he's playing a more like damage dealer, it's going to make the team even slower.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And another thing that we saw that was really good in this game was the patience from Albino Zebra, waiting with his global silence, not just to disable you from being able to enable the fight, but he'd wait until you pop BKB almost every single time, then get it afterwards. Then suddenly you have to retreat from the fight. To find out more about how that was possible, we actually have Albino Zebra with us. Good sir, congratulations on your victory. Congratulations on going 2-0 right now within the division. Of course, this is a, relatively new roster that you guys have put together. I know that you've been playing with Speed for a few years. So I'm just wanting to ask, what's it like playing between yourself and Speed? You've been playing together for 2 years. DNM and Kids have been playing together for quite a while. What's that dynamic like within the team at this moment in time?
I think everything's very natural because I've actually been playing with DNM for almost a year at this point. And when I played with Speed earlier, it wasn't the most serious. It was Division 2, just sort of a for fun stack with friends.
Yeah.
So I don't think that there's really like an uneven footing where people feel only comfortable with one set of players or anything. The only exception to that perhaps would be, Speed and I, because not that we've played together for so long, but we've just known each other and been friends for I guess 5 or 6 years at this point. So I think that we really see eye to eye on game concepts and, macro ideas. But overall, I think we just work together pretty well, share our ideas, and try and come to one plan and just execute it to the best of our ability.
I mean, speaking of new ideas, we had a conversation with Stomanen the other day, and I'm curious what you think about this. He was talking about how obviously he's a more experienced player, he's been around the block, and he's also from a different region. Can you talk to us about some of the new ideas that he has perhaps helped you guys implement in the team so far?
I think that really what he's brought to the team is a lot of aggression, which I think we were lacking. I think that he has a very good idea about how to catch the enemies, where they're going to go, the conditions that need to be met in order for us to attempt these kills so that our map doesn't, fall apart. And he has really clear ideas about how to play mid waves in particular, and also about how to play with the 2 and the 4, I think. He always calls it the Goon Squad. And we don't draft it every game, but, he really likes being a good squad with kids.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right, taking through the draft here, I wanted to actually jump back all the way to game number 1. Was it an emotional roller coaster going through this series and how you started off? Like you got yourself a win and felt like you might be actually taking the series 2-0. Bait, again, did a bit of an adjustment with their draft, but how did you see it from your eyes? Like when we go from game 1 to game 2, was it like a day and night difference? What do you feel like were the challenges that you met in that game, and what were the potential successes that you had?
I don't think that there is much unplanned for in the draft for us. I think that obviously we didn't plan for game 2 to go the way that it did, but overall we drafted heroes and strategies that we're very comfortable with. As we saw in game 3, we didn't lose confidence, and we just decided that there may be some slight draft issues, but the main problem was the gameplay, and we knew how to fix that, and we were confident enough to run it back. I mean, really the biggest difference between game 1 and 2, though, is just the pick order. We weren't willing to give them Lina, and they weren't willing to give us Beast or Brood. So, we had to play something a little bit different. That's probably why it looked different from game 2 and 3.
Yeah, you kind of answered my follow-up question for that. When in game 2 you went for the Beastmaster, and it wasn't a very hot game for speed, but in game 3 you decided to go for the Beastmaster first pick right after. It wasn't banned out from you. You opted like, hey, I think your thought process was something along the lines of, we're happy with going with the Beastmaster again, we're going to get a different performance. Was Speed saying anything about like to transition to game 3, why he wanted the Beastmaster? Was there anything specific to it, or was it just a plain easy call? Like you said, you wanted the Beastmaster.
No, there's nothing in particular. Actually, there is one thing in specific that he said. He said that if I pick Beast and they're going to pick Mirana Primal Beast, just let them. I will pick Beast every single time into that situation. So he was very confident in the opening. And, that's always a relief when the player that your first pick is, and a large amount of your strategy is based around, is the confidence to lose a game and then go into the next game and say, let's run it back. And that's just how the team felt as well. So, we were just happy to run back the same situation and just fix these little errors.
All right. Love the confidence. Thanks for the answers.
Yeah, so congratulations on the win. So my question for you is going to be, you've been playing the last season of DPC. What do you think about this tour compared to last tour? We've got a lot more Europeans coming to the region. Does it have a different vibe, a different feel for you, or does it feel pretty similar?
I would say it has a little bit of a different feel. I think that, we were the only team that had 5 Americans. Now, Giants no longer with us, and we have Stomanen. So that's not quite the case, but I still think that we are the most North American team here. So the different feeling is more so just trying to defend our home turf and prove that North American Dota isn't a pushover. And, there's a bit of pride, maybe a bit of ego there. But overall, I would just say that we approach it like any other season, but, we're aware that, we notice when people come, obviously.
No, I certainly proved it. You're not a pushover. So what do you think is going to be your toughest opponent this season?
The toughest opponent? It's probably going to be Shopify. Very, very good team, very good players, great results, a lot of respect.
What is it about Shopify that you think makes them so strong in the region as it stands right now? I mean, you haven't even played them just yet, but I can imagine you've been watching a lot of their replays. So what differentiates them from the rest of the pack in NA at the moment?
I mean, I think that their first 15 minutes are incredibly clean. I think that that's also what puts them apart from other teams, you know, even outside of the region when they are having success, is they really excel there. They have a very, very clear idea of the early game and how to transition into their first couple of objectives and where to go from there. And I think that they have the experience and the player skill to execute it. You know, they don't give up these random feeds on lanes often. They don't go into a lane that's supposed to be 60-40 and end up slightly losing. So they have the fundamentals. They can get to the same state that they're supposed to be in every game, and then you know, they know what to do with it.
That definitely makes sense. I mean, it's definitely reflected when we watch them play. I have a bit of a question about you and your journey that you've had so far in the last couple of years playing Dota. I mean, obviously you've played in Div 2, you're in Div 1 right now. You've also been out of the DPC in its entirety, and you've made the climb all the way back. Can you talk to us about what that journey has been like for you on a personal level, having to go through the peaks and valleys of success and failure?
I don't know. It's tough. I mean, at the beginning when I was in Div 2, like I said, you know, I mean, before DPC even, what we would do every time there was an open qualifier is we would just message around my group of friends, you know, people like Speed, and just see who was available that day, and we would play the open qualifiers for fun, and sometimes we would make it some of ours, sometimes we would get eliminated instantly, and that's sort of what Division 2 was like for us. We signed up, we made it, and we had fun. We got 6th place a lot and kept scraping by. But when I decided to start taking it more seriously, and I'm, you know, on a Division 1 team, to me that's really the start of the road. You know, before that I don't really think of like the ups and downs, because, you know, it's mostly just for fun, I would say.
That certainly makes sense. Now that you are in this much more professional capacity, taking it as seriously as humanly possible, who do you look to for inspiration? Like, which 5 player, when you are thinking about how to improve your own gameplay, do you try and study to make sure that you learn as much as humanly possible?
There's a lot. I mean, I don't know. I've always liked, you know, of course, Puppy comes to mind. I like that he always seems to be one of the first people to find these really interesting heroes. And I like thinking about, I like trying to figure out what he sees in them. That he's not playing the meta very often. And then there's just some very solid players and very smart players that I respect. I would say like mostly the European players, honestly, like Insania, Celery, Maposhka. I'm not as familiar with the Chinese or Southeast Asian scene, but, you know, I see them perform on LAN, and I have, you know, a huge amount of respect for people like Innocence. Why? But, you know, those are the ones that come to mind immediately.
Okay, that makes sense. Before we let you go, I have one final question for you. As Fia mentioned earlier, obviously the scene is in a little bit of a flux right now within North America. There's been a lot of new players coming in, most of them from outside of the region. Do you think that's made the region stronger or weaker than it used to be? And how do you rank the North American region in general relative to the other scenes around the world?
I think that it really depends on what the imports do, if it makes it stronger or weaker. Because there are people who weren't always from North America, for example, Crit, but he's come here and he's stayed here and he pubs here and he scrims here and he's been here for a long time. And a lot of people consider him an honorary North American at this point. And I think that he's certainly been, you know, very healthy for the scene and helped it a lot. But if you're just gonna come here and then try and get a bit easier prize money, you know, stay here until the DPC is over and then go back home, you know, I don't think it's really gonna do that much for the scene. And I don't think that, you know, I don't think that it's gonna help North America in the long term.
Well, let us hope that we're going to be having more crits kind of situation, you know? Because we want the scene to be healthier at the end of the day, right? So that definitely makes sense. I do really want to see how these players are all going to perform. But also, I'm very excited to see how you guys are going to perform because you are now 2-0. As it stands, you're at the very top of the leaderboard in conjunction with a lot of these other squads. So congratulations. Well done. And we'll let you get back to practicing so that you can stay at the top of your game. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Right, that of course was the Albino Zebra himself. Played an excellent Silencer game and a bit of an off-kilter Jakiro pick because that's not a hero we see all that often, but he played that well as well. So glad to see. But the thing that he mentioned that I found very interesting is all these new players coming in. We want to see what they do. We want them to become more like Crit. We want them to be like Saberlight, right? We don't want you to just come in, see what's up, not really feel the mood, and then get out, right? So from what we've seen, Panda, what's your feeling about some of the players that we've come in? We don't know exactly which player is which, but do you feel that is on balance? Have most of them come with the right intentions about improving the scene and not just farming out easy points?
Yeah, I think that's a good question because I don't think we know yet. I mean, some of these youngsters, like obviously they come to get the experience from either their teammates or the opponents that they get to play against. And we've already got like a couple, you could almost say semi-legend status players. We look at, of course, Rebellion. You could look at TSM's rosters players. And of course, the youngsters are already in them. So are they going to stay? Are they just going to leave after next DPC? Are they going to stay out for the year or 2 years? I mean, I think time will tell, and we'll actually know more about these personalities, the person behind the heroes and the players, so to say. So, I mean, I don't think there's anything else that I can say personally than time will tell.
I mean, the true test will be, will these players, if they get relegated, play Division 2?
Yeah.
Right? If they stick around for Division 2, I think that'll be really healthy for the scene, because we just heard it from Albino Zebra there that Division 2, nobody takes it very seriously in NA right now. I think in other regions, like, it's competitive.
Yeah.
Here in NA, you know, it's like, we just met last second message on, see if we can get in there, right? But like, if the players will stay and play Division 2 and make that scene stronger, then I think NA as a whole will become a much stronger region.
Absolutely. Not helped by the fact that a lot of times in NA Div 2, we've seen that the teams that'll get promoted normally go like 7-0, 6-1. It's not a very competitive atmosphere, but the better players that are there, the more prestige the scene gets, and just the better Dota gets played for everybody to witness and enjoy. Of course, with that does mean that the Dota is finished, but you know, the business is not concluded because the leaderboard as it stands right now is in a very interesting place. If you had asked me just coming into this week, what this leaderboard would look like at the end of this week, I might not have said it's going to be like this, right? Wildcard, a little bit in the middle of the pack. Them and Alpha, Bates, Theath on the bottom half of things right now. But 5-Rat 4-Staff, this is sort of the surprise one, right? Yes, if you look at the matches that they had, you could have anticipated that they might win 1 or 2, but to win both, and especially being able to claw back victory even after a difficult loss, this is a sign of good things. And I know, Fia, you mentioned that you were very excited about where you want to see this team go. I'm very excited to see the teams that are also around them, the Nouns, the Shopify Rebellions, the TSMs, because I wonder how much 5-Rat 4-Staffs can learn from them when they actually play properly, not just watching their replays.
I mean, this is kind of looking like my prediction bracket right now, except with, of course, our side teams with the 2 wins. But if you look at where they're basically sitting right now, TSM, Rebellion, Nouns are in the top 3 right now. And the opponents that 5-Rats and Wildcard have played for against so far, I feel like these are the teams that might end up like 4-3 instead of 3-4. So it's not like they have just had the only wins they're going to get in this group. I feel like they're still in for a lot more, especially Wildcard. Like, this is the team that a lot of players and a lot of viewers are actually looking forward to. Like, can they still keep up their level now that Bait has lost their first 2 series, both going map 3s though, so close to it, but still no success. And then Alpha and Theath, well, they've had a pretty rocky beginning, but they've also played the hardest teams. Yeah. So it feels like the table's still open.
I think Alpha, Bait, and Theath have kind of solidified their slots. Like, Bait, you know, maybe they're ahead. Maybe they will dodge relegation a little bit. We'll see if they can improve and improve quickly. But the match I really want to see is going to be 5-Rat 4-Staff versus Wildcard Gaming. While on the leaderboard it says, you know, 5-Rat 4-Staff is number 1. We're not entirely sure of that yet because 2 of Wildcard's losses are to, you know, Shopify Rebellion. They are to TSM. 5-Rat 4-Staff has not played them yet. So that would be super surprising if they win those series. I don't expect them to, but I think Wildcard versus 5-Rat, they both beat Bait. in 3 games, right?
Yep.
It was close. So interesting to see among those things, Bait and Wildcard and 5-Rat, which one is going to be the best out of those 3. That's like the middle of the pack for me.
So now that we are finished with the first week of action here, we have to start looking towards week number 2. And remember, this is not a 6-week affair as it used to be in prior DPC seasons. Now you have to get all your business done as soon as humanly possible. So to start off week 2, it's a cracker of a day. We end the day with Shopify Rebellion versus Alpha, which, a very lopsided matchup if we're going to be completely honest, but TSM
Good
mounts.
odds,
That's a banger to start the week. Like, you don't want to miss that one.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible game. It's going to be very close, and I think it's going to be instructive of what the actual strength of these squads is right now, because Nouns, I feel like Nouns is probably the team that benefited the most from having somewhat easier matchups at the beginning, right, to build a bit of confidence in themselves. TSM also, there's a similar argument to be made for them, right? They're still gelling. They're bringing up new players into the roster. So that's going to be, I think, where really things start to differentiate themselves between the top teams and the rest of the pack.
I mean, I would go as far as say there's a chance, right? Like, a decent chance that match could determine who gets the second slot for the major.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Like, this is really feeling like one of the most important series throughout this entire division. Every team concluded TSM versus Nouns, which has been on every prediction list for second or third, and that could just define it.
Yeah, that one game. So now that we're all finished with week 1, boys, I want to hear from you both. Coming into it, has any of your expectations changed, and what are your biggest surprises that you saw over the course of this last week?
I mean, unfortunately, the biggest surprise is I was a little surprised that Bait wasn't able to win a series yet. I thought for sure that they'd come out and they'd look just a little bit better.
Yeah, I think I would also agree with Bait. Maybe even Wildcard in a sense. Like, they did play 2 of the most difficult teams basically throughout this week, and then winning the series versus Bait. But I mean, I would have expected maybe 1 individual map victory, but those were like stomps, basically. I didn't have any chance, basically, so I was a bit worried about what's the level of wildcard going to be. But they've got a lot of good experience from this first week playing against those 2 teams. So a lot of, basically a lot of replay analysis, repping things through, doing their preparation, and hitting week 2 with a storm. They're playing 5-Rat 4 staff on the second day of week 2, which what you were talking about. So you got to be ready for that one. Like, that is an important series for them.
Absolutely. Personally, for me, I think my standout surprise, or the thing I'm happiest to have seen, is how quickly TSM were able to have their new players, very young players who haven't been necessarily in the mix of professional play for that long, looking super solid from the jump. Now, obviously, there's still questions about exactly how well the team will gel in the long run, but the fact that Saberlight already says, hey, I had to go learn a build from Kasane, right? That, I think, is a very good indication of how good the scouting was and how good the organization of TSM is in terms of their talent recruitment. It's been excellent for 2 years plus. It still continues to be excellent. But with that, gentlemen,
I just had in mind, like, what we've compiled from this first week is a nice mix of humbleness in interviews and also some mentions, that ego that has to be there, and the pride. Those are like the key 3 things that I picked up from this week, and I love it.
Yeah, I love the fact that so many of the North American players have said explicitly that they want to rep the region. They want to prove that this is not a farmers league, that you come here, you have to bring your A game if you want to be able to succeed. You don't just get an automatic ticket to a major. But with that, the road to the major is still going to be continuing, so we're going to be closing out the first week of NA DPC action. Until next time, from myself, Snare, T-Panda, and Fear on the panel, we were moonlighting earlier with Lizard and Sheepstick, as well as Fogged and Lyrical, but our main duo of casters, MLP Dota, as well as John X Fire, we all say goodbye, good night. Go get some rest, get some water. We'll see you in a couple of days to conclude, and start rather, the second week of DPC action. Goodbye, see you then.